Adam then turned to look at the two remaining mercenaries and asked them coldly, "What about you two? Would you like some more potions as well?" The two mercenaries dropped to the ground and kowtowed. "Have mercy, my lord. Please spare us." They knew that making the bald mercenary walk toward the clearing in the center of the woods was nothing short of a death sentence. These two mercenaries had fought plenty of battles to know that Adam was using the bald mercenary as bait. Adam's lips curled up into an amicable smile. Wonderful. He then glanced at his students and noticed that they were looking at the bald mercenary slowly walking away with expressions of unease. Seeing this, Adam didn't know how to explain himself to them. He could tell that his students didn't approve of his actions, but it didn't matter. Staying alive was the most important thing now. He snapped his fingers, causing everyone to shift their attention to him. He spoke in a solemn tone. "I want you all to climb the trees and make your way to the clearing. Conceal yourselves as thoroughly as you can. Your life depends on it." Everyone nodded anxiously. Eleni couldn't help but ask, "Professor, what about that man?" Adam knew she was talking about the bald mercenary. He replied flatly, "He will be the bait." Even though Art, Eleni, and Aiden had expected this, they still couldn't help but feel a chill crawl down their spines when they finally heard Adam confirm it. They were having difficulty believing that their mentor, who always displayed a flippant attitude and joked around with them, was capable of something so heartless. To send an innocent man to his death just so they could capitalize on the opportunity to deal with the enemies didn't sit well with the three young magi. "Focus." Adam reprimanded them, causing them to involuntarily flinch. "This is not the time to think about morals and principles." He continued, "All you should think about is killing the enemy and not getting killed in the process." The three children nodded nervously, their fists clenching and unclenching several times. They closed their eyes for a few moments, and when they opened them again, they were gleaming with resolve. Indeed, this was not the time for them to ponder about the philosophy of right and wrong. They were at the precipice of a great battle. If they let these thoughts cloud their judgment, they could very well falter and become food for the bloodthirsty beasts. "Yes, Professor," they looked at Adam and said with determination. "Good," Adam replied. He then gazed at the rest of the people and nodded. "Everyone stick to the plan and blow those beasts to smithereens." The bald mercenary stumbled through the dark woods, his eyes glazed over and his movements stiff, as though controlled by an invisible force. His feet dragged along the uneven ground, the sound of his shuffling footsteps softly echoing around him. His face was devoid of emotion, his expression vacant as if his mind itself had been hollowed out. Only one directive echoed inside his mind: start walking toward the clearing. Adam's spell had taken hold completely, bending the man's will to the task at hand, luring the wolves. As he slowly walked closer to the perimeter of the clearing, a low growl reverberated from in front, growing louder and deeper with each step he took further into the woods. The man's back was drenched in cold sweat. His instincts screamed at him to turn around and run away, but Adam's spell had completely overridden everything else. Now, despite the man's unwillingness, he had no choice but to move forward. The air grew colder and the stench of impending doom assaulted his nostrils, but he seemingly remained unaware, lost in the daze of the enchantment. Suddenly, the bestial growls erupted into a screeching sound of snarls and roars as the wolves emerged from the shadows. Their eyes flashed with feral hunger, locked onto the man who had blatantly made his presence known to them and intruded upon their territory. In a frenzied rush, they descended upon him, surrounding him from all sides. Adam's spell broke in his final moments, and the man's eyes widened in absolute terror. "Allah!" he screamed in excruciating pain and agony, but it was too late. The first wolf lunged at him, its powerful jaws biting down on his arm, severing it cleanly from his body. Blood sprayed across the damp forest floor as another wolf tore into his leg, dragging him down. The bald mercenary thrashed about in vain, but his cries of agony were drowned out by the savage growls and the sickening sound of flesh being ripped apart. The bloodthirsty wolves tore him from limb to limb, their jagged teeth gnashing through bones and flesh with relentless ferocity. More than a dozen wolves had ganged up on him. His blood pooled around them as they devoured him piece by piece, leaving nothing but scraps of torn clothing and small bone fragments in their wake. Within minutes, the frenzy subsided. The wolves were momentarily sated. The dark woods fell silent once more. Just as this pack of wolves was about to turn around and go back to the clearing, a round glass vial containing a bright orange liquid flew toward them. The wolves curiously looked at this item. It wasn't until the vial shattered on the ground, its orange liquid seeping out, that the wolves finally sensed the great danger they were in. But it was too late. Boom. A large explosion completely enveloped the beasts, drowning them in a sea of fire. They didn't even have enough time to escape the blast radius as they were instantly killed by the explosion. The explosion was so strong that nothing remained of the wolves after the fires had died down. Aiden, who was standing on a branch of a nearby tree, glanced at the small black crater that had just formed as a result of him throwing the potion. He couldn't help but involuntarily gulp, thinking to himself, that small potion took out more than a dozen wolves in one go. I am impossible. Just what kind of potion did Professor concoct? Not just him, but all of Adam's squad members, who had hidden themselves on the top branches of the nearby trees, were dumbfounded by the power of the potion. However, they didn't have too long to dwell on their shocked emotions, as the next pack of feral wolves immediately arrived after hearing the loud explosions. This time the numbers were twice as many. Boom, but they too met the same fate. Kenley sent a mental transmission to all the squad members. Hurry, change positions. Stick to Lord Constantine's plan. Everyone solemnly nodded before jumping from one branch to another, slowly leaving the place and arriving at a different location near the clearing. Meanwhile, the wolves who had followed the sounds of the explosions arrived at this place, but all they saw was a sea of fire. No other person was in sight. At the same time, Adam had already moved into the large clearing, standing amidst countless wolves. Compared to last time, the number of wolves seemed to have increased by twice. There should be at least 1,000 wolves here, he thought to himself. Just how did they manage to get so many beasts? Did all the wolves of the Weeping Woods arrive here? Although he was standing in the midst of so many wolves, none of them were able to sense him. He had already made sure to completely conceal himself. He looked around the clearing and wondered, are we the first one to attack? The others are probably shocked to see the sheer number of beasts. Right at that moment, he sensed that his squad members had taken up new positions. He turned around and his gaze pierced the dark woods in front of him, his lips slowly curling up into a smirk. All right, time for a grand explosion. He weaved a series of complex hand gestures, causing a magic circle to light up underneath his feet on a large scale. Then he raised both his arms, as if commanding something to arise. Rank 2 spell, Great Wall. The ground rumbled intensely as if a massive earthquake had arrived out of nowhere. Gradually, a towering wall close to 20 meters emerged from the ground that separated a portion of the clearing from the rest. Within this large boundary, approximately 100 wolves were now trapped. Adam, who was standing at the base of the wall, suddenly lifted his right leg and stomped it down on the ground. Rank 1 spell, Shape Earth. Rank 1 spell, Grease. The ground underneath rippled and formed large waves like that in the ocean. The hundreds of wolves trapped inside lost their balance and fell to the ground, bathed in a black, oil-like substance. Adam then jumped toward the top of the Great Wall. Upon landing, he saw that Art, Eleni, Aiden, Kenley, Ragnar, and the 2 mercenaries had already taken up their positions on the wall. He raised his hand as his lips slowly curled up into a cold smile. Then he gave out his command as he swung his hand downward, reduce them to ashes. Hearing his words, everyone standing atop the wall could feel the intense emotions coursing through their veins. The 2 mortal mercenaries. Beneath them, close to 100 wolves had now been trapped and covered in grease. On one side was the Great Wall, and on the other side was the Weeping Woods. Their only escape route was in the direction of the Dark Woods. However, they would never be able to make it out alive. The people standing atop the walls threw a potion of explosion each. With bated breaths, they watched the round. Crystal vials slowly descend toward the wolves. Soon, the first vial shattered on the ground and resulted in a fiery explosion. The other vials followed suit and went off one after the other. Boom, 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 boom. A tremendous chain reaction was formed as the explosion from one potion compounded as it came in contact with another potion. 9 potions of explosion went off at the same time, resulting in the formation of an enormous mushroom cloud of flames. The ground trembled violently as all the beasts that had gathered at the clearing turned their heads in the direction of the explosion. It was a scene of utter pandemonium as the beasts went into a frenzy. Even the 4 werewolves stepped out of the dilapidated manor, gazing at the explosion with fearful eyes. They were shocked to see a wall surrounding the explosion that bore the brunt of the flames. Despite having such an intense blast, the wall remained standing. Fear was soon replaced by bloodlust as they simultaneously howled toward the sky, commanding all the wolves to dash toward the Great Wall. The wolves, although unwilling, had no other choice but to oblige. Their eyes gleamed with insanity as they advanced toward the wall. But right at the moment, another explosion went off. However, this one originated from the other side of the clearing. Boom, 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 boom. Another series of explosions occurred on the perimeter of the clearing, drowning dozens of wolves. The other magi and mercenaries of Stratford had finally made their move. Several groups, each containing 9 to 10 people, emerged from the Weeping Woods, hurling potions of explosion at the wolves. A visible ring of flames gradually surrounded the wolves. The flames spread out and fenced in the large clearing, making it nigh impossible for the beasts to escape. A burly figure riding an enormous white tiger slowly emerged from the woods. The beast's jaws were dripping with blood and flesh, suggesting that it had just mauled through a horde of wolves. Gore gazed in the direction of the enormous mushroom cloud of fire in the distance. Specifically, he was looking at the great wall that was containing the flames. His eyes narrowed to a slit and he thought to himself, I can sense the energy waves of a rank 2 spell emanating from that wall. Could it be the result of an artifact? Or is there another mana liquefaction magus here? Gore's plans to claim all the treasures inside the Howlett Manor would become useless if there was another rank 2 magus here. But on second thought, he believed that this was very unlikely to be true. He wasn't able to sense any mana liquefaction magus in the town during his stay there. His expression turned grim as he contemplated. It is unlikely that there is another magus with the same strength as me here. But on the off chance that this is true, I must be prepared. Having already come to decision, his countenance turned ruthless. He raised his arm and bellowed, "Warriors, slaughter them all, OHHH." The people around him roared with a bloodthirsty aura and brandished their weapons. Then they began massacring the wolves in front of them. Meanwhile, Gore wielded his spear and swung at the wolves, killing effortlessly as he made his way toward the manor at the center of the clearing. The white tiger he was riding was even more ferocious. It swiped its claws at any wolf that came in its way. Gradually, the man and beast approached the ruined manor, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake, while the magi and mercenaries at the perimeter of the clearing also started killing the beasts and slowly closing in. The sound of steel clashing against the flesh, spells flying through the air, and explosions ringing out every few moments mixed together and formed a symphony of terror and chaos. The Great Wall gradually started to disintegrate into specks of dust as Adam canceled the spell. All the ferocious wolves that were trapped within the wall had been reduced to nothing but mere ashes. Everyone then standing atop the wall jumped and landed on the ground, but the sight that greeted them was terror-inducing. A massive horde of wolves was approaching them with unmatched killing intent. Even veteran warriors such as Kenley and Ragnar couldn't help but become anxious seeing such a large number of beasts coming toward them. Their grips around their weapons tightened as fear crept into their beings, but none of them chose to flee, for they knew just what was at stake here. Adam ignored the wave of beasts in front of him and turned around. He glanced at the two acolytes of the Brotherhood and then at his students. Scared, he asked with an amusing smirk. None of them replied, their eyes glued to the incoming beasts whom they had to fight. Getting no response from them, Adam rolled his eyes. "You guys are no fun. Professor," Art blurted out in panic. This is no time to crack jokes. "Why yeah, please be serious." Aiden chimed in. Eleni looked at him and asked, "Professor, are you really not going to be fighting with us?" "Nope." Adam casually shook his head. Then he glanced at his students and smiled. Plants confined to a pot may thrive, but they will never know the strength and resilience of those born in the wilds. Eleni lowered her head and spoke in a trembling voice, "But I'm scared." Art and Aiden didn't say it, but they too shared the same sentiment. After all, they had never faced such a circumstance before. Adam gently patted Eleni's head and said, "Good, it means you have fulfilled the conditions to be brave." He then turned around and started walking toward the incoming wave of beasts. "Survive this battle, and you will come out stronger than before." The raven-haired youth weaved a series of hand signs, opening a small portal to the spirit world above him. Out of this portal, dozens of shadows shot up and vanished into the clouds. Adam's body slowly started to dissipate into shadows. Before he completely disappeared, he turned around and looked at his students with a smirk. "Don't die, my foolish students." After he had disappeared, his squad members remained rooted on the spot for a few moments. Suddenly, Kenley called out to them, "Did you see those things come out from the portal?" "Why, yeah." Ragnar nodded. "They looked like birds." The squad members simultaneously raised their heads and looked at the sky. The scene that greeted them next took their breaths away. Thunder. Bolts of lightning streaked across the night sky, creating a very somber and gloomy atmosphere. The strange thing about it was that the dark clouds seemed to be only limited to the area where Adam's squad members were. The rest of the night sky was clear with barely any clouds drifting around. However, the skies directly above Adam's squad radiated an ominous energy. What is happening? Aiden's body trembled in fear. He could feel a very dangerous aura emanating from the dark clouds above him. He knew for a fact that if he, or any of the people around him for that matter, came in contact with the lightning churning in those clouds, they would be reduced to a very miserable state. Now is not the time to get distracted. Kenley roared as he hurriedly took his position at the forefront of the group. "Switch to arrow formation, OHH." Everyone solemnly nodded and quickly got in formation. The two mercenaries were positioned at the back since they were the weakest of the bunch. Meanwhile, Ragnar and Eleni took the left side, whereas Aiden and Art took the right side. They patiently waited for the horde of vicious wolves to arrive as they prepared their spells and readied their weapons. "Hold your ground," Kenley roared, his back drenched in cold sweat. "Hold your ground." He paused for a moment before finally giving the command, "Defend." But his voice got drowned out by the sudden deafening sound coming from above him. Thunder, lightning rained down on the dozens of wolves with unmatched fury. It was like the very wrath of nature had descended upon them. The wolves that were about to clash with Kenley and the rest suddenly found themselves restrained on the spot as lightning danced across their bodies, zapping their flesh to a crisp. As I thought, Eleni's eyes lit up and her lips curled up into a nervous smile. She looked up at the dark clouds hovering above them and could see silhouettes of birds flying within. Those are Professor's summons. Kenley snapped out of his daze and gazed at the badly wounded wolves in front of him. They were struggling to even stand straight, much less attack. His eyes flashed with a vicious glint as he knew this was the perfect opportunity. His grip around his sword tightened as he infused the blade with mana. Attack. He roared and dashed into the midst of the wolves, the others closely following behind him. If earlier they were having great doubts about making it alive out of this situation, now they were certain about it. With the assistance of the Thunderbirds, they were sure to come out victorious. Thus began a brutal massacre, with the birds raining thunder from above and Adam's squad members hurling spells from below. On the other side of the clearing, Gore was once again taken aback by this sudden development. While his familiar, the white tiger, was recklessly mauling through the wolves around him, he glanced at the dark clouds as well as the eagle-like birds flying within them in the distance. Creatures of the spirit world, he muttered under his breath in astonishment. His eyes narrowed and a foreboding feeling welled up inside his heart. He thought to himself in alarm, dozens of these creatures were summoned in an instant. This is impossible for a mere mana foundation magus to pull off. They don't have nearly enough mana to sustain this summoning. Could it be that there really is another mana liquefaction magus? Gore scanned his surroundings, noticing that he wasn't far away from the Howlett estate. Although there was a sea of wolves obstructing him, he was sure that with the help of the other magi and mercenaries, he would be able to reach it in no time. Not to mention, those potions of explosion are quite potent, and we also have a large quantity of. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he looked in the direction of the dark clouds that continued to rain down lightning every few minutes. Come to think of it, isn't that the general direction of Adam's squad? First, there was the Great Wall, now the dozens of summons. Gore's pupils constricted as he thought of a possibility that caused a chill to crawl down his spine. That strange kid, Adam, could he be the mana liquefaction magus? He thought of all the times that he found the raven-haired youth to be peculiar and mysterious. Yet all those times he couldn't put a finger on it. But if his assumptions were right, then everything would make sense. That bastard, if he's been hiding his strength under my nose all this while, he's more dangerous than I thought. Gore couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But why? Why is he hiding his strength? His thoughts were interrupted when he sensed extreme killing intent directed at him from the front. He looked ahead and saw that he was less than 50 meters away from the ruined manor. However, the 4 werewolves had already noticed him and were charging toward him with boundless bloodlust flashing in their maniacal crimson eyes. Gore's eyes narrowed and his countenance turned ruthless. He grabbed a handful of potions of explosion from his storage ring and hurled them at the werewolves. Ha! He urged his familiar to pick up speed and advance forward. Boom, boom, boom. The werewolves were drowned in an explosion of flames, and the wolves around them instantly incinerated. However, the next moment, the 4 figures emerged from the flames and started madly charging toward Gore. Seeing the ghastly wounds and burn marks on their bodies regenerating at a spectacular speed, Gore sneered, "Heh, as I thought." His expression turned extremely solemn as he wondered. Fighting 4 werewolves equivalent to rank 1 magi at the same time is going to be tricky. He then looked at his familiar and his lips formed a menacing grin. "Luckily, I have you with me. Let us slaughter them all." Roar, boom. The man and beast began their brutal bloodbath against the vicious werewolves. Standing at the dilapidated entrance of the Howlett Manor, Adam gazed at the brutal carnage taking place between Gore and the werewolves. His lips curled up into a smirk as he thought, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, whereas hidden strength draws no gaze, yet moves mountains in silence. He then turned his gaze back to the entrance of the ruins manor. His eyes flashed with a determined light as he finally stepped inside. As the battle raged on outside, Adam silently made his way inside the abandoned manor. He had completely concealed himself such that even the werewolves nearby couldn't sense his presence despite having heightened senses. Furthermore, it also helped that their attention was completely focused on Gore and his familiar. However, Adam was not out of danger yet. Last time when he had come here, he had astutely noticed that there was yet another presence deep inside the manor other than the 4 werewolves. Thus, he was constantly on guard for any incoming attacks. Despite having planned extensively for this mission, this was the most he could do given the time and resources at his disposal. The horde of wolves was taken care of by the magi and mercenaries, and the werewolves were taken care of by Gore. Adam had to only take care of the last hidden danger inside the house and uncover the secrets that lay within. The air grew colder, and a lingering sense of dread washed over him as he stepped inside. He expanded his sphere of resonance to the maximum output and scanned the interior of the house. He found that there were no other life forms inside other than him. This caused him to squint his eyes, thinking to himself, "I'm sure I had sensed another presence last time." Where did they go? But there was one more thing that caught him by surprise. In the basement of the manor, there was a certain area beyond which he couldn't sense anything with his spiritual powers. Impossible. This has never happened before. There's actually something that my sphere of resonance cannot see through. In his state of shock, he stepped on the floorboard, causing it to groan and send echoes throughout the hall. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. After waiting for a few moments and seeing no reactions, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I need to focus, he thought. Adam's eyes gradually adjusted to the light filtering through the broken windows. He saw the first sign of the manor's current inhabitants, werewolves. Deep claw marks could be seen on the walls, gouging the woods in strange and erratic patterns. They told a story of violence and of creatures driven by instincts far beyond human control. The youth moved cautiously through the rooms, his breathing shallow. Every creak and whisper of the wind blowing through caused him to be on edge. In one corner of the living room, he found a bundle of fur. It was coarse and gray. It carried the unmistakable scent of the wild werewolf that was fighting outside the very walls of the manor. Adam turned around and looked at the fireplace. It was cold and choked with ash. He crouched before it and inspected it closely, noticing deep grooves at the bottom. Something sharp has struck this place repeatedly, it seems, he thought. Above the fireplace hung a crooked mirror with cracked glasses, reflecting distorted images of the room. For a moment, Adam thought he saw a shadow moving in the reflection, but when he turned around, the room was empty. This is too nerve-wracking, damn it. He cursed inwardly, feeling nervous by the second. He then walked toward the hallway where he discovered a shattered picture frame on the floor. The portrait inside was faded and slightly torn at the edges. It depicted a family of 7, their faces blurred with age. But for some reason, Adam could sense something unsettling about their expressions, a hint of fear or perhaps betrayal. He kept the frame in his earring and ventured deeper into the house, all the while making sure to constantly scan his surroundings. Adam began noticing more signs of the werewolf's presence. Finally, he arrived at a door that was barely hanging on its hinges. His expression turned extremely solemn, as this was the door that led to the basement, the very area where his sphere of resonance couldn't see past. The youth took a deep breath and encouraged himself. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The smell of damp earth and rot intensified as he descended the stairs. The walls on both sides were lined with even more claw marks, some so deep that they seemed to have been made in a frenzy. Could the werewolves have been summoned by the Howlett patriarch from down here? Adam thought anxiously. He finally arrived at the basement. The scene that greeted him caused his heart to pound wildly inside his chest. Bones were littered all across the floor. In a corner of the basement, he found a large makeshift den containing a pile of rags, leaves, and remnants of clothing, all piled up together, stained with dark patches of dried blood. There was a lingering warmth in the air that he could feel. It served as a faint reminder that this place had recently been alive with the presence of creatures that were neither fully human nor beast. Is this where those creatures sleep? He thought. Truly animalistic behavior. On one side was a wooden table where all sorts of books, scrolls, and parchment papers were kept in a disorganized manner. Finally, on the opposite side of the table was a red door. Adam's gaze shifted to the door, and his breathing became ragged. After all, his sphere of resonance couldn't detect anything beyond this red door. I'm sure of it, he thought. The root of everything that is happening in the town, the answer lies beyond this door. He walked toward the door with determined steps, knowing full well that the dangerous presence he had sensed on his last visit could very well be on the other side of this door. Adam's eyes flashed with a cold light as he revolved the mana inside his body and reached out for the doorknob. But suddenly he paused in his footsteps as his gaze involuntarily landed on an open notebook on the wooden table. With a sense of unease growing inside his chest, he lowered his reached-out hand, turned around, and walked toward the table instead. He closely looked at the open book. It was a journal written by none other than the patriarch of the Howlett family. Adam's pupils constricted when he learned that the small, open book was in fact a journal. The name of the Howlett family patriarch was written on the first page, followed by his journal entries. Jason Howlett, Adam thought inwardly, so the patriarch kept a journal, huh? He reached out for the book, its cover worn and cracked with age. The leather was stiff, and its edges were slightly torn, indicating that it had been handled many times before. For some reason, Adam felt that there was something deeply unsettling about this journal. A strange sense of unease grew in his heart as he took a deep breath and flipped over the page. The handwriting was surprisingly neat, each letter carefully formed in cursive style. I have finally shifted to this estate. I believe this to be a great honor. However, my wife and children think otherwise. They cannot bear the constant wails of the trees outside, but I'm sure they'll get used to it. The mayor and the council members believe in my ability to strengthen the seal placed by my ancestor, Magus Stratford. I must live up to their expectations and ensure that the evil deep underground forever remains sealed. This is for the well-being of my wife and children, as well as the well-being of the townsfolk. I cannot let them down. The mayor spoke words of duty and sacrifice, and I accepted it without hesitation. Could I have been swayed by his words? No, it is my great honor that they have entrusted me with the guardianship of the ancient seal. Adam flipped through the pages of the journal, the sense of unease starting to become more and more intense for some reason. He felt that this journal could provide him with clues that could help him solve the problems plaguing the cursed town. If I can read about the entries pertaining to the seal as well as its purpose, that would be truly helpful for what I'm about to do next. He thought to himself as he continued to read. Today, I finally went through the red door. It led me further underground. I was initially scared, but I told myself that I alone have the strength to keep the darkness at bay. But as I stood before the entrance to the underground chamber, I felt a chill that reached my very soul. Carvings of packs of wolves were displayed on the walls. Some were in their natural habitat, sleeping, while others were out on a hunt. There was an ominous altar in the middle of the chamber, and a strange basin on top of it. Lastly, there were towering stone doors in front of the altar, carved with figures of werewolves. Something about this task feels wrong. Adam paused reading, gazing at the pages of the journal with an incredulous look in his eyes. The mayor and the council members convinced Jason Howlett to strengthen the seal placed on Morven the Malevolent by Magus Stratford. Yet why is it that in the underground chamber there were murals of wolves and werewolves outside the seal? The youth thought to himself in dismay. Gradually, the fog that had been covering the truth about the town and its people was slowly clearing up. Adam was gradually beginning to connect the dots. However, the answer that he was arriving at sent a shiver down his spine. It can't be right, he wondered. With trembling hands, he turned the page over, continuing to read the patriarch's journal entries. The seal is weakening. I can feel the dark pulse seeping out from behind the stone doors, growing stronger with each passing day. I've begun the ritual to reinforce the seal just as the ancestor had instructed in the teachings that have been passed down through the ages. As I spoke the incantations, I felt a strange sensation today, as if the darkness was reaching out to me, brushing against my mind. Are these ravings real, or a product of my imagination? But my thoughts have been clouded since, filled with strange dreams and foreign voices. I don't know what is real or fake anymore. Adam loudly gulped as the foreboding feeling inside his heart grew more and more intense. The handwriting on the journal kept getting more erratic, more frantic. He continued reading. I performed the ritual again today. The seal has weakened once more, faster than before. I don't know what's happening. The entity behind the stone doors, it seemed to recognize me. It was as if it knew who I was. What does it want from me? Can I do it? When the ritual ended, I was physically exhausted. But my mind, there is a darkness growing inside of me like a seed. I feel it has taken root. Ha 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 ha. Today the voice, it spoke to me. It promised me power, freedom, and everything I ever desired. I felt a strange connection to it. It gave me a gift. It was delicious. Yes, I shared it with my wife and children too. They didn't like it, or perhaps they did. I don't know anymore. My reflection in the mirror has changed. My eyes are not my own. I'm losing myself from time to time. Clarity returns to me, but soon I'm consumed by hunger. At least I'm not alone. My family is with me like they always have. My skin burns, my bones ache, and my mind is a chaos. I see visions of blood, of the hunt, of the flesh of the moons. The mayor no longer comes to visit me like he used to. Has he betrayed me? No, this is my duty. Protect the townsfolk, protect my family. It's a lie. Everything is a lie. I was SUP posed to guard this place for my ANCE store. HHHHA. The night of the full moons has arrived. Selene and Luna, you look beautiful. I am no longer the man I used to be. Moan, stir, duksh, and vakipex. WMWKS. The journal entries ended abruptly, the handwriting devolving into illegible scribbles. The book fell from Adam's trembling hands, his body shuddering in shock and horror. Magus Stratford Morven the Malevolent, he muttered under his breath. I see, so it was all a lie. Right at that moment, an ominous sound rang from behind him, snapping him back to his senses. Creak. Adam slowly turned around, his eyes flashing with absolute terror, only to see the red door had creaked open. Shit, I was careless. Adam cursed inwardly as he heard the sound of the door creaking open behind him. He had been so engrossed in reading Jason Howlett's journal entries that he had lost complete awareness of his surroundings. Although this was a big mistake on his part, it couldn't be helped. The youth was just that surprised after finding the truth of what had transpired. All this while, he was led to believe that the Howlett family had been corrupted by Morven the Malevolent, and as a result, had been slain by the mayor and the town council members. But everything had been a lie. The entire Howlett family had been cursed into becoming werewolves. Intense warning signals went off inside his mind as he sensed a menacing creature oozing with bloodlust dash out of the red door and land a vicious attack on him. Sensing the sheer killing intent in the incoming attack, Adam knew that it would do a number on him if he didn't block. Moreover, from the energy waves radiating from the enemy, he knew that it was a mana liquefaction magus. Adam hurriedly turned around, augmented his arms with mana, and held them before him in a cross position. He knew it was too late to cast a defensive spell. This was all he could do. Bam, Kuak. He could feel his forearms go numb as the attack landed on him. Soon he was swept off of his feet and launched toward the ceiling of the basement. Boom, boom, boom. In one go he burst through the 3 layers of the manor and flew outside into the clearing. His forearms were throbbing in pain as he thought to himself in shock. This is the physical strength of a rank 2 werewolf. Incredible. The battle outside abruptly came to a halt when they saw a figure blasted out from the roof of the abandoned manor. To say that they were shocked would be an understatement. Everyone glanced at this figure in black robes somersault in the air and then gracefully land amidst a pack of wolves. The wolves were initially startled but immediately pounced on him. HMPH. Adam slammed his foot on the ground, resulting in a brilliant magic circle to light up underneath his feet. Rank 1 spell, Shape Earth. Dozens of earthen spikes emerged from the ground and viciously impaled the wolves in his vicinity. The beasts howled helplessly and struggled for a few moments before finally dying. Professor, my lord. Adam's squad members, who happened to be nearby, glanced in his direction with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They had been engaged in a brutal bloodbath with the ferocious wolves around them when suddenly, Adam shot out from the roof of the Howlett Manor and landed near them. Adam turned his head, looking in the direction of his students and the acolytes. Seeing them drenched in blood and surrounded by corpses of wolves, he grinned. You guys seem to be enjoying yourselves, he said in a carefree manner. His squad members were speechless. They couldn't help but wonder how he could be so nonchalant despite being blasted off from within the ruined manor. More importantly, they couldn't help but be stunned thinking of just what could have happened to have reduced Adam to such a state. The following moment, Adam's forearms glowed with a verdant green light that started healing his injuries. After the light dissipated, a tiny figure stuck its head out from his robes. It was none other than the wood spirit, Yavia. She flew out from inside his robes and flailed her arms around before the raven-haired youth's face. Adam, I was nearly squished to death in there. How could you be so careless? Adam laughed awkwardly, sorry about that. What? Yavia was enraged, her face turning red. That's all you have to say. Boom. Suddenly, the entrance of the Howlett Manor blew open and dust and debris shot out in all directions. From the wreckage emerged a menacing werewolf. He looked around with his bloodthirsty eyes until finally his gaze landed on Adam. Howl! He roared toward the skies before dashing in the youth's direction, slaughtering all the wolves that came in his way. Yavia, Adam said with a solemn expression, go help the kids. But what about you? The wood spirit blurted out in concern. That monster is far stronger than your average mana liquefaction magus. Hess, so am I. Adam smirked as he looked at her. Trust me. Yavia deeply gazed at the youth before nodding. She then flew away in the direction of his squad members. Meanwhile, Adam took out 2 long black nails from his earring and flicked them in the air before him. Then he started weaving complex hand signs at great speed, all the while taunting the werewolf approaching him. Say, Jason, do you recognize these things? The werewolf, who was in fact the patriarch of the Howlett family, gazed at the pair of black nails slowly disintegrating in midair and could feel a deep connection to it. His bloodthirsty eyes glazed over as memories of his children assaulted his mind. This only lasted a moment before insanity consumed him, and he roared madly, charging toward Adam at an even greater speed. The black nails were the material components that Adam had harvested from the 2 werewolves that he had experimented on a few weeks ago. After reading Jason's journal, he was finally able to guess their identities. 2 magic circles covered Adam's forearms, causing them to contort unnaturally. The muscles beneath his skin bulged and twisted, growing thicker and more powerful. The skin took on a rough, leathery texture as dark fur began to sprout from the surface. His fingers elongated and the nails warped into sharp, curved claws. Rank 2 spell, Werewolf Claws. Just as the transformation was complete, the werewolf Jason had already appeared before the youth, launching a devastating claw attack at his face. Adam's lips curved up into a wide grin as excitement bubbled inside of him. His eyes flashed with a ruthless glint as he launched his own claw attack. Boom. Claws collided, resulting in an outward explosion of energy that swept the nearby wolves off of their feet. The ground cracked and a terrifying wave of mana spread in all directions, reverberating all around the clearing. The sound was so loud that it caused everyone's ears to ring. Both Adam and the werewolf took a few steps back from the recoil. The werewolf was looking at him with clear surprise, while Adam was looking back at him with the same grin on his face. Ha ha ha. Adam laughed out loud and pounced on the towering creature without hesitation. It has been a while. Fight. The werewolf growled menacingly before dashing forward once again and engaging in a bloody melee with the youth. Gore, who was standing in the distance, saw this unbelievable scene unfold with a shocked expression on his face. Then his eyes gleamed with anger and he muttered, "This kid really is a mana liquefaction magus." He could clearly sense the energy waves emanating from Adam's attacks and thus confirm his rank. The next moment, however, Gore's eyes flashed with lingering fear. But how was he able to hide his strength from me? Just what kind of spell is capable of doing that, if he had attacked me while my guard was down? A series of complicated emotions ran through his mind before his face finally revealed a grin. Now he could finally understand why Adam had hidden his true strength from everyone. I see it as so that you could have all the treasures for yourself while we fought your battles, eh? But you didn't expect there to be another werewolf inside the manor, did ya? You thought you could really manipulate me. You're still too naive. Hee, Gore laughed sinisterly. But the tables have turned now. You take care of that rank 2 werewolf while I bag all the treasures. He and his familiar had already dealt with 2 of the rank 1 werewolves. Now only 2 more remained. Moreover, these 2 creatures had already been reduced to a very miserable state. It wouldn't take long for him to kill them as well. Ha! He swung his spear and resumed his attack, eager to finish them off and make his way toward the manor. Eleni, Aiden, and Art had dumbfounded expressions on their faces as they watched their professor fight the rank 2 werewolf in close quarters. They had studied about these creatures of the night, so they knew just how formidable they were against magi of the same rank. Furthermore, what made werewolves a force to be reckoned with was their astonishing regenerative capabilities. However, despite all these advantages, the young magi could clearly see that the werewolf was on the receiving end of the stick. Every clash resulted in the creature receiving ghastly wounds. These wounds quickly regenerated, however, they were once again torn open by the onslaught of Adam's punches and palm strikes. Ideally, if a magus were to encounter a werewolf, they should have fled if they were alone, as a sole magus would never be able to go toe-to-toe with a werewolf of the same rank. If they were in a group, they were advisable to cast long-range spells, chip the werewolf's strength, and finally go in for the kill once the creature had been weakened. But what Adam was doing was the exact opposite. If anything, he looked more animalistic than the werewolf. Is this professor's true strength? Aiden asked incredulously. He looks like he's having fun, said Art, gazing at Adam's wide grin as he rained down punches on the werewolf. Meanwhile, Kenley and Ragnar glanced at the rank 2 werewolf in apprehension. They had never imagined there to be such a powerful monster hiding inside the Howlett Manor. Suddenly, their bodies were enveloped in a warm, vibrant glow. Not just them, the situation with Adam's students was also the same. They were initially startled, thinking that they had come under attack again, but when they saw their wounds rapidly healed, they were astounded. You all should focus on your battle instead of gawking at Adam, said a gentle, feminine voice. Everyone turned in the direction of the voice and saw Yavia hovering above them with her arms crossed. A pixie. Aiden was amazed. No, Art countered. That's definitely a sprite. I'm a wood spirit. Yavia angrily replied. Are you Professor's healing spirit? Eleni asked with hopeful eyes. HMPH. Yavia harumphed in displeasure. Unfortunately so. However, from time to time, she would secretly glance at Adam with concerned eyes. She looked at the squad members and solemnly stated, Don't expect any direct help from me. I'm only here to heal you, nothing more. He then glanced at the others and solemnly stated, Let us deal with the rest of the wolves. Then we can finally go home. The squad got into position and began attacking the ferocious beasts with newfound vigor, while Yavia hovered above them, healing their injuries whenever required. Adam continued to dodge the werewolf's attack, then counterattacking at opportune moments. Gradually, he started to realize that even this opponent was not his match. All those potions I consumed in my youth to strengthen my body are finally beginning to show their effects, he thought in glee, but it couldn't be denied that this was the most fun he'd had fighting in a long while. Suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he gazed at Gore and his familiar, who had just finished dealing with the rest of the werewolves, and were now making their way toward the manor. All right, time to wrap this up, he said. He crouched and dodged an incoming claw swipe. Then his eyes blazed with deep killing intent as he got into position to deliver a devastating blow. A large amount of mana gathered around his wolf-like claw. Then the pure mana gradually turned dark, darker than the night sky. Hand of Doom, Shadow Style, 1 hit. Ever since his battle with the 2 assassins from the Umbra Thieves, where Adam had inadvertently infused shadow magic with the magic combat technique of the Astral Tyrant Manual, he had experimented quite a bit on it. He found that other magical elements could be seamlessly fused together with the Hand of Doom, causing him to be elated at this discovery. Since then he had researched and through constant trial and error was able to create a brand new subset of the Hand of Doom techniques that utilized shadow magic. Hand of Doom, Shadow Style, 1 hit, a large amount of mana gathered in his palm in the form of shadow magic. He aimed his hand straight and placed 4 fingers on the werewolf's abdomen. Then he struck with a devastating 1-inch punch, while at the same time rotating his fist and arm. Boom. The werewolf spurted out a mouthful of blood as he felt his ribs and spine shatter from the punch. But soon enough, his regeneration ability kicked in, and his grievous injuries began to heal at a rapid rate. Adam's eyebrows wrinkled into a tight knot as he thought to himself, 1 hit is a technique that possesses incredible penetrative power, but despite that, I wasn't able to kill the werewolf. This bastard's regenerative capabilities are the real deal, if that's the case. His eyes narrowed as a vicious glint flashed through them. He hurriedly weaved a set of complex hand gestures in the span of a split second. His movements were so quick that his hands appeared to be a blur. A bright magic circle lit up underneath him, and he finally cast a spell. Rank 2 spell, Amplify Gravity. The gravity in a 30-foot radius sphere around the youth suddenly increased by threefold, causing the rank 2 werewolf to miserably fall to the ground on his knees. "Still not going down, I see," said Adam in a chilly voice. "Quite the sturdy body you have." Roar. The werewolf growled at the youth defiantly, his eyes flashing with insanity and bloodlust. However, due to the effects of the gravity field, that was all he could do. It put a lot of strain on him to move, however. Slowly but surely, he was beginning to get accustomed to the spell and getting back to his feet. But how could Adam allow that? The spell, Amplify Gravity, was never a killing move to begin with. It was only used to restrain the target. Not to mention, the spell lasted no more than 10 seconds and consumed a large amount of mana to sustain. Adam got into a horse stance, positioning his palms in front of him. His left palm faced the werewolf and his right palm faced the sky. An extremely large quantity of mana gathered in his palms as he coldly muttered, "Let's see you regenerate from this." The next moment, he spun both his hands. Hand of Doom, Shadow style, billowing strike. For the first time since the beginning of the battle, fear flashed in the werewolf's eyes. He felt his upper body stretch outward, swirling in a circular motion. His flesh, muscles, and tendons tore open as blood splattered in all directions. The werewolf willed his regeneration ability to work at overdrive, however. It fell short. No matter how quickly his wounds healed, the rate at which his body was getting torn apart was even faster. Gradually, his bones were reduced to dust, and finally, his inner organs were destroyed. Splat! The sound of the werewolf's upper body splitting into smithereens echoed throughout the clearing. At once, everyone turned in the direction the bone-chilling sound originated from, witnessing the sight of Adam victoriously standing before the werewolf, whose upper body was now missing. Everyone gasped in absolute disbelief. The people nearest to him, Adam's squad members, had their eyes wide open and their jaws nearly touching the ground. Kenley couldn't help but loudly gulp, exclaiming, "Such a ruthless technique. Half of that beast's body just disappeared." What made this feat even more shocking was the fact that werewolves were known for their regenerative abilities. Despite that fact, Adam had managed to kill the creature in one go. The might of that technique sent shivers down his spine. Kenley couldn't help but wonder if the same technique was used on him. Would anything even remain? "Jay, just where did he learn such a technique?" Ragnar blurted out in horror. Adam's 3 students, however, were more excited than afraid. For the first time in their lives, they were witnessing the true extent of his powers. They couldn't help but feel proud of the fact that they were under the tutelage of such a powerful magus. However, their excitement didn't last long, as the wolves that had paused attacking them had now resumed once again. "Focus on the battle," Kenley roared. "There aren't many wolves left." The squad began attacking the wolves again. However, much to their surprise, they found that these creatures seemed to have gone berserk for some reason. Such scenes were taking place all across the clearing. The remaining wolves had strangely gone into a state of frenzy after the deaths of all the werewolves. Witnessing this scene, Adam's eyes narrowed, and a foreboding feeling gripped his heart. "I thought the wolves would scatter after all the werewolves were dealt with," he wondered. "Seems I was mistaken." He then turned his head, gazing at the dilapidated Howlett Manor in front of him. Then that can only mean one thing. Adam's expression turned extremely solemn as he began walking toward the manor. His hands clenched involuntarily as he thought to himself, "Now that the major nuisance has been taken care of, all that's left is the entity behind the red door. I need to kill it while it is still in a weakened state." He finally arrived at the entrance of the manor. He paused in his footsteps, glancing at the person who was waiting for him. "Magus Darkmoor," he stated flatly. Gore looked at him with a cold smile on his face and replied, "Magus Constantine." His eyes flashed with hostility, and he added, "It seems we have come to an impasse." Oh, Adam's eyebrow rose in amusement. Impasse. Seeing the blatant mockery in the youth's eyes, Gore was enraged. However, before he could even speak another word, Adam walked toward him with a domineering aura. "You really think you can stop me?" asked the youth. Recalling how easily Adam had dealt with the rank 2 werewolf, Gore didn't have the confidence to take him head-on, despite having the aid of his familiar. Furthermore, that last technique, where Adam had disintegrated the werewolf's upper body into blood mist, sent shivers down his spine. "Damn it," Gore cursed inwardly. "I can't back down now, or else this kid's going to lay claim to the vast majority of the treasures inside." He calmed himself down and flatly stated, "We split equally whatever we find inside. If you don't agree, I don't mind having a showdown right here, right now." Adam looked at the burly, middle-aged man with a strange expression. "So that's what you were worried about." He paused for a moment and shook his head, sighing, "Fine, whatever." With that said, he walked past the man and stepped foot inside the manor. Gore was taken aback at this development. He was sure that the youth would vehemently argue back with him, but surprisingly everything went according to plan. "Should I have asked for a bigger share?" he thought to himself. But the next moment his eyes narrowed as he saw Adam's departing back. No, that was too easy. What is he after? Could it be something other than treasures? He hurriedly followed after him, not wanting to be left behind. Whatever it was that lay inside this manor, Gore had to make sure that he got his hands on it. Moreover, he decided to be extremely vigilant while working with Adam. He found it suspicious that the youth had agreed to his terms so easily. Mayor Hobbs, along with the 4 town council members, had formed a squad, along with a few other mercenaries, and were desperately fighting for their lives. They attacked one pack of wolves after another, but the horde seemed endless. The old mayor was in an extremely frantic state at the moment. When the battle first began, he was taken aback by the fact that there were 2 werewolves less on the enemy side. He didn't know that these 2 missing werewolves had already been taken care, often experimented on by Adam a few weeks ago. But nothing could have prepared him for the shock brought about by the fact that the rank 2 werewolf, Jason Howlett, had actually been killed by Adam, whom he had thought was nothing more than a rank 1 magus. Damn it, that herbalist is simply way too powerful. Never in my wildest dreams had I imagined that there would be a rank 2 magus who would be able to take care of Jason so easily. Even though the old mayor had invited Gore, a rank 2 magus, to come to Stratford and help them solve the wolf problem, he was confident that the man wouldn't be able to hold a candle against the werewolves. But all of his plans had gone up in smoke when Adam revealed himself as a mana-liquefaction magus and murdered Jason Howlett. He continued to hack down the frenzied wolves with his sword, but his mind was somewhere else entirely. His gaze shifted between the Howlett Manor and the beasts in front of him. What do I do? What do I do? If those 2 magi make their way toward the underground chamber, the plans that our forefathers have worked on for generations will be ruined. No, I cannot let that happen on my watch. His eyes flashed with a venomous light as he attacked the wolves around him in a maniacal manner. He roared, "We must kill these beasts and make our way to the manor. Hurry." The moment Adam and Gore stepped inside the abandoned manor, all the clamor from the battle raging on outside strangely subsided. All that could be heard was the sound of their footsteps. Gore took a deep breath. He could smell the faint, lingering scent of damp fura, chilling reminder of the werewolves that once called this place home. He could see cobwebs hanging from every corner of the room, and the remnants of broken furniture scattered all over the place. Everywhere he looked, he couldn't find anything worthwhile. His expression turned cold as he thought to himself, "Those werewolves were guarding this manor. There has to be something in here." He moved from room to room, his search growing increasingly desperate. The disappointment began to settle in as he stood in the final chamber on the floor. After having searched every nook and cranny of the 2 floors, he found nothing. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility, causing him to be enraged. Adam was blasted through the roof of this manor by that werewolf. Could it be that he has already bagged all the treasures? He turned his head in the direction Adam was standing in and stomped toward him. No wonder he was so carefree about the division of treasures. He's already hoarded them all. He clasped the youth's shoulder and angrily turned him around. He looked him in the eye and spat through gritted teeth, "You son of a bitch, you've taken all the treasures, haven't you?" Adam coldly looked at him and replied while pointing in the direction of the staircase that led to the basement, "What you seek is down there." Gore's eyes narrowed and he asked, "How do I know you're telling the truth?" Adam shrugged. "You don't, but I am." Gore looked into Adam's jet black eyes, trying to discern if he was telling the truth. But for some reason, he found himself going into a momentary daze as he gazed into the youth's eyes. He hurriedly looked away, his back drenched in a cold sweat. What the hell was that? He thought in alarm. Without waiting a moment longer, he made his way to the basement. Adam looked at the man's departing back with an indifferent expression. He scanned the spell components inside his earring one more time before finally following after him. Upon reaching the basement, he found that Gore had scoured through the place and found nothing. Now he was standing in front of the red door with an apprehensive look on his face. "This is the place, isn't it?" Gore said in a low voice. "This is what the werewolves had been guarding." Adam nodded. "Indeed, this was as far as I'd reached before the rank 2 werewolf found me." He paused for a moment before solemnly stating he came from inside that door. Gore turned around and flatly said to Adam, "You will go in first." Adam stepped forward and stood before the red door. He didn't mind cooperating with the man. After all, who knew what lay beyond the door? It was better to be safe than sorry. He took a deep breath and finally opened the red door. A gust of cold wind blew in from inside, causing the pair to shudder. They could feel an ominous energy coming from the other side. Adam resolved himself and finally moved forward. However, before he could even take a step inside, an unexpected sound was suddenly heard coming from the depths of the darkness. Sigh. Terror, absolute terror. The deep sigh rang inside the minds of Adam and Gore, drenching their backs in a layer of cold sweat. Their bodies trembled as they gazed into the depths of the darkness in sheer horror. It was a dark tunnel, but after a certain point, they couldn't see anything. It was not the assumed power level of the entity that scared them, but the very voice itself. They felt as if the voice had originated from the deepest pits of hell. A voice so malevolent and oppressive that they forgot to even breathe. That voice, thought Adam in horror, "I'm sure of it." That entity is far more powerful than a rank 2 magus. Creak. The red door gradually closed, as if guided by a mystical power. However, neither Adam nor Gore dared to intervene. Earlier, they had intended to see where the tunnel led to, albeit for different reasons, but now they no longer wished to go in. Adam didn't even dare to extend his sphere of resonance to see just what lay inside. He was terrified. After the red door shut with a low thud, the ominous aura subsided. Everything returned to normal, and the pair could finally breathe. Gore dropped down to his knees, his face covered in sweat. He glanced at the red door and softly muttered in a trembling voice, "I have never felt something so evil in my life." At that moment, Gore wanted nothing more than to leave this cursed place. He wanted to leave Stratford far behind and never look back. All his desire to acquire the treasures instantly disappeared. He knew for a fact that if he came face to face with that evil entity beyond the door, he would certainly die. He hurriedly got to his feet and turned around to leave, leaving behind Adam, who was gawking at the red door. He didn't bother with the youth any longer. His first priority was to escape. Meanwhile, Adam's mind was whirling with countless thoughts as he tried to deduce the situation he found himself in. He willed the lotus to calm his mind, allowing him to think clearly. I can confirm that whatever's sealed inside is in an extremely weakened state. Otherwise, it would have definitely killed us when I opened the door. The fact that it mystically shut the door means that it is unable to take action at the moment. Every important point related to Stratford and its people was thoroughly scrutinized by Adam. He was trying to come to a decision whether to stay and fight, completing the mission he was sent here for, or escape, Magus Stratford Morven the Malevolent. The town of Stratford, the residents, the Howlets. Werewolf human blood venom. Blood is the key to everything. The night of the blood moons. Ancient seal blood. The next moment, Adam's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he thought of a possibility that was very likely to be true. A blood ritual, I see. At that moment, the fog in his head cleared up and he knew that he had arrived at the right conclusion. Although he didn't have any solid evidence supporting his claim, his instincts told him that he was right. Even though he contemplated many things on the spot, in reality, barely a couple of seconds had passed. Yes, this is doable, he thought. He had come to his decision after carefully weighing in all the pros and cons. The evil entity sealed beyond the red door is likely a werewolf or a creature sharing the same bloodline. With the thing that Blackie gave me, I'm confident in. Suddenly, his thoughts came to an abrupt halt and his pupils constricted. Rumble. It began with a low, almost imperceptible tremor that ran through the floor beneath him. He glanced around, uncertainty flashing in his eyes. Gore, who was on the staircase, had also stopped in his footsteps, looking around with a frown. What was that? He asked. For a moment, everything went still again, leaving them to wonder if what had just happened was a figment of their imagination. But then the ground shifted again, this time with even more force. The entire basement began to tremble, the walls vibrating as if something had awoken. Adam had a bad feeling about this. He looked at Gore and instructed, "Quick, go upstairs." Dust fell from the ceiling as the rumbling intensified. The pair gradually made their way to the first floor and headed toward the exit in a panic. First that damn door and now this earthquake, just what the hell is happening? Gore cursed. Finally, they made it out of the Howlett Manor. The scene outside was that of utter pandemonium. The battle had already stopped as the beasts and the humans looked around them in terror, trying to discern the source of the rumbling. Adam scanned the battlefield, looking for his students. He saw them in the near distance and breathed in a sigh of relief. They're safe, he thought as he ran toward them. Professor, what is happening?" Eleni screamed out in alarm. "My lord." Kenley and Ragnar glanced at him in panic, looking for an answer. Adam solemnly stated, "I don't know, but we need to head back to the town immediately." Suddenly, Adam's ears twitched and he looked outside the clearing at the dark woods. He extended his sphere of resonance and listened in closely. Along with the intense sound of rumbling, he could hear something else. His breathing slowed down and he focused his senses even more. It was faint, but he could hear a deep, resonant creaking, like the groan of a wood under tremendous pressure. The howls of the strange humanoid-shaped trees that surrounded them grew louder and louder with each passing moment. A cold dread settled in the pits of Adam's stomach as he finally realized what the sour of the rumbling was. He looked in the direction of the dark woods, wide-eyed and terrified. "It can't be. Professor, what is it?" Art asked nervously. He had never seen his mentor lose his composure to such an extent. Seeing his expression, his squad members also couldn't help but become afraid. Adam gulped loudly, pointing in the direction of the weeping woods. "The trees," he said, "they've come alive." It was rumored that the legendary battle between Magus Stratford and Morven, the Malevolent, was so fierce that it shook the very foundation of the region, reshaping the vast landscape. The battle raged on for several days and nights. Morven had brought an army of monsters to fight alongside him, whereas Magus Stratford was all by himself. Yet, despite being outnumbered, he had managed to deal with all the monsters in Morven's army. Legend has it that with a mighty spell, Magus Stratford had turned Morven's minions into wailing trees. According to the townsfolk, this was how the Weeping Woods came to be. It was passed down from generation to generation that the Dark Woods were a place of great evil, that the reason why the trees constantly wail in agony was because of the remnants of the monsters that were sealed inside of them by Magus Stratford. And now, the Weeping Woods had come alive at this very moment. All the magi and the mercenaries standing inside the clearing watched with bated breaths as the wailing grew louder, more desperate, as if the very soul of the forest was crying out in pain. The ground began to tremble with unmatched fury, a low rumble vibrating through the ground. The magi exchanged fearful glances, their breaths quickening as the once still trees started to move. How is this possible? The trees, they're moving. We're doomed. There's so many of them. The people screamed out in fear and panic as they saw the trees desperately trying to free themselves from the ground. Then it happened. The first tree, its bark cracked and ancient, violently shuddered. Its roots, after some struggle, writhed free from the soil with a sickening crunch, tearing the ground apart as it pulled itself upright. This tree's trunk twisted and contorted. The tormented face carved on its trunk opened its mouth wide and screamed, screech. The sound was so loud that it caused the wolves standing nearby to tremble, their ears going numb. As the wolves were momentarily staggered, the once dormant branches of the tree slashed through the air, clawing at the beasts, while the roots coiled around their limbs, restraining them on the ground. The wolves howled in agony, struggling against the onslaught of the roots and the branches of the ominous tree. It took a few tries, but the handful of wolves were finally killed. From this altercation, the people standing at the clearing realized that the strength of their new enemy wasn't all that great. If anything, it was only slightly more powerful than a mortal, but weaker than a Mana Foundation Magus. But when their enemies numbered in the thousands, it didn't matter how weak they were. After all, even an elephant would miserably die in the face of 1,000 ants. Only one word echoed inside their mind's escape. But everywhere they looked, all they could see were the strange humanoid-shaped trees. They were completely surrounded. Around the clearing, more trees began to awaken, each one tearing themselves from the ground with a terrifying force. The sound was horrific, like the earth itself being ripped apart. Roots snapped like bones breaking, sending dirt and decayed leaves flying in every direction. The wailing intensified, no longer distant, but all around them as the trees came alive with primal hunger. Both the wolves and the humans were frozen in horror. They no longer fought against each other, for now they had found a common enemy. Their safety took precedence above all. They needed to escape. However, this only lasted for a moment when suddenly a strange pulse of dark energy emerged from the Howlett Manor and spread in all directions, causing all the wolves to go in a momentary daze. The next moment, their eyes turned bloodshot and they began attacking the people in a frenzy. The Wolvesa. They're attacking again. Fight back, fight back. The situation for the Magi and the mercenaries became extremely dire. Now, not only did they have to fight the beasts within the clearing, but they also had to fend off against the trees that were closing in on them from all sides. The clearing had now become a place of nightmare. Adam immediately erected dozens of earthen spikes around him and his squad members, preventing any beasts from attacking them. Were done for. Aiden muttered in terror, dropping to the ground. The other two children were also the same. Never had they thought that they would be in such a miserable situation. Although they were safe for the time being, they didn't know if they would be able to make it out of this plight. They could only watch in horror as the trees slowly advanced, their movements jerky and unnatural, yet terrifyingly deliberate. All hope seemed lost. They could only look toward Adam, hoping that a powerful Magus like him had a way out of this situation. Adam was looking in the direction of the Howlett Manor with an extremely solemn look on his face. That strange energy wave just now, I'm sure that is the reason why the wolves have suddenly gone in a frenzy, he thought. The entity sealed inside must be in a very desperate situation right now, or it wouldn't have locked the red door. He then looked in beyond the clearing, at the ominous trees that were closing in on them with immense killing intent. But even I had never expected the strange trees in the Weeping Woods to actually be under the control of that evil entity. His eyes narrowed and his fists clenched involuntarily as he thought, whatever the entity has been planning, it has been very thorough. Suddenly his thoughts came to an abrupt halt and his eyes widened. He turned his head in a certain direction where a group of mercenaries had just managed to take down a tree. No way, the youth exclaimed in shock. It was not the act of destroying the tree that caused Adam to be filled with disbelief, but what happened afterward, right after the tree had been obliterated. An orb of light appeared inside the mysterious space of the White Lotus. The mysterious space inside the White Lotus stored the souls of all those who died in the vicinity of its wielder after being absorbed. All the souls that had been stored in this space had a certain attribute that distinguished them from the other souls. Mainly, this characteristic divided them based on the race or species they belonged to prior to their deaths. When the live humanoid-shaped tree was destroyed by the group of mercenaries, its soul was naturally devoured by the White Lotus. Furthermore, when Adam noticed the faint characteristic emanating from this soul, he could confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt that it belonged to a human. The reason for his confidence stemmed from the fact that of the souls that he had absorbed in the past, the vast majority of them belonged to powerful humans from the greater universe. Thus, he could easily tell how similar this new soul was to the ones that he had devoured in the past. Moreover, he could also tell that this soul belonged to a mortal Somyeon who couldn't practice magic. It can't be. Adam blurted out in shock. He had heard about the legends circulating in the town that these trees once used to be people who were part of Morven's army, and that Magus Stratford had turned them into trees with a mighty spell. So the legends were true, he thought in disbelief. But what kind of spell can turn so many people into trees? There have to be at least thousands of these trees in the Weeping Woods. He weaved a simple hand gesture and raised his palm, shooting a magic missile toward the trees. The spell effortlessly mowed through a dozen trees before Adam canceled it. His expression turned dark as the trees were destroyed and their souls absorbed. All of them are human souls, all mortals. Professor Alini called out to him. What is it? Adam snapped out of his daze and shook his head. It's nothing. My lord, how do we get out of here? Kenley asked in a panic. All the wolves in the vicinity had been impeded by the earthen spikes that Adam had erected around the group. However, the spell wouldn't last for long as the beasts were slowly closing in. Moreover, the trees were also gradually coming closer and closer. Their escape routes had been completely cut off. Adam tried to analyze his current situation. If he were to be honest with himself, he knew he wouldn't be able to take everyone to safety. It would take approximately 25 to 30 minutes for them to reach Stratford if they utilized mobility spells and ran at their fastest speeds. However, herein lies the problem. In order to reach the town, they would have had to traverse through the Weeping Woods. But now all the trees in the forest had come alive. Therefore, if they wanted to reach Stratford, they would have to get past thousands of these ominous trees that wanted nothing but to kill them. Even though these trees barely possess strength slightly greater than a mortal, their sheer numbers posed an immense threat to Adam and his squad. I could separate the piece of ground we're standing on and have it float toward the town, but I'll run out of mana before I even reach my destination, he thought to himself. At that time, we will be in even greater danger if I'm unable to use spells. He tried to think of several ways to get out of this predicament, but no matter what, he just couldn't see a way out. Adam even thought of going back to the Howlett Manor, but soon discarded the idea because he felt that the evil entity posed a greater threat to them than the wolves, werewolves, or trees ever could. Damn it, if only I could kill that entity beyond the red door, all of this would be solved, he thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. However, he knew that that wasn't possible. Just when he thought that he had run out of all options, his eyes lit up. He heaved a sigh of relief and his shoulders loosened. He looked at his students and smirked. Don't worry, we'll make it out of here just fine. But how? Aiden asked aloud. Just trust me, Adam comforted the youth. He then looked around at the bloody battlefield. It had become a place of carnage and chaos. All the mercenaries had already died under the combined onslaught of the wolves and the trees. The Magi were barely holding on to their lives, their casualty numbers slowly increasing. Adam scanned the crowd and could see the expressions of horror, desperation, and regret on their faces. Despite everything, they continued to fight with everything on the line. The wolves bared their sharp jaws at them while the trees attacked with their thick branches and sturdy roots. Gradually, the clearing became littered with more and more corpses. He's gone, Adam muttered under his breath. He couldn't find Gore and his familiar anywhere in the clearing, indicating that he had most likely taken the dangerous path of slaughtering through the Weeping Woods and making it to Stratford. My lord, the trees, they're here, Wagner screamed in panic. The menacing trees had already arrived near them. Their long branches and roots were now within reach. Adam remained calm as he swung his arm and released 2 magic missiles, instantly killing all the wolves and trees in the vicinity. However, this wasn't enough as the enemies were soon replaced by even more wolves and trees. It's over, Art muttered softly, tears flowing down his face. He knew, as did the rest of the squad members, that no matter how many spells they used, they would never be able to take out all the enemies. They would not be able to make it out alive. But just when all hope seemed lost, a deep and resounding roar shook the skies. Roar. Everyone simultaneously looked up and could see a dark silhouette flapping its enormous wings and flying toward them at great speed. Gradually, this figure became visible under the soft glow of the twin moons. The group was filled with utter disbelief, but soon erupted in cheers. Lord Valerian. Boom, dust and debris flew in all directions as a towering black panther with feathered wings landed a few meters away from Adam and his squad. The ground cracked underneath the majestic beast, forming a small crater. The beasts and trees that happened to be around were instantly killed by the sheer force generated by the landing. After the dust cleared, Valerian proudly raised his head and roared, signaling his arrival. An invisible wave of energy emerged from his maws, rippling all across the clearing. Everyone except Adam went into a daze, their minds clouded by a mystical fog. Adam's pupils constricted as he thought to himself in shock. Could this perhaps be the fabled dragon's breath? Does Val know what he's doing, or is this unintentional? He snapped out of his train of thought when Valerian looked at him and urged, "Brother, hurry, we must leave." The raven-haired youth patted his students and the two acolytes, injecting a faint ripple of mana into their nervous systems to wake them up from their stunned state. What just happened? The three young magi were confused momentarily before they heard Adam's grave voice. "Get on, Val, quick." One by one, the squad members hurriedly climbed atop Valerian's back. Once everyone had got on, everybody inside the clearing had snapped out of their disorganized and confused state of mind. The wolves and trees around Valerian frantically approached him, trying to stop him from taking flight. Meanwhile, the magi in the distance saw him and couldn't help but call out in desperation. Wait for us. Take us with you. You cannot leave us. Please, I beg you." Adam completely ignored the magi's plea for help. He couldn't care less whether they lived or died. All that was in his mind was the safety of his squad and himself. "Brother, let's go," Valerian said with an urgent tone. The wolves in the trees were getting closer and closer. Although the former wouldn't be able to attack them from long range, the same couldn't be said for the trees. Adam saw that the menacing trees had already begun whipping their serpentine branches and roots, attempting to restrain the young dragon to the ground. HMPH. Adam coldly harumphed as he weaved a series of complex hand signs at lightning speed and then pressed his palms on the ground. Rank 2 spell, Great Pillar. A thick earthen pillar emerged from underneath Valerian, propelling him toward the sky. Meanwhile, the branches and roots of the trees had ended up failing to take him down. Adam cast a minor rank 1 spell and immediately froze all his enemies in the vicinity, making sure none could come near the pillar. Then he jumped toward the top of the pillar. "No, don't leave us." Seeing Adam and Valerian getting away, the rest of the magi knew that all their hopes of escaping this place had been thoroughly shattered. All that awaited them was death. Mayor Hobbs glanced at the great pillar slowly disintegrating into dust after Adam got on Valerian's back and flew away. His eyes narrowed as he saw the panther flying into the distance, but instead of feeling hopeless and desperate, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I thought that our plan was ruined." He then glanced at all the humanoid-shaped trees that had come to life and couldn't help but nervously gulp. Fortunately, he was very thorough, or else I can't imagine what would have happened. The night sky was gradually lit up by bright streaks of light. The twin moons, Selene and Luna, slowly dipped below the horizon, while the sun began to shine. Mayor Hobbs gazed at the rising sun with a devout and reverent look in his eyes. Even though he was surrounded by wolves and trees from all sides, there was not a shred of fear in his heart. After centuries, the day has finally arrived. Tonight, when the blood moons rise, everything will come to fruition. Valerian soared above the weeping woods, flapping his wings and flying with ease. Although the number of people on his back did not put a strain on him, his expression was ugly regardless. He couldn't help but complain, "Brother, are you sure? Must we really go back to Stratford?" Adam ignored his question and asked a question of his own. "Did you do what I asked you to?" "Yes," Valerian nodded. "All 5 wells have been mixed with that potion you gave me." "Good," said Adam solemnly. Suddenly, Aiden pointed at the forest beneath them and yelled out in shock, "Look!" Everyone lowered their heads and glanced at the live trees in the weeping woods. Until now, all the trees were moving in the direction of the Howlett Manor. But suddenly, there was a partition and the trees were now moving in the complete opposite direction. And in that direction lay the town of Stratford. Realizing this, Adam asked solemnly, "What's the situation in the town?" Valerian replied with a grim tone, "It's bad." Those trees suddenly came alive and have now completely surrounded the town. "What?" Wagner blurted out in shock. "They surrounded the town. Why?" Kenley chimed in. "No, wait. Is Raina safe? What about the other townfolk?" "That's the strange part," said Valerian as he continued to flap his wings. "The trees have surrounded the town, standing right outside its walls. They haven't attacked a single person inside. It looks like their motive is to prevent anyone from going out or coming in." Adam's eyebrows wrinkled into a frown as he contemplated. "As I thought. That entity must be planning to hold a ritual, and for that he needs the residents of Stratford." The rays of the early morning sun drove the darkness of the night away, but the gloom inside Adam's heart remained. "Tonight's the night of the blood moons," he thought. "If my speculations are correct, then the evil entity beyond the red door will be making a move tonight." His eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. "But I won't let you succeed." The town of Stratford had been completely surrounded by the trees that were once part of the weeping woods. Their faces carved on the trunks contorted in pain and agony as they continued to howl at the residents inside the town. Despite everything, none of the trees moved an inch closer. It was as if they were given some directive to only surround the town. The city's residents huddled together, fear and panic deeply etched on their faces. The people who resided in the outermost part, near the walls, had now moved further in. While some residents had gathered at the town square, around the statue of their founder, most of the people had holed themselves in the underground bunkers. They were unable to stand the wailing sounds that the trees constantly produced. "Mother, what is happening?" said a little boy as he pressed his hands against his ears and sobbed incessantly. What are those monsters? A middle-aged lady crouched and hugged her son tightly, choking on her tears. It's nothing, my child, it's just a bad dream, everything's going to be all right. Scenes like this were taking place all throughout the town. Children hugged their parents and wept. Lovers tightly embraced one another, thinking tonight would be their last. At the same time, the aged people dropped to their knees and prayed to the spirit of their ancestors. It was a scene of desperation and sorrow. The townsfolk were completely and utterly helpless in the face of so many grotesque, mystical trees that had surrounded them. There was no escape for them whatsoever. In the midst of all this, Valerian silently flapped his wings and landed on the outskirts of the town. Adam had made sure to cast a concealment spell on everyone, ensuring no one would be able to notice their arrival, for if they did, the town would descend into a frenzied riot. After all, they would begin to look at Valerian as their only means of escaping this cursed town. When people became desperate, whether they be mortal or magi, they would go to any lengths to save themselves and the ones they loved. This is why Adam cast a concealment spell on his squad members and the young dragon before they landed. After canceling the spell and making their presence known, the trees in the near vicinity turned to look at them and screamed at the top of their lungs. They flailed their roots around violently, yet none of them attacked Adam and his squad. Seeing such a bizarre scene, Adam's eyes narrowed as he thought, it's like they want to keep us alive. The possibility of that evil entity using all the townsfolk for a ritual solidified even further in Adam's mind. His expression turned darker by the moment as he looked around and saw that the entire town had been completely surrounded with no way out. I'd never expected things to take such a drastic turn, he thought with a grim expression. Despite having considered all possible variables in his planning, Adam had never for once thought that the humanoid-shaped trees would come alive. Worse yet, he didn't think they would be under the control of that entity. His eyebrows twisted into a knot, a deep frown forming on his face as he wondered, how would I lead the townsfolk to safety now? I'm sure these trees wouldn't grant us passage. Suddenly his eyes widened and he thought of a terrifying possibility. The trees came alive so suddenly, and then they surrounded Stratford. Did the townsfolk even have time to fetch water from the wells and drink it? Damn it. If this is true, then all my planning will have been for nothing. He dashed toward the nearest well and examined its insides. The water line had barely decreased, indicating that there hadn't been much use recently. Adam then turned to look at the ground around the well. There weren't many footprints, trampled grass, or muddy areas. There's barely any recent activity around this well, he muttered under his breath. He ran toward the next well and found the same thing. One by one, he visited all the wells and could confirm that perhaps only a handful of people had used them. If it were a normal day, the townsfolk would have woken up early in the morning, fetched water from the wells, and gone about their daily work. However, the ominous arrival of the weeping trees had disrupted their routine. Damn it, Adam cursed aloud, making his way toward his squad members at the edge of the town. Professor, what happened? My lord, is everything all right? They couldn't help but feel anxious seeing Adam in such a state. He had suddenly disappeared and had now returned with a distraught expression on his face. Adam took a few deep breaths to try and calm himself down. This is not the time to panic. I must act now, he said to himself. He looked at his squad and found a person was missing. His brows furrowed and he asked, "Where's Kenley?" "My lord, he has gone to check up on his wife," said Wagner. Adam nodded, understanding how worried Kenley might have been for his partner. He looked at his remaining squad members and solemnly stated, "I need you all to gather as many buckets as you can, fetch water from the wells and make the townsfolk drink it." "Understood, Professor." Lord Valerian had mixed those antidotes in the well, Eleni began. "Does that mean all the residents?" "Yes," Adam solemnly stated. Have none of them consumed the water in the wells then?" Wagner asked nervously. "I'm afraid not." Adam shook his head. "That is why it's imperative that you feed the water to all of them. Don't force it on them lest they become suspicious. Be friendly and accommodating, okay?" "Yes." The squad members simultaneously replied and split up, running in the direction of the wells. They knew just how crucial it was for all the residents to consume the potion. If not, it would lead to gruesome consequences. Seeing all of them leave, Adam stood standing at his spot, altering his plans and trying to think of a way out, when suddenly the space beside him rippled, and a small portal to the spirit world was formed. The youth instantly went on alert, but soon relaxed when he saw that it was the Brotherhood's messenger. The white owl delivered a letter to him before promptly returning through the portal. Adam opened the letter while muttering, "This must be the response from the Brotherhood's herbalist." A couple of weeks ago, Adam had sent blood samples to this person through Elric. He wanted to confirm whether his findings were accurate. As he read through the contents of the letter, Adam bit his lower lip in anger and resentment. "It is as I had thought," he said. "The venom I extracted from the werewolf's blood is also present in the blood of this town's residents." Although he had known this fact, Adam still wanted to consult with a high-ranking herbalist from the Brotherhood, desperately hoping that the results of his own experiments had been wrong. But they were not. Adam glanced at the morning sun with complicated emotions. When the sun sets and the blood moons rise, I wonder what will happen. I wonder if the townsfolk will be safe. He lowered his head and glanced at the contents of the letter once again. Although there was bad news, there was also a piece of good news. I didn't expect that man to be so considerate, said the youth as he thought of Elric Spence, the carefree handler of the Twilight Brotherhood. This will be of great help to me. At the very least, I can ensure the safety of the townsfolk, he muttered as he burned the letter. Watching it turn to ashes and drift away in the wind, the youth's expression turned solemn. He looked in the direction of the town square, where the majority of the people had gathered, and added, but it all depends on just how many of them consume the antidote. Adam then walked to a nearby abandoned house. After making sure that no one was inside, he locked himself in and began recovering his strength. When the sun set, he would have to engage in battle once again. Except, this time the fight would be far more difficult and life-threatening than anything he had ever experienced. Clang, 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 everyone gather around, Art loudly announced as he drummed a metal ladle against the bucket he was carrying. Have some food and water that we've brought. You must not lose hope. Everything's going to be all right. Why yeah, Aiden chimed in awkwardly. Everything is going to be all right. Please have some water, by the way. The townsfolk huddled around the bronze statue of Magus Stratford glanced at Art, Aiden, and Eleni suspiciously, wondering where they had come from and what they were up to. An old man stomped toward them and roared angrily, "You stupid brats. We're surrounded by monsters from all sides and you want us to have food and water. Are you stupid? Where did you all even come from?" Another person chimed in, "That's right. This is not the time to be eating. We must look for a way out." Suddenly, a middle-aged man pointed his trembling finger at the children and said with absolute shock, "Wait, I know you. Didn't you go into the Weeping Woods with the rest of the Magi? How are you here?" After the person had spoken, the others also began to realize that these three were in fact Magi who had been helping them fend off the wolves for a month now. Furthermore, all the Magi in town had already gone into the depths of the dark woods. So they were dumbfounded to suddenly see three of them appear out of nowhere. "Everyone, please let me explain." Eleni tried to calm the people around her. "It is true that we went to the Weeping Woods with the others. We were barely able to make it back here." However, before she could even finish her sentence, a young woman dashed toward her and grabbed her shoulders, asking frantically, "You made it back to town while fighting those monsters. That means there must be a way. Tell me, how?" One by one, all the people surrounded the three kids and began asking them about how they had managed to enter the town despite all the weeping trees in the vicinity. In their train of thought, if someone could carve a way to enter the town, could they not carve another way to leave? Aiden, Art, and Eleni couldn't help but panic seeing so many people surround them. They had never seen such desperation to live from others, so much so that they felt that if they didn't answer the people immediately, they might be in serious trouble. "Halt!" A loud, resounding voice was suddenly heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was a fellow resident of the town. "Lord Kenley, you've returned. When did you come back?" Compared to the behavior that these people displayed toward Adam's student, their behavior toward Kenley was completely different. It wasn't hostile or intimidating at all. In fact, it was very friendly and full of concern. This was only natural as Kenley was someone whom they had known for a long time, whereas Adam's students were outsiders. "Everyone, I understand what you're going through," Kenley began. "Please allow me to explain. My squad members and I were able to return to Stratford under the leadership of a brave rank 2 Magus. Rank 2 Magus? Could it be Lord Darkmoor? So he's in this town. We have not been forsaken." The crowd erupted in cheers. They believed that if there was a rank 2 Magus in this town, then they didn't need to worry about the dangers lurking outside the walls at all. A mana liquefaction Magus was an unfathomable existence to these mortals. Kenley didn't correct them. He felt that it would take longer to convince them that there was another rank 2 Magus other than Gore. Thus, he nodded. "Yes, Magus Darkmoor is well and alive. He is currently on the outskirts of the town preparing for a way to take everyone to safety." For the first time since the weeping trees came alive, the townsfolk's eyes shone with hope. Their cheers became even louder, almost drowning the wailings of the trees outside. However, Kenley interrupted everyone with a loud voice. "Magus Darkmoor has instructed me to make sure all of you are properly fed. This is to ensure that none of you become a hindrance on our way out of this place. I do not mean to be rude and offensive, but this is the truth. If you do not have the food and water that these kids have brought, you will be too weak to survive the next ordeal." He then clasped his hands and urged, "So please, I request everyone to do as I say." Kenley's words sounded reasonable to the townsfolk. They were deeply touched that Gore cared so much about them. One by one, the people came forward and began drinking the water and eating the loaves of bread that Adam's students had supplied. Seeing them get in line and drink water, Kenley nodded to himself. Now that this is taken care of, all that remains are the people who have holed up in the underground bunkers. There's not much time left. We need to find them quickly. Gore swung his spear in front of him, taking down several weeping trees in one go. However, they were soon replaced by even more trees that surrounded him. Die, die, die. He continued to hack down his spear with a desperate and maniacal expression on his face. His eyes were bloodshot, blazing with killing intent as he mowed through dozens of trees and made his way toward the town. Roar, a resounding roar echoed amidst the woods all of a sudden. Gore's familiar had been impaled by a thick serpentine branch yet again. Jorah, Gore screamed in helplessness as he saw his familiar slowly fall to the ground. It seemed that all the strength had left the white tiger's body. It was full of gaping holes caused by the roots and branches of the weeping trees. The tiger could no longer carry on. It glanced at Gore and softly growled, "Grrr." The man's bloodshot eyes teared up as he understood his familiar's intent. He swung his spear in a circular motion around him and the tiger, once again clearing all the trees around him. Tears trickled down Gore's face as he fondly rubbed the tiger's blood-soaked, furry head. Then, without looking back, he shot forward, leaving behind his familiar. The tiger glanced at Gore's departing back longingly. He wanted to escape this place with his master and find somewhere safe, but he knew it wasn't possible. Thus, in the end, he decided to sacrifice himself so that at least Gore could make it out of this cursed place alive. The tiger's blue eyes flashed with cruelty and killing intent as it slowly got to its feet. It gathered whatever remaining strength it had and pounced on the weeping trees, planning to take down as many of them as possible before departing this world. Roar. Gore vaulted above the canopy of the weeping woods and soon landed amidst the strange trees with a loud thud. He swept his spear, killed the nearby trees, and dashed ahead. I must conserve as much mana as possible, he thought to himself. He looked around, trying to ascertain the direction he was heading in. Everywhere he looked, all he saw were weeping trees surrounding him. Damn it, am I lost? He cursed inwardly. He crouched slightly and jumped through the canopy of the live trees once more. After glancing at the position of the afternoon sun, he confirmed the direction he needed to go. He landed dozens of meters away and hacked the trees around him in a mechanical manner. Jump, kill, repeat. Suddenly, he heard the desperate cries of his familiar coming from behind him. He turned around in the direction of the roar, but his gaze couldn't pass through the weeping trees. The tiger's roar was weakening with each passing moment, until finally it went silent. Gore clenched his fists and spat through gritted teeth. Damn it. Before the trees could come closer and pin him down, he jumped yet again. While mid-air, he thought to himself in utter despair, damn it, I shouldn't have come here. Why did I come here? If I hadn't, Jorah would still be alive. Damn it all. Gore couldn't understand just why he had even decided to lead such a large group of people to the Howlett Manor in the first place. Considering his cautious personality, he should have escaped this place the moment he had sensed the presence of that rank 2 werewolf inside the ruined manor when he had gone there for reconnaissance. But strangely enough, he had been swayed by the promise of victory and all those treasures that lay inside the manor. As a result, he had now been gravely injured. Furthermore, his familiar had also leading him to get even more weakened. When did I become so greedy? He thought. But in the end, he credited this to the allure of the mana extraction method that could help him to advance to rank 3, mana vortex rank. He would have never imagined in his wildest dreams that all his actions ever since he had arrived at Stratford had been the product of psychological manipulation. I can't let Jorah's sacrifice be in vain, he thought. As he continued to slaughter all the weeping trees and make his way out of this cursed forest, suddenly his ears twitched and he looked in a particular direction. Apart from the ominous wailing of the trees, he could hear something else. It was the sound of something heavy shifting across the ground, along with the sound of footsteps. Gore muttered incredulously. Someone else was approaching him. This discovery caused the man to be astounded. He knew very well just how difficult it was for a magus to traverse through this forest of live trees. Even a rank 2 magus such as him was facing so much difficulty, let alone a rank 1 magus. Could it be that young magus named Adam? He thought to himself. He didn't have a good impression of this youth for some reason. But considering the situation he was in, he was actually quite welcoming to the possibility that Adam was making his way toward him. If the two of us can work together, we will be able to make it out of this place, he thought. But the reality was far different from what he had imagined. It was something that caused him to be thunderstruck, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. The weeping trees around him suddenly stopped attacking. Their branches slowly lowered to the ground and they parted, revealing a passageway. What the Gore's words got stuck in his throat when he saw a small group of magi emerge from the passageway. Magus Darkmoor, is that you? Said Mayor Hobbs as he led the group of magi behind him. How did you? Gore couldn't find the right words to speak. His gaze landed on a dark orb that the old mayor was holding. This mystical orb was radiating faint waves that kept the weeping trees at bay. Before he could ask about it, the old mayor urged him. There is no time to explain. Magus Darkmoor, we must return to Stratford quickly. Gore glanced at the mayor as well as the magi behind him suspiciously. Where did you find that orb, and why do you want to return to? Mayor Hobbs interrupted him as he walked past Gore. I will explain to you on the way. All you need to know is, if we don't reach Stratford by sunset, we will all die. Gore had been fighting for several hours earlier, killing hundreds of weeping trees, yet he wasn't able to make it far through the dark forest. However, Mayor Hobbs, with the help of the strange black orb, was able to somehow control the weeping trees and effortlessly traverse through the forest. Thinking of how much pain and suffering he had to go through in the woods, Gore couldn't help but smile bitterly. If only the mayor had appeared earlier, Jorah would still be alive, he thought. He looked at the trees on either side of him. They were no longer howling, their faces no longer contorting in pain and agony. If anything, the faces looked at peace. They had shut their eyes and were allowing passage to the group. Gore could deduce that whatever the black orb in Mayor Hobbs's possession was, it was deeply connected to the Howlett Manor. After all, he had already confirmed that the trees were protecting that place, so it wasn't that difficult to connect the dots. His eyes narrowed and he asked coldly, "Where did you find that orb?" Mayor Hobbs, who was walking right in front of him, shuddered upon hearing the man's words. He turned around and forced a smile. "Isn't it obvious, Lord Darkmoor? I found it inside the manor. What else did you find?" Gore pressed further. "Did you go to the basement? Did you go past the red door?" A strange light passed through the mayor's murky eyes as he thought to himself in alarm, could it be that he and that herbalist made it past the red door? "And my lord," the mayor nervously gulped. "It wasn't me who found this orb, it was another magus who happened to find this in the fireplace." "Where are they?" Gore growled. "Unfortunately, he has died." Mayor Hobbs shook his head in sorrow, as did many other magi that we hired from the consortium. Gore's eyes narrowed further, a deep suspicion gnawing at him from within. He looked around him and saw that excluding him, there were half a dozen magi, and all of them were residents of Stratford. "So everyone else died, but you and your townsfolk made it out alive?" Gore asked with a sneer. The old mayor sighed. He then glanced at the man and asked seemingly out of curiosity, "My lord, what is this red door that you speak of? We didn't find anything like that in the manor, although we only spent a few minutes on the first floor before we got our hands on the orb and made it out of that clearing." Gore deeply looked at the old man, causing the latter to shrink back in fear. He looked at the black orb and then at Mayor Hobbs, his gaze shifting several times. The old mayor could understand the man's intentions based on the sheer hostility spewing out from his eyes. However, the words that came out of Gore next weren't what he was expecting. "There is a red door in the basement of Howlett Manor," Gore began. "I believe that is where the evil entity that your ancestor, Magus Stratford, has sealed. I'm impossible. That place is actually underneath the Howlett Manor." The Magi of Stratford were shocked by what Gore had just said. The old mayor, however, was very skeptical about it. "My lord, how do you know that Morven the Malevolent is sealed beyond that red door?" he asked. Gore glared at him. "Old fool, so now you're questioning me just because you have that orb in your possession. I apologize, my lord." Mayor Hobbs hurriedly asked for forgiveness. If it wasn't for Gore being unaware of how the orb exactly functioned, he would have already killed the mayor and taken the artifact for himself. However, he feared that the orb could only be used by the mayor, or that the orb needed a certain key that only the mayor had. What the key was, Gore did not know. Hence, he stayed his hand. First, he needed to get out of the weeping woods before he could try anything. The sinister aura that came from beyond the red door was very similar to the ones that those werewolves radiated, Gore explained. His expression turned solemn, and he added furthermore that aura was countless times more evil and powerful than the werewolves. Gore deeply observed the mayor's expression. A few moments later, he asked, "What do you plan to do after reaching Stratford? And what did you mean when you said that if we don't reach the town by sunset, we'd die?" The old mayor's eyes flashed with a cunning glint, and he replied with a question of his own, "My lord, do you know the herbalist's whereabouts?" Gore frowned. "The herbalist? You mean Magus Constantine?" "Yes, him." The mayor nodded. "No, I don't know," said Gore. "I was the first one to leave the clearing, so I don't know where he went." Mayor Hobbs took a deep breath and began, after the herbalist bagged all the treasures and our ancestors' notes on the arcane arts, as well as the mono-extraction method, he summoned his. Gore's eyes blazed with fury as he viciously grabbed the old mayor by the collar and lifted him off the ground. "What the hell did you just say?" he asked in a chilly voice. "Adam took away all the treasures, and even the mono-extraction methods of your ancestor, Kuek." The mayor struggled to breathe. "My lord Ek, I speak the truth. I saw it with my own eyes. Truth, is it?" Gore scoffed in disdain. "Why would Adam blatantly display his loot? Do you think I'm stupid, or do you think you're too smart?" He raised his other hand, planning to kill the old mayor. "I've had enough of you. Die. If you kill me, you won't be able to control the trees with the orb," the mayor blurted out in horror. Gore froze in his action, releasing his grip on the mayor's collar. "Tusk." The mayor gasped for air, however. He still managed to explain himself. The herbalist was wearing a ring that had the insignia of our ancestors' family. "That's how I know that he took away the treasures that our ancestors stored for us, his descendants." "How do you know that that ring contains your ancestors' treasures?" Gore asked coldly. "It's written in our ancestors' will," said the old mayor. "All my predecessors knew about this. I can show you proof once we reach Stratford. The ancestors' will is safely stored in my office." Gore deeply looked at the old man for a few moments before asking again, "Now tell me why we need to reach the town before sunset." "Why would we die if we don't? My lord, the trees around us, they contain the souls of thousands of humans who were once part of Morven the Malevolent's army," Mayor Hobbs began. He paused for a moment, his lips curling up into a sinister smirk. "The herbalist plans to use the power of the blood moons and detonate the entire Weeping Woods. This is why we need to hurry. He wants to take all the souls in these trees and use them to advance his magus rank." A strange light flashed in Gore's eyes, making it difficult for others to make out what he was thinking. Soon, his lips curled up into a smirk and he nodded. "I understand." The sun slowly dipped across the sky, causing the sky to turn darker and gloomier gradually. Strangely enough, the temperature had dropped significantly on this day, and an oppressive atmosphere had begun to envelop the lands. Only a little more than an hour was left before Selene and Luna fully became visible. Sensing their imminent arrival, the weeping trees surrounding Stratford had gotten significantly restless. They had begun to wail in utmost agony, their screeches echoing in every nook and cranny of the town. Standing at the center of the town square, Kenley and Wagner looked around at all the people gathered with solemn expressions. "How many people did we feed?" asked Wagner. "Have you been counting?" Kenley shook his head with a frown. "At last a few hundred, I'm not sure." He then looked around at the houses and continued, "Besides, a lot of them entered their underground bunkers after the trees started acting even more creepy. What do we do now?" Art asked nervously. "There's still a considerable portion of the town's population that still hasn't drank the water." Aiden chimed in, "When the blood moons rise and they—" He didn't finish his words, but everyone understood what he meant. Their expressions became even more grave when they thought about the consequences of the residents not having the antidote. Eleni clenched her fists and said with slight difficulty, "I know Professor told us not to force the residents, but we don't have any other options now." Kenley thought for a moment before nodding. He spoke resolutely, "You're right." He glanced at everyone present and instructed, "Take the remaining antidote and barge into all the underground bunkers. Make those people drink it by any means." "Yes." The three children and Wagner solemnly agreed before dividing the rest of the antidote and splitting up, going in different directions. Inside the abandoned house, Adam sat at a wooden table, resting his chin on his interlocked fingers as he glanced at the letter in front of him. His face was concealed in the shadows of the brim of his pointy hat, making it difficult to make out his expressions. There had been so many variables that affected the progress of his mission that he couldn't help but begin to waver slightly. Despite all the hurdles, he resolved himself to finish the mission. The next moment he conjured a pair of items from his earring. This was the thing that Blackie had given him when he had visited him recently. "With this, I should be able to deal with that entity." His eyes flashed with fear as he gazed at the items. The aura of danger emanating from them caused his back to be drenched in a layer of cold sweat. "Just where did Blackie get this from?" he muttered in shock. But despite making so many preparations, Adam had a nagging feeling in his heart that it was still not enough. The foreboding feeling continued to gnaw at his heart. His sixth sense was warning him that there was something that he had looked over. "Damn it, what am I missing?" he thought. "I've already considered the possibility of that entity being stronger than me and made preparations accordingly. Is there anyone else that can pose a threat to me? But who could it be?" Adam thought of all possibilities but still couldn't reach a conclusion. He couldn't help but speak in frustration. "Must I really use that spell?" Ever since he had learned this spell from Berger a few years ago, he had refrained from using it. After all, it took an extremely severe toll on the caster. The spell abided by the law of equivalent exchange. In the world of magic, everything had a price. Magic conserved a given level of value, and a given effect must be paid for something of at least equal worth. "I have no other choice. It's better to be safe than sorry," he said. The following moment, he conjured a white pearl the size of his head from his earring. This was the material component required for the spell. He placed the pearl on the ground and sat cross-legged before it. Then he weaved a series of hand signs, completing the physical component. Finally, a brilliant magic circle lit up underneath the white pearl, indicating that the model component had also been completed. Adam hesitated for a moment before deciding to go all in. His black pupils shone with an otherworldly white light as geometrical flower patterns formed on them. Rank 2 spell, Luck's Blessing. This spell from the School of Divination allowed the caster to impart luck onto themselves. However, there was a great price to pay for it. The white pearl slowly disintegrated into sparkling dust that revolved around Adam. His eyes lit up with a blinding light, the lotus patterns on them giving off an otherworldly aura. Unbeknownst to Adam, for a brief moment, the vision of a river appeared behind him. It wasn't a normal river, however. It seemed to be made of strings. This was the mythical River of Fate. The river disappeared just as quickly as it had appeared. Immediately after, veins became visible on Adam's face and neck. Following that, he violently coughed large mouthfuls of blood. He continued to cough blood for a long time. After what seemed like forever, he finally stopped. He wiped his mouth with a trembling hand and weakly muttered, how much of my lifespan did I just sacrifice? Adam paused for a moment, conjuring a healing potion from his earring and chugging it down. But it's worth it, he said. The duration of the spell is 1 hour. Within that time, I'll get to know everything. Although he had paid a great price, the spell was now complete. A few minutes after Adam had cast the spell, a strange disturbance occurred near the town's northern gates. The weeping trees positioned in that area suddenly parted, revealing a narrow pathway. From that pathway, a small group of magi emerged. It was none other than Gore, Mayor Hobbs, and the rest of the magi from Stratford. Gore turned around and glanced at the weeping trees slowly shifting back and covering the narrow pathway. I still can't believe none of the trees attacked us, he thought in shock. Praise our ancestor. His artifact saved our lives. Long live the ancestor's spirit. The other magi in the group dropped to their knees and began sincerely thanking their ancestor, Magus Stratford, for leaving behind the black orb. If not for that strange artifact, they would have never made it out of the weeping woods. Hearing the sudden commotion coming from near the town gates, Kenley and Alini, who happened to be nearby, approached them cautiously. Besides them, there were a few daring townsfolk who also came forth to see what the cause of this sudden commotion was. When they saw the group standing near the northern gates, they were stunned. Mayor, you've made it back. You're alive. The townsfolk rushed toward the old mayor in joy. They had never thought that anyone other than Adam's group would make it out alive. However, seeing their mayor and a handful of other local magi return to town filled them with happiness. Mayor Hobbs glanced at them with warm eyes. I'm sorry for making you all worry. Where are the other residents? Are they safe? Although the blood moons were about to rise very soon, he still had to keep up pretenses to ensure everything went smoothly. Until the grand plan came to fruition, he had to make sure that everything was perfect. Yes, my lord, said a middle-aged woman. Magus Darkmoor ensured that all of us had enough food and water to survive the... Her words got stuck in her throat when she saw Gore standing behind the mayor. Lord Darkmoor, did you just arrive? She asked in confusion. The other residents standing with her were also perplexed. They had thought that Gore was already inside the town. What do you mean he fed you food and water? Just what did he feed you? Mayor Hobbs growled menacingly while tightly clasping the woman's shoulder. A terrifying, foreboding feeling welled up in the old man's heart. The act of feeding the local residents food and water appeared to be very suspicious to him, especially considering that the plan was in the final stages. The woman groaned in pain. Mayor, you're hurting me. Answer me. The mayor got even more furious, tightening his grasp on the helpless woman's shoulders. Suddenly, Kenley firmly patted the mayor's arm and coldly stated, that's enough. Mayor Hobbs immediately let go of the woman, causing her to drop to her knees, crying out in pain. He then glanced at the newcomer and was about to rebuke him, but suddenly stopped when he realized who it was. Kenley, he said in shock. If you're here, that means the herbalist must be here too. Yes, he is. Kenley nodded, not understanding why the old mayor was suddenly behaving so strangely. What did that man feed the people? He growled. It doesn't make sense for him to feed the entire town when we're in such a frightening situation unless he's planning something nefarious. Crafty glint flashed across his eyes as he thought to himself. I had already considered the possibility of the herbalist coming back to town. This is perfect. I will have Gore and the herbalist fight each other over the supposed treasure while I prepare the ritual. But what's this about the man feeding everyone food and water? No, it doesn't matter. Once he has risen, none of this matters. Centuries of planning will come to fruition tonight. I will have achieved what all the mayors before me weren't able to. I will receive all the glory for his revival. Mayor Wyndham Hobbs was confident in his scheming abilities. Having already predicted this outcome, he turned around and looked at Gore with a sincere look in his eyes. My lord, he said passionately, that vile Magus not only wants to use all the souls residing inside the weeping trees, but he also wants to use all the innocent residents of this town. Please, I urge you to deliver justice. Inwardly, the mayor was snickering to himself. He knew just how greedy the man standing before him was. Now, after having given him another justification to fight Adam, he was sure that the man would agree. Gore looked at the old mayor with an indifferent expression, coldly stating, show me your ancestors' will. The mayor looked at him in a daze, not having expected this outcome. Show me the will where it states that your ancestor has stored his legacy in the ring, Gore continued. A drop of sweat trickled down the side of the mayor's forehead. Oh, of course I can show it to you. It's in my office. But we must deal with Herbalist first. My lord, I told you he plans to use the power of the blood moons for his wicked plans. Once you deal with him, not only will you have the ancestors' treasures, but you will also have saved all the residents of this town. You must hurry. The moons are about to rise soon. The indifferent expression on Gore's face did not change. He deeply looked into the old mayor's eyes and commanded in a chilly voice, give me that black orb. W.Y. Mayor Hobbs involuntarily took a step back. Realizing what he had just done, he hurriedly said, I mean, of course, I can give it to you. But first, let's take care of the... I knew it, said Gore as he took a step forward, standing right before the mayor. I have been suspicious of you ever since we met in the Weeping Woods, he said as he placed his hand on the old man's shoulder. Your reasoning seems to be full of loopholes, and I don't trust a word that comes out of your mouth. Gore's eyes blazed with killing intent and fury. The old mayor's body shuddered in absolute horror. He wanted to escape, but found that because of Gore's grip on his shoulder, he couldn't. My lord, I can explain. He stuttered desperately. No need, said Gore. Splurt. The old mayor coughed out a mouthful of blood as Gore's other hand pierced through his heart. As he fell to his knees, he saw through his hazy vision his murderer taking the black orb from his possession. Before he embraced the cold touch of death, only one thought echoed in his mind. Where did I go wrong? Inside the abandoned house, Adam weakly sat on the wooden chair, practicing a round of mindfulness. His face was extremely pale from all the blood loss, and beside him lay dozens of empty vials that once contained healing potions. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and shone with a sharp light. He abruptly got to his feet and turned his head in the direction of the northern gates. The effects of the spell have manifested. Without wasting another moment, he dashed in the direction of the northern gates. Beyond the red door in the basement of Howlett Manor lay a long, winding tunnel that led to an ancient underground chamber. The exact location of this underground chamber happened to be directly underneath the town of Stratford. The towering stone doors that were carved with the figures of werewolves suddenly rumbled, and a deep, ominous voice was heard from the other side. It would appear that fate has intervened. The voice turned cold and calculating. No matter, this changes nothing. Lord Mayor, no, what have you done? The rest of the Magi, who had traversed the Weeping Woods with Gore, witnessed how he had murdered their mayor in cold blood and couldn't help but be filled with fear and resentment. They crouched next to the deceased corpse of the old man, sobbing incessantly while desperately trying to wake him up. Eleni was greatly taken aback by what had just unfolded. She retreated a few steps, gazing at Gore with eyes filled with horror. Why? Gore looked at her with cold eyes but did not reply. Seeing the murderous look in the man's eyes, Eleni fell to the ground, unable to breathe. Kenley, on the other hand, stood right before her, shielding her from the rank 2 magus. He asked nervously, Lord Darkmoor, what is the meaning of this? Gore's lips parted and he coldly muttered, since when did I have to explain myself to the likes of you? He took a step forward, intending to teach Kenley a lesson, but a moment later he stopped. Unbeknownst to him, a figure wearing black robes and a pointy hat of the same color had suddenly appeared beside the mayor's corpse. When did he get here? I couldn't sense his presence at all. Gore thought to himself nervously as he hurriedly turned around and looked at Adam's back. Adam stroked his chin as he gazed at Mayor Hobbs's lifeless face. His lips curled up into a smirk, and he softly muttered under his breath, what a twist of fate, so the mayor posed the biggest threat to me. He couldn't understand the reasoning behind it, but he knew that this was the work of the spell, Luck's blessing. He then turned around and looked at Gore, thinking to himself, the person whom I had intended to discard for my plans has now become the cause for my sudden fortune. Indeed, what a twist of fate. The raven-haired youth's gaze fell on the black orb that Gore was holding and couldn't help but ask, what's that? Gore didn't reply. He noticed the youth's pale skin complexion and wondered, he seems to be seriously injured. If he tries to come for this orb, will I be able to kill him? Adam asked another question, where's your familiar? Gore's eyes flashed with sorrow and anger hearing about his familiar. Adam astutely noticed this, his lips curling up into a smirk. I see, so he died. What a shame. Watch your mouth, Gore spat through gritted teeth. Anyway, now isn't the time to bicker around. Adam waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't you want the treasure left behind by Magus Stratford? Gore's eyes narrowed. You think I'll believe a word you say? Adam pointed at the horizon. Look, the sun is setting. He paused for a moment before speaking solemnly. When the blood moons rise, the entity behind the red door will awaken. We just need to take care of him, and then the treasure is ours. What say you? Gore's eyes turned bloodshot, spewing fury. Because of his greed, he had already lost his familiar. Now that he had the strange black orb in his possession, all he wanted to do was leave this town. Screw you, screw the treasures, and screw this damn town. He spat venomously before walking toward the northern gates. He's confident in moving through the weeping trees, Adam thought in shock. Then he noticed that Gore's grip around the black orb tightened ever so slightly. His eyes lit up in understanding. I see. The following moment, Adam's black pupils shone with an otherworldly light, briefly displaying the white lotuses on them. Then everything returned to normal. How are you planning to go without this? He asked with a chuckle. Gore turned around and was about to vehemently curse the youth, but his eyes widened when he saw the black orb in Adam's palm. What? Gore then lowered his head and saw that the orb was missing from his hand. How did you? But the words got stuck in his throat when he heard the sound of something breaking. He looked over and saw that Adam had shattered the black orb. "No!" Gore roared in anger. Now his last hope of leaving this place had been viciously stubbed by Adam. Immense regret and fury welled up in his heart. He had never hated another person so passionately before. Hee, looks like it broke. Adam chuckled mischievously. Anyway, let's work together now. The pair snapped out of their daze and followed behind the youth. Everything that had happened was so bizarre that they didn't know what to make of it. However, they threw this matter to the back of their minds. They had bigger problems to worry about now. The sky had darkened, and Selene and Luna had finally come into view. The stars had retreated, swallowed by the eerie red light that bathed the town in an ominous hue. The night of the blood moons had finally arrived. In the ancient underground chamber, the towering stone doors trembled and slowly opened themselves, revealing an eerie black background behind. Two red eyes containing black vertical slits suddenly surfaced in the pitch-black darkness, followed by the sound of loud footsteps. A towering figure covered in shadows emerged from the gap between the doors. Although it was concealed, it looked extremely emaciated. Despite that, the aura of strength and danger emanating from it was terror-inducing. It walked toward the basin placed on the altar in the center of the room. It silently glanced at the blood accumulated in the basin. Finally, it raised its skinny claws and weaved a series of complex hand signs. Several minutes later, blood gushed out from the basin like a fountain. Gallons of crimson liquid spurted out from the stone basin, covering the entire underground chamber in a matter of minutes. "Not enough," said the figure in a low and guttural voice. It closed its eyes and raised its head, its gaze seemingly penetrating the bedrock and breaking through the ground above. In the town square, the bronze statue of Magus Stratford suddenly rumbled. Bits of dust fell to the snow-covered ground as the statue's eyes came alive. They turned red and displayed black vertical slits. The eyes first gazed at the red moons and then at the town. The bronze statue's lips parted and it spoke coldly, "Stratford. The time has come." The bronze statue slowly turned its head north, its crimson eyes gazing at the lone corpse of an old man near the town gates. It was none other than Mayor Wyndham Hobbs. What a waste, the crimson-eyed entity thought. The vessel is now dead and useless. This cannot be a coincidence. I sense the machinations of fate, after all. But the caster doesn't seem to be all that powerful. Mana liquefaction magus at best. That's nothing to be worried about. However, I must be cautious of him. For him to thwart my plans, he is no ordinary magus. The following moment, the statue lifted its copper hands and started to weave hand gestures in a slow and mechanical manner. Since this was not his real body, but only a puppet, the red-eyed entity took longer than usual to complete the spell. While completing the physical component of the spell, the entity thought to himself in confidence, "Although the vessel has died, I can gather the rest of the people and build myself a new body. I've made enough contingency plans to ensure the success of my grand plan. As long as my venom runs through their veins, they are but mere marionettes to my whims." The statue finished weaving hand signs, but before he could cast the model component of the spell, he froze in shock. What? Why are there so few of them? Merely a few dozen impossible. Although the crimson-eyed entity could sense the townsfolk through their blood, he noticed that only a small portion of them had venom inside them. No one should have been able to counteract the venom in their bloodstreams. The entity thought in disbelief. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared before the statue out of nowhere. It was none other than Adam. He looked at the statue with curious eyes and asked, "So you're the person behind the red door, huh? Nice to finally meet you." The statue didn't reply. It continued to stare at the raven-haired youth with its cold and crimson eyes. "Let's introduce ourselves, shall we?" Adam smiled in a carefree manner, however, inside he was trembling in nervousness. "The name's Adam Constantine. What about you?" Once again, the statue didn't reply. It continued to coldly stare at Adam, scrutinizing him. Adam laughed nervously. "Haha, you're quite the introvert, aren't you?" He paused for a moment, conjuring a crystal vial from his earring. "Perhaps this will spark an interest." For the first time, the statue's crimson eyes rippled with slight traces of emotion as it glanced at the purple liquid inside the vial. It was the venom, his venom. Noticing that he had piqued the entity's interest, Adam's lips gradually curled up into a smirk. "You recognize this, don't you? It's your venom after all. So you were the one who neutralized the venom in their blood," said the statue in a low voice. "How did you manage to do it?" Adam raised his chin, speaking proudly and arrogantly. "It's because I'm the greatest herbalist in these lands." The statue remained silent for a long time before speaking again. "You were the one who killed my vessel." "Vessel?" Adam's eyes narrowed. "You mean the old mayor?" Suddenly his eyes flashed with understanding and he continued, "I see. So that's how fortune favored me. If the mayor hadn't died, you would have used his body as a vessel and probably killed me. Interesting, how very interesting." "Fate truly works in mysterious ways." "The intervention of fate," said the statue. It then glanced at Adam with bloodlust and growled, "It truly was your doing, Magus." Sensing the immense hostility from the statue, Adam shuddered involuntarily. He raised his hands and hurriedly said, "Let's talk this out, yeah." He waved the crystal vial before the statue and added, "Let's talk about this venom. This serves as the catalyst for you to control the townsfolk, doesn't it?" The statue returned to silence, coldly gazing at Adam. However, the youth didn't mind. He continued to chatter away. "History states that Magus Stratford fought Morven the Malevolent centuries ago, leading to the latter's defeat. Magus Stratford then sealed Morven in the depths of the Weeping Woods for eternity. Following that, he started a family and built this town, ensuring that his descendants guarded the seal forever. Adam paused for a moment before asking. That's what should have happened. He gazed at the statue, his lips slowly forming a smirk. But history is written by the victor, am I right? The statue's crimson eyes narrowed, spewing unbridled killing intent. How did you know? It was a guess. Adam shrugged. You just confirmed it. I should thank my student for this clue, actually. If it wasn't for her pointing it out, I would have probably never realized your true identity, Magus Stratford. He paused for a moment before continuing. Here's my theory. Several centuries ago, you carried out live experiments on humans. Magus Morven found out about this and tried to stop you. In the end, he died, but you somehow miraculously survived. However, you were too injured. You then decided to produce many offspring and built this town under the guise of guarding the seal. But secretly, you've been collecting your descendants' blood so that you can use it to recover your strength. Oh, and you probably manipulated everyone into never leaving the town. Since werewolves are closely connected to the moon, the night of the blood moon seems to be pretty auspicious. And as I had thought, you really did show up tonight. The statue was silent for a long time, causing Adam's smirk to deepen. My theory is true, isn't it? He asked. Have you bought enough time? Asked the statue. Adam's smile froze. Although only a few of my mortal descendants carry the venom inside them, I can still sense 5 magi who carry my bloodline as well as the venom, the statue continued. That will be more than enough to take care of you. Intense warning bells rang inside Adam's mind and he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he furiously cursed inside his mind. Damn it, those fools. Did they get cold feet? Damn it, I should have killed the local magi myself. Ha ha ha. The statue laughed out loud as it weaved the final hand gesture required to activate the spell. You will be the first one I kill, Magus. The crimson glow of the twin moons bathed the town ominously. The atmosphere turned eerie and mystical. The entire town started to rumble as the streets absorbed the red moonlight and lit up brilliantly. The entire road network of the town served as the model component for the spell. Slowly, the bronze statue of Magus Stratford was covered in cracks. A few moments of silence ensued before the entire town square exploded. BOOM. At the same time that Adam was talking to Magus Stratford, trying to buy enough time for his squad members to tie up all loose ends, Adam's students were breaking into all the houses, looking for residents who hadn't taken the antidote yet. Bam! Aiden kicked the door of the underground bunker and barged in. His gaze landed on a family of 4 huddled together in a corner, looking at him in fear. Who are you? The father and husband shielded his family from Aiden. Get away from here. Aiden pounced on the man and slammed him to the ground. Then he shoved the antidote in his mouth. Following that, he looked at the rest of the people and apologized before doing the same. Sorry, but I don't have time. Eleni restrained a family of 3 with thick vines. She uncorked the vial and fed them the antidote as gently as she could. Please forgive me, she said as she made the woman drink the liquid. After taking care of this family, she ran back upstairs and approached the next house, planning to do the same with the people there. But this house was empty. Panic consumed her being as she ran toward the next house. But like the previous one, this one was empty as well. This town is too big. How am I supposed to find those people who have locked themselves in their bunkers? She muttered in desperation. The crimson glow of the blood moons illuminated her panic-stricken face as she ran toward the next house. Although this approach was highly inefficient, she had no other choice. Meanwhile, Art was given the responsibility of gathering the townsfolk who had already consumed the antidote and guiding them to the southern gates. Everyone, please stay calm, he loudly stated. We have 2 rank 2 magi with us. There is nothing to fear. Despite his assurance, the townsfolk couldn't help but intensely panic. The moment the blood moons had come into view, the weeping trees surrounding the town had gone into an uproar. They began flailing their branches and breaking the town wall. However, that's all they did. None of the trees stepped foot inside the town. Not yet anyway. We're doomed, a man screamed in fear, clutching at his hair. The next moment he ran away toward the town square. We're doomed. Run for your lives. No, don't go that way, Art roared, but the man didn't listen. As if by a chain reaction, more and more people started to run away from the group. Please just stay here. It's dangerous out there. Art screamed at the top of his lungs, but his words fell on deaf ears. In a secluded alleyway, 5 magi knelt on the ground, their faces riddled with anxiety and fear. Their hands and feet were tied, making it difficult for them to escape. One of them looked up and asked with teary eyes, Kenley, why are you doing this? We've known each other for so many years. Kenley's hand holding the sword trembled and he faltered. Shut up. Kenley, Wagner, don't do this. Please just let us go. We're innocent. You know we are. Why are you doing this? The 2 acolytes of the Brotherhood, Kenley and Wagner, were instructed by their direct superior, Adam, to kill these magi. These 5 magi were local residents of the town. They had the blood and venom of Magus Stratford running through their veins. Kenley had vehemently argued against killing these magi. He had countered that the antidote could be used on them. However, Adam had created the antidote based on the fact that they would be used on the mortal residents of the city. Thus, if the antidote were to be used on these magi instead, it would never work. The effects of the antidote would be simply too weak to resist the venom in their bodies. That is why Adam had instructed Kenley and Wagner to kill these magi instead. The consequences of letting them live would be extremely dire. Wagner glanced at his friend and nervously gulped. We're doing this right. Kenley hesitated for a few moments before resolving himself. We're mere acolytes. The orders of an agent cannot be disobeyed. His grip around the sword tightened and he raised his arms, intending to swing the weapon. Kill them, he roared. Kenley, did you forget? Did you forget all those times I invited you and your wife for dinner? Said an old magus. Please, let us go. I know you don't want to do this. Just let us go and we won't tell a soul. Kenley's eyes reddened and tears threatened to fall. He remembered the times he had spent with all these people kneeling before him, but he had to do it. He had to kill them. There was no other way. He grit his teeth and whispered, "Forgive me." However, before he could swing the sword downward, the street lit up in a blinding crimson light. Not just the street they were on, but every street in town was enveloped in this ominous light. When the light receded, the spell cast by Magus Stratford was complete. Kenley and Wagner were momentarily stunned by the sudden development. When they opened their eyes, the scene that greeted them caused them to shudder. The five magi, bound by their hands and feet, struggled against their restraints. Their eyes widened in terror as the blood moons cast their sinister light upon them. Their blood roiled and the venom coursing through their veins erupted in a frenzy. Tremors covered their bodies, muscles contorting painfully as bones cracked and shifted. They screamed at the top of their lungs, but their voices turned guttural, morphing into bestial howls. Dark fur sprouted from their skin and their faces elongated. The transformation was violent and relentless, their human minds drowned by the surge of primal hunger. Fear lingered in their eyes, which had now turned crimson. The emotions shifted from unwillingness to confusion, to finally unbridled madness and bloodlust. As they lost their last shreds of humanity, they furiously glared at Kenley and Wagner, the people who had just tried to kill them. ROARR. Eleni gasped for air, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. She was thunderstruck when the town's streets lit up in a blinding crimson light. For a moment she even felt that she was about to die. Luckily, when the light receded, she found that nothing happened to her. Except for her mental state, which was in turmoil, she seemed to be doing fine. But she knew that something had changed. The air feels different, she softly muttered under her breath as she looked around the town. Boom. A loud, resounding sound echoed from the direction of the town square. She hurriedly turned her head in that direction, fear and nervousness gripping her heart. Dust and debris were flying all around near the town square, and a terrifyingly oppressive aura was emanating from there. Oh no, she blurted out in horror. That's where Professor is. She wanted to help her mentor out, but she knew she would only prove to be a hindrance. Instead, she decided to carry out the mission that Adam had given her. Eleni turned back around and dashed toward the nearest house, hoping to find residents and feed them the antidote. I hope I'm not late, she thought. As soon as she stepped foot inside the house, through the spell, Adam's mana sense, she could perceive the presence of 3 people in the underground bunker. Her eyes lit up and she hurriedly made her way down. Finally, I found another family, but something feels odd. A foreboding feeling consumed her being as she approached the bunker. She found herself subconsciously slowing down. Right at that moment, the steel doors to the bunker opened. Creak hello, she called out nervously. However, she received no response. But the following moment, 3 Pipletwo adults and 1 child stepped through the door. Eleni's eyes widened in absolute shock. She retreated in fear, her body trembling. Why you? The people that had stepped out were no longer humans. They weren't beasts either. Their bodies were grotesque, covered in tufts of dark fur. Some areas were deformed, filled with large pustules overflowing with pus, while other areas had bones jutting out from their skin. Because of the dilution of the venom in their bloodstreams, these people weren't able to fully transform into werewolves. They could only be considered as deformed, failed experiments. The child stepped forward, wobbling. He reached out with his trembling hand, looking at Eleni with pleading eyes. Save me. Eleni's eyes involuntarily teared up as she saw the state that the child was reduced to. Adam had warned them that this would be the consequence if the townsfolk didn't consume the antidote. Only now was she beginning to realize the darkness and the horror of the predicament she found herself in. It hurt, said the child as he continued to approach her. Eleni was rooted on the spot, frozen in shock and terror. Her heart ached to see the pitiful state of the family. The child took another step, his crimson eyes flashing with bloodlust. He bared his maw and pounced on Eleni. Roar. In the secluded alleyway, blood flowed through the narrow cobblestone streets. Kenley and Wagner lay on the ground, their bodies riddled with claw marks. They had lost a lot of blood and were in a very terrible state. Do you regret it? Wagner asked weakly. Kenley's breathing was labored, but he managed to reply. Yet he glanced at the blood moons, mumbling under his breath, I hope Reina is safe. The only reason they had managed to make it out alive was because of the fact that the 5 magi who had transformed into werewolves seemed to be in a hurry. If not, they would have died gruesome deaths. Suddenly, a bright green light emerged from the darkness and hovered above the two acolytes. The light receded, the figure within revealing her appearance. Tusk, 5 rank 1 werewolves are enough to take down a rank 2 magus, said Yavia in a displeased manner. You idiots should have killed them while they were still human. HPMH, this is what you get. Kenley smiled bitterly. Lady Yavia, I didn't have it in me to kill them. Now I must face the consequences of my actions. Yavia glanced at the man deeply. In the end, she sighed. It is understandable, I suppose. If I were told to murder my clansmen, I probably wouldn't have been able to do it too. The following moment, she raised her hands and bathed the two men in a verdant green glow. All the injuries on their bodies healed rapidly under this warm light. After healing them, she instructed, go to the southern gate. That brat, Art, must be there. I'll go check up on Eleni and Aiden. With that said, she turned around and flew away. Healing injuries through spells, said Wagner in disbelief. I'd never thought I'd witness something so magical. Kenley got to his feet and said solemnly, we'll proceed with the next step of the plan. Wagner nodded. Yeah, we can't afford to fail anymore. He then looked in the direction of the town square where the loud explosion had gone off. Those 5 werewolves headed in that direction. Yes, Kenley nodded nervously. Lord Constantine is there as well. They knew that their failure to kill the Magi would now pose an even greater danger to Adam, but they couldn't do anything about it except cursing and blaming themselves. Let's go. They looked in that direction one last time before making their way to the southern gate. Ugh, Adam groaned in pain as he struggled to get to his feet. His ears were ringing and his chest area was seething in pain. That explosion earlier was so powerful that it swept him off of his feet and hurled him into the distance. Kuak, the youth coughed out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, that divination spell from earlier really did a number on me. I still haven't recovered from that. He looked ahead in the direction of the town square. The entire place had caved in and a crater had formed. At the center of the crater was a giant hole that led to the ancient underground chamber. What is he up to now? Adam slowly made his way toward the crater, but he soon froze in his footsteps. A black miasma emerged from the hole in the center of the crater. It radiated an extremely evil and terrifying aura, causing Adam to turn breathless. Stratford, he blurted out. Before Adam could speak another word, 5 rank 1 werewolves ran toward the black miasma at great speeds. With each step they took, their bodies disintegrated into flesh and blood before finally being absorbed by the black miasma. Is he constructing a new vessel? Adam muttered in shock. Suddenly, he sensed about a dozen more people hastily running toward the miasma. The mortal residents of the town, and it seems they didn't get the antidote on time, the youth muttered in a grave tone. The next moment, his eyes turned cold and a ruthless light flashed in them. He moved to intercept the mortals. Kill. Eleni knelt on the ground, blood and flesh splattered all across the walls surrounding her. She too was covered in blood, but it wasn't hers. The youth glanced at the corpses of the 3 people that she had just killed with her very hands. What have I done? She said in a trembling voice. Her hands were now smeared with the blood of the innocent, something she'd never thought would happen to her. Yet, the reality was often cruel and unforgiving. When the child had pounced at her earlier, planning to kill her, her hands moved on instincts and she ended up killing the child instead. She didn't have much time to wallow in her guilt as the other 2 deformed werewolves also began attacking her. However, they were no match for her. Eleni dealt with them in a timely manner. Her body seemed to move on its own, but now her mind was in turmoil. She had just killed a family of 3, a family consisting of people who had probably never harmed a fly in their lives, yet she had killed them nonetheless. To be precise, she was forced to kill them. If she hadn't, she would have been the one to die instead. However, her young mind could not process this. In her eyes, the corpses in front of her didn't belong to abominations, but humans. They were people that she had interacted with during her short stay in this town. Her shoulders trembled and pearls of tears trickled down her bloody face. She kept repeating the same thing. What have I done? Suddenly, the main entrance to the house slammed open and Aiden barged in. Yavia followed behind him. Eleni, the youth screamed in alarm, seeing her covered in blood and kneeling on the ground. He assumed that his friend had been gravely injured. However, upon closer inspection, he learned that that wasn't the case. He was astonished by what he was seeing and couldn't help but think to himself, Did she kill those people? He hastily ran toward her. Eleni, are you hurt? He asked. However, the girl didn't reply. Sensing something was wrong, Aiden could only look toward Yavia, hoping for an answer. The wood spirit flew toward Eleni and hovered in front of her face. She looked at the youth for a few moments before concluding she seems to be in a state of shock. Following that, she flew forward and placed her tiny palms on the girl's forehead. Then, a warm glow enveloped the youth's head. A few moments later, Eleni's pupils constricted and she suddenly felt like she could breathe again. Gasp! The girl took large mouthfuls of air, glancing at Yavia and Aiden in shock. When did you get here? That was dangerous, Eleni, said Yavia in a grim tone. If it were an enemy that came here, you would have died a gruesome death. Eleni, are you okay? Aiden knelt down before the youth, clasping her shoulders and asking in concern. Why, yeah, I am, said the girl. We don't have time for this, Yavia interrupted them, flying out of the house. We need to head toward the southern gate now. Let's go. Aiden helped Delaney up and led her outside. Before leaving the house, she paused in her footsteps. She turned around and glanced at the fresh corpses of the family she had just killed. Her eyes reddened and her lips quivered involuntarily. I'm sorry. She then turned back around and left the house with shaky steps and a broken heart. Such was the way of the world. In the shadows of war, children grew up faster than they should, becoming adults before their time. An ominous metamorphosis was taking place inside the black miasma at the center of the crater. After those 5 werewolves had been reduced to blood and flesh and merged with the miasma, an oppressive aura of energy began fluctuating from it. It made Adam tremble at the sight of it. He couldn't help but nervously gulp, thinking to himself, I had expected the bastard to be strong, but not this strong. Thud. He dropped the severed heads of the deformed werewolves he was holding onto the ground. A few dozen of these creatures had managed to make it to the crater, however. Adam had efficiently dealt with all of them. Unlike his student, however, there was not a shred of remorse in his cold, dark pupils. He gazed at the black miasma undulating in fixed frequencies and couldn't help but become extremely solemn. He raised his hand and pressed it forward, but something peculiar happened. An invisible force field blocked his hand from moving forward. It's similar to my gravity field, he thought, but instead of a downward pull, it exerts a repulsive force instead. This bastard, he's sure, has everything covered. Adam's expression turned ruthless. No matter what life throws my way, I will never yield. He got into a fighting stance and gathered a large amount of mana in his palm. Then he unleashed it all upon the barrier. Hand of Doom, one hit, boom. Cracks began to form on the barrier at the point of impact. However, it didn't break. Adam was astounded by the sturdiness of it, but soon he was even more shocked by what transpired right after. BOOM. The barrier gathered the force of Adam's attack and unleashed it back on him. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief as he flew into the air, devastated by the rebound. He smashed through a few buildings before his momentum finally slowed down. He got to his feet and looked in the direction of the miasma. What just happened? He had never come across such a barrier before. It left him speechless. He instantly realized that there was no way he could break through the barrier, and even if he did, it would take a ridiculously long time. Time that he didn't have. His right hand felt numb from the rebound. He didn't have much time to dwell on it when he saw something even more bizarre happening. All the corpses of the deformed werewolves surrounding the barrier suddenly dissolved into acrid blood and burrowed inside the barrier. Then it slithered toward the center of the crater and merged with the black miasma. Seeing this take place, Adam was helpless and couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn it, I should have stored those corpses inside the earring. A qualitative transformation occurred inside the miasma, causing a strong wave of energy to ripple outward in all directions. The formation of the vessel was complete. The black miasma slowly dissipated, and a towering figure slowly landed on the ground. He scanned the surroundings with his piercing crimson eyes before finally, his gaze landed on Adam. Stratford's lips curled up into a malevolent smile, and he growled, You're dead, Magus. The blood moons hung low in the night sky, their pale and crimson light bathing the town in an unsettling glow. As the transformation inside the black miasma came to a conclusion, a sudden chill gripped the air. The temperature dropped sharply, and an overwhelming sense of dread settled in with it. A figure emerged from the miasma and landed on the ground. At first, it was only a shadow, but gradually the miasma parted to reveal the creature in all its terrifying glory. It was a white werewolf. The creature was towering and monstrous, his fur a ghostly white that glowed against the darkness of the night, reflecting the crimson light of the twin moons. His blazing crimson eyes were filled with cold, malevolent intelligence. They flickered with a predatory hunger, surveying his surroundings with a calm yet cruel detachment. Stratford's gaze first landed on the cold corpse of Mayor Hobbs lying near the northern gate. Ah, what a pity, he thought. That descendant of mine had the most affinity with me, making him very suitable to become my vessel. He lowered his head and clenched his fists, feeling the raw power coursing through his veins. Centuries of planning and I still wasn't able to recover my peak strength. I had subtly influenced all my descendants, influencing them through my bloodline, to not draw any attention to this town. So why is it that I sense not just 1 but 2 mana liquefaction magi here? Stratford looked in Adam's direction, his eyes narrowing. I have a feeling that it is all you're doing, he thought. His lips curled up into a malevolent smile and he growled, You're dead, Magus. In the distance, Adam's body trembled involuntarily, hearing the werewolf's declaration. He couldn't help but nervously gulp, thinking to himself, as I thought. This bastard actually turned out to be a rank 3 mana vortex magus, whom he seems to be barely rank 3, though it must be because he couldn't use the mayor as his vessel. If he had, I'm certain his strength would have reached the peak of rank 3. Although it's going to be very difficult, Adam thought. I can still fight with him if I use everything in my arsenal, or at least I hope. But his thoughts abruptly came to a halt when Stratford, who was standing in the middle of the crater, suddenly disappeared. A gust of wind blew and he appeared before Adam a moment later. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Stratford's fist enlarging in his vision. Bam! Adam flew away from the impact of the attack, colliding through several buildings and landing all the way on the other side of the town. Stratford had a solemn expression on his face as he muttered to himself incredulously. He blocked it. Despite not having reached his peak strength, he was still a rank 3 magus in existence that was beyond the reach of a mere rank 2 magus. Yet Adam had managed to block his attack nonetheless. As I thought, he's no ordinary magus, Stratford muttered coldly. Without waiting another moment, he jumped off the ground, resulting in another large crater being formed and all the nearby buildings being destroyed. The bones in Adam's forearms had shattered. He glanced at his bloodied arms and seeing the bones jutting out from them, he grimaced in agony. He gritted his teeth trying to bear the pain, that damned werewolf. At the last moment, he had managed to raise his arms and block the attack. If he hadn't, his head would have probably burst open like a watermelon. Just as he was seething in pain, his arms were enveloped in a warm, green light. Yavia, Adam's eyes lit up. Although the wood spirit was nowhere near him, because of the contract bond that tied them, she was able to heal him over a large distance. Of course, if the distance between them was too great, or if she was in the spirit world, such remote healing would not have been possible. In a matter of moments, Adam's forearms had been healed. Nice, he exclaimed, but soon his expression darkened when he sensed Stratford vaulting through the air and coming toward him. Boom. Dust and debris scattered in all directions as Stratford landed on the ground. Everything around him had been reduced to rubble as a result. When the dust cleared, the werewolf's face was riddled with fury. This time Adam had managed to evade his attack in the nick of time. He turned his head and looked at the raven-haired youth, but soon he was stunned. Your arms have healed already. Heh, Adam sneered. Did you think you were the only one with regenerative capabilities? Stratford's eyes narrowed. It seems I have underestimated you. The following moment, he weaved a simple hand gesture, causing his palms to be covered in ice. His sharp claws turned icy cold, flashing with a murderous glint. Seeing this, Adam was taken aback. Ice magic, his body involuntarily began to tremble. However, it wasn't because of fear. Instead, it was because of excitement. He revolved the 5 elemental codex inside his body and then coated his fists with fire. Then he got into the beginning stance of the Phantom Dance. Since shadow magic can seamlessly merge with the techniques of the Hand of Doom, I wonder if the same holds true for the 5 fundamental elements, he thought in great anticipation. Neither Stratford nor Adam spoke another word. They disappeared from their positions and clashed with unmatched ferocity. Boom! A great dance of fire and ice had commenced. While their gruesome battle was going on in the distance, hidden in the shadows, Gore was secretly watching everything unfold with shock. He clenched his fists tightly, perhaps in fear or unwillingness to accept just how powerful Adam was. He can go toe-to-toe with a rank 3 magus. This is unheard of. He then turned his head in the direction of the large crater in the center of the town, the place where Stratford had emerged from. Everything that Adam said was true, he thought. When the blood moons rose, the entity beyond the red door emerged. His eyes flashed with greed and his lips slowly curled up into a smirk. Now that the entity is busy fighting Adam, there's no one left to guard the treasures. The next moment, he disappeared into the shadows, silently making his way toward the ancient underground chamber. All the treasures will be mine. Through his sphere of resonance, Adam was able to sense everything that was happening in his near vicinity. So when he noticed Gore sneakily making his way toward the large crater, his lips formed a smirk. Hee, not so easily. The next moment, he dodged Stratford's ice claw attacks by a hair's breadth, while at the same time weaving a series of hand signs. You damned rat, Stratford roared in annoyance. Except for the first punch that he had landed on the youth, he wasn't able to land another one since then. Adam was simply too agile, causing him to be shocked. But suddenly he saw gray smoke cover the youth's body, and a moment later he disappeared. Rank 2 spell, Foggy Step. Seeing Adam reappear 30 feet away from him and then disappear again, Stratford's eyes narrowed. It would appear that he has mastered the art of teleportation, he thought grimly. This is going to be more difficult than I had imagined. Without wasting another moment, he followed after him at his fastest speed. Although he had other things left to complete, he needed to first take care of Adam, not just because the youth had foiled his plans, but also because he was a highly dangerous magus. If Stratford kept him alive, he would continue to obstruct his way. It was better to get rid of the problem first before resuming his plans. Gore couldn't contain the excitement bubbling inside his heart as he slowly approached the crater at the center of the town. So the tunnel behind that red door leads to an underground place that is directly under the town. Looks like I've been involved in some conspiracy spanning centuries. I heard Adam call that entity Stratford, he thought to himself as he soundlessly traversed the cobblestone streets. Well, whatever that rank 3 magus is planning, I don't care while he's busy dealing with Adam. I'll go take a look at the underground chamber. Although Adam was fighting Stratford, Gore was still alert about any dangers he might face once he descended down the hole. Not for a moment did he believe that his path to acquiring the treasures would be an easy one. He was not that naive. If he sensed any danger, he would immediately retreat, but he at least had to try. But even he didn't expect the thing that would happen to him the following moment. The space in front of him, distorted in gray smoke, suddenly materialized out of nowhere. From the gray smoke, a figure donning black robes and a black pointy hat emerged. "Where are you going, partner?" Adam asked in an exaggerated tone. Gore's eyeballs almost popped out of his sockets. "Damn this bastard. He found out my location despite me using an advanced concealment spell." His footsteps came to an abrupt halt and he stopped right in front of Adam. "Get out of my way," he said. But suddenly an overbearing and evil aura descended down on him from behind. Gore didn't even need to take a glance to figure out who it was. "Partner." Stratford's tone contained unbridled dread and fury. "So one diverts my attention while the other ransacks my lair. Unforgivable. I will kill you both." He swung his arms at the two magi, releasing two claw-shaped projectiles imbued with ice magic. Gore's entire back was drenched in cold sweat. The aura of death consumed his entire being and he found it difficult to even move. "Damn you, Constantine," he cursed inwardly. Right at that moment, Adam's cold chuckle rang in his ears. "Hee, we're now in the same boat, Darkmoor. Fight with me and we may stand a chance." His eyes briefly shone with the pattern of the white lotus, and he added, "Your dear familiar was probably killed by those weeping trees, wasn't he? Who do you think is controlling those trees?" The youth dashed past him like a bolt of black lightning. He got into a horse stance position, gathering a large amount of mana in both palms that had already been coated in fire magic. Then he generated two enormous walls of oscillating mana that rotated outwards. Hand of Doom, fire style, Great Barrier. Boom. The two claw-shaped ice projectiles slammed against Adam's Great Barrier, resounding in a deafening sound that shook the very ground itself. Blood spurted out of Adam's mouth as he gritted his teeth and channeled even more mana into his hands. The oscillating wall of mana hummed with even greater intensity. Finally, in an astonishing twist of events, the rank 3 Stratford's claw-shaped ice projectiles were deflected away. At the same time, Adam's Great Barrier also dissipated and he was hurled away into the distance, spewing blood from his mouth and other injured parts on his body. His departing words rang like loud bells inside Gore's mind. "Avenge your familiar, Darkmoor. OHHHH. As soon as the barrier disappeared, Gore charged forward with bloodshot eyes, having already prepared his spell. "Jorah, I will avenge you." Rank 2 spell, Fireball. The great sphere of fire shot toward the white werewolf, who was standing there in absolute shock. Stratford had never imagined that a mere rank 2 Magus's magic combat technique would be able to deflect a magic spell of a rank 3 Magus. Even back in his Daceveril centuries, a Go Magi who could battle higher ranked Magi never existed. BOOM. In his state of shock, Stratford was consumed by the fireball. Only one thought echoed inside his mind. Has magic advanced so much in the time that I was underground? Or is this kid simply a monster? At the southern gates of the town, all of Adam's squad members had already gathered. The local residents of the town were at their wits' end by now. The weeping trees stationed around the town walls were putting a lot of pressure on them. Even though they hadn't attacked the people yet, just their mere presence and the way they were recklessly flailing their branches around caused them to be filled with panic and fear. Moreover, for a while now, deafening sounds of fighting were coming from the direction of the town square. This caused the townsfolk to become helpless. "We're done for. There's no way out. I don't want to die. Somebody help us." Kenley glanced at Adam's students and asked nervously, "Did Lord Constantine tell you of a way out?" Adam had instructed Kenley and Wagner to reach the southern gates after they had killed the 5 local magi. Although they failed their missions, they arrived here nonetheless. "You guys do have a way out, right?" Wagner asked in a panic. Eleni and Aiden simultaneously looked at Art. "Why, yes." The youth nodded. "Professor did give me something. He said it will secure our escape route." "What did he give you?" Kenley pressed. With a trembling hand, Art took out a small item from his inner robes. It was a black orb, the same orb that had allowed Mayor Hobbs and the others traverse the Weeping Woods. "How do you have that?" Kenley was shocked out of his mind. He was present when Adam had magically snatched that item from Gore near the northern gate. Moreover, he had also shattered the orb in front of everyone there, so he couldn't help but become dumbfounded seeing the same orb now in Art's possession now. "What do you mean?" Art asked in confusion. Eleni then gave him the gist of all that had transpired. After listening to her, even Art felt puzzled. "I don't know. Perhaps Professor found another orb. That's not it." Suddenly, a deep voice sounded from behind the group. Everyone turned around and saw that it was an enormous black panther, Lord Valerian. Adam's students were elated to see the young dragon. Kenley, on the other hand, asked immediately, "What did you mean?" Valerian looked at the man with his piercing topaz eyes and explained, "My brother is a master of illusion. That should answer your question." Kenley and Wagner suddenly felt that it made sense. The latter asked, "Are you coming with us?" Valerian's ears drooped, and he nodded ever so slightly. He had strength merely equivalent to a rank 1 magus. Thus, there was nothing he could do in the battle against Stratford, who was a mana vortex magus. So Adam had instructed him to help escort the townsfolk through the Weeping Woods. Furthermore, he had also said that if things got too burdensome, then he was to take the 3 kids, the 2 acolytes, and fly away. He glanced at them and spoke in a solemn tone, "We need to leave. I'll take the lead." Art then activated the black orb, causing it to release a strange magical energy. The weeping trees in the vicinity instantly quieted down, almost as if they had gone to sleep. Seeing this, the townsfolk were shocked and soon erupted in cheers. However, Kenley reprimanded them, "Now is not the time for celebration. Everyone get in the middle, while us magi guard you." Valerian turned around and cast one final glance in the direction of the town square. "Brother, please be safe," he mumbled. Soon, under the effects of the black orb, the weeping trees parted and created a passageway for the townsfolk to go through. Thus began the mass evacuation. Adam lay weakly amidst the rubble, bruised and battered. Although he had managed to deflect Stratford's attack, it wasn't without consequences. His whole body was injured and there was severe internal bleeding. His robes were bloodied and reduced to tatters, revealing his heavily wounded upper body. Suddenly, a green light enveloped him, rapidly healing all his wounds and restoring his health. Adam Yavia hovered above the youth's face, speaking with tearful eyes. "After a certain point, my healing magic will have no effect on you. Your body's beginning to build resistance already." She paused for a moment and added hesitantly, "Why don't we escape?" Adam slowly got to his feet, cracking his knuckles. "I would have fled long back if I wanted to." Then Yavia looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Can you beat him?" Adam's lips slowly curled up into a grin. He conjured a pair of black, metallic gauntlets from his earring. These gauntlets had a purple sheen to them that made one's heart skip a beat. "What's that?" Yavia asked with fearful eyes. The purple light emitting from the tip of the claws caused her to involuntarily shudder. She could feel a very deadly force radiating from them. "Heh." Adam chuckled as he put on the gauntlets. "A friend gave it to me. It has the miraculous ability to generate a highly lethal poison from the tip of its claws." Gazing at the faint purple miasma emanating from the claws, Adam couldn't help but nervously gulp. "Hee, Blackie, you son of a bitch. Just where did you get these gauntlets? They are perfect." As the explosion from the fire engulfed Stratford, Gore seemingly snapped out of his daze, thinking to himself, Why did I do that? I must have gone crazy to attack a rank 3 magus." Suddenly, his body trembled involuntarily as the air turned cold. The fire from his spell instantly dissipated, turning into a blizzard. Stratford proudly stood in the area where the fireball had gone off. Needless to say, he wasn't harmed in the least. He gazed at Gore with cold, murderous eyes. "You must have a death wish, magus." Then he weaved a series of hand signs and clasped his palms, resounding in a loud clap. He then separated his palms, creating a thick and long shaft made of pure ice. Rank 3 spell, Ice Lance. The atmosphere turned even colder when the spear made purely of ice was suddenly created. Stratford grabbed it from the center and positioned himself before hurling it at the man. Die. Seeing the spear enlarging in his vision, Gore had lost all will to live. He froze in his movements. No matter what he tried, he knew he would fail. Moreover, the spear was flying at him with such speed that it barely gave him any time to block or dodge. Suddenly, gray smoke materialized out of thin air in front of him, and from the smoke, Adam appeared. He used his sphere of resonance at maximum capacity, making it seem like everything in his surroundings had slowed down to a snail's pace. "I see it." Adam raised his right hand just as the ice spear was inches away from piercing his head. He then positioned his palm right beside the spearhead. Rank 2 spell, Gravity Repulsion. Boom, boom, boom. The ice spear's trajectory was altered at the last moment. It whizzed past Adam's face and flew into the Weeping Woods, destroying dozens upon dozens of trees. Without turning back, Adam flatly stated, "We're even Darkmoor." Then his body was enveloped in gray smoke and he teleported away, leaving Gore to stand there in a daze. "He saved me," Gore muttered incredulously. But what did he mean by being even? Adam appeared in front of Stratford, his eyes flashing with deep focus and determination. His gauntlets were covered in a deathly purple aura which intensified even more as he channeled mana into his palm. Seeing the youth recklessly appear before him, Stratford scoffed. Useless. He wanted to punch Adam away, but suddenly found that the gravity around him had increased. Rank 2 spell, Amplify Gravity. This caused him to be slightly taken aback and falter in his actions. But this was all the time Adam needed. Hand of Doom, Poison Style, Coiling Palm Strike, BOOM. The attack landed squarely on Stratford's chest, and a visible whirlwind of purple energy emerged from his back. Stratford chuckled coldly. "I told you it was useless." Adam's attack had only barely managed to inflict a minor wound on the werewolf's furry chest. Stratford was still standing as proud as ever. The werewolf raised his claw and growled, "My turn." Suddenly, his crimson pupils narrowed and blood seeped out of his maw. He retreated a few steps, glancing at the wound on his chest in sheer disbelief. This is impossible. A mere poison can make me bleed." Suddenly, his body trembled and fear flashed in his eyes. "This poison, this it can't be." He glanced at Adam's black gauntlets that were enveloped in a dark purple aura. Wolfsbane. Wolfsbane shared a deep connection with werewolves since time immemorial. Its origins could be traced back to ancient times when the magical civilization was still in its nascent stages. In the olden days, wolfsbane was used as a potent herb capable of warding off wild animals, particularly wolves. The plant's toxic properties were well known at the time, and it was even used to poison the tips of arrows and bait traps. Over time, magi experimented with this herb and developed a highly lethal form of poison that could be used as a defense against werewolves. Wolfsbane infused with mana was said to bloom under the light of the full moon. It was also rumored that this poison was most deathly on a full moon night. Of course, it was still a rumor and nothing was ever confirmed, but it put Adam at ease that Tron just so happened to have 2 moons. Furthermore, it was also the night of the full moons. More precisely, it was the night of the blood moons. Seeing the look of sheer horror displayed in Stratford's eyes, the grin on Adam's face widened. "Indeed, this is wolfsbane. How did you get your hands on this?" Stratford roared. "I was sure I had removed all traces of this accursed poison from this continent." Adam scoffed mockingly. "Look at you, a mighty mana vortex magus acting like a weak little rat just because you got poisoned. Do you think Ulir is the only continent that exists?" The frown on Stratford's face deepened. The next moment, he willed the wound on his chest to heal, but much to his surprise, he found that the wolfsbane inside his system refused to be flushed out. "This wolfsbane is far more potent than the ones I've come across," he thought in alarm. "I can also feel otherworldly energy coming from it. This energy. It's from the spirit world." Stratford glanced at the gauntlets that Adam was wearing and thought, "Those weapons are made out of extraordinary materials. The energy radiating from them also belongs to the spirit world. Where did you get those gauntlets?" he asked in a grim tone. Adam replied with a taunting grin, "Your mother gave them to me. She told me to give you a good beating with it if you misbehaved." Stratford's face darkened and a dangerous aura surrounded him. He weaved a simple hand gesture as he coldly muttered, "You have no respect for your seniors. I will tear you apart and drink your blood, damned brat." The next moment, he slammed his foot on the ground, resulting in over a dozen enormous blocks of ice emerging from the ground. Then he waved his hand and hurled all the blocks toward Adam. "Die." Adam's pupils constricted, and he willed the sphere of resonance to work at maximum capacity yet again. He meticulously calculated the coordinates of the spirit world and the areas they corresponded with in the material world. His pupils darted around, carefully calculating the trajectory of each block of ice. If either one of them hit him, he would be deader than dead. Finally, after having made all his preparations, gray smoke covered his body and he disappeared. Rank 2 spell, Foggy Step. He kept disappearing and then reappearing, blinking all over the place as he continued to dodge one projectile after another. His surroundings appeared saturated in his vision as he kept teleporting in and out of the spirit world. He appeared in the midst of many wondrous and bizarre things in that mystical world, but before he could interact with them, he had already teleported back to the material world. This constant traversal between the spirit world and the material world was the essence of teleportation. He subconsciously activated the White Lotus, causing the flower patterns to appear on his dark pupils. Every time he slipped into the spirit world, the White Lotus resonated deeply. As he continued to blink in and out of the 2 different planes of existence, his understanding of teleportation deepened, and so did his comprehension of the school of summoning. This was masterclass teleportation at work. Yavia, who was witnessing this scene, hidden in the shadows of a destroyed building, was shocked out of her mind. She involuntarily covered her mouth, thinking to herself in disbelief, such precision impossible. This sort of teleportation ability should have been impossible for a native of the material world. How is Adam able to do it? It's almost as if he doesn't belong to the material world at all. On the other side, Stratford felt a foreboding feeling wash over his body as he saw Adam continue to teleport all around the place, dodging his projectiles. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he muttered incredulously, "This kid, he's gone into a trance." It was as the man had stated. While continuing to teleport in and out of the spirit world so many times, Adam suddenly received profound insights about the arcane art of teleportation, an epiphany. It was an extremely rare and important event for a magus to enter this mysterious state of clarity where their understanding of magic deepened. The only other time that Adam had had an epiphany was during the war against the orcs back in the Southern Federation. Realizing the vulnerable state Adam was in right now, Stratford's lips curled up into a malevolent grin. To be able to teleport consecutively in that state, you truly are a genius, but this state you're in will be your undoing. The next moment, he made a mental calculation of where Adam would appear next. He then canceled his spell and dashed in that direction. Bam! His enormous claw accurately grabbed Adam's head as the latter teleported out of the spirit world, covered in gray smoke. Got you, Stratford grinned sinisterly, but suddenly he was taken aback. He noticed that Adam was still in a state of trance. Even better, said the werewolf as he tightened the grip around the youth's skull. Boom. A fireball slammed his face, but immediately after, the spell dissipated with a simple wave of Stratford's hand. Let him go, said Gore standing in the distance. Stratford glanced at him and coldly replied, I'll deal with you later. With that said, he crouched low and exerted great strength in his legs. Then, with a resounding sound that shattered the ground beneath him, he jumped into the air, instantly scaling hundreds of meters. Just as he reached the peak of his jump, the werewolf imbued mana into his hand that was gripping Adam's skull. Then, he used all his might and hurled the youth toward the ground, sending him to his death. Adam continued to fall from the sky, completely unaware of his impending doom. He was still in a state of trance, comprehending the insights he had received about the art of teleportation. His eyes were unfocused and in a daze, but if one looked closely, one would find the faint outline of lotuses on his dark pupils. The way can be understood as the fundamental principle that underlies and unifies the universe, he thought. Teleportation, on the other hand, within the context of the arcane arts, can be seen as the magical ability to instantaneously travel from one place to another. To transcend physical barriers and limitations, the way of effortless action means to act in a manner that is perfectly aligned with the natural order of the world without forcing or striving. Then what truly is teleportation? He wondered. Isn't a master of teleportation someone who has achieved the way of effortless action in the realm of movement? A master of teleportation is able to shift their presence from one location to another without the friction of physical travel, I see. By moving in perfect harmony with the flow of the way, the ground below got closer and closer, yet Adam had still not woken up from his state of epiphany. If he collided against the ground without any protective mana cover around his body, he would surely die. No matter how powerful his physical body was, it would not be able to survive such a great fall. Another concept of the way is balanced duality, he continued to ponder. It represents the dualistic nature of existence, the duality of everything. The art of teleportation symbolically represents the balance between stillness and movement, allowing the caster to transcend ordinary limitations. So does that mean the art of teleportation in the arcane sense cannot be viewed merely as a technical skill? What if it is the embodiment of one's pursuit of harmony with the cosmos? If the duality represents stillness and movement, can it also not represent the spirit world and the material world? I see. Become one with the way, transcend the limitations of the spirit world and the material world through effortless action. Embody the balanced duality between stillness and movement. At that moment, when Adam was only mere seconds from crashing against the ground, his eyes glowed with a blinding white light. The white lotuses imprinted on his pupils radiated an otherworldly energy that caused the space around him to distort. Adam's lips curled up into a smirk, and just before his body was about to touch the ground, he disappeared. What? Stratford, who was standing on a block of ice hovering in midair, was suddenly filled with utter disbelief when he saw Adam vanish. Did he just? He found it extremely difficult to speak what had just transpired. Did he just teleport without utilizing any magical components? Impossible. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, Stratford turned his head to the side and saw a dozen weeping trees getting destroyed in a straight line. He instantly realized the cause of this. As he willed the block of ice to slowly descend, his expression darkened and he muttered to himself. It would appear that at the last moment, he teleported and changed the direction of his fall. Instead of falling straight to the ground, he fell through those trees. The block of ice dissipated and he landed on the ground, looking in the direction of the destroyed weeping trees. Those trees may have cushioned his fall, he said, but I'm sure he won't come out of it unscathed. He began walking in that direction, his eyes oozing bloodlust. No matter, all you've managed to do is buy time. One way or another, you will die by my hands. Gah! Adam gazed at the thick piece of wood that had pierced his back and come out of his chest in anguish. Although I was able to change the direction of my fall through teleportation, I wasn't able to stop the momentum of my fall. He thought in agony, unable to mutter a word out of his mouth. He looked around and saw splintered weeping trees in the vicinity. Damn it, where the hell am I? The following moment, without even using his sphere of resonance, he was able to locate where he was. Because of the familiar bond he shared with Valerian, he knew he was very close to the young dragon. Of all places, I had to arrive here. Then he looked in the direction of Valerian and the rest of his squad members as well as the townsfolk. The white lotuses in his eyes blazed with radiance, and he disappeared once again. What was that? Did you hear that? The townsfolk who were being led by the Magi away from town suddenly heard the consecutive sound of explosions. They couldn't help but wonder in fear if the battle happening in Stratford had somehow shifted to where they currently were. "I have a bad feeling about this," said Kenley as he looked in the direction that Adam had landed. Could it be Wagner was afraid of finishing his sentence, but the magi around him understood what he was trying to say. Meanwhile, Valerian had his eyes wide open in disbelief as he gazed in the direction of the explosions. Of course, if Adam could sense him through the bond, he could also do the same. "It's brother," he exclaimed. Whoosh! Right at that moment, without any indication or warning, the space in front of the young dragon distorted ever so slightly, and a bruised and bloodied Adam appeared. Brother, Professor, Lord Constantine. His squad members were thunderstruck seeing him appear out of nowhere. There also wasn't the usual gray smoke that materialized when a rank 2 magus used the teleportation spell. Adam had appeared as silent as the graveyard. "Take it out." Adam spoke with great difficulty. While the children were horrified to see the thick wooden stake jutting out from Adam's chest, Kenley stepped forward and unhesitatingly grabbed the stake, yanking it out in one go. "H." Adam screamed at the top of his lungs. He glared at Kenley and spat. "That hurt, you bastard." Sorry." Kenley apologized nervously. "Why you asked for it." The next moment, a warm and vibrant light enveloped Adam's body, healing his injuries at a rapid pace. However, the injury to the right side of his chest regenerated at an extremely slow speed. Just as Adam found a moment of respite, the weeping trees in the distance parted and a towering white werewolf emerged. "There you are." Stratford scanned the large crowd that had gathered in the middle of the weeping woods. He could see 5 other magi and hundreds of mortal town residents, excluding Adam. The werewolf's brows furrowed as he gazed at these mortals. He could feel a subtle connection toward them, something that originated from the depths of his very being. "I see," he said flatly. "So all of you are my descendants." The following moment his crimson eyes narrowed and he coldly muttered, "Although you all have my blood running through your veins, neither of you has the venom." He turned his head and gazed at Adam. "You're doing, I suppose?" Adam got to his feet, solemnly looking at the werewolf. What he had feared had come to pass. He had involuntarily drawn the fight here. "Damn it," the youth cursed inwardly. "There are bound to be some casualties among the civilians now. But as long as they can buy me a little bit of time to prepare my final trump card." Stratford shifted his gaze toward the mortals standing right in front of him. They were trembling in absolute fear, unable to even breathe. "All of you are useless." With that said, he raised his sharp claw and swiped it at them. Slash! Instantly, dozens of innocent mortals had been dismantled by his attack. Blood and flesh splattered on the people behind them as they could only helplessly stare at the monster brazenly killing them. They had nowhere else to go. They were completely surrounded by weeping trees from all sides. "Die!" Stratford raised his hand, aiming to dismember yet another one of his descendants. But right as his claw was about to cut the person's body, Adam silently appeared before this person, blocking the attack with his gauntlets. Bam! Once again, the youth flew away into the distance, destroying one tree after another. Seeing such a futile attempt at saving an innocent life, Stratford sneered in ridicule. "Instead of running away, you try to save this pathetic waste of space. How naive of you." The words got stuck in his mouth when he lowered his head, gazing at his palm. There were small wounds on his wrist, but that wasn't what shocked him. It was the wolfsbane in his injuries that did. That kid was his goal all along, he thought in alarm. The last 2 times, Adam was only able to slightly injure him, but through these injuries, he was able to inject the wolfsbane directly into his system. Wolfsbane was a highly lethal poison to a creature of the night such as Stratford. However, he wouldn't immediately die because of it since he was a rank 3 magus, and also because the amount of poison in his system was very minuscule. However, if kept unchecked, it could pose a great danger to him. Finally, Stratford was able to understand Adam's state of mind. Usually, if a rank 2 magus came across a rank 3 magus in battle, their immediate response would be to flee and never look back. However, Adam decided to stay behind and fight him. Stratford finally understood where the raven-haired youth's confidence stemmed from. Wolfsbane. "I need to kill him immediately," he thought. Right at that moment, the space in front of him trembled ever so slightly, causing him to instantly go on alert. "Teleporting right in front of me. How foolish." His lips curled up into a wide grin as he readied his claw and thrust it in front of him. His attack would land on Adam as soon as he teleported. Just as Adam appeared in front of the werewolf, he saw an enormous claw covered in blood and large in his vision. He only had a split moment to defend. Instead of defending against the incoming attack, however, he chose to do something else. His eyes glowed with a brilliant white light and he disappeared once again. Stratford's attack ended up hitting nothing but empty air. He was astonished to see Adam display such mind-boggling reflexes. Slash. Adam teleported right behind the werewolf and viciously slashed his furry back, embedding the wolfsbane dripping from his gauntlets deep inside Stratford's blood and flesh. Bam! Stratford swung his hand behind him, delivering a ruthless backhand slap to Adam, hurling him into the distance once again. Ugh! The werewolf grimaced in agony. Although the small injury itself on his back didn't cause him any pain, it was the wolfsbane wreaking havoc inside his body that caused him to feel slightly weakened. He wiped the blood seeping from his maw and then looked in the direction where Adam just shot. That teleportation spell of his is turning out to be very bothersome, he thought. But how is he able to teleport without using any magical components? That's unheard of. Unless he's using a magical focus, but I don't see anything in his possession. The next moment, Stratford recalled that every time Adam teleported, his eyes would glow brightly for a brief moment. Could it be that the focus he's using is inside his body? If this is so, there has to be a limit to how long he can use it before the magical focus is rendered useless. But I can't afford to wait for that long. I must get rid of him as soon as possible. Right at that moment, the space before him suddenly trembled yet again, indicating the arrival of Adam. Stratford pretended to attack the area in front of him, but immediately after he turned around and reached out his claw behind his back. Adam's neck was firmly grasped by the werewolf. Did you think I would fall for the same trick twice? Stratford's tone was filled with mockery and killing intent. Adam glanced at the man with an amused look and replied, I was hoping you wouldn't. Stratford's eyes narrowed. What? Adam threw a crystal vial onto the ground. As the glass shattered, light brown-colored smoke surfaced and enveloped the both of them. Immediately after, the sounds of violent coughs originated from within the smoke. When the dust settled, Stratford could be seen half kneeling on the ground, while Adam was standing on his feet, drinking a mysterious potion. This tranquilizing dust was made by a rank 3 magus from the Wood Spirit clan, said Adam after consuming the antidote. It took me quite a lot of time to convert it into a smoke bomb. He paused for a moment and added, although it won't put you to sleep, it will at least leave you vulnerable for a few moments. Stratford was desperately struggling to keep himself conscious. His eyelids felt extremely heavy and his heartbeat had slowed down considerably. Damn it, how did it come to this? He roared inwardly. What is this smoke? Adam took advantage of this opportunity, coating both his gauntlets in a layer of mana and stabbing them straight into the werewolf's chest. Then he released a large amount of wolfsbane straight inside his body. Stratford roared helplessly as purple smoke wafted from his maws. Adam, with his hand still pierced inside the werewolf's chest, turned around and winked at his squad members. Hang in there for a minute. Reinforcements have almost arrived, he said with a faint smile. The next moment, he disappeared. Along with Stratford. After Adam had disappeared from the spot, bringing Stratford along with him, silence resumed in the weeping woods. It wasn't until the weeping trees had begun howling again that everyone snapped back to their senses, completely thunderstruck by what had just transpired before them. Needless to say, the townsfolk were the most shocked by the arrival of Stratford. More precisely, they were astounded to learn that the ancestor whom they had revered for almost all their lives was, in fact, an ancient werewolf who did not care about them at all. Many of them dropped to the ground, their eyes tearing up as they drowned in denial, while a few of them looked for a way out of the mess they found themselves in. However, seeing the weeping trees still surrounding them caused them to feel utterly helpless. Raina, who was standing right beside Kenley, glanced at the spot where Adam and Stratford had just disappeared. She suddenly came to a realization and muttered softly, Our ancestor, no. I mean that monster said that we have his blood running in our veins, but not his venom. Could it be the potion that Lord Constantine made me drink was actually an antidote that counteracted the venom? Kenley looked at her and nodded. Indeed, if Lord Constantine hadn't given you, as well as the rest of these people here, that antidote, you all would have turned into abominations. Raina gasped in astonishment, her body involuntarily shuddering in horror. She couldn't even begin to imagine just what kind of person would inject poison into their descendants' bodies for their selfish objectives. Were we nothing but pawns in his eyes, she thought in despair. Aiden's eyes were filled with shock as well as excitement as he exclaimed, Did you see how Professor fought with that werewolf? Amazing, so that is Professor's true combat strength, a magus who can fight magi higher ranked than him. More importantly, did you see how he teleported? Art chimed in. He was able to cast that spell without using any magical components. How was he even able to do that? His teleportation spell was also instantaneous, he just kept blinking around the place. While Adam's 2 students were lost in being fascinated by their mentor's skills, Eleni thought of something very crucial. She looked at the magi present and stated, before leaving, Professor said that reinforcements were coming. Does any of you know what he was talking about? Art and Aiden shook their heads. They wondered if people from the Herbalists Guild were going to show up. After all, Adam had told them that he was here on a mission given by them, so it made sense that magi from the guild arrived here as reinforcements. Kenley and Wagner, on the other hand, glanced at each other and instantly realized whom Adam was referring to, the Twilight Brotherhood. However, this wasn't something that they could tell the rest about. The Brotherhood, after all, was a clandestine organization whose very existence only a small portion of the Magi in Tron were privy to. Knowing that help from the Brotherhood was arriving, they couldn't help but feel at ease. Although they had the black orb in their possession, they didn't know how long they would have to traverse the Weeping Woods. But if more magi arrived from the Brotherhood, they would be able to leave this place with much greater ease. Kenley looked at the three young magi and began, "Let's not stay in one place. We might as well continue to move forward and meet up with the reinforcement midway." The children nodded in understanding. Art clasped the black orb in his hand and solemnly stated, "All right, let us resume." Right at that moment, the chill in the atmosphere suddenly intensified. It was already cold to begin with, but now it had become even chillier. A mystical aura settled in the air, causing everything in the vicinity to become colder and colder. The townsfolk were the first to react as they couldn't stand the growing drop in temperature. The magi, on the other hand, instantly realized that this was the cause of a spell. They could feel the mana humming in the air around them. Then all the weeping trees in the vicinity were slowly covered in a layer of ice. It started with the roots, then the trunk, all the way to the tips of the branches. One by one, all the trees around the large group turned into ice sculptures. This phenomenon continued to spread outward with no indication of stopping. What is happening? Why are the trees freezing? Are we under attack again? The townsfolk erupted in a frenzy. So many bad things had happened to them on this night that they couldn't help but think that they were once again in danger. This Alini looked at all the frozen trees in shock. Could the reinforcements that Professor spoke about have already arrived? Thunder. Suddenly, a sea of yellow-colored lightning emerged from the horizon. It swept through all the frozen weeping trees, destroying them into pieces. When the lightning attack approached the large group, it magically separated and went around them, annihilating all the trees behind them. The magi standing at the forefront were shocked by this sudden turn of events. They couldn't help but wonder just who it was that could utilize magical spells to such frightening accuracy. It didn't take long for the people responsible for the spell to appear before the group. Amidst the frozen rubble and splintered wood, a group of magi wearing dark, hooded cloaks emerged. They stood right before Adam's squad members, silently observing them. 6 people stood at the forefront of this group. The energy waves radiating from them clearly indicated that they were rank 2 magi, and behind them stood over a dozen rank 1 magi. Such a force was more than enough to take down a rank 3 magus. "Are you guys the reinforcement Professor spoke of?" Art asked nervously. The momentum with which this group had arrived caused his back to be drenched in cold sweat, and he couldn't help but become anxious. "Professor," asked one of the hooded figures, "is your professor perhaps Magus Adam Constantine?" Before Art or any of Adam's students could reply, Kenley and Wagner hurriedly ran toward the group and knelt down before them on one knee. They covertly displayed their twilight medallions and respectfully said, "We humbly greet you, my lords." Gazing at the crescent moon and the 3 5-pointed stars carved on the medallions, the hooded figure from before nodded. "Ah, I see. You both must be the acolytes stationed at Stratford." He paused for a moment before asking, "Now tell me, where is Brother Adam?" Adam teleported a couple of times before finally arriving back at Stratford. As soon as he reached the town square, he hurled Stratford away and miserably fell to his knees. Ugh, he covered his eyes as he grimaced in pain. The continuous usage of the White Lotus had caused his mind to be enveloped in a torrential storm of throes. Moreover, his eyes were spewing blood and his vision was gradually turning hazy. "Damn it, I need to finish this quick or else I might go blind," he thought in alarm. He knew that the reason why he was able to go toe-to-toe with rank 3 existence was primarily because of the wolfsbane poison that Blackie had given him. "I need to hold out until reinforcements arrive," he thought as he slowly got to his feet. A warm, green light covered his eyes, healing him. However, the restoration was only physical. Yavia couldn't heal the injuries to his mind brought about by excessive use of the lotus. But how long will they even take to traverse through the weeping woods? Will I even last till then? He turned to look at Stratford, who was kneeling in the distance, violently coughing blood that had now turned purple from all the poison inside him. Adam's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he soon came to a decision. "Kill." He shot in the werewolf's direction, gathering a large amount of mana into his hands and covering his gauntlet. The deathly poison generated from the gauntlets mixed in with his mana, transforming into a lethal and venomous aura that covered his entire body. Hand of Doom, Poison Style, Phantom Dance. The youth arrived before the weakened werewolf and first delivered a knee to the face. Immediately after, he landed an uppercut to the chin. Ag, Stratford was swept off of his feet. Finally, Adam delivered a roundhouse kick straight to the werewolf's face. Bam. Stratford smashed through several buildings before losing momentum. His eyes flashed with unbridled fury and killing intent as he growled, "By a mere mana liquefaction, Magus unforgivable." He glared in Adam's direction and roared, "Boy, I'll kill you." Before he could even finish the words he was about to say, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The wolfsbane wreaking havoc inside his system was viciously attacking his organs and turning his blood acrid. Even the blood that he had just coughed out had become poisonous, eroding the ground that it had come in contact with. He has coated his entire body with the aura of wolfsbane. Stratford looked in Adam's direction and thought incredulously, how is that even possible? How is not poisoned yet? The raven-haired youth was radiating a darkish purple aura as he slowly made his way toward the werewolf. He looked like the Grim Reaper of legends. For the first time, Stratford's eyes rippled with emotion. This emotion was fear. Impossible. The werewolf was overwhelmed by humiliation as he shot to his feet. Me afraid of you. I refuse. Despite having his senses slightly dulled by the smoke bomb and being severely weakened by the wolfsbane, he erupted with great strength. The ground underneath him cracked, and the buildings nearby were reduced to rubble as a terrifying icy aura enveloped Stratford's body. He coated his claws with ice magic and defiantly roared, I will kill you, Magus. The next moment, both Adam and Stratford disappeared from their spots, madly dashing in each other's direction. Adam grit his teeth and went straight for the werewolf's head. Meanwhile, Stratford too went for Adam's head, but his attack was merely a feint. He dodged the youth's punch and delivered a claw attack to his torso instead. Slash! His menacing claws dug deep into Adam's flesh and nearly tore his body into shreds. Seeing the youth brutally injured, Stratford's lips curled up into a grin. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Just because you possessed wolfsbane, you thought you could kill me. Stratford's words froze in his mouth when he saw the blood and flesh splattering from Adam's body turn into wisps of shadow. He hurriedly jumped back, retreating several meters, thinking to himself in shock, illusion. No, that's impossible. I felt my claws dig through his flesh, it felt so real. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he saw the shadow contained inside Adam's body. It seemed like he was made entirely of shadows. Shadow magic, he muttered in confusion. Indeed, said a voice from the side. Stratford looked in that direction and saw Adam looking at him with an amused smile. How did he get there? I couldn't sense him at all, thought the werewolf. The more time he spent fighting the youth, the more Stratford realized just how dangerous he truly was. You see, Adam began. By imbuing the power of shadows into illusions, I can turn them partially real. This affects the world around the illusions, causing real damage, said another voice coming from the other side. Stratford turned his head and saw another Adam standing in the distance. His eyes widened in shock, but before he could speak one more word, another voice interrupted him. Surprised, said the third Adam standing in another direction. Rank 2 spell, Shadow Living Image. This spell from the School of Illusion created 3 illusory duplicates of the caster. Until the spell ended, the duplicates moved with the caster and mirrored their actions. It was impossible to track which image was real. Furthermore, after imbuing shadow magic into these duplicates, the caster was able to have them inflict real physical damage on others. Seeing yet another form of magic from the youth, the foreboding feeling inside Stratford greatly intensified, weighing heavily on him. Master of poison, master of teleportation, and now a master of illusions, thought the werewolf as dread gripped his heart. He truly is a monster among men. The following moment, all 3 Adams pounced on Stratford, each one of them displaying a different technique from the hand of doom. Boom. Stratford was bombarded by a flurry of attacks. Although he knew that 2 out of the 3 Adams in front of him were mere illusions, he was having great difficulty trying to ascertain who the real one was. This boy, his expertise in illusion magic has truly surpassed anything I have ever seen. Despite 2 of them being illusions, their attacks feel so real. The sense of touch, smell, sight, and sound feels real. Everything feels so real. Is this the true terror of illusion magic? The werewolf thought in alarm as he continued to tank all of Adam's attacks. Every time he counterattacked and dealt the youth a critical blow, the latter's body would turn into shadows. Suddenly 2 Adams caught each of Stratford's hands, restraining him on the spot, while the third Adam appeared before him like a ghost. He placed both hands in front of the werewolf. One palm was facing him, while the other palm was placed below the first palm and facing upward. Adam gathered a large amount of mana into his hands, intensifying the poison generated from the gauntlets. Then he spun both his hands in a clockwise direction. Hand of Doom, poison style, billowing strike. Boom! The entire area around Stratford caved in as a visible vortex of dark purple-colored poison engulfed his upper body. When the dust settled, much to Adam's shock and dismay, Stratford was still standing on his feet. When he had used the same technique against the patriarch of the Howlett family, who was a rank 2 werewolf, his entire upper body was reduced to mere blood stains. However, Stratford was a much more powerful existence. He was a mighty rank 3 mana vortex magus who also had the physiology of a werewolf. This gave him shocking regenerative capabilities. Damn it, Adam couldn't help but curse inwardly in frustration. I need to finish him in one move, or he's going to keep regenerating forever. I can't afford to wait for the wolfsbane to immobilize him. His expression turned solemn and his abyss-like eyes shone with extreme ruthlessness. Damn it, there's only one way. I have to try that out. Right at that moment, Stratford grabbed the youth's arms with lightning-fast speed. Are you done? He asked coldly. The injury that he had just received from Adam's technique regenerated at a visible speed, causing the youth to be astonished. Although the physical injuries healed, more poison had infiltrated Stratford's body from the previous attack, but the werewolf did not care. He felt greatly humiliated that he was reduced to such a state by a mere rank 2 magus. Now, even if he had to pay a steep price, he would make sure to kill Adam. Rank 3 spell, Frost Grove. Intense warning bells started ringing inside Adam's mind, warning him of the great danger to come. The youth harumphed and activated the White Lotus once again, intending to teleport away through the spirit world. Splurt, but the arteries inside his eyes burst open, leading to retinal hemorrhage. A significant amount of blood gushed out from his eyes, preventing him from teleporting. Adam screamed in agony. He had ended up overusing the legendary artifact nestling inside his spirit sea. Now he had to bear the brunt of it. Moreover, because Stratford was holding onto both his arms, he was now rendered completely useless. He couldn't execute the physical component required to cast foggy steps. He could not escape. The youth's screams were cut short when dozens upon dozens of spikes made entirely of ice emerged from the ground. They shot up toward the sky, impaling Adam as well as his duplicates. Adam's eyes rolled over as several thick spikes pierced his legs, stomach, chest, and arms. Only through sheer instincts was he able to avoid getting stabbed in his vital points. The frost spikes pierced his body and unfurled into trees. Their leaves dyed the shade of blood. All around Stratford, dozens of these ice trees grew magically, forming a beautiful grove. You really thought you could stand a chance against the might of a rank 3 magus. Stratford weakly said, gasping for air. Unable to sustain the spell any longer, he cancelled it, causing Adam to lifelessly fall to the ground. His body was riddled with holes the size of an average adult human's arm. Seeing the raven-haired youth drowning in a puddle of his own blood, Stratford revealed a victorious smile as he fell to his knees. He violently coughed, spewing blood along with poison. There's too much wolfsbane in my system, I need to get rid of it quickly. Fortunately, hundreds of my descendants are still alive. I've to find them and drain them of their blood. I'll recover in no time. Yes, this is just a minor setback. First, I need to kill this boy. His crimson eyes flashed with hatred and cruelty as he raised his head and looked at the unconscious Adam. He weakly reached out with his hand and grabbed the youth's neck. Then he got to his feet and raised Adam to his shoulder level. You fought bravely, Magus. I will remember you. Adam, despite being a mere monoliquefaction magus, had reduced Stratford to a state where he was nearly on death's door. Even if he had wolfsbane, it was no small matter to deal with a werewolf who was a rank 3 magus. After all, if an ant were given a sword, would it be able to defeat an elephant? The answer was clear. Stratford greatly admired the youth's tenacity and his prowess. Not only had the latter foiled the schemes that had taken him several centuries to plan, but he was also able to land a great physical blow on him. However, in the end, Adam still lost. Such was the great gap between a mana liquefaction magus and a mana vortex magus. The next moment, the werewolf's eyes flashed with a cold light as he launched his other hand, planning to pierce the youth's heart. But at the last moment, Adam's black pupils abruptly focused. The last thing that Stratford saw was a pair of white lotuses, and then everything went dark. Stratford, a feeble voice called out. The man looked around in puzzlement, wondering where he was, wondering who called out to him. He was in his human form, a middle-aged man with snow-white hair that contrasted sharply against his lightly tanned skin. His piercing blue eyes were the most striking features, clear and bright like the sky on a winter morning. They held a depth of wisdom and experience, yet a certain warmth lingered in his gaze. Stratford, the voice called out again. The man turned around and saw a woman sleeping on the bed. She was covered in a blanket, her face was pale, and her eyes contained sorrow. Stratford's body trembled involuntarily. "Lee, is that you? Come closer," said the woman. She reached out with her trembling hand, beckoning to him. Large patches of her skin had hardened, rough and brown like a tree bark. Stratford found his feet moving on his own as he walked toward his wife. He knelt down beside her, gently grabbing her hand. "How do you feel, my love?" A drop of tear trickled down Lee's face, and she replied, "You must stop, Stratford. Please, for my sake, you must stop. Never." Stratford adamantly refused. "I will find the cure no matter what it takes. I don't care how many of them have to die for it." Lee's eyes turned red, and she silently sobbed. "Please, I love you, but this isn't you." Many years ago, Stratford, who was conducting magical experiments at the foot of the Grayskull Mountains, happened to come across Lee, who hailed from a nearby village. He was a mighty mana vortex magus, and she was but a mere mortal. Over time, their love blossomed, but their happiness was short-lived. Stratford found that she was unfortunate to be born with arboresyndromia disease that turned the human skin into bark, slowly transforming them into a tree. Magi were said to be rational existences, working only within the confines of logic. Yet in front of an emotion such as love, all reasoning failed. Lee grew weaker with each passing day, her once lively eyes dulling with fear, anxiety, and exhaustion. Desperate to save her, Stratford scoured the lands, seeking the wisdom of ancient herbalists and forgotten spells and rituals. But nothing worked. Haunted by the thought of losing the love of his life, Stratford's desperation turned to obsession. He began to delve into dark magic, using the people of the nearby village as live experiments. To him, their lives were worth sacrificing in order to save Lee. Nothing else mattered. As he delved deeper into dark magic, his sanity slowly started to crumble. Like a madman, he began deeply researching poison and blood magic, hoping to find a cure for his lover. The people in the village continued to be used as experiments, but soon the quantity fell short. So Stratford kidnapped humans from nearby human settlements. His experiments consisted of injecting them with Lee's blood, giving them Arbor syndrome, and then finding a cure based on trial and error. But all his test subjects ended up turning into trees. Even after experimenting on thousands of humans, he was unable to find a cure. All he could do was prolong the inevitable. "Time, I just need a little more time," said Stratford, his eyes flashing with desperation. "I'm sure I can cure you, I'm sure of it." Lee caressed his cheek and softly said, "It's okay, let me go." Suddenly a booming voice resounded from outside the chamber, interrupting them. "Stratford, you vile magus, enough is enough. How many thousands of more innocent lives must you take before you stop? Today I, Morven, will put a stop to your wicked deeds. Come out and fight me." Stratford shot to his feet, turned around and bared his fangs. "Who dares?" He transformed into a white werewolf and was about to dash out when suddenly, Lee called out to him one more time, "Stratford." The werewolf turned around and his eyes widened. He was no longer in his bedchambers. Instead, he was standing amidst destroyed buildings and rubble. Before him was a small crater, and in the middle was a deep tunnel that led underground. Stratford looked around and slowly memories started to flood in. That's right, the blood moon, the ritual, this is the town. He struggled to make sense of everything. One moment he was talking to his lover from centuries ago, the next moment he found himself bruised and battered, standing in a destroyed town. "Yes, I was fighting that boy, what happened?" he muttered in confusion. Rank 2 spell, Chimerical, a spell from the School of Illusion where the illusion takes place directly inside the target's mind. It brings back to life their deepest and darkest secrets, unraveling their source of fear and pain. The moment Adam was about to be stabbed through the chest by the werewolf, he had cast this spell on him. "So you did it for love," a cold voice sounded. Stratford looked in the direction of the voice, his gaze landing on Adam, who was standing on top of a damaged building. His robes were tattered, revealing his bare upper body that was riddled with holes. His eyes were closed and continued to drip blood nonstop. With the blood moons in the backdrop, he appeared to be a devil who had just emerged from the 9 hells. "It was you." Stratford's crimson eyes flashed with fury and even horror. "You put me inside an illusion. How dare you?" Adam sighed as he slowly opened his eyes, the white lotuses ingrained on the surface of his dark pupils shining with a blinding light. His lips parted and he recited a beautiful poem. "Under the light of Selene and Luna, a crimson river flows and a white lotus blooms. The wolf grows older day by day, and the winter season dwindles in the past. In the throes of love, a legend falls. Like a flaming meteor, a new one rises." The moment he finished reciting those words, the ground underneath Stratford trembled. Then, a withered hand emerged from the ground and tightly grabbed onto the werewolf's ankle. "What?" Stratford lowered his head, gazing at the rotten hand that had tightly clasped his ankle. With a simple swing of his leg, the hand was destroyed, but more hands popped up one after another. "What is happening?" the werewolf stated in panic. The ground split open with a sickening crack, and from the gaping fissures, decayed hands clawed their way to the surface. One by one, a horde of zombies emerged from the ground, their flesh rotting and riddled with maggots. Their eyes were hollow and lifeless. The smell of death and decay filled the air. It was thick and overpowering. "It can't be." Stratford subconsciously retreated. He glanced at Adam, who was still standing atop the destroyed building, and blurted out, "You are a necromancer." Adam's lips curled up into a smirk, the lotuses in his eyes shining brightly. Guess, in a matter of moments, hundreds of zombies had emerged from the ground, and even more were making their way up. Stratford sensed great danger from these undead creatures. If there were thousands of them and they attacked him all at once, he would stand no chance. Instantly, he decided to retreat. He let out a guttural growl as he turned around to leave, but the zombies had already surrounded him. The undead creatures surged forward with unnatural speed and grabbed onto the werewolf's feet, refusing to let him go. Stratford cast a spell and froze the nearby zombies into ice sculptures, but by that time, even more zombies had surfaced from the ground. Fear began to creep inside the werewolf's heart. The number of these undead creatures was simply too many for him to deal with. They grabbed him from all directions, their bony fingers digging into his white fur, pulling him down with the sheer weight of their numbers. Stratford thrashed about in fury, swinging his claws violently, tearing through the zombies with unmatched ferocity, but it was all futile. For every zombie he killed, 2 more took its place, rising from the ground like a tidal wave of darkness, death, and decay. The ground beneath him seemed to come alive with the dead as more and more zombies surfaced. In a matter of minutes, the entire town was filled with zombies. They latched onto his limbs, their cold grips tightening with each passing second. Stratford's muscles strained as he struggled to break free, but the horde was endless. It was an unstoppable force. Stratford felt his strength beginning to wane. The zombies were tireless in their assault. They dragged him to his knees and pinned him to the ground. Amidst the sea of zombies, a little undead girl climbed his furry body and crouched on his chest. She looked at the werewolf with tearful eyes and whispered, "Ancestor." Stratford's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just call me? The little zombie continued, "Ancestor, why did you do it? Who are you?" The werewolf's crimson eyes rippled with emotions. "Why did you cage us in this town?" said the girl. "We could have lived happy and fulfilled lives. We could have traveled the world, but you kept us here against our wills. You manipulated us for your selfish reasons. Why did you do it, Ancestor?" Stratford looked at the little girl and then at all the zombies that had surrounded him. "All of you are the residents of this town. You are my descendants." The zombies all began talking in loud voices, their tone choked with emotions. "Why did you do it? You used all of us. You lied to us. We were nothing but pawns. We respected you. We loved you, but you betrayed us." A torrent of emotions washed over Stratford, thinking about the generations of descendants that he had fostered all so he could recover his strength. But the next moment, his crimson eyes flashed with cruelty. "So what?" he roared. "You insects mean nothing to me. It is your glory and honor to lay down your lives for me. You hear me? You mean nothing. Absolutely nothing." The next moment, all the zombies disappeared. So did the town. So did the blood moons. Stratford found himself standing alone in the middle of the forest. Behind him was the foot of the Grayskull Mountains, and in front of him was a village. This place, his heart skipped a beat when he realized where he was. It was the place where he had first met Lee all those centuries ago. Ha ha ha. He started laughing in a deranged manner. What is happening? None of this is real. That's right. This is an illusion." Suddenly, a sweet and melodious voice drifted into his ears. "Stratford, is that you?" This voice thought the man in absolute shock. He turned around and looked in the direction the voice came from, and there she was. Lee was wearing a white sundress, holding a basket filled with wildflowers. Her skin was soft and smooth, her blonde hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her emerald eyes radiated boundless joy. She dropped the basket and ran toward him. She put her arms around his neck and lovingly embraced him. "Why do you look so puzzled? Are you okay?" she asked in concern. Tears started to fall from Stratford's blue eyes. He raised his trembling hand and caressed his lover's cheek. "Lee, you're all right." Lee tilted her head cutely. "Of course I'm all right. Why wouldn't I be? Did you perhaps have a bad dream?" "A bad dream." Stratford fell into a daze. Soon he smiled brightly. "Ha ha ha, so it was all a dream. Ha ha ha, you're all right. Thank goodness." Lee put her palm on his forehead. "Do you have a fever?" "Ha ha ha, this is the best I've felt in years," he said as he lifted his lover from the waist and swung her around joyfully. Adam fell to his knees, coughing mouthfuls of blood. His eyes continued to bleed incessantly, and a terrible headache assaulted his brain. Yavia hastily flew from the distance and began healing him. "Adam, that's enough. If you overexert yourself, you'll die. Let us escape now." "Escape? Heh," Adam scoffed. He raised his head and looked at Stratford, standing in an absolute daze. Through his blurry and bloody vision, Adam confirmed that he had successfully put the werewolf inside an illusion. "Why should I escape? This is the perfect time to kill him," he said as he slowly got to his feet. "But your injuries," Yavia screamed in panic. However, the youth interrupted her. "Trust me, I know my body best. Just stop the blood loss." Yavia deeply looked at the youth before helplessly nodding. About a minute later, she had finally managed to stop his blood loss, completely exhausting herself. "Go back to the spirit world," said Adam with a gentle smile. "I refuse," Yavia reprimanded him. "I will stay here until you're done." Adam looked at her and nodded. "All right, get as far away as possible from this town, or you won't be able to take what's coming next." The tiny wood spirit complied and hurriedly flew away. After making sure that she had made enough distance, Adam exhaled a deep sigh. "I couldn't have executed this technique until I reached rank 4 and learned how to fly. But teleportation makes it possible." The next moment, he disappeared and then reappeared 50 meters in the air. He continued to teleport toward the sky, reaching as high as he could while still maintaining the illusion Stratford was in. An enormous amount of mana enveloped his body, augmenting it in preparation for the eventual fall. The mana of the 5 fundamental elements, earth, wind, fire, water, and wood, fused together and gathered around his right arm. Just as he reached the height of about half a mile, immense excitement and anticipation coursed through his veins, and his lips curled up into a wide grin. And thus began his descent. Hand of Doom, Divine Meteor. 5 magi of the Brotherhood continued to destroy the weeping trees and slowly made their way to the town. After meeting up with the refugees, the group was divided into 2. One rank 2 magus and over a dozen rank 1 magi from the Brotherhood led the group of refugees to safety. Meanwhile, 5 rank 2 magi dashed toward the town, intending to provide assistance to Adam. Brothers were almost there. The lead magus roared as he destroyed over a dozen weeping trees with a simple spell. This person was none other than Hudson Carr, the agent of the Brotherhood who had received Adam when the youth had first arrived at Acreon, the capital of the Akkadian Empire. This damned troublesome kid, Hudson cursed inwardly. It's only been a little more than a year since he publicly executed the Roland's couple in Acreon, and now he's cooked up a storm once again. When Elric informed him that he had to lead a group of magi to Stratford and help Adam, who had been stationed there for a mission, Hudson knew that something big was going to happen yet again. This bastard is a calamity magnet, he thought to himself helplessly. I hope he isn't dead. Hearing the sound of intense fighting coming from up ahead, Hudson knew that he had reached his destination. His expression turned solemn as he instructed the group of magi behind him, ready your magical components. Prepare for battle. As the group emerged from the weeping woods, suddenly a green light flashed and Yavia arrived before them. Shocked, she hurriedly made distance. Who are you? What is your business here? Seeing no insignia on their cloaks that would suggest the organization these magi belonged to, the little wood spirit couldn't help but feel alarmed. Get out of the way, Hudson admonished. And no, Yavia did not relent. Are you Adam's friends? Hudson was taken aback and asked in a softer tone, who are you? There's no time to explain, Yavia nervously stated. Adam has instructed me to leave the town immediately. All of you withdraw. Now, Hudson's eyes narrowed, a suspicious light flashing in them. He thought that Yavia was from the enemy's side, preventing them from assisting Adam. But before he could speak, a blinding white light appeared in the skies above the town. It was so bright that it completely overshadowed the dark crimson night sky. Yavia, Hudson, and the rest of the magi were forced to squint their eyes, unable to see clearly. What is that? Is that a meteor? It suddenly appeared. No, wait, the mana. An extremely overbearing wave of mana radiated from the light in the night sky. It was powerful. It was tyrannical. This group of magi found themselves involuntarily gasping for air. Yavia looked at the blinding light that continued to blink, disappearing and reappearing as it flew towards the clouds. Adam, she muttered anxiously. What? Hudson glanced at her and asked in disbelief. TT, that's Adam. Yavia snapped out of her daze and said in an urgent tone, we need to leave now, or we'll get caught up in the blast radius. Hudson glanced at the brilliant sphere of light in the night sky, incredulously muttering to himself, is this really the power of a rank 2 magus? Inside the illusion, Stratford suddenly felt his skin crawl, his intuition warning him of the danger to come. But when he looked around and saw a vibrant forest where little harmless animals frolicked and colorful flowers bloomed, he couldn't understand just where this sense of danger would come from. I feel like something is missing, said the white-haired man. Lee, who was lying down on the grass beside him, looked at him and asked, what more do you need? The man looked at her and smiled while stroking her silky blonde hair. Nothing, my love. As long as you're with me, why would I ever need anything else? Tell me, Stratford. Lee's lips curled up into a faint smile. A lifetime of pain and misery, all for what? Aren't you happy now? Stratford's expression turned complicated. I am, but what? Lee pressed. I love you, but I also love magic, said the man. I guess you could say magic is my first love. Lee asked softly, if you had to choose between me and magic, whom would you choose? Stratford fell into deep silence, the nagging feeling of the impending doom intensifying inside his mind. What's happening? Why is she asking me this? It is unlike her. Why do I feel this way? He thought in alarm. He was snapped out of his daze when Lee called out, answer me, my love. Stratford looked into her emerald eyes and smiled dotingly. I guess I would choose you. Good. Lee rested her head on the man's chest. Let it go. Embrace it. Let what go? Embrace what? Stratford asked in confusion. Lee's lips curled up into a mischievous smirk and she whispered, embrace the divine meteor. A brilliant streak of light tore through the night sky, a blazing comet that outshone the very stars. It moved with unbridled power, leaving behind a trail of blinding white light. Time seemed to slow down as the atmosphere hummed with tyrannical, otherworldly energy. The ground trembled with anticipation, the earth itself seemingly holding its breath as the meteor descended. Seeing the ground enlarging in his vision and Stratford still standing in a daze, lost inside the illusion he had weaved, Adam's lips curled up into a devilish grin. Hand of Doom, divine meteor, BOO. It was like the roar of 1,000 storms. The earth quaked as Adam hurled toward the ground. Inevitable, unstoppable. He slammed right into Stratford with a deafening explosion, a cataclysmic force that seemed to tear the very fabric of reality itself. The ground buckled and split, great fissures tearing through the streets as the shockwave rippled outward. Buildings crumbled as if they were made of sand. A massive cloud of dust and ash erupted from the point of impact, billowing into the night sky like a monstrous mushroom cloud. The force of the impact sent shockwaves in all directions, destroying the ground and uprooting the weeping trees in the vicinity. It was as if nature itself was recoiling from the pain. Yavia, Hudson, and the rest of the Magi had flown away just from the shockwaves of Adam's attacks. When they made it back to the clearing, they were thunderstruck by what they saw. The land where the town of Stratford earlier used to be had now caved in, creating an enormous crater. The town that stood so proudly beneath the stars for centuries now lay in ruin. and in the center of the crater lay the fresh corpse of the rank 3 magus, Stratford. Because of the devastating attack, only the werewolf's upper body remained, although it was barely recognizable. A bloodied figure stood victoriously beside the corpse, a tyrannical aura exuding from him that distorted the very air around him. When the group of magi laid eyes on this domineering figure, they felt goosebumps all over their body. This scene would forever be ingrained in the memories of those present here. In the history books of the Twilight Brotherhood, a new entry would be recorded, that on the day that Selene and Luna turned crimson, the rank 2 magus, Adam Constantine, emerged victorious in the battle against the rank 3 magus, Stratford, an unprecedented feat that would be revered by generations of those who would go on to join the Brotherhood. On the night of the blood moons, a new legend was born. His name was Constantine the Tyrant. The group of magi hurriedly made their way to the center of the crater, toward the place where Adam was standing. The mana fluctuations here Hudson couldn't help but loudly gulp. The closer he got to the center, the more it felt like the gravity in that area was intensifying. He couldn't even begin to imagine that such were the after effects of the magic combat technique that Adam had just executed. They found themselves unable to breathe. It was like the very air was weighing down on them. It was oppressive, Adam, Yavia called out as she flew toward the center, but she received no response. Her heart sank when she noticed this, and she couldn't help but imagine the worst. With great difficulty, she flew toward him and immediately checked his pulse. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. It would appear that Adam had only lost consciousness. What happened? Hudson approached them. Is he all right? Yavia nodded. Yes, he's just knocked out. The magi from the Brotherhood gasped in astonishment. He's unconscious, but he's still standing on his feet. Hudson was overwhelmed by emotions. Just what kind of monster is he? He simply refuses to fall even when he's not awake. Truly incredible. Yavia glanced at the raven-haired youth's right arm, and her expression turned solemn. The skin on his arm had burned away, revealing the damaged muscles and tendons. Moreover, pieces of bones were jutting out all throughout his right arm. The fact that his arm is still in one piece is a miracle, she muttered to herself. If it wasn't for Adam practicing the Astral Tyrant manual that constantly strengthened his body, his right arm would have truly been destroyed. Brother, a booming voice sounded from the sky. Everyone turned in the direction of the voice and saw an enormous black panther with feathered wings flying toward them. The magi from the Brotherhood instantly formed a perimeter around Adam, drawing out their weapons. Seeing this, Yavia calmed them down. That's Adam's familiar. You may all relax. The winged panther landed on the ground, and from his back 3 young magi dismounted. Professor, Eleni, Aiden, and Art ran toward the youth, their faces filled with panic and anxiety. Hudson stopped Art and solemnly asked, "Why did you leave that group, aren't they?" Art cut him off before rushing past him. The weeping trees have been neutralized. The refugees are safe and returning back. Neutralized? Hudson was confused. He looked around in the distance and saw that the trees had indeed stopped flailing around. Now they looked like regular, withered trees. Valerian approached Adam, walked around him, and made him gently lay down on his torso. He then began licking his cheeks, mentally calling out to him, brother, wake up, it's me." Adam's eyelids twitched before he slowly opened them. Little Val. His vision was still blurry and bloody. He could identify everyone here except the magi from the Brotherhood. Seeing him come to, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "I told you not to overdo it." Yavia screamed at the top of her lungs. "Look what happened now. Your right arm is completely damaged." "Ag, you never listen." Adam weakly turned his head, glancing at his wrecked right arm. He sighed wistfully. I can't feel my arm anymore." "Well, what do you mean, Professor?" Eleni asked in disbelief. "Are you saying you'll never be able to use your arm again?" Aiden asked with tearful eyes. Adam looked at him like he was an idiot. "When did I say that, my foolish disciple?" Professor Art wiped away his tears. "So that means you're going to be all right." Adam chuckled softly. He then looked at Yavia, who was glaring at him, and asked, Yavia, am I going to be all right?" Yavia turned into a flash of green light and slapped Adam. POWQEC. He flew away into the distance, spewing blood from his mouth. "I've always wanted to do that," said the little wood spirit, a devious smirk forming on her lips. Meanwhile, the magi from the Brotherhood felt a cold chill run down their spines. Hudson glanced at the harmless, pixie-like being and thought to himself, what the heck, who is this monster? The following moment, Yavia weaved a series of complex hand gestures, following which a tiny portal to the spirit world materialized behind her. From the portal, 2 wood spirits flew out. They first glanced at their surroundings, wondering which hellhole they had arrived at. Finally, their gaze fell on Yavia. "Young lady," they flew before her and respectfully bowed. "Go back to the village and bring me the red adenium plaster. Also get 3 drops of crystal Cassandra," said Yavia flatly. EHHH. The 2 wood spirits felt their eyes popping out of their sockets. "Red adenium, crystal Cassandra, those are the treasures of our village. The plaster is still doable, but 3 drops of Cassandra. Even rank 3 spirits have to pay an enormous price for just 1 drop, let alone 3. Young lady, the matriarch would never allow it." Yavia clicked her tongue in annoyance. She knew exactly how precious these items were. But she feared that if she didn't use these materials and heal Adam, then he would never be able to use his arm. Furthermore, there was also a great possibility of him going blind. As her healing spirit, it was her duty to heal him to the best of her abilities. Tell Mother it's for Adam. She'll understand. Yavia waved her hand dismissively. The two wood spirits looked at each other before helplessly nodding. Then they flew back into the portal. Hudson, who was standing nearby, overheard their conversation and was shocked. Materials that even rank 3 spirits would fight over. Does that mean the clan she comes from also has a rank 3 spirit, or someone even more powerful who can safeguard these materials? He then looked at Adam, who was lying lifelessly in the rubble, thinking to himself, this kid. Just how many powerful magi does he know? Then there are also rumors about his mentor going into seclusion to advance to rank 4 mana core rank. Just as he was lost in thought, an agent rushed toward him from the distance. Brother Hudson, what is it? The agent was panting for air, but the excitement in his eyes could not be hidden. We discovered the entrance to an ancient ruin underneath this crater. The group of magi stood in front of the gaping hole. This was the same hole that Stratford had come out from at the advent of the twin blood moons. This is the place, Hudson asked with a solemn expression. Yes, said one of the agents. Hudson stroked his chin, wondering how to proceed. Right at that moment, Valerian stepped forward. Adam was sitting on his back, looking at Hudson with disappointment. Tusk, 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 my dear brother Hudson. What's there to think about? All the problems are taken care of already. With that said, Valerian unfurled his enormous wings and jumped into the hole. Ha ha ha, life often requires us to take risks. Otherwise, it's boring. Adam's voice resounded in the ears of everyone present. Hudson's lips twitched, listening to his words. HMPH, no wonder you're always in the middle of a shit storm. The other agents of the Brotherhood looked at each other with helpless smiles before following behind Hudson and Adam. Meanwhile, Adam's 3 students couldn't help but wonder, why do these guys call each other brother? Are they part of some cult? Despite the cataclysmic turn of events that took place above ground, the ancient ruin underground was fairly intact. Although large boulders had fallen from the cavernous ceiling, the main area of this ruin that lay behind the towering stone doors was unscathed. This just went on to show how much resources and care went into building this place. With a loud thud, Valerian landed on the ground, looking around with alertness. Brother, everything looks clear, he said. There's no one. Suddenly he paused, looking in a certain direction near the stone doors. His topaz pupils constricted when he sensed a figure buried underneath a large boulder. Found someone, Val? Adam asked curiously. Since he was experiencing a splitting headache from overusing the White Lotus, he refrained from utilizing the sphere of resonance. Yes, the young dragon's lips curled up into a mocking smirk. He walked toward the stone door and found a person knocked out unconscious. This person's lower body had been buried under the boulder, and he was lying in a puddle of blood. It's Gore Darkmoor, said Valerian. Oh ho, Adam was surprised. He opened his eyes with great difficulty and tried to focus his vision. Indeed, it was none other than the rank 2 Magus, Gore. Hee, I was wondering where he went. Turns out he sneaked his way here when Stratford followed me into the Weeping Woods, Adam chuckled. What an opportunist. Valerian rolled his eyes. You would have done the same. Adam's lips twitched. True. Brother Adam, do you know this man? Hudson, who had just landed on the ground, walked toward Gore and asked. Ah yes, Adam nodded. He was instrumental in helping me complete this mission. Hudson was taken aback. He didn't expect this person, Gore, to have helped Adam in defeating the rank 3 Magus, Stratford. If Gore hadn't killed the mayor of the town, then Stratford would have used the latter's body and reached the peak of his strength. At that point, no one could tell how everything would have unfolded. All right, we will take care of him. Hudson nodded before instructing one of the agents to remove the boulder and give Gore first aid. He then walked toward the towering stone doors, gazing at the carvings of werewolves on the surface with great fascination. This ruin must be centuries old, he said. I wonder what treasures lay behind. Just as he was about to press his hands against the doors and open them, Adam called out, wait. Hudson turned around and asked, what is it? It's the lair of a rank 3 Magus. There are sure to be some traps, Adam said solemnly. You're right, Hudson stated in embarrassment. In his moment of excitement and anticipation, the man had completely overlooked this part. He looked at the youth and asked, how do you suggest we proceed? Adam waved his left hand and conjured Stratford's corpse from his earring. Hudson's eyes lit up. Good idea. He then weaved a simple hand gesture and cast half a dozen Magus hands. Then, under the man's guidance, the spectral hands lifted the werewolf's corpse. Following that, they pressed the corpse's hands against the stone doors, slowly opening them. Creak, the sound of doors opening resounded in the underground chamber. A gust of wind blew from inside the door, gently brushing against the magi standing outside. Yuck. Valerian stuck his tongue out in disgust and nearly puked. Smells like dogs in there. Adam put away the werewolf's corpse before urging the young dragon to step inside. Don't be so dramatic. Of course, if you don't want the treasures in there, you can stand guard outside. Valerian instantly began drooling, his eyes turning into the shapes of gold coins. Brother, I can't leave you alone. Seeing as how you're so weakened, I have no other choice but to accompany you inside. He spoke in a noble manner. Then he raised his chin and strutted inside. The people around them were dumbfounded by this interaction. They followed after the pair and then stepped through the doors. No traps were activated since technically Stratford had opened the doors for them. They arrived at a large hall supported by towering marble columns. Glowing stalactites hung from the ceiling, illuminating the place. On the other side of the hall were 4 doors made of rare ores and embellished with gems and jewels. There was a large pond in the center of the hall, but the peculiar thing about it was that it was a pond full of blood. The group arrived before it, looking at it with complicated emotions. The pond radiated a great aura of vitality that made one feel that it could cure any disease. This Hudson's eyes flashed with anger. This is the blood of humans, and it seems that other chemical elements have been mixed in with it to foster recovery. I'm not surprised, said Adam flatly. He opened his eyes slightly and gazed at the pond. Stratford has been collecting the blood of his descendants for centuries now. It was also he could recover his strength after his battle with Morven centuries ago. Morven, Hudson asked with raised brows. Who might that be? Come to think of it, Brother Adam, could you tell us exactly what has transpired here? Don't bother me with all that, Adam grumbled. Ask Kenley or someone. Right now I'm very tired. All I need is a drink and some more drink. With that said, he made Valerian walk around the pool and head to one of the doors. Hudson could only smile helplessly. Kenley and Wagner were currently above ground, leading the refugees back to town or the place where the town used to be. He decided to make the mission report after Adam had recovered slightly. Right at that moment, Eleni stepped forward. Sir, if it is all right with you, I can tell you everything you wish to know. Hudson looked at her curiously. And who might you be, young miss? Eleni couldn't help but feel smug hearing Adam praise her in front of so many people. Oh, Hudson's interest was piqued. So you were able to decipher clues that helped with this mission. Well done. Art and Aiden stepped forward. The former looked at Hudson and coughed awkwardly. We too are Magus Constantine's students, you know. Yes, Aiden nodded matter-of-factly. We also helped our mentor. Hudson's eyes lit up as he looked at the 3 young magi standing before him with newfound interest. If they're Brother Adam's disciples, I'm sure they will grow up to be splendid magi. Very interesting, he contemplated. I should keep my eye on them and see if they can become good recruits for the Brotherhood in the future. Hudson turned around and instructed a Magus, go over what they have to say, note down everything in detail. He then looked at Adam and Valerian's disappearing backs and continued, I'm going to go after them. Something tells me if I don't, then all the items in those rooms will be cleared out. With that said, he hurriedly followed behind the raven-haired youth and the young dragon. Stepping in through the first door, the 3 were greeted by a spacious library. All sorts of arcane books were neatly organized and kept on towering wooden shelves. Hudson flipped through the books one by one, giving them a cursory glance. As expected of a mana vortex magus, his textbooks contained some great insight into the magic spells and other esoteric knowledge. Found anything interesting? Adam asked as he took large mouthfuls of wine. Yes, plenty, Hudson replied truthfully. There are several books about the School of Invocation and the School of Alteration. Apart from that, there are theories and applications about spell casting, history of arcane magic, the wisdom of ancient sages. Adam patiently listened and then replied with nonchalance. Hudson was slightly taken aback. As someone who completed the mission, you can choose anything that you like from here. Are you not interested? Not really. Adam waved his hand. Hudson was speechless, but soon he realized the reason. I see his mentor is a mighty rank 3 magus, so all these books don't interest him as much. But the truth was far from it. Inside Adam's head was a mystical place filled with memories and experiences of powerful magi from the greater universe. Anything found within Stratford's library would naturally pale in comparison. Brother, look, Valerian suddenly spoke up as he walked to the other end of the room. There, placed inside a glass shelf, were 3 thick tomes. These books look important, said the young dragon. Oh ho, Adam's interest was piqued. He then looked toward Hudson and requested, do you mind taking them out? Hudson nodded before walking toward the glass shelf. As he approached the book stand, he froze. The titles of the book caused his eyes to widen and his breathing to turn ragged. Is everything okay? Adam snapped him out of his daze. Why, yes. Hudson nodded and opened the glass cabinet. He took out the 3 leather-bound books and placed them on the nearby table with trembling hands. Val read it out for me, said Adam as he sat on the young dragon's back, enjoying his wine in a laid-back manner. Valerian stepped forward and slowly read the titles of the book aloud. Mana Extraction Technique, from Mana Foundation to Mana Vortex Rank. Grimoire of Blood Magic, The Art of 1,000 Poisons. I see. Adam nodded knowingly. He looked at Hudson and chuckled. No wonder you were acting so strangely. Hudson replied awkwardly. The mana extraction techniques are strongly safeguarded by the various organizations and magus families. So you can understand my shock when I learned there's a mono extraction technique here that could help a magus advance to rank 3. Adam nodded. What's the Brotherhood's protocol for situations such as these? How is the loot distributed? Hudson thought for a few moments before solemnly replying, in cases such as yours, the person or the group that accomplishes the mission gets 25 of the loot. 25 will be redistributed to the common folk who have been affected. What? 25 only? Adam was furious. This is daylight robbery. What happened to the Brotherhood's code of upholding honor? Considering Adam's avaricious personality, Hudson had predicted that something like this would happen. Hence he assured, please calm down, Brother Adam, 25 of everything here will belong solely to you. The people I led here to act as reinforcements will not take a coin. After all, we didn't really do anything. Adam went into deep thought. He knew he had to play by the rules of the organization he worked for. Even back at Clover Academy, it was the same thing. In the end, he couldn't help but helplessly nod. Fine, whatever. Then he bent over and placed his hand on the book titled, The Art of 1000 Poisons. After keeping it away inside his earring, he instructed Valerian to move to the next room. What? Hudson was shocked at Adam's choice. Are you not going to take the mono extraction technique? It seemed like the most obvious choice to him. Don't need it, Adam said casually as he left the room, leaving behind a dazed Hudson. Why would he require a mono extraction technique that was only limited to the rank 3 mana vortex rank? He already had the 5 elemental codex that would help him advance beyond the rank where he wouldn't even need magical components to cast spells. After keeping away all the books inside the library, Hudson and Adam went to the next room. This one was a vault filled with gold, silver, and copper coins. Apart from that, there were gems and jewelry of all types that shone brilliantly. Furthermore, there were rare ores and minerals that could be used to craft magical artifacts. Since an accurate value of all the gems and jewelry could not be estimated in a short time, Hudson suggested that he would take them away and have an appraiser from the Brotherhood evaluate them. Adam could only reluctantly agree. However, he made sure to take 25% of all the coins inside the vault. The amount of coins that were now piled up inside his earring made him question his profession. He wondered if he should quit making money as a herbalist and instead start raiding ancient tombs and ruins. From this mission, even though he only received 25% of all the loot, he made exponentially more than he did by selling potions. And this was without taking the gems and jewelry into consideration. However, no one was more happy than Valerian. After all, he would get a certain portion from Adam's cut. The youth also had to give some form of monetary rewards to his students as well as Kenley and Wagner. After all, they had gone through thick and thin and helped him in completing this mission. When the pair arrived at the third room, they found it to be a laboratory. Although Stratford wasn't a herbalist by profession, his knowledge of the art of herbalism was quite deep since he had taken it upon himself to cure his wife. All the precious and rare herbs stored in this room had already withered away over the centuries. No spells could protect them against the ravages of time. Finally, when they arrived at the fourth room, they found it to be mostly empty, except there was a single, withered tree resting in the middle. Adam urged Valerian to walk toward the tree. The youth glanced at the face carved on the tree's trunk and sighed, the cause of everything love. What do you mean? Hudson asked curiously as he approached the withered tree. In his eyes, this tree was no different from all the weeping trees above the ground. The only difference was that this tree seemed to have been given proper care and maintenance. This tree used to be Stratford's wife, said the youth. What? Hudson's pupils constricted. Adam then began telling him what he had seen when he had cast Chimerical at Stratford. In the end, Hudson couldn't help but speak with complicated emotions, the things people do. Sensing something strange, the youth glanced at him and asked, Are you married? Divorced, Hudson chuckled. He paused for a moment and added thrice. Adam's lips twitched incessantly as he gazed at the man with a dumbfounded look. As the pair walked out of the room, Hudson asked him with a knowing smile, Brother Adam, do you have someone you like? Come to think of it, you're already at the age where you should get married. Adam shook his head with a dry smile. I don't wish to get entangled in matters like these. It will only weigh me down. In the memories of the experts that he had absorbed, he had seen several of them falling in love and getting married to beautiful, powerful, and respectable women. However, in the end, they would grow to outlive their partners and be devastated as a result. This trauma would in turn affect their advancement to the next rank. The journey toward the top was a lonely one. Hudson asked him with a dubious look, so you don't like anyone? Surely there must be someone. There is. Adam nodded with a genuine smile. Magic. I am but a humble seeker of the way, concerned with only studying the arcane arts, he added. Hudson was taken aback and he involuntarily stopped in his footsteps. As he saw Adam's departing back, he felt like he was looking straight at a mountain. Vast and unfathomable, the man now truly understood why Adam had so many great accomplishments at such a young age. Seeker of the way, he repeated the youth's words in a daze. Outside in the cavernous hall, Kenley and Wagner had already arrived. When they saw Adam sitting on Valerian's back, exiting the room, they hurriedly ran toward him. They placed their right hand on their chest and knelt on one knee, solemnly and respectfully stating, "Lord Constantine, we congratulate you on defeating the enemy." Adam continued to sip from his wine gourd, waving his hand nonchalantly at the pair. "What's gotten into you both? Don't act so formal with me. Get on your feet." The pair got to their feet and gazed at the youth with great admiration. Defeating a rank 3 magus was no ordinary feat, and defeating a rank 3 magus as a rank 2 magus was simply unheard of, so the way that they looked at Adam had now completely changed. The respect that they showed him was no different than what they would display to a mighty rank 3 magus. Hudson approached them and asked, "Have you led the refugees back safely?" "Yes, my lord," said Kenley respectfully. He paused for a moment and asked hesitatingly, "My lord, there are so many of them, and it will be very difficult for them to relocate." Hudson nodded. "I understand what you're trying to say." He then looked at Adam's 3 students standing in the distance. Then he looked at Adam and gestured with his eyes. Adam understood. He glanced at his students and stated, "You 3 go back up. I'll catch up with you later." "Yes, Professor." Art, Aiden, and Alini complied without asking any questions before leaving the chamber. After the kids had left and only the members of the Brotherhood and Valerian remained, Hudson glanced at Kenley and stated, "The people won't have to relocate. The 25% that would have been redistributed to the common folk will go toward rebuilding the town." Everyone agreed. They felt this was the best option for the townsfolk who now had no home to go to. As for this underground ruin, Hudson continued, "We will transform this into a new safe house for the members of the Twilight Brotherhood." After the members of the Brotherhood emerged from the underground ruin, Kenley and Wagner went toward the place where all the townsfolk had huddled together. They were looking at the large crater which once used to be their home with sorrowful eyes. Many of them had started weeping out loud seeing the scene before them. Kenley comforted them, saying that a new town would be built upon these ruins and that the construction would be fully financed by the magi present here. Not just that, the townfolk would also be compensated for any loss that they had incurred from the destruction of the town. This news certainly uplifted their mood, however. The destruction of their homes was still heavily weighing down on them. After all, they were born and brought up in this town just like their parents and their grandparents before them. Seeing their place of birth in ruins was extremely despairing. Kenley's wife, Raina, stepped forward and wisely shifted their attention toward another narrative. The destruction of the town was a result of a legendary battle between the wicked werewolf, Stratford, and the righteous magus, Adam Constantine. She told them how the werewolf had poisoned each and every one of them through the years, and how Adam had worked diligently in order to create an antidote for them. Many of the townsfolk here remembered how Adam had selflessly stood up for them in the middle of the weeping woods when Stratford was slaughtering them. In times of despair, people needed it. And that is exactly what they got. Filled with newfound hope and optimism, the group of refugees walked toward a certain area of the crater where Adam was. He was sitting on a boulder, being medically tended to by the wood spirit Yavia. Around him were his familiar Valerian and his 3 students. Yavia, who was wrapping the red adenium plaster around Adam's hand, suddenly sensed a large number of people coming toward them. She looked in their direction and grumbled, "What do they want?" "Can't they see I'm working?" "Hold on a moment, Yavia," Adam said softly. He looked at Kenley and Raina, who were leading this large group of people, and asked curiously, "What is it? Is everything okay?" The group didn't speak a single word. Instead, they got to their knees and humbly kowtowed before Adam. Adam, his 3 students, and Yavi had their eyes wide open. The scene of over 200 people getting on their knees and worshipping someone truly shocked Adam's squad. Especially when that someone was standing right beside them. No one was more dumbfounded than Adam himself. He couldn't help but feel greatly uncomfortable at this turn of events. "You all don't need to do this," he said awkwardly. "Please get on your feet. My lord, please accept our token of gratitude. If it wasn't for you, all of us would have succumbed to the poison and died," said Raina, her voice filled with emotions. Many of the townsfolk gazed at Adam with tearful eyes. He was but a mere young man in his early 20s, yet he had taken it upon himself to fight the werewolf and free all of them. Seeing Adam severely wounded, the townsfolk felt even more reverential toward him. To them, Adam was now no longer a hero, but someone sharing the same status as a deity. While everyone was idolizing the youth, he had a deadpan expression on his face, thinking to himself with incredulity, "What? Deliver justice? What are you guys talking about? I only did it to get my hands on rune magic." He didn't plan to ruin their moment, however. He coughed awkwardly and stated, "I have heard you. Now please get up." One by one, the townsfolk got to their feet, but they still didn't leave. Raina looked at Kenley and nodded. She then approached Adam and first bowed. "Before speaking, my lord, those magi there said that they would be providing us with the money to rebuild the town." Adam nodded. "That's right. Don't worry, there's enough money to go around. I believe even after the reconstruction, there will still be some money left to compensate every one of you here." Raina smiled. "Yes, I understand that, my lord, but that isn't what we are worried about." Adam raised his eyebrow. "Then what is it?" Raina took a deep breath and then turned around. She looked at all the townsfolk who were looking back at her encouragingly, gesturing for her to go ahead. She smiled brightly and turned back around to face Adam. "My lord, the others and I wanted to get your permission to rename our new town." Huh, Adam made a weird face. "Why would you need my permission? Just name it whatever you like." Raina nervously gulped and asked meekly, "My lord, that's the thing, we do need your permission." Adam was initially confused, but soon he understood what the woman meant, causing him to be stunned. "My lord, we wish to name the town after you. We wish to name it Constantine." Adam's expression turned extremely grim. He looked at Raina and stated, "I don't think you all have thought this through. In my journey as a magus, I'm bound to make many enemies. If any of them by chance happen to learn of the connection between me and this place, they would go to great ends to cause harm to it. The world of Magi seems mystical from the outside, but it is truly an unscrupulous world, so I cannot allow you all to do that." Raina felt silent, unable to come up with a reply. Right at that moment, the townsfolk behind her erupted in cheers. "We are alive only because of you. This is the least we can do. My lord, please give us permission. We don't care how many of your enemies we have to face. We will forever be loyal to you. We will fight for you." One by one, the townsfolk seemed to have received great courage, and they began chanting simultaneously. "Constantine, Constantine, Constantine, Constantine." Adam was speechless. He didn't know how to even react. He even felt that if he refused them again, then these people might even gang up on him. "Let them do it, brother," said Valerian. "I'm sure there are many people who share the same name as you. I don't think it would matter all that much." "Yes, Professor," Eleni beamed. "You should definitely do it." Art and Aiden also chimed in excitedly. "It'll be so amazing to have a town named after you. When this town grows into a city in the future, you will become so famous." "Ha ha ha, fame." Adam went into deep thought. "I've never cared about things like fame as long as I have a chest full of money, a gourd full of wine, and a lifetime to ponder the mysteries of magic. I would be a satisfied man." He looked at the faces of all the townsfolk, their eyes blazing with respect, reverence, and adoration. Gradually, his lips curled up into a smile. "But this also feels nice," he thought. "I wish to live my life following my desires. If that desire is to travel the universe looking for grand adventures, then I shall do that. If that desire is to build a town after me, then I shall do that as well." Although no one knew what Adam was about to do, they followed him nonetheless. "What is he up to now?" Yavia thought as she flew alongside him. The blood moons had dipped below the horizon and a new day had begun. The radiant rays of the morning sun bathed Adam's face, reflecting the trace of excitement in his eyes. "I was saving it for when I had properly settled down somewhere, perhaps in another world," he inwardly said to himself. "I never thought I'd be using it here. Although I'm not expecting much, it doesn't hurt to try." After confirming that he had arrived at the center of the large crater, he conjured a round, crystal vial from his earring. Inside the vial was an unassuming seed. "What's that?" Yavia asked curiously. Being a wood spirit, she would naturally have an interest in anything related to flora. "This is the seed of an ash tree," said Adam with a faint smile. Yavia's pupils constricted as she deeply gazed at Adam. She didn't speak a word to him, and her thoughts were a mystery. He went on his knees and began digging the ground without using mana. After gently placing the seed on the ground, he covered it with soil and then began carving strange runes around it. Although he didn't quite understand what these runes meant, in the memories he had seen a great expert who was also a herbalisto the same. He hoped that it worked. Legend has it that our world is supported by a divine pillar known as the World Tree. Its branches and roots extend to every part of the world, he said to the people around him. By now, even the Magi of the Brotherhood had arrived near him, drawn by the sudden commotion. They were wondering what Adam was up to. "They say that the World Tree manifests itself in the form of an ash tree. It is the center of our universe, its trunk reaching the heavens," the youth continued. "But Professor, isn't that just a fairy tale?" Eleni asked curiously. "Who knows?" Adam replied with a mysterious smile. Aiden couldn't help but jest. "Is the seed you're planting going to grow up into another world tree?" Adam shook his head with a chuckle. "No, it won't. However, they say all ash trees in existence are extensions of the world tree." "Like a clone?" Art asked incredulously. "Sort of," Adam replied vaguely. He paused for a moment before continuing. "Anyways, the reason I'm doing this is because we herbalists believe that the world tree can give us her blessings if we plant an ash tree in our herb fields. Although this place won't become my herb field, since it's going to be named after me, its importance will be no less in my heart." Hearing his words, the townsfolk couldn't help but feel their hearts warm up. The respect that they had for the youth instantly doubled after hearing him say those words. "Professor, I didn't know you were superstitious," said Eleni. "Haha, even if it's a legend, the world tree holds a special place in the hearts of us herbalists," Adam explained to them. "Some say the world tree is the source of the most rare and magical herbs in the world. Others believe it to be a wellspring of ancient herbalism knowledge. Although these are mere legends, us Magi need something to believe in, do we not?" Even though Adam had said so, he knew that these weren't mere legends. He had seen it in the memories. The world tree was real. After he had finished carving the runes around the seed, they magically disappeared into the ground even though Adam hadn't used any mana. The youth's eyes lit up and he thought to himself, as expected, it works. He took a deep breath and bent over, placing his forehead on the damp earth. As the rays of the sun fell on the seed of the ash tree, he recited a solemn prayer. O great Mother Yggdrasil, bless this seed to take root in this humble earth. Allow it to grow strong, rise tall, and spread wide. Allow it to shield this land and its people by your branches. May we find protection by your roots. May we find peace, so let it be. Unbeknownst to anyone present, a mystical pulse rippled through the land, spreading outwards in all directions. And at the same time, in the depths of the universe, an ancient existence cast its gaze in this direction. Adam slowly got to his feet. He turned around and looked at all the townsfolk before declaring, I permit you to name this settlement Constantine. OHHHH. The townsfolk erupted into cheers. The sun slowly rose over the horizon, signaling the advent of a new day and a new chapter for the town of Constantine. After Adam had been given proper medical aid by Yavia, he decided to leave this place. He had to return to Ravenfell with his students. The Magi of the Brotherhood chose to stay behind and help the mortals through the initial development of the new town. As Adam and his students hopped on Valerian's back, the townsfolk surrounded them, bidding them farewell with tearful eyes. My lord, please take care of your health. May you prosper in all endeavors of life. You must visit us from time to time. Do not forget us, my lord. We are your people. Adam glanced at them with a bittersweet smile, thinking to himself, the antidote that you all drank contains traces of my blood, so in a way, you all are truly my people. Until next time, he bade them farewell before instructing Valerian to take flight. With overflowing emotions, the townsfolk watched the enormous Black Panther slowly fly away into the horizon. The name of their savior would forever be etched inside their hearts. While the townsfolk were looking in the direction that Adam had flown away, unbeknownst to them, and even the Magi present, a mysterious figure suddenly arrived at the place where the youth had planted the seed of the ash tree. It was an old woman with silver-gray hair and eyes that were a deep, mossy green. She wore a white flowing robe, its hems embroidered with the patterns of leaves. Over her robe, she wore a dark green cloak. She looked at the ground where Adam had planted the seed, her eyes sparkling with kindness and love. Then she looked in the direction Adam had flown off to. Despite the long distance, she could see him as clear as day. Her lips gradually bloomed into a smile, a gentle smile, a happy smile. An expectant smile. After months of travel, Adam had dropped off his 3 students at the entrance of the secret tunnel that led to Saratoga. After bidding them farewell, he embarked on another journey. Elric had sent him a letter, telling him about the coordinates of the Twilight Brotherhood's headquarters in the Ulier continent. Although there were several twists and turns, the mission he had been given was successfully accomplished. Not to mention, Adam had earned the glorious merit of slaying a rank 3 Magusan incident that took the Twilight Brotherhood by storm. He was hailed as a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. Not only had he become a mana liquefaction magus at the mere age of 20, but now he had also defeated a magus who was 1 entire rank above him. Needless to say, every member of this clandestine organization knew the name of Constantine the Tyrant. The dark clouds churned ominously above the Galestein Ocean as the storm raged in full force. Lightning crackled, illuminating the sky in bright flashes, while thunder rolled like the sound of ancient drums. Adam sat on Valerian's back as the latter flew through the storm with grace and power. His right arm was covered in red-colored bandages, and so were his eyes, an indication that his injuries still hadn't healed. He pressed his left hand gently against his familiar's back, sending him a mental transmission. "Little Val, how are you holding up?" Valerian proudly roared, his booming voice overpowering the very sound of thunder itself. "Brother, I am a mighty dragon. This much is nothing for me." Adam couldn't help but smile fondly. "All right, we're almost there." Below, the ocean roared loudly, its waves crashing against one another, sending sprays of salt water high into the air. In the distance, their destination gradually came into view. About 100 miles off the coast of the Akkadian Empire stood a series of magical cliffs that sprung up from the ocean bed. They were jagged and foreboding, rising sharply from the waters like the teeth of an ancient creature. This entire area was considered to be a death zone for ships. The waters here were so dangerous to navigate that any vessel that happened to pass by would mysteriously sink to the bottom. Thus, this entire area was secluded. Even powerful magi tended to avoid this place, a perfect place for a clandestine organization to set up their base. Of course, there were still several other protective and concealment barriers that protected this place from unwanted and prying eyes. After flying through these towering pillar-like cliffs for several hours, Adam finally spotted the place he needed to be. At the crown of a certain cliff, hidden from the casual observer, lay the entrance to the headquarters, accessible to only those who knew its location. There, Adam sent the young dragon a mental transmission while pointing toward the cliff in front of them. Valerian flapped his wings and took a sharp turn, flying toward the top of the cliff. A few moments later, the pair felt as if they had passed through an invisible membrane. After passing through that barrier, Adam could see several people patrolling the top of the cliff, carrying light torches that strangely enough weren't doused by the heavy rain. The acolytes stationed above the cliff noticed the presence of a majestic flying creature soaring toward them. However, none of them were alarmed. This was their territory, after all. Furthermore, this place was nigh impossible to find unless one knew the way. So a person who could arrive here would more often than not be a member of the Brotherhood. If they weren't, they were swiftly dealt with by the powerful hidden magi that guarded this place. As the pair descended, Adam could sense several powerful mana signatures in different locations. From a cursory sweep, he could perceive over 100 mana liquefaction magi. Moreover, there were dozens of mana vortex magi. After his battle with Stratford, Adam's usage of the White Lotus had improved even further. This resulted in the sphere of resonance's perimeter significantly expanding. Adam's expression turned extremely solemn. In the depths of the headquarters, he could sense an even more powerful existence. He instantly knew. Rank 4 Mana Core Magus. The only reason I can sense so many of these magi here is because they haven't bothered hiding their mana signatures, Adam thought to himself. As soon as the pair landed on the cliff, a large number of acolytes dressed in hooded, black cloaks surrounded them. One of them came forward and expressionlessly said, "In twilight we find truth." He stopped before the man. Then he touched his forehead with his right index and middle fingers, drawing an arc and placing them above his chest. "In shadows we seek wisdom." The acolyte's shoulders involuntarily loosened. He slightly bowed and asked, "My lord, please state your name." "Adam Constantine," said the youth evenly. A jolt of electricity crawled down the spines of all the acolytes present, and they involuntarily shuddered. Only one thought echoed inside their minds: the tyrant. Immediately all of them knelt down on one knee and loudly and respectfully greeted, "We welcome Agent Constantine." Roar. Valerian roared at the top of his lungs, causing all the acolytes to shudder once again. Then he transformed into a gray cat and agilely hopped on Adam's shoulder. As he walked past the countless acolytes, none of them dared to get on their feet or even look his way. Such was the might of the tyrant. All the members of the Brotherhood were made aware of the Stratford incident. So how could they not know just how powerful of a magus Adam was? Even though he was only a rank 2 magus, no one saw him as only a rank 2 magus. As he walked toward the cave entrance, a hooded figure suddenly emerged from within. He glanced at Adam and then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, brother Adam, we finally meet." The figure lifted his hood, revealing himself. He was a mature man who seemed to be in his early 40s. He had honey-brown eyes, short locks of crimson hair, and a sun-kissed tan physique. It was none other than the handler of the Brotherhood, Elric Spence. "Ha ha ha," Elric patted the youth's back. "Don't mention it, it's my job." He grabbed Adam's shoulders and grinned. "Look at you, who would have thought? A cheeky bastard like you would be able to deal with that rank 3 werewolf." "Haha, you have truly given me a great surprise." Adam didn't know how to react to such praise. Although he felt greatly smug inside, he didn't show it. "Anyways," said Elric as he guided the youth inside the cave entrance. "Do you know what they're calling you?" Adam shook his head. "What, the tyrant?" Elric grinned. Adam was taken aback, thinking to himself, what a coincidence. Is this what they call providence? He nodded his head with a smirk. "I like the ring of that." As the pair walked through the twisting tunnels towards the heart of the cliff, Adam found that there were no other people around. "Where's everyone?" he asked curiously. "I'm taking you through a secret route, that's why you can't see them," Elric replied. "Oh, where are we headed to?" "To the vault," Elric grinned. He paused for a moment before adding, "Your accomplishments in the Stratford incident have attracted a lot of attention in the organization, not just in the Uller headquarters, but even in the headquarters of Europa, Indus, and Yenlu." Adam was astonished. "Even the magi from the other side of the world." "Heh, what did you expect?" Elric chuckled. "The number of people in this world who have managed to become rank 2 magi by the age of 20 could be counted on one hand." He paused for a moment before continuing with a slightly trembling voice. "And the number of people who have battled a rank 3 magus and emerged victorious as a rank 2 magus is only one." Elric stopped in his footsteps, deeply looking at Adam. "You know what that means, don't you, brother Adam?" Adam thought for a moment before replying like it was the most obvious thing in the world, that I'm a genius. Elric's lips twitched. "Yeah, that is true. But what I meant was, the powerful factions within the Brotherhood will be looking to recruit you, and these factions are led by counselors." The pair resumed walking toward the vault. Adam asked in a solemn tone, "The counselors are Mana Core Magi, yes?" "Indeed," Elric nodded. "Do I have no other option but to choose a faction? I really don't wish to get involved in the organization's politics," Adam grumbled. Elric shrugged. "You don't really have a choice." Adam fell into silence. Elric noticed this and patted his shoulder, assuring him, "But you won't have to worry about that for now." "What do you mean?" asked the youth. "None of the counselors will make a move yet," said Elric. "Why not?" "They won't make a move until your mentor comes out of closed-door seclusion." Elric smiled knowingly. Adam's eyes lit up in understanding. "So my trajectory inside the Brotherhood depends on whether the old man can advance to rank 4. Precisely." If Warden Glinhorn becomes a monocore magus, he will surely build a new faction around him. When that happens, you will naturally join that faction, and none of the other counselors will approach you, Elric patiently explained. Adam went into deep thought, then asked, but what's all this about the factions and whatnot? Is it because of the resources in the organization and how they are distributed? Before Elric could reply, the pair had already arrived at an intersection. He glanced at Adam and smiled. This is as far as I go. I'll explain everything to you after you return from the vault. Adam nodded. Okay. In front of him was a dimly lit, narrow path that led underground. With great anticipation, Adam began walking. Finally, I can get my hands on the textbooks related to rune magic. Then there's also the founder's journal that I was promised as a reward. Elric said that the founder, who was a runesmith, had written his insights about rune magic in this journal, he thought gleefully. Finally, after several twists and turns, he arrived at the foot of a large steel gate. Ancient runes radiating great magical power were carved on the gate. Adam was instantly mesmerized by these runes. He walked toward it and reached out with his hand when suddenly a booming voice echoed in the dark chamber. Do not touch. The youth trembled and instantly withdrew his hand. He then bowed apologetically. Please forgive me. From just the voice alone, he could tell that it belonged to a powerful magus, possibly a mana vortex magus. Based on the result of the mission, your rewards have been carefully selected by a panel of wardens. Once you enter the vault, you will find the items placed on a stone pedestal. You are not allowed to touch any other items within the vault. Only take away the 7 arcane textbooks on rune magic, as well as 1 journal left behind by the founder. The voice paused for a moment before adding, although I doubt you will be able to glean anything conclusive from the founder's journal. With that said, the runes on the towering steel door lit up with a blinding light. Then, the door slowly opened. 7 textbooks on rune magic, and a journal left behind by the founder. Adam was beyond excited as he hurriedly made his way inside the vault. He felt that all the setbacks that he'd faced during the mission were worth it. He was only expecting a book or two, but the Brotherhood had rewarded him with 8. As he entered the vault, he found that the place was expansive, to say the least. It was filled with towering shelves that contained magical artifacts, ancient textbooks, rare and precious herbs, and even precious ores and minerals. Adam couldn't even begin to fathom the total value of all the items inside this vault. As expected of the Brotherhood, he thought, they are wealthy beyond comparison. He soon arrived before the stone pedestal where 8 books were kept. All of them looked extremely old. They were leather-bound and their pages had yellowed with the passage of time. Runes of Power, the Rune Weaver's Codex, the Runesmith's Grimoire, the Language of Runes. The youth read aloud the titles of the textbooks with bated breaths. Runic Mysteries, Unlocking the Hidden Powers, the Rune Scholar's Handbook, and Rune Magic from Theory to Practice. After reading through the titles of all 7 textbooks, he put them inside his earring. Finally, his gaze fell on the journal left behind by the founder. With exhilaration coursing through his veins, he picked up the leather-bound journal. There was no title written on the cover, so he flipped it open and read the words written on the first page. Then it happened. The sheer shock that raced through his whole being caused his mind to stop working. His hands involuntarily trembled, and he dropped the journal on the floor. It can't be. No, this is impossible. The founder, he. Adam's mind was a mess, and tumultuous waves rose in his heart. Elric had mentioned to him that the founder had written his journals in a mysterious language that he himself had invented, and that no one was able to decipher it. However, the language used in the journal wasn't something that the founder had invented. Adam was certain of it. Because he knew this language, Ether Adam whispered in a shaky voice. It was a very well-known language, as well as the one that was most commonly used among the many races. Of the greater universe, end of volume 3 Secrets and Shadows. In the distant valley behind Saratoga Castle, several cottages were provided for the professors and the senior students of this magical institution to live in. Each of these cottages came with large patches of land, numbering in the hundreds of acres. The Magi of Saratoga believed that only by living close to nature could they deepen their understanding of magic. That is why many of them chose to live in these countryside cottages near the Grand Castle, instead of residing in the bustling city of Ravenfell. One of these cottages, nestled near the edge of a small pond, exuded a charm that blended perfectly with its natural surroundings. Beside the pond, there was a small herb field where all sorts of precious and rare magical ingredients could be seen growing. The cottage itself was constructed from weathered stones with ivy creeping up its walls, giving it an ancient and cozy appearance. Although the cottage seemed to be made of simple materials, in truth, the stone walls were carved with intricate runes that were concealed from the common eye. The front door was made of thick oak and adorned with intricate carvings of magical creatures such as dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns. Sunlight seeped in through the small round window on the stone wall, revealing the scene inside the cottage. Sitting at the study table, a young man wearing loose silk robes was deeply engaged in the act of writing something in a small journal. He had broad shoulders, and from the silk fabric gently pressing against his body, one could tell that he was lean, yet incredibly muscular. The young man had long, raven hair tied into a ponytail that flowed down his shoulders, and a neatly trimmed mustache and beard that framed his cheeks and chin. His face was unremarkable, with features so plain that they might blend into a crowd. His complexion was neither too pale nor too tan. There was nothing on his face that made him stand out, except for one striking exception: his eyes. His eyes were mesmerizing, unforgettable in their intensity. They were lotus-shaped, as if fondly carved by the sculptor of the gods. His pupils were deep and dark like the abyss. The feathered quill in the young man's hand danced across the pages of the book lying before him. In the morning, when you rise unwillingly, let this thought be present: I am rising to do the work of a human being. So why then am I dissatisfied if I am going to do the things for which I exist, for which I was brought into this world? Every time you struggle to get up from the bed, ask yourself this: have I been made for this? To lie under the blankets and keep myself warm. He dipped the quill in ink and then continued writing. But this is more pleasant, my mind could argue. Then ask yourself this: do you exist then solely for the sake of pleasure, and not at all for action or exertion? Do you not see the little plants, the little birds, and the little animals working together to put in order their separate parts of the universe? So why then are you unwilling to do the work of a human being? Adam gently put the quill on the table and looked over his journal entry for the day. Then he put away his personal journal inside his earring and gazed at the beautiful scenery outside through the round window. His eyes sparkled with maturity and wisdom as he gazed at the herb field outside the cottage. Ever since the war with the orcs in the Southern Federation, he had always wanted to record a personal journal. He wanted to do this primarily as a personal guide to self-improvement and reflection. He used these journal entries to reinforce his own philosophical beliefs, reminding himself of the principles he aimed to live by. It served as a form of self-discipline, helping him navigate the challenges of everyday life, dealing with personal struggles, and maintaining moral integrity. It was so he could explore his thoughts on virtue, duty, and the way. It reflected his effort to cultivate wisdom, patience, and resilience in the face of adversity. When he read the journal entries of the founder of the Twilight Brotherhood all those years ago, it only further reinforced the idea of recording his own personal journal. Seeing the leaves gently falling on the ground, Adam's heart felt elevated, and he recited a beautiful poem. Seasons shift with timely grace. In fall's gold, spring's tender face, winter's breath and a frosty sigh gives way to summer's blazing sky. Time gently flows like a river's rhyme. Leaves fall, bloom, and fade with time. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed since Adam came across the founder's journal. The youth's shock was immense when he learned that the mysterious founder of the Twilight Brotherhood did not hail from Tron. Instead, he belonged to a certain planet in the greater universe and had only happened to arrive at Tron by accident. How he arrived here was a mystery. Over time, Adam's shock gradually turned into hope. He figured that if there was a way for the founder to arrive on this planet, then that meant there was also a way for him to leave this planet. However, nothing conclusive was written about this interstellar traveling method in the journal that he had read. Fortunately, the founder had written several journals in the time he was alive. All Adam had to do was get his hands on the rest of the journals, and he was sure he could find a way to leave this planet and travel to the greater universe. He slowly got to his feet and grabbed the large wine gourd placed on the ground by the table. Carrying the gourd over his shoulders, he walked out of the cottage. That journal only recorded the founder's insights on rune magic, as well as some of his entries about his day-to-day personal life, Adam thought to himself. The rays of the early morning sun gently landed on his face, and he softly muttered, I need to complete more missions given by the Brotherhood and acquire the rest of the journals left behind by the founder. He raised his head and looked at the sky, his gaze seemingly piercing the clouds and spying into the depths of the cosmos. His lips curled up into a confident smirk. One day, Adam walked toward the nearby pond and sat down on a boulder by the bank, gazing at the fish lazily swimming underwater. He conjured a handful of chia seeds from his earring and threw them in the pond. As he watched the fish feast on the seeds, he grabbed the large gourd and poured some wine into a ceramic cup. Leisurely sipping on the wine, he recalled all that happened in the past few years. Life at Saratoga continued the way it did, except he had now become a research assistant for the rank 3 Magus and the department head of the School of Summoning, Professor Mathilda Whittaker. His in-depth research about the art of teleportation had garnered immense praise from not only her, but also the other rank 3 professors at Saratoga. Of course, Adam hadn't divulged to them any information about his, blink, teleportation that he used with the White Lotus as the magical focus. That was his trump card, after all. Despite that, the insights he had gained into teleportation during the epiphany that he'd had during his battle with Stratford was more than enough for the faculty at Saratoga to be astonished. Other than that, he continued his research and experiments in herbalism, enhancing his proficiency as a herbalist by leaps and bounds. Moreover, he had also begun dabbling in the art of poisons. Although he'd always had memories pertaining to this field belonging to the two herbalists from the greater universe, he had never been interested in them. But after seeing how deadly the effects of wolfsbane poison had been on Stratford, he believed that poison attacks could also be added to his arsenal. The most drastic change to his life, however, was brought about by rune magic. 7 years were enough to master all the knowledge that those books from the Brotherhood provided. But the more Adam learned, the more he realized how little he knew about rune magic, especially the insights that the founder had written in his journal. The rune magic from his world was far more advanced than anything Tron could produce. This was only natural. After all, Tron was nothing compared to the myriad magical civilizations in the greater universe. The thing that he had been looking most forward to, the mana-gathering runic formation, had now been made possible. Because of that, his progress in his path as a magus had advanced exponentially. As a result, in the last 7 years, he had already crossed the halfway mark of rank 2 mana liquefaction magus. He suddenly looked southward, in the direction of the Southern Federation. His eyes flashed with concern as he muttered, "Old man." In the past 7 years, he had made numerous trips to the Murky Mountains, but every time he went there, to the place where Berger had entered closed-door seclusion, he found that the old gnome still hadn't come out. If it wasn't for Blackie constantly standing guard outside the cave around the clock, Adam would have abandoned everything here at Saratoga and shifted to the Murky Mountains. However, Blackie assured him that everything was going fine. Closed-door mindfulness, where Magi advanced to the next rank, took several years to complete. If it's meant to be, it will be. Suddenly, he sensed something through his sphere of resonance, causing a faint smile to bloom on his face. Ah, they're here. About 10 minutes later, 3 figures riding fine steeds arrived at Adam's place. One was a young man in his early 20s with blonde hair and a set of black eyes. It was the rank 2 mana liquefaction magus, Arthur Doyle. The other young man of similar age was a person with dark brown hair tied into a loose ponytail. He had silver eyes that shone with brilliance. It was the rank 2 mana liquefaction magus, Aiden Thorne. Finally, the third person was a beautiful young lady with soft brown hair and pale blue eyes. She radiated an aura of vibrant vitality. It was none other than the rank 2 mana liquefaction magus, Eleni Strange. In the years following the Stratford incident, under Adam's tutelage, his 3 students had made great progress in both the analytical and spiritual aspects of magic and grown to become powerful mana liquefaction magi. The 3 of them dismounted their horses and walked toward the pond with wide and confident steps. Then they approached the boulder where Adam was sitting and simultaneously got on one knee, respectfully addressing him. "Greetings, Professor." Their respect and admiration for their mentor came from the deepest recesses of their hearts. When they became mana liquefaction magi just recently, they believed that they had already caught up to Adam, who they looked up to. But that was simply their wishful thinking. The day they had advanced to rank 2, they had approached Adam and challenged him to a spar. 1 second. That was all it took for Adam to put them inside an illusion and show them just how vast the difference was. When the 3 of them gazed at Adam's broad back, all they saw was an insurmountable mountain. It had become their life goal to climb this towering mountain. "Are you ready?" Adam asked in a gentle voice. "Yes," the 3 excitedly replied in unison. "Good." Adam smiled as he turned around, facing them. He poured the wine into 3 more cups and passed it on to them. The students respectfully received the cups from him. This was the first time that Adam had offered them wine, causing them to be surprised. "I do not know how long it will be before we meet again," Adam began, "but I'm confident that given your magical prowess, you will be able to travel these lands unhindered. Of course, that doesn't mean that you should go around picking a fight with every other person." Art, Aiden, and Eleni listened patiently, nodding from time to time. The Twilight Brotherhood is an alliance of individuals from all sorts of cultures and backgrounds. Its goal is to maintain peace, search for and preserve ancient arcane knowledge, and protect the innocent, whether they be mortals or magi. Adam paused for a moment before continuing. "The individual mission they've given each of you will test if you're truly fit to join this secret society." He raised his hand that was holding the wine cup and toasted with a smile. "For that, I wish you good fortune." The mentor and students downed their drinks and kept the wine cups away. "Professor, what should we expect from the Brotherhood?" Aiden asked excitedly. It wasn't until all 3 of them had become mana liquefaction magi that Adam had divulged to them about the secret society that he was a part of. Of course, he had already discussed this with other agents such as Hudson and Elric beforehand. These 2 had been secretly observing Adam's pupils for the past several years, seeing if they were truly fit to become part of the Brotherhood. Only after they had confirmed did Adam tell his students about the organization's existence. "We are the Lord Guardians of the Realms," replied Adam. When Berger had repeated these words to him for the first time all those years back, Adam thought that the term realms referred to all the continents in Tron. However, after he read the journal left behind by the founder, he believed that the meaning of this term might be entirely different. He even had a feeling that the Brotherhood might even have its branches in several other worlds as they did in Tron. Lord Guardians of the Realms, Aiden and Art's eyes shone like the stars. Among Adam's students, these two had the deepest sense of justice even as kids. It was a trait that stuck with them even after they grew up into young adults. The next moment, however, Adam doused them with a bucket of cold reality. But they're nothing more than loud-mouthed idealists if you ask me. Aiden and Art were taken aback, and so was Eleni. They're righteous to a fault, the raven-haired man continued. Their goal is to maintain a balance between nature and civilization, social structure and individual liberty. Their goal is to eliminate tyranny across Tron, labeling anyone who uses the gift of magic for evil deeds as their enemy. "But Professor, isn't that a good thing?" Eleni asked with a thoughtful expression. "Good, bad, it all depends on which side you're standing," Adam replied with a faint smile. "Those guys strive to bring peace, but at the same time they also want balance. That's a noble cause," Art said in all seriousness. "Oh, it is," Adam nodded, no doubt about that. He looked into the far-off distance, a low sigh escaping his lips. But peace and turmoil are intimately connected, one giving rise to the other. Adam looked at his students and shook his head. "Anyway, this is not what you should be concerned about." He thought that he might have gone a little too philosophical with his dear students. "To answer your question, they take camaraderie very seriously. You'll always receive help from a member if they're nearby. All you need to do is ask," he added. "Apart from that, the main reason I want you three to join is because of the vast resources at their disposal. Could it be that they are richer than even Saratoga?" Art asked jokingly. However, he didn't expect to be so dumbfounded by Adam's answer that he would become speechless for the next few minutes. Adam scoffed. "Saratoga. The Brotherhood is wealthier than even the Akkadian Empire." He paused for a moment before continuing. "They also have a collective network of herbalists, artificers, and runesmiths. You can avail their services at great discounts." Eleni paused for a moment before asking, "Is there anything we should keep in mind?" Adam waved his hand nonchalantly. "Don't worry about it. Just be yourself. Even the individual mission that they've given you is like a tradition of sorts. Your entry to the organization is practically confirmed." Hearing his words, the three couldn't help but feel at ease. At the same time, they couldn't wait to officially become members of this secret society. The following moment, Adam took out 3 metal discs in the shape of a pentagon. Intricate runes were carved on the surface of these discs. He gave one each to his students before introducing, "These are mana-gathering runic formations. Activate them every time you enter a round of mindfulness. The runic formation will draw an abundant amount of mana in your surroundings, increasing the speed at which you gather mana inside your bodies." His students were shocked as they received the metal discs with trembling hands. They had never thought about something that could increase their mana extraction speed. Before they could even reel in from the shock, Adam conjured 3 more items from his earring. These items appeared to be unassuming crystal pendants, except they were carved with powerful rune magic. I've inscribed the Rank 2 spell, Gravity Repulsion's model component on the crystals. If you imbue mana into the pendant, the spell will activate. This is a one-time use item, so only use it when your life is in danger. The momentary respite that it would provide will help you turn the tables on your enemies, Adam added. He had prepared a few parting gifts for his students before they left for their missions. He was only getting started. Then he took out a thick, leather-bound tome and a sheathed longsword. He gave these items to Aiden. Following that, he took out another tome and a cross-blade, giving them to Art. "As you two have chosen the way of the sword, you must commit fully to it. These 2 tomes contain magic combat techniques that utilize swords. Each is specifically catered for you both," Adam began. He then glanced at the weapons and continued, "And these are rank 2 magical artifacts. They'll serve their purpose until you advance to the mana vortex rank." Magic combat techniques utilizing swords. Aiden was choked with emotions. He hadn't expected to receive so many things from his mentor. Seeing his expression, Adam found it very amusing. He then turned his attention toward Eleni, who was looking at him expectantly. "As for you," he said as he conjured a large wooden chest. The chest contained dozens of books and scrolls that Adam had written in the past few days. "These contain my insights into the art of herbalism, along with countless recipes for potions, poisons, and antidotes." Eleni beamed with a radiant smile. "So many." Adam smiled seeing her reaction. To be honest, he was quite surprised when Eleni told him that she wanted to embark on the path of a herbalist. After all, she hailed from a family of artificers. Adam felt that she would one day end up becoming one as well. However, after going through what she had in the town of Stratford, she realized that she would be able to positively affect the lives of others if she became a herbalist instead of an artificer. Thus, she had begun studying about this profession as soon as Adam had returned to Saratoga from the Brotherhood's headquarters. It took her 7 years just to learn the basics of herbalism. Only now was she deemed worthy by Adam to delve deeper into the mysteries of this art. Adam looked at his students and said in a sentimental tone, "Make sure to diligently practice the mana extraction techniques that I've already given you. Those techniques have been handpicked by me and are perfectly suited to you. Other than that, don't skip out on practicing the body enhancement techniques as well. You must remember, your body is the vessel in which you store mana. The sturdier the vessel, the better. Understood?" "Yes, Professor," the three replied with tearful eyes. Ever since they had embarked on their journey as magi, they had always been under the shade of the tree that was their mentor. But the time had finally come for them to spread their wings and journey to faraway lands. Don't forget to eat on time and make sure to get proper rest. It is as important as mindfulness and arcane research. Adam's voice turned softer. He thought to himself, what a strange, bittersweet feeling is this what the old man felt when I left the Southern Federation. Lastly, make sure you return to Saratoga within 5 years, Adam concluded. He then turned back around, facing the pond once again. Go on now. Pearls of tears trickled down the three students' faces as they cried out loud. They fully knelt on the ground, touching their foreheads on the grass. Adam waved his hand, casually casting 3 pairs of Magus hands that gently held Art, Aiden, and Alini's shoulders and lifted them to their feet. May the stars guide your steps, and may you return with greater power and a deeper understanding of the way, he said. Farewell, my foolish pupils, until we meet again. Saratoga Castle. In the heart of this ancient castle, a stern-looking old man sat at his table, reading a book with piqued interest. The title of the book was Efficient Uses of the Teleportation Network in the Spirit World by Adam Constantine. After the old man had finished reading, Professor Mathilda Whitaker, who was sitting across from him, respectfully asked, "So what do you think, headmaster?" The stern-looking old man revealed a faint smile. Very interesting. Headmaster's office, Saratoga Castle. It was a grand and enigmatic place, filled with an air of mystery and magic. The room was circular, with high arched windows that allowed natural light to filter through. The walls were lined with wooden shelves filled with ancient tomes, strange apparatuses, and magical artifacts. At the center of the room stood a massive desk made of oak. It was covered with parchment papers, quills, books, and old trinkets. Marcus Blackwood, the headmaster of this ancient castle, sat at the head of the table. Across from him sat the department head of the School of Summoning, Mathilda Whitaker. "So what do you think, headmaster?" Professor Whitaker asked in a respectful tone. Headmaster Blackwood gently placed Adam's book on the table, speaking with a faint smile. "Fascinating." Professor Whitaker sincerely praised. "His insights into the art of teleportation are truly deep." When I asked him how he came to know such profound secrets, he said he was fortunate to have had an epiphany. "An epiphany?" asked the old headmaster with a raised eyebrow. "To have gained enlightenment at such a young age, he is truly a very promising young man." Professor Whitaker smiled. "It has something to do with his deep understanding of the way." The headmaster's eyes lit up. No wonder. Professor Whitaker glanced at him with an inquisitive look. Seeing this, Headmaster Blackwood lightly chuckled. No wonder he found one of the Raven inheritances. "What?" Professor Whitaker nearly shot from her chair. She looked at the headmaster with a dumbfounded expression, asking incredulously, "Adam, he found one of those inheritances?" Saratoga Castle was an ancient magical institution, considered to be one of the 4 pillars of the Akkadian Empire. It had nurtured and raised generations of powerful magi who had gone on to leave a deep mark in the world of Tron. These powerful magi who had graduated from this prestigious institution had left behind countless inheritances for future students. But the most precious and sought after of all these inheritances were the Raven inheritances. The reason why they were called so was because these inheritances were left behind by the founder of Saratoga Castle and Ravenfell, who had a mystical connection with ravens. In many cultures across Tron and even numerous magical civilizations in the greater universe, ravens were associated with wisdom and mystery. Furthermore, these birds were also said to have an intimate relationship with the spirit world. The revered founder of this castle was an expert in the School of Summoning. Moreover, he was also said to be a great philosopher of his time who studied the profound subtleties of the way. The headmaster began. "So it isn't a surprise that someone like Adam has stumbled upon one of his inheritances. Legend has it that his inheritances cannot be found when searched for. Supposedly, the inheritances choose their inheritors," said Professor Whitaker in a slight daze. The only other person she knew who had chanced upon one of the inheritances was the person sitting in front of her, the rank 4 Monocore Magus, Marcus Blackwood. However, even she had never imagined that Adam would be destined for another of the inheritances left behind by the founder. "When did he find it?" she asked curiously. I believe it was 2 months ago," said the headmaster after some thought. As the current owner of the castle, naturally, he knew everything happening inside this ancient structure. He had the power to surveil every nook and cranny of this place, however. He refrained from monitoring what happened inside private spaces, such as the dormitories and the professor's offices. But Adam had come across the entrance of the Raven inheritance in one of the secluded corridors of the castle, so naturally, the headmaster knew about it. Given the nature of the Raven inheritances, it is going to take him quite a long time to complete it and acquire whatever it is that the founder left behind, the headmaster continued. What do you wish to do afterward? Professor Whitaker asked cautiously. Headmaster Blackwood stroked his chin in deep thought. I would have loved for the young man to grow powerful and perhaps one day succeed in my position. He paused for a moment before shaking his head in slight disappointment. But given his nature, I doubt he's going to be a good fit for the role of the headmaster. Recalling the conversation she had with Adam when he first came to her office, Professor Whitaker faintly smiled. He has the spirit of a wanderer. He travels a lot to the spirit world, doesn't he? The headmaster asked curiously. Professor Whitaker sighed. Yes, unfortunately so. Despite my repeated warnings, he refuses to listen to me. The headmaster spoke with empathy. I know you're very guarded about going to the spirit world after what happened to your last student. Hearing about her deceased pupil, Professor Whitaker's eyes flashed with immense sorrow. But you shouldn't restrict Adam like that. Based on my observations, he's got quite a rebellious nature. The more you prevent him from doing something, the more inclined he will be to do that, added the headmaster with a serious tone. I suppose you're right, Professor Whitaker sighed. Besides, something tells me he will be safer in the spirit world than he is in the material world. The old man chuckled. Why do you say that? Professor Whitaker asked with slight surprise. Call it the intuition of an old man. Headmaster Blackwood chuckled as he conjured a long smoking pipe and began indulging in the taste of tobacco. After blowing several rings of smoke toward the ceiling, the headmaster stated, I hear you've taken a new disciple. Will you talk to me about it? Professor Whitaker smiled fondly. Yes, she's a sweet child. Her name's Autumn Godsaint, and she has great talent for spell casting. But she's still very young, so I haven't made her go through the ritual of becoming a magus yet. What made you choose her? She has a deep affinity with animals, Professor Whitaker began. I believe she will become a splendid magus if she pursues the school of summoning. Headmaster Blackwood nodded. She must be quite the child if she's piqued your interest. He paused for a moment before adding with a serious tone, however, try not to give her too much preferential treatment. She might invoke the ire of her fellow classmates. I understand, Headmaster, Professor Whitaker politely replied. The old headmaster thought for a moment and spoke. You may even have Autumn study under Adam from time to time. Professor Whitaker chuckled. I was of the same mind. So you've noticed too, eh? Said the headmaster as he took a puff from the pipe. Indeed, Professor Whitaker nodded with gratification. I've had the opportunity to speak with his students, Arthur Doyle, Aidan Thorne, and Eleni Strange recently. All three of them have shown deep understanding in not just the analytical aspect of magic, but also the philosophy of the way. She paused for a moment before adding in an amused tone, I still remember the day I had told Adam about taking in students. He had vehemently argued with me, saying he wasn't fit to be a teacher, but it turns out it was just the opposite. Headmaster Blackwood went into deep thought. It would appear that the magus named Berger Glinhorn has done quite a job in raising this young man. Headmaster, do you know Adam's mentor? Professor Whitaker asked with slight surprise. I do not. The headmaster shook his head. I've only recently gone through Adam's background. You could say his encountering the Raven inheritance has made me very interested in him lately. He then looked at Professor Whitaker and asked, anyway, what did you want to see me for? Surely it can't just be about Adam's research paper. Professor Whitaker solemnly replied, it's about the Grand Magus Tournament. Ah, I see. The headmaster nodded. So the time has arrived. Yes. Although it's still 5 years away, we need to start making preparations since this time will be the one hosting it, said Professor Whitaker, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. In the years following the establishment of the Akkadian Empire, 4 powerful organizations rose to prominence. They were called the 4 Pillars of the Empire. The Grand Magus Tournament was inaugurated by the founding Emperor of Akkadia to foster friendship and camaraderie between the young magi of this continent. Of course, the 4 Pillars used this tournament to establish just who amongst them was the more superior arcane institute. This tournament was held every 30 years as a friendly competition between the 4 Pillars of the Empire, as well as the elven magi of the Baja High Forest. It was hosted by each of them in turns. This time, it was Saratoga Castle's turn to host the Grand Magus Tournament. All right then, Mathilda. Headmaster Blackwood got up from his seat and walked toward the window. I'll give you full authority over this. Don't let me down. Professor Whitaker hurriedly got to her feet and respectfully bowed. It will be my honor, Headmaster. Good. The headmaster looked out of the window, gazing at the distant city of Ravenfell. It's been a while since I've visited the city. I suppose I'll go for a stroll. The next moment, the old man's body broke down into countless ravens before all of them flew towards Ravenfell. A flock of ravens gracefully soared above the verdant grasslands, flying toward the city of Ravenfell in the distance. Seeing the sea of golden rice fields flourishing on the ground, Headmaster Blackwood thought to himself in gratification, very good. The mana underground is sufficiently enriching the crops. This is a great boon for the mortals. While other magi thought of mortals as nothing but pests who couldn't wield mana, Saratoga's old headmaster considered them as necessary components to the ecosystem. They were like the smaller cogs in a wheel. Without them, the machinery would never work efficiently. After all, there were numerous works that only mortals could carry out that magi thought were beneath their statuses. While the headmaster wasn't overly accommodating to the mortals of these lands, he wasn't overly strict with them either. He continued to fly over the rich farmlands, not drawing any attention from the farmers on the ground. The sight of ravens was quite ubiquitous not just in Ravenfell, but also in the surrounding lands. The closer he got to the city, the more he saw an increase in the people on the ground, a large majority of them being magi, of course. The business in the city is flourishing as well, he thought. Although the city council dealt with the day-to-day administrative and legislative activities of the city, they were not the ones who actually ruled over it. The ruler of Ravenfell had traditionally always been the headmaster of Saratoga Castle. However, this was a fact only known to the city council, which was made of a group of powerful and affluent leaders of Ravenfell's aristocratic households. Of course, other individual powerful magi were also privy to this information, but they were few and far between. As the flock of ravens flew toward the city, all of them suddenly turned toward the direction of the towering western gate. More specifically, the raven's gaze landed on a tall young man wearing a loose, white silk robe. He had long hair that was tied into a ponytail. Moreover, the man also had trimmed facial hair that further enhanced his masculine physique. A large clay gourd hung over his shoulder that instantly drew the old headmaster's attention. Are those runes carved on the gourd? Headmaster Blackwood thought incredulously. He paid closer attention to the young man, wondering who it was. The raven-haired man was walking in an extremely laid-back manner, sipping from the clay gourd from time to time. When the flock of ravens flew past above him, the young man suddenly raised his head and calmly glanced at them. The headmaster was taken aback. Did he notice my gaze? He thought to himself as the ravens entered the city and scattered away, blending in with the countless other ravens in there. However, a particular raven perched upon a building near the western gate, continuing to gaze at the young man. However, this time the raven made sure to conceal itself. Adam Constantine, you're quite the perceptive fellow, thought the old headmaster. Seeing the man walking through the western gate and then looking around in a confused manner, Headmaster Blackwood thought to himself, he's quite alert, certainly a good trait to have. The old man decided to follow him for a little while, curious about what he would do. Usually he would refrain from doing such activities, but Adam had piqued great interest within him ever since the young man had found the raven inheritance. But why did he carve runes on his gourd though? How peculiar. The raven squinted his eyes, trying to make out the purpose of the runes. Then he was taken aback. Is it a preservation runic formation? The headmaster thought to himself. Sigh, this young man's love for wine knows no bounds. This is precisely the reason why I can't have him succeed in my position. Having a drunkard as the headmaster of Saratoga, never. He continued to follow after Adam, having completely concealed himself. After the initial bout of alertness, it seemed that the young man had now relaxed a little. Headmaster Blackwood followed Adam to the market quarter, where the latter bought large quantities of herbs and ingredients. Furthermore, he also sold several barrels of wine at various liquor stores. Seeing how the owners of these liquor stores had personally come to greet and tend to Adam, the headmaster went into deep thought once again. Are the wines he makes that good? Perhaps I should buy some. After buying and selling items in the market quarter, Adam headed to an art gallery in the uptown quarter. Is he interested in art? Thought the raven with a tilt of its head. About half an hour later, he saw Adam walk out of the art gallery. However, behind him, the owner of this gallery as well as a few other magi had also come out. The gallery owner fawningly bowed toward Adam, speaking in a very polite and respectful manner. Lord Constantine, your paintings are very sought after among the nobles. Many of them have requested you to come to their manors and paint. Adam interrupted him as he walked away. I don't have time for that. I'll give my work to you and you sell it to them. Don't ask for more. Or do you want me to conduct business at another gallery? The portly gallery owner hurriedly waved his hand in panic. My lord, forgive me for bringing up this topic. We will do as you say. Seeing this interaction, the headmaster was quite surprised. So not only is he a herbalist, but he is also a painter. Very interesting. The raven followed Adam, who leisurely strolled the cobblestone streets and made his way toward Flynn Manor. Upon reaching this place, the guards of the house respectfully welcomed him. Meanwhile, Headmaster Blackwood saw the young man disappearing through the door of the manor. I'd heard about Adam Curring, the patriarch of the Flynn family. Looks like they have quite a good relationship, he thought. The next moment, the raven's eyes narrowed, and he wondered, this could also be about them working together against the Umbra thieves. "Sigh, those parasites are still causing trouble in my city. Forget it, I'll leave it to Adam and Brigham. A mana vortex magus should be enough to deal with them." The raven flapped its wings and then flew away towards the other side of the city. Headmaster Blackwood had now satisfied his curiosity. He felt that doing it any further would be very unbecoming of him. Flynn Manor, after the servants in the building shut the main door, Adam, who was halfway through the hallway, suddenly looked back. His piercing gaze seemingly pierced the obstructions and landed on the building rooftop across the street where the raven was earlier perching on. The young man's back was drenched in a cold sweat. Contrary to Headmaster Blackwood's belief, Adam was fully aware that he was being spied upon the whole time. What the hell was that? He thought in alarm. That could only mean that the other party was using a very high-level concealment spell. Could it be those thugs from the Umbra thieves? Adam went into deep thought as he stood rooted in the hallway. The maids and servants panicked, not knowing what to do. Thus, they left him alone. "What's gotten into you?" Suddenly, a feminine voice drifted into his ears, snapping him out of his thoughts. Adam turned his head, his gaze landing on a middle-aged woman with piercing brown eyes and dark brown hair that cascaded down her shoulders. She was wearing tight-fitted formal clothes and naturally exuded an aura of dominance. "Elisande, someone was following me," said Adam as he walked toward the woman who was none other than the eldest daughter of Brigham Flynn. The pair walked together toward the other side of the hallway, making their way underground to a restricted area of the manor. "Do you think it was someone from the Umbra thieves?" Elisande asked with narrowed eyes. For the past couple of years, Adam had teamed up with the Magi of the Flynn family to take down this heinous criminal organization. After what they had done to the patriarch, how could the Flynn family just let them be? Hence, in the past several years, they had declared full-scale war against this clandestine organization. Moreover, they had been successful for the most part. But no matter how many of these thugs they killed, more took their place. It could very well be one of the higher-ups from this organization. Adam muttered in a grim tone. I could tell that this person was very powerful. Elisande couldn't help but turn serious. If even Adam is saying that the other person was very powerful, could it perhaps be a rank 3 magus? She thought in alarm. After fighting side by side with him against the criminal organization, she naturally knew of the young man's unbelievable fighting prowess. Soon, they arrived in an underground basement where a few magi were guarding a room. Upon seeing the pair, they respectfully bowed before opening the door to the room. As soon as the pair stepped inside the room, their nostrils were assaulted by an extremely pungent odor. It was the stench of blood. The dungeon reeked of blood and flesh. Inside this dimly lit room, the rank 1 magi of the Flynn family stood with their backs facing the walls, their expressions grim and menacing. On the other side of the dungeon, 6 people were hung from their wrists with chains. Their bodies were littered with varying degrees of wounds, each one ghastlier than the last. The door to the dungeon suddenly creaked open, and Adam and Elisande made their way in. "We greet the young lady. We greet Lord Constantine." The magi stationed inside the dungeon got on one knee and respectfully welcomed the pair. The salutations they gave Adam were in no way any different than the way they addressed Elisande. Having fought alongside the young man for several years now, the magi of the Flynn family had come to deeply admire him. In the world of magi, strength was respected by all. Adam, despite being a mana liquefaction magus, had displayed profound strength that transcended his rank. This was something that even the patriarch of the family, Brigham Flynn, respected. Adam walked toward the 6 men hanging from the chains by the wall. His expression was indifferent, his eyes devoid of any ripple of emotion. "So these are the men you caught in the city?" he asked as he took a sip from the large gourd. Elisande nodded. "Yes, these rats had been loitering around the Corvid Quarter. My men have tortured them for 7 days straight. What about their food and sleep?" Adam asked casually. "As you had instructed, we haven't given them anything to eat or drink. We've also prevented them from getting any sleep," said the woman. Good." Adam put away the gourd inside his earring. Then he willed the White Lotus to clear the fog of intoxication clouding his mind, causing him to instantly sober up. Next, he waved his hand and conjured a small wooden table from his storage earring. With another wave of his hand, all sorts of torture items, strange orbs, shackles, needles, crystals, mirrors, whips, etc. When the magi present saw Adam take these items out, they couldn't help but involuntarily shudder. They had seen him perform inhuman torture techniques on the prisoners in the past, but no matter how many times they saw it, they still couldn't get used to it. Along with respect and admiration, they had even begun feeling immense fear towards this raven-haired young man. "All right, let's begin," said Adam as he rolled his sleeves all the way up to his elbows. He first dipped a set of 10 long needles into a small vat of purple-colored liquid. This was a type of poison that he had concocted. Its main use was to enhance the pain receptors in a human, making them very sensitive to pain. Adam waved a simple hand gesture and cast 14 Magus' hands, 10 of them gently lifted the needles, while the rest tightly grabbed the limbs of the prisoner. Gah! The Magus from the Umbra thieves roared in defiance. He glared at Adam and spat through gritted teeth. I will die before I divulge anything about. Be quiet, Adam said coldly. With the prisoner's hands and legs tightly restrained by the spell, the 10 poison-dipped needles flashed with an ominous light and pierced his fingernails and toenails. Ahhhhhhh, the prisoner screamed in anguish. The needles dug further inside his toes and fingers, rapidly releasing the poison inside his system. Purple veins crept up his limbs, spreading to every inch of his body. Adam waited for a few moments, indifferently looking at the man writhing in excruciating pain and agony. After confirming that the poison had started taking effect, he asked with a cold smile, "So tell me, which division do you belong to?" The man glared with hatred and fury. "Go fu." Crack! Ah! The man screamed in pain. Adam had just snapped one of his fingers in half. He looked at the man and said with the same smile, "For every wrong answer, I will break a finger. After that, I will break your toes, then your kneecaps and elbows, followed by the ribs, then your teeth." When the Magi of the Flynn family saw Adam speak those words with an amiable smile on his face, they couldn't help but begin to think that the young man was actually the incarnation of a devil. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat, however. None of them interrupted Adam. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. As the cracking of bones continued to echo in the dungeon, the prisoner was slowly getting closer to his death. Because of the poison, he was feeling countless times more pain than he usually would have. After having broken all the fingers and toes, Adam realized that the prisoner was reaching the limit. The man's brain was highly vulnerable at the moment as it sustained the increased pain signals in the nervous system. Despite that, the man continued to speak in a daze, his mind slipping in and out of consciousness. "Never, I will die before I say a word." Adam chuckled lightly. They all said the same thing. The next moment, his eyes turned cold and a vicious glint flashed in them. "That was until I thoroughly broke them mentally and extracted everything I wanted to know." Never. The man continued to say the same thing. Adam lifted the man's chin and whispered in a bewitching tone, "Look into my eyes." The man subconsciously made eye contact with Adam. All he saw was a pair of white lotuses ingrained in his black pupils, causing his mind to turn adrift. Rank 2 spell, Psychic Thrust. The next moment, the man began to profusely bleed from his facial orifices. Adam's spell had thrust a spear of psychic disruption directly into his mind. He didn't give the man a moment of respite, as the very next second, he grabbed the top of his head, digging his fingers straight through the thick skull. "Tell me," Adam coldly stated as the white lotuses in his eyes turned brighter, "which division do you belong to?" The man's eyes rolled over, and he answered in an almost mechanical manner, "Shadow Division." "Where is your base?" Adam asked again. "Silverhold," said the man with great difficulty. "How many of you are there?" The man was about to answer when suddenly he turned limp. Adam removed his hand and took a step back, shaking his head in disappointment. "He's dead." He then looked at the Magi standing behind him and asked, "I hope one of you is taking down notes. I'm about to extract more answers from the rest of the thieves alive." "Why, yes, sir." One of the Magi nervously nodded. Adam continued to torture the rest of the prisoners and extract answers from them. This is what he had been doing every time these people were caught alive. Once these assassins were immobilized and deprived of the poison that they hid inside their mouth to commit suicide, it was fairly simple for Adam to get answers out of them. This was how he was able to find several secret bases of Umbra thieves in the past few years. However, even after hunting down so many of them and raiding numerous of their bases, he still wasn't able to find the organization's headquarters. But Adam had a feeling that it wouldn't be long till he found the higher-ups of this organization. Or rather, it wouldn't be long until they came looking for him. After all, he and the Flynn family had dealt the Umbra thieves a severe blow in the past few years. By sunset, Adam had finished getting everything he wanted from the prisoners. Needless to say, they had all died as a result. As Adam sanitized his hands in a bucket of blue liquid, he looked at Elisan and asked, "So what are your plans?" Elisan thought for a moment before replying, "I'll take a team of Magi and go to Silverhorde. Will you be joining? I'll sit this one out." Adam shook his head. "Silverhorde is close by, so make sure to bring as many live prisoners as you can. I'm sure someone would know something about their headquarters." He paused for a moment before mischievously smirking, "And even if one of their higher-ups shows up, we've already prepared the trap." "Indeed." Elisan nodded expressionlessly. "All right then." Adam got to his feet and walked out of the dungeon. "Write to me if anything comes up." Uptown Quarter. After leaving the Flynn Manor, Adam leisurely strolled to the other side of this affluent district. He arrived in front of a two-storied manor that had a sprawling courtyard. Standing in front of the gated entrance to this property, the young man couldn't help but faintly smile. Who would have thought? The following moment, the gates slowly opened, and a middle-aged man with premature gray hair and dark brown eyes stepped out. He wore a butler's uniform and looked very sharp and tidy. The man's gaze landed on Adam, and he spoke in a warm and joyful tone. Welcome home, my lord. Adam gazed at the middle-aged man before him with a faint smile. He walked up to him and patted his shoulder. Rowan, it's been a while. Since Adam had returned from carrying out the mission at Stratford, he had mostly lived in the countryside near Saratoga Castle. Initially, he barely visited the city because of the threat of the criminal organization, Umbra Thieves. But gradually, after he and the Flynn family magi had begun cleaning out their members in the city, Adam came to the city more often. However, he still mostly spent his time in the countryside. It wasn't until Rowan, his informant at the time, advised him to invest in real estate in Ravenfell. After having received 25% of the loot from Stratford's lair, Adam's coffers had increased significantly. He had more money than he knew what to do with. Thus, Rowan's advice came in a timely manner. Adam knew of Rowan's history, that he hailed from a prominent mercantile family in the past. Due to some unwise decisions made by his father, as well as the state of the economy at the time, his family had gone bankrupt. This led to Rowan, his wife, and his kids struggling to make ends meet, but fortune favored him eventually, and he ended up meeting Adam in the slums of Corvid Quarter. Since then, Rowan's condition had vastly improved. After working for Adam for the last 7 years, he had now become his assistant. Adam trusted the man and, after doing some research, decided to invest a large amount of his personal net worth into buying land in the Uptown Quarter and building his manor upon it. Rowan looked at Adam's facial appearance and chuckled. I see you finally decided to grow a beard. Hee hee, what do you think? Adam began walking with him, making his way inside. It suits you, my lord. Rowan nodded. He then glanced at the young man's ponytail and added, but perhaps you should consider a haircut. Perhaps Adam stroked his chin in thought. It's not easy to maintain long hair. Also, very inconvenient to wear my hat. The pair walked to the gazebo beside the small man-made pond in the courtyard. He took his seat and asked, anyway, how are things here? Rowan straightened his back and respectfully answered, I've hired the local builders and carpenters and completed the constructions of the first floor and the second floor. He paused for a moment before adding, the basement has been left completely untouched as you'd instructed. The house is very much to my liking, said Adam as he scanned the manor. The design was simple yet striking. The structure stood 2 stories high, built with dark stone, giving it a cold and imposing presence. The windows were tall but narrow, framed by pointed arches. The roof was steeply pitched with dark slate tiles. Small, triangular dormer windows framed the roofline. Moreover, at each corner of the building, subtle stone pillars rose up, adding stability and a touch of Gothic architecture. What about the maids and servants? He asked. My lord, I've carefully handpicked them after several rounds of interviews, replied Rowan. Rest assured they're very professional in their jobs. Loyal? Adam asked with a raised eyebrow. Rowan smiled helplessly. That can only be nurtured with time. As long as they're paid on time and treated well, it shouldn't be a problem. Good, Adam nodded. This was one of the reasons why he liked this person. Unlike most people, Rowan didn't sugarcoat his words. He was an honest man. What about your family? Adam asked with a faint smile. My kids have shown promising academic results in Ravenfell Public School. They're very happy to make new friends there, Rowan said with tearful eyes. And my wife is healthy and well. I'm glad to hear that. Adam smiled. He then got up from his chair and started walking toward the manor. I'll be heading to the basement and making some arrangements. Make sure no one disturbs me. Yes, my lord. Rowan respectfully nodded before following Adam into the house. Once in, Adam went downstairs, while he went to instruct the other maids and servants in the manor. As he took the stairs to the basement, he noticed that the walls were made of the same rough gray stone as the exterior, except they felt damp to the touch with patches of moss clinging to the crevices. They truly haven't touched an inch of this place, Adam chuckled in amusement. Well, this works perfectly for me. He was planning to carve the entire place with rune magic, making it the perfect place for him to carry out arcane experiments as well as practice herbalism. Furthermore, once he had time, he was also planning to carve runes on the boundary walls of his manor, making his house akin to a small fortress. He had paid a large sum of money to buy this land and build this structure after all, so he might as well go all in. Finally, he arrived at the basement. He placed his hands on his hips and curiously scanned the room. The low, arched ceiling gave this place a cavernous, tomb-like vibe. There were a few dimly lit torches attached to the walls, their flames barely keeping the darkness at bay. The stone floor was uneven, scattered with dust and small bits of debris. He looked at one corner of the basement and mumbled, that area will serve as the wine cellar. Then he looked at another corner. That entire place will be where I carry out my herbalism experiments. He turned around and looked at the third corner. I can set up a small experimenting section here. Finally, he looked at the last corner of the basement. He stroked his trimmed beard, wondering out aloud, now what should I turn this section into? After a few moments, he still wasn't able to think of anything. He shrugged as he walked to the center of the basement. Whatever, I'll think of it later. He then waved his hand, conjuring a sitting cushion from his earring. Then he sat on it in a lotus position. He licked his lips and excitedly muttered, "For now, let's devour some souls." The next moment he closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he had already arrived inside his spirit sea, floating in mid-air. He looked around at this calm and serene place, a hint of a smile slowly blooming on his face. The spirit sea stretched seemingly infinitely, indicating the potential of Amagus's mind. Its surface was smooth and glassy like polished silver. Gentle waves stirred occasionally, stirred by a non-existent breeze. The water was a deep tranquil blue, clear enough to see the soft glow of light filtering into the depths, but its true bottom remained hidden, lost in an endless space. No matter what happened in the outside world, Adam could always come here and find peace, resilience, and strength. This truly emphasized the philosophy he tried to live by, that external events and circumstances are beyond one's control, and that only one's thoughts, judgments, and perceptions remained entirely within one's power. Inside his spirit sea, everything felt weightless and free, as if time had slowed to a gentle hum. Adam turned around and gazed at the island-sized white lotus in the distance. It was supposedly the center of the spirit sea. The legendary artifact emanated an aura of holiness and authority. It lay nestled between three round leaves. Those green leaves, Adam muttered under his breath as he flew toward them. He landed on one of the round leaves, crouched low, and scratched its surface. "I wonder what this is," he said. It had been around 15 years since he had chanced upon this legendary artifact. Even now, he barely knew anything about it. He got to his feet and sighed. "One day, I'll find all the secrets you hold, Lotus." The next moment, he closed his eyes yet again. When he reopened them, he had arrived inside the mysterious space inside the white lotus. Seeing the thousands of white orbs lazily flowing around him, his lips curled up into an excited smile. After having absorbed all the souls inside the weeping trees in Stratford all those years ago, as well as the souls of the members of Umbra thieves that he had slain in recent times, the number of orbs here had grown immensely. The feeling of euphoria that he got by absorbing souls here transcended anything he had ever felt in his life. It was greater than the intoxication of alcohol, the high of magical herbs, and the pleasure of sexual activities. It was a feeling that surpassed all these things and more. Adam was thankful for his extremely high discipline and mental fortitude. Had it not been for that, he would have become a reckless murderer who wantonly killed people and devoured their souls just to get high. He spread his arms wide, and a visible wave of energy rippled out from him, spreading in all directions. Then all the small orbs of lights in the vicinity slowly drifted toward him. Just like that, he began devouring the soul fragments one by one. All the small white orbs in his vicinity souls that belonged to mortals as well as rank one slowly orbited around him, before entering his body one by one. Every time a soul fragment entered Adam's body, he would momentarily shudder. This wasn't out of pain or anything, but immense ecstasy. After what felt like forever, Adam finally opened his eyes after having absorbed hundreds of light orbs. "I feel full," he said languidly. Therefore, every week he was able to come to this mysterious space and absorb the soul fragments residing here, further strengthening his own soul. He looked around the sea of soul fragments, searching for one that belonged to an expert from the greater universe. It had been more than 7 years since he had absorbed a soul fragment that contained memories. All this while, he was preparing himself so that he would be able to fully devour one such soul. He flew into the depths of this mysterious space. Here there were several soul fragments that were layered in a multicolored hue. These were the ones that contained memories. However, all these orbs were simply too big for him to absorb in his current Magus rank. He feared that his head would simply explode if he attempted to absorb them. He flew to a certain area where a soul fragment, whose size was slightly bigger than his head, floated lazily. Adam stood before this soul fragment, watching the myriad colors phasing in and out on its surface. He'd had his eye on this light orb for a long time now. He could tell that there were a lot of memories inside this orb. Just so he could absorb this particular soul fragment, he had been preparing for all these years, making sure that his own soul was strong enough to sustain the load. "I wonder what I'll be able to learn from this soul fragment," he muttered in anticipation. However, now was not the time to devour it. He had already had his share of souls for today and was already very full. To ensure that his absorption of the soul fragment before him went smoothly, he would have to diligently practice mindfulness for the next week or so. After he'd extracted enough mana from the surroundings and elevated his life essence, he would be ready. "See you in a week," he said with a smile. The next moment, he disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, his lips curled up into a warm smile when his gaze landed on the person sitting before him. It was a graceful and majestic-looking cat with a sleek and muscular body, wrapped in a luxurious coat of long, wavy hair. The gray fur gently cascaded around the creature's frame, especially thick around his chest, giving it an almost lion-like mane. The cat's eyes were a piercing yellow, resembling an exquisite topaz jewel. Moreover, the cat wore round, gold-rimmed glasses, giving him a very noble appearance. "What took you so long?" Adam asked with a smirk. Valerian, however, didn't reply. He turned his head away and harumphed in an elegant manner. HMPH. Seeing such a reaction, Adam's lips couldn't help but twitch. Veins began to slightly throb on the side of his head as he swung his fist and lightly smacked the cat on the head. You little brat, you dare to throw a tantrum with me. I must discipline you this instance. Adam roared. MYU. Valerian's eyes rolled over and all he saw were stars in his vision. Adam grabbed him by the fur of his neck and pinned the cat on his lap. Then he began to furiously tickle him until the latter started crying out loud. Only after Valerian vehemently begged Adam to stop did he withdraw his hands. He then grabbed the little guy's eyeglasses and curiously scanned them. This looks like it's made of pure gold, he said. Valerian took large mouthfuls of air, all the while rubbing his stomach. That's because it is, brother. How did you get this made, though? Adam asked curiously. I gave gold coins to Rowan. He said he knew someone who did this sort of work. Valerian answered truthfully. Adam's eyebrow twitched. What a waste of money. I should tell Rowan to stop entertaining you like this. Brother, no, you cannot, Valerian screamed in protest. Seeing him act this way, Adam couldn't help but click his tongue in annoyance. Tusk, little Val, you really are becoming greedier by the day. Over the years, Adam had seen his dear familiar grow particularly fond of gold, gems, and other jewelry. So much so that he felt as if Valerian was even more greedy than him. He had experienced some memories of the experts regarding dragons and treasures. Gold was universally associated with wealth, power, and status. Dragons, as powerful and ancient creatures, were often depicted as hoarding treasures to reflect their immense strength and dominance. Some magi believed that dragons' obsession with gold often symbolized greed and corrupting influences. Dragons were seen as creatures who guarded their wealth fiercely, isolated by their obsession. Their behavior often mirrored the destructive nature of unchecked greed in humans. So what? The young dragon harumphed again. This is my money. I can do whatever I wish to do with it. Adam's eyes narrowed and he asked, Your money. Do you want me to cut your allowance in half? Valerian hurriedly lay down on the ground, bowing before the raven-haired young man. Brother, please, everything I have is because of you. Therefore, everything I have is yours. Please have mercy. He hesitated for a brief second before continuing. If you want to, I can lend you my golden eyeglasses. Adam couldn't help but ruffle the young dragon's furry head. You stupid brat, I don't want your glasses. Just try not to waste all the money, okay? Mayu. Valerian sprung from the ground and gave Adam a warm hug. It had been a few months since the two had met each other. Adam usually spent most of his time in the countryside, whereas Valerian spent all his time in the manor. He loved being tended to by maids and servants. Over the last few years, he had grown quite indulgent in the convenience that abundant wealth brought. Moreover, being a dragon, he didn't even have to practice mindfulness in order to grow stronger. This superior race of creatures subconsciously extracted mana from the air around the clock, even while they were sleeping. They grew powerful with age. However, the caveat was that they took an extremely long time. As could be seen by the fact that Valerian was still only equivalent to a rank 1 mana foundation magus. However, it was a different matter altogether that he was much stronger than any regular rank 1 magus. Brother, I will go back with you this time, said the young dragon, his beady eyes twinkling with longing. All right. Adam fondly rubbed the little guy's forehead, but it'll be a few days before I return to Saratoga. I have to finish setting up the basement. Also, I have to carve some runes along the manor's boundary walls. Mayu, I can wait. The young dragon leaped from his arms and went back upstairs. See you later, brother. It is now time for my massage. Seeing the gray cat strutting his way up the stairs, Adam was speechless. Massage? Just what the hell is he making the servants do? 1 week later, after having finished all his work in the manor, Adam made a few trips to the market quarter to stock up on material components for his spell and other herbs and ingredients required for his herbalism experiments. Finally, he bid Rowan and the rest farewell before hopping on Valerian's back and flying towards Saratoga Castle. After a short 30-minute flight, the grand castle positioned on a small hill beside Marion Lake came into view. Adam's gaze landed on the large crowd gathered at the main entrance of the castle. What's this about? Brother, it's the new batch of students, replied Valerian as he began his descent. As the wind brushed against the young man's face, he nodded in realization. Ah, that's right. It is time for the new batch of rank 1 magi to get admitted. He paused for a moment before continuing, Val, let's take another entrance. There are many professors down there. I can't be bothered to engage in a conversation with them right now. What? Why? Valerian grumbled. He was planning on showing off his majesty in front of the 15-year-old new students. However, he complied nonetheless and soared past the castle's high towers and turrets, making his way toward the other side of Saratoga. Soon, Valerian landed by the banks of Marion Lake beneath the small hill the castle stood on. As Adam hopped off of his back, his eyes shone with anticipation as well as hints of anxiousness. It's time I resume my progress on the Raven inheritance. South Wing, Saratoga Castle. Adam walked through the winding corridors of this ancient structure, making his way to one of the lower underground floors. This castle not only consisted of a dozen floors above ground, but also another dozen floors underground. It was truly a work of art, a fortress among fortresses. Legend has it that the founder of this arcane institution had acquired the help of ancient dwarves in order to build this structure. Nearly every inch of this place had been carved in runes, providing it with protection and enhancing it with magical properties. Adam descended down the marble staircase, nodding at junior students who passed him by. Although he wasn't very well known in the castle, the rank 1 magi here were very polite and respectful to greet a senior magus when they passed by. "Val, you won't be able to enter that place. Do you want to go back to my dorm room?" Adam asked as he finally arrived on the third lowest underground floor. "No," Valerian nudged his gold-rimmed eyeglasses. "I will take a look around the castle. Maybe I can find an inheritance too." Adam couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, don't wander near forbidden zones and make sure to return to my room by dinner." "Yes, brother," Valerian excitedly replied before running away to the other end of one of the many corridors on this floor. Seeing the young dragon disappear amidst the crowd of students, Adam smiled with a slight shake of his head. Then he turned around and made his way to the opposite end of the corridor. After taking several twists and turns, he arrived at a secluded area of this floor where barely any students or professors visited. That was because there were no classes on this part of the floor. There were only a few moving paintings hung on the walls as well as an ordinary sculpture. Adam took a few steps and suddenly felt like he had passed through an invisible membrane. Before him was a dead end, a raven sculpture placed in front of him and paintings hung on the walls on either side of him. "Oh look, it's that boy again. Boy, I didn't expect you to return so quickly. Are you ready for what's next? Haha, if you're scared, you might as well turn around." The portraits of ancient magimen and women came alive inside the canvas. They all looked in Adam's direction. Some greeted him cheerfully, while others made fun of him. "Tusk, so noisy," Adam grumbled. He still remembered the first time he had stumbled into this place 2 months ago. When the people inside these paintings started talking to him all of a sudden, he was so startled that he nearly cast fireball at them. Adam ignored the painting's tauntings and made his way toward the raven sculpture. "Be careful, boy." Suddenly, one of the paintings hung nearest to the sculpture called out. Adam looked at this portrait and found that it was that of a portly old lady who was wearing a traditional Akkadian gown and an enchanted cloak on top. She had a kind face and her eyes twinkled with concern and worry. The young man walked up to this painting and asked, "You got any advice for me?" "If you ask nicely, I might divulge a thing or two," said the old woman inside the painting. Adam's lips twitched as he thought to himself, just who the hell created these paintings? The subject is way too real. He cleared his thoughts and awkwardly said while placing his right hand on his chest and bowing, "My lady, I humbly request your guidance." "Hoo-hoo, I like it." The old lady chuckled, covering her mouth with a foldable hand fan. The following moment, she said with a mysterious tone, "This raven inheritance is unlike the others that he left behind." Adam's eyes furrowed. "What do you mean?" "Several younglings have entered before you, but they all returned with empty hands," replied the old lady in the painting. "This place doesn't test your reasoning, but wisdom." Adam contemplated her words, but he still couldn't understand what she was trying to say. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Why do you have to answer like a charlatan? Or is this something that's already been programmed into you by the painter? With that said, he walked to the raven sculpture. The sculpture stood tall and imposing, carved from a dark, polished stone that gleamed faintly in the dim light. Its form was sleek and powerful, and it had sharp and angular features, giving it an air of mystery. The raven's wings were lowered and crossed in front of its body. The feathers on the wings were so intricately carved that they appeared borderline real. They interlocked over each other, forming a barrier as though protecting something very precious. Adam stood right before the raven sculpture, the entrance to the inheritance. He honed his sphere of resonance, focusing on the feathers of the sculpture. He could perceive extremely minute runes carved on each of the feathers. This was what had drawn him to this particular raven inheritance. The runes on the feathers were so tiny that it was nigh impossible for a magus to sense them. Even if they focused their entire attention on the feathers, there would still be a possibility of the runes going unnoticed. Observing the runes for a second time, Adam's eyebrows rose in surprise. Oh, the runes changed. Is it perhaps to ensure that the inheritor who could enter through this entrance wouldn't do so out of sheer luck? Adam began stroking his trimmed beard. No wonder those magi before failed. It's already hard to decrypt these runes one time, let alone every time one had to enter through this sculpture. He took a deep breath and willed the sphere of resonance to work on maximum capacity. Then he coated both his fingers in mana and began drawing the runes in the air. These were the very runes that were carved on the raven's feathers. After several minutes, he had copied the runes from over 100 feathers and carved them in the air in the exact same sequence. Then, something magical happened. The glowing runes hovering in the air came together and formed a sphere, reminiscent of a model component of a spell. Following that, the sculpture of the raven began to rumble as the rune gradually dissipated in the air. The raven's wings slowly parted as though the sculpture itself had come to life. The wings, which had been tightly crossed in the front, now unfolded like a grand curtain being drawn back. As the wings separated, they revealed a hidden corridor whose entrance was framed by the raven's talons. Adam's lips curled up into a confident smile and he stepped inside. The corridor was narrow and dimly lit. Flickering torches on the walls illuminated the pathway. After walking for about 5 minutes, he arrived at a cavernous chamber. This was the place where the first test took place. Adam had already passed this test the last time he was here. The name of this test was the Trial of Control. This was fairly easy for Adam to pass as the test consisted of illusions. He was confronted by illusions of external events such as storms, a city on fire, fighting amidst battle, etc. The challenge was to remain calm and unmoved in the face of these unpredictable illusions. Any attempt to physically fight back or attempt to leave the illusion would have resulted in failure. Although he could see through the illusion with the help of the lotus, the fact that the illusion continued for 1 week straight tested his mind to a great extent. At the end of the trial, he naturally received a reward for finishing the test. Adam conjured a pendant from his earring and softly muttered, "The pendant of serenity." This magical amulet calmed the user in times of high stress, allowing clear and rational decision-making during times of crisis. Useless, he grumbled. He already had the White Lotus, a legendary artifact that helped him keep a calm mind. Thus, the pendant was utterly pointless for him. "I'll just give it to one of my students," he said to himself as he kept away the pendant and walked to the other end of the chamber. There was a stone door on the other side. It led to the next area where another test would take place. The Raven inheritance worked in such a way that the participant would not be eligible to take the tests if they hadn't passed the previous test. For example, in order to participate in the first test, the Trial of Control, Adam had to decrypt the runes carved on the feathers of the raven sculpture. Now, in order to take the second test, he had to finish the first test. He opened the stone doors and finally stepped inside, his eyes flashing with utmost seriousness. As soon as he stepped foot into the second chamber, an androgynous voice echoed in his ears. "Second test, Trial of Perspective will now commence." Place for the second test was yet again inside another ordinary, spacious chamber. Adam looked around the room, wondering to himself whom could it be. As he had expected, the chamber began to distort the next moment. The colors turned blurry, and the stones on the walls and ceilings began to melt. In but a few moments, Adam found himself standing inside a vast plaza full of people. "Another illusion," said the youth as he looked around. The plaza was situated inside a bustling metropolis. From the attire of the men and women around him, Adam could guess that this was an illusion of an Akkadian city. However, it was something of the past. Adam had only seen people wearing these traditional clothes in paintings and history books. Just as he was wondering where he was, a beautiful young woman walked up to him. She wore revealing clothes that flaunted the majority of her body. Her eyes flashed with lust and longing as she dove into Adam's arms. "My love, I have been waiting for you." Adam was speechless and thought to himself, what the hell is going on? He couldn't help but feel a warm, tingling sensation inside his chest. After all, this person before him was by far the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. "Everyone said that you won't return from the war, that you die at the hands of the enemy," said the woman as pearls of tears trickled down her fair face, making her all the more alluring in Adam's eyes. She leaned closer and whispered in his ears, "But I knew you'd return. A man as strong as you would never be slain by those barbarians." Adam's breathing turned heavy as he lowered his head and glanced at the seductive expression of this woman. Although he knew it was an illusion, it was tempting, very tempting. The woman proceeded to nibble at his earlobe. Then she gently stroked Adam's beard and said in an erotic voice, "Come now, my dear husband. You promised me that once you returned from the war, you would give me loads of children. Let us go home." Adam closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, they were clear. He had extinguished the ripple of emotion that was beginning to form inside of him. He looked at the woman and said flatly, "No." Right at that moment, everything and everyone inside the illusion seemed to have momentarily come to pause. But suddenly warning bells started to ring inside Adam's mind, alerting him of the impending danger. This was the first time that he had felt danger inside the inheritance. The woman, who was supposedly his wife within this illusion, suddenly turned into a shadowy figure, covered in black miasma. Her eyes flashed with an ominous light as she suddenly conjured a black dagger out of nowhere and thrust it toward Adam's throat. They were already standing extremely close to one another, giving Adam very little room to maneuver. Drip, a few drops of blood fell to the ground. The dagger had just barely managed to pierce Adam's neck by 1/4 of an inch. At the last possible moment, he was able to shift his head to the side and also grab the weapon-wielding hand of the shadowy figure. The youth's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he thrust his other hand straight through the shadowy figure's chest. Splat. Figure dissipated into wisps of shadows, dissipating into thin air. All that remained was the black dagger that it had once wielded. However, a strange transformation took place. The smoke covering the black dagger receded, revealing a raven's feather inside. Before it fell to the ground, Adam grabbed it. He glanced at it curiously, muttering to himself, "This feather is as sharp as a rank 2 artifact." The raven feather was the size of his entire forearm from the elbow to the tip of his middle finger. The quill acted as the handle, whereas the veins served as the blade. "How interesting," Adam muttered as he swung the feather around. He could sense a very strong chill radiating from the blade. He then imbued it with mana and swung it randomly. The chill radiating from it got even more intense. "Nice," he grinned. "I wonder if this is the reward for this trial." As if refuting his statement, the surroundings around him distorted once again. Seeing this, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The trial of perceptive was far from over, and just like that, he was put inside another illusion. For this one, he had to face yet another desire common to man, power. But unlike the last one, Adam didn't have much problem dealing with it. After that came another illusion where he had to face his desire for glory. Once again, he passed it effortlessly. He had never bothered about such things to begin with. He believed in living a simple life, away from the eyes and ears of the public. The only reason he even took so long battling his desire for lust was because he was still a young man in the prime of his youth. He just couldn't help it. Finally, the last illusion was the test, which took him the longest to pass. It was the most difficult one he'd faced in this trial. He had to face his desire for wealth. The trial of perspective made the seeker face multiple illusions of their own desire, each one more tempting than the last. To pass, they had to reject the illusions, recognizing them as fleeting distractions. They had to choose the path of wisdom and humility instead. After having finished the test, Adam stood at the center of the chamber with 4 raven feathers in his hand. His mind, however, was not on these weapons. Instead, he was pondering the lesson the last illusion taught him. Is this your way of saying true wealth is found in wisdom and virtue, instead of material possessions or external validation? He asked out aloud. That leaves a bad aftertaste in my mouth. Right at the moment, the androgynous voice from before echoed yet again. The trial of perspective is complete. You may now receive your reward. Adam snapped out of his thoughts and looked up. The space above him trembled ever so slightly, and then a brass ring appeared, falling right onto his palms. As soon as he caught the ring, the voice echoed inside the chamber once again. The Ring of Insight, a rank 2 artifact that grants the user the ability to see the truth behind all illusions, lies, and deception. Not bad. Adam scanned the brass ring, but still useless to me. With a flick of his hand, he put away the ring inside his storage earring, planning to give it away to one of his students or his friends. Strangely enough, after having experienced the last illusion, selling the ring wasn't the first thought that appeared inside his mind. Instead of moving to the next test area, he stood there in his spot, thinking about the last trial where he had to face his desire for wealth. Having been brought up in abject poverty in his childhood, he had placed great importance on amassing wealth. He believed that if he had a lot of money, then a lot of the problems in his life could be solved. And for the problems that could not be solved through money, he could use his fists instead. However, the last test caused a rift in the belief that he had held since he was a little child. Furthermore, he knew that if it wasn't for the White Lotus clearing his mind, he would have definitely failed the test where he had to face his desire for wealth. Money isn't true wealth, huh? Adam smiled bitterly. But only a wealthy person has the right to say that. This inheritance set up by the founder of Saratoga truly tested him on a different level. It was just as that lady in the painting had said this was unlike the other inheritance that he left behind. Adam exhaled a deep breath and looked at the pair of stone doors that had suddenly made themselves visible on the other side of the chamber. He thought of dealing with his philosophy of wealth and material possessions after he'd completed this inheritance. He began walking toward the doors, but just when he was about to push them open, the voice once again sounded inside the room. The third test requires the seeker to spend 60 days inside the chamber. Please make sufficient preparations. Adam's hand froze. He looked at the doors before him with an incredulous expression. What in the world? 60 days? Just what sort of test is that? He lowered his hand and stood there for a few moments, deep in thought. Then he looked up and asked, "Can I know the name of the test? The trial of endurance?" Adam began stroking his chin, wondering, endurance, huh? And 60 days. I think I have an idea about what the next test is going to be. From the moment he stepped foot inside this inheritance, its tests and rewards reflected certain philosophical principles, challenging Adam's mind and character. This place doesn't test your reasoning, but wisdom. Adam repeated the words of the old woman inside the painting. He then looked at the stone doors and thought to himself, if the next test is going to take me 2 months, I will definitely have to make certain arrangements. It will be very weird if I go missing for 2 months without informing the others. At the very least, I have to inform a couple of people in the castle. He cast one final glance at the stone doors before turning around and exiting the inheritance ground. Marion Lake, the light of the twin moons, Selene and Luna, cast a silver glow, illuminating the calm surface of this mystical lake. A young elf who looked to be in his early 30s sat on a boulder on the banks of this lake. The oil lantern placed beside him highlighted his handsome appearance. He had long blonde hair that cascaded down his shoulders, giving it the appearance of a golden waterfall. His eyes were a vibrant green, reflecting an aura of vitality. As he gazed at the tranquil lake, suddenly a subtle gust of wind blew by, causing gentle ripples to form on the surface of the water body. Although he couldn't sense anyone near him, he knew that his friend had arrived. He knew that this strange gust of wind wasn't a natural phenomenon. "Are you sure you weren't trained to be an assassin by Lord Berger?" said the elf in a calm tone. Despite scanning his surroundings with his mana, he still wasn't able to sense the presence of the newcomer. Suddenly, a taunting voice sounded from right beside the elf. "Did I scare you, little elf?" The elf turned his head to the side and found a young man donning black robes sitting on the boulder right beside him. He had long black hair and a trimmed beard that framed his chin. Seeing the amused look in the raven-haired young man's eyes, Danley scoffed. "HMPH, who's scared of you, you ugly bastard?" Adam couldn't help but chuckle. He then took out 2 ceramic cups and poured the wine from the gourd hanging over his shoulder. Smelling the phenomenal aroma of the wine, Danley couldn't help but become eager to taste it. However, he didn't show it on his face. "Here," said Adam as he offered a cup to his old friend. Danley downed it in one go and sincerely praised it after savoring the flavor for a few moments. "I must say, Adam, your wine-making skills improve every time you make a new one." Heh. Adam had a smug expression on his face hearing the compliment. He waved his hand and conjured a large gourd of wine from his earring. The next moment, without another word, Danley touched the gourd and kept it inside his storage ring. Then he glanced at Adam and asked, "So why did you want to meet?" "Outside the castle, no less." Adam's expression turned solemn, and he weaved a simple hand gesture, erecting a formless mana barrier around the two for privacy purposes. Seeing him make such cautious preparations, Danley realized what he was going to talk about, so he turned serious as well. Adam then looked at the elf and asked with a somber look, "What is the status of the Cult of Bones?" The Cult of Bones was a clandestine organization that operated in the shadows of Ravenfell. Many of its members were necromancers or practitioners of dark magic. They were feared for their ability to raise the dead and spread disease. They had a strong presence in Ravenfell's underworld, having ties to several thieves' guilds, smugglers, and assassins. Furthermore, they even controlled illicit trades such as black market magical artifacts, rare potions, forbidden spell books, and even the trafficking of magical creatures or enslaved beings. Despite having their fingers dipped across the city's dark underbelly, very little was truly known about them. Suffice it to say, no one could find traces of them. Hearing Adam's question, Danley's expression turned very solemn. After all, this was the long-term mission that the two had been sent on by the Twilight Brotherhood to deal with the threat of the Cult of Bones. "My men tell me that the most suspicious group is the gang known as Red Fists," Danley began. "Initially, they were only a small group of thugs, but quickly enough they've come to conquer most of the Corvid Quarter. They're no longer a small gang, but a legitimate large criminal enterprise." Adam's eyebrows furrowed. "Red Fists. This is the group we came across while dealing with that swindler from the Children of the Red God, right?" "Yes, that's the one." Danley nodded. "I remember hearing about this group all those years ago. At the time, I'd never thought they'd be related to the Cult of Bones," said Adam in a grim tone. "Well, we still don't know for sure if this gang is related to the Cult of Bones," Danley replied, "but everything points in that direction." "How so?" Adam's eyebrows creased further. Danley took a deep breath and then began explaining. "Their meteoric rise in the underworld would explain that they have someone very powerful supporting them. But that doesn't mean anything, though," Adam countered. "It doesn't. But ever since they've gained control of the neighborhoods in the Corvid district, a strange disease has begun spreading in those areas, affecting the poor people," Danley stated while involuntarily clenching his fists. "What?" Adam's eyes slightly widened. "A strange disease affecting the slums." "According to official reports, several people have died," Danley nodded. "But unofficially, I believe the numbers are quite significant." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Strangely enough, the disease seems to be only restricted to that quarter. And ever since the people from the other quarters found out about this disease, they've completely cordoned off Corvid Quarter." Adam's expression darkened. "What? Is the rest of the city not worried about the emergence of a strange new disease in the slums? Are they not worried about the deaths of those poor people?" Danley shrugged. "When have they ever cared about the plight of the poor?" Adam couldn't help but grit his teeth. "Tusk, those bastards." The elf deeply looked at him, wondering just what was going on in his mind to react this way. However, he didn't press further. He went on to explain, "As for being worried about this disease, they're not. This disease doesn't affect the Magi. Besides, there's only a handful of mortals living in the other 5 quarters." "These mortals, are they not worried about contracting the disease?" Adam asked. The elf shook his head. It's transmitted through touch only, and like I said, the entirety of Corvid Quarter has been cordoned off. No one gets it, no one gets out. Adam turned silent, deep in thought. He then looked at Danley and asked, so how are those people faring? You really have a soft spot for the poor and downtrodden, eh? Danley asked with an amused expression. Well, over the years, the population has been immunized. Although there are still some people dying from the diseases every now and then, but let's be honest, it's not like there weren't any deaths in that district prior to the disease. Adam's eyes narrowed. Immunized? How? Suddenly he thought of a possibility and exclaimed, don't tell me. Indeed, Danley's lips curled up into a cold smile. The ones curing those people are also the Red Gang. That is why I suspect those bastards to be the ones behind this disease. Adam was silent for a long while. He then spoke up, but that still doesn't connect them to the Cult of Bones. Over the past years, several magi in this gang have been associated with practicing dark magic, said the elf. Do you still think there's no possibility of them being connected to the cult? Adam was speechless. Several magi in their gang. I remember when we dealt with the children of the Red God, the Red Fists consisted of only mortals, and it was led by a mere rank 1 magus. Ah yes, theirs has been a change in management, I suppose. Danley shook his head with a helpless sigh. So the Red Fists are the most powerful faction in the Corvid Quarter, and the magi from the other parts of the city are not bothered about it at all? Adam asked incredulously. I suspect that a few nobles might also be secretly supporting the Red Fists, Danley ventured a guess. Then that makes them no different from the Umbra Thieves, said Adam with a low voice. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and he added, could it be that this Thieves' Guild is also secretly supported by the Cult of Bones? Danley looked at him and answered, although there's no evidence suggesting it, it would be safe to assume so. He knew about Adam's ongoing conflict with the Umbra Thieves in the past years, so he couldn't help but warn, be careful. If this Thieves' Guild really is in cahoots with the Cult of Bones, I'd advise you to not act so recklessly. The elf paused for a moment before continuing, from what I hear, there's a lot of bad blood between the two of you. Heh, Adam sneered. That's an understatement. The pair turned silent for a long time, each thinking about their own problems. Adam then spoke up, when you go investigate the Red Fists next time, take me along. That goes without saying, Danley replied with a nod. Basically, what he meant by that was that Adam's fighting prowess would be a great help to him. However, he'd never admit that. Adam weaved a simple hang gesture, canceling the mana barrier. Then he hopped off the boulder and began making his way toward the castle. Anyway, I'll be away for work for the next 2 months, he said. 2 months. The elf's eyebrow rose in surprise. Then he added, all right, understood. We'll deal with the Red Fists after you return. The following day, Adam and Valerian were on their way to Professor Whitaker's office. The young man had to inform her about his 2-month-long absence. Brother, we're going to our house in Uptown Quarter after this, right? Valerian, who was sitting on his shoulder, asked excitedly. Yeah, but Adam glanced at his familiar in a strange manner. Why are you so excited? HMPH, the little guy looked away. Who said I'm excited? This better not be about having Rowan make another gold ornament for you. If I find out about it, I'll cut your allowance in half, Adam reprimanded. Oh, of course not, Valerian hurriedly replied. Inwardly, however, he was deviously thinking, hee, my foolish brother, you only told me not to make Rowan do the work. I can always ask others to make gold jewelry for me. Don't underestimate my network in the city. Soon, the pair arrived in front of Professor Whitaker's office. Adam gently knocked on the door and respectfully called out, Professor, it's me. Come in. A few seconds later, a kind and gentle voice sounded from within the room. He opened the door and stepped inside. There he saw the old woman sitting at her usual spot, behind her table, and going through some parchment papers. Good morning, Prof. He was about to greet her when suddenly he stopped. From the corner of the table, he saw a tiny head peek out. It was a little girl with a head full of long black hair with orange streaks. Her eyes were also orange in color and had a mischievous glint in them. She first looked at Adam with curiosity, before her attention was instantly drawn to Valerian, who was perching on the young man's shoulder and gracefully licking his paw. The little girl's eyes lit up and she dashed in their direction, all the while screaming in joy, Kitty. Seeing the little girl cheerfully run toward him, Adam was at a loss for words. Who is this child, and what is she doing in Professor's office? He thought to himself. Kitty, Kitty. The little girl started running around Adam, jumping in joy and reaching out her hands toward Valerian, who was sitting on the young man's shoulder. Valerian glared at the child and hissed, I am not a kitty. The little girl covered her mouth in astonishment. The kitty can speak. A moment later, she beamed with happiness. Kitty, come play with me. She then tugged on Adam's cloak and asked with an innocent look on her face, Mister, can I please play with your kitty? Mayu, I am not a kitty. Valerian glared at her. Meanwhile, Adam was rooted on the spot, witnessing the interaction between his familiar and this little girl. He couldn't help but look toward Professor Whitaker and ask, Professor, who is this child? Professor glanced at the little girl and spoke warmly, her name is Autumn, my pupil. Adam's eyebrows rose in surprise. Your pupil. He then looked at the little girl, wondering, but she's yet to become a magus. Where did Professor find her? Autumn, this is my research assistant, Magus Adam Constantine, said the professor to the little girl. He is your senior, so go ahead and introduce yourself. Hearing her words, the little girl stood straight. She placed her right hand over her chest and respectfully bowed. Good morning, mister. My name is Autumn Godsaint. Pleased to meet you. Then she looked up and requested the young man with beady eyes, now may I please play with the kitty? Seeing such an adorable expression on her face, Adam couldn't help but gently pat her head. Nice to meet you too, Autumn. He then grabbed Valerian by the fur on his neck and handed him over to the little girl. And yes, you may play with the kitty. Brother, what? Valerian flailed his paws around. Why must you do this to me? I am a mighty dragon, not a kitty. Val, behave. Adam looked at his familiar with mocking eyes. Play with her for a little bit while I talk to Professor. Autumn reached out for Valerian and then hugged him tightly. Kitty, your fur is so soft. Hee hee, let's play now. With that said, she took the young dragon to the other side of the room, toward the fireplace. Meanwhile, Valerian was gazing at Adam with vacant eyes, seemingly hurt by the latter's betrayal. Adam ignored his familiar and took a seat across from Professor Whitaker. So what's the deal with her? He asked. Oh, she's a splendid child, said the old woman with a doting smile on her face. She was born with a grade aptitude, so I thought why not take her in as my disciple. Adam resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Surely that cannot be it. I admit spellcasters with a grade aptitude are rare, but that's not enough to pique your interest. Hoo-hoo, do you really wish to know? Asked the old professor with a chuckle. Yes, please. The old woman took a deep breath and began. Truth is, I happened to meet her during my travels a few months ago. I saw her first in a forest, surrounded by a group of animals from various species. Surrounded by animals in a forest. Adam spoke with a raised eyebrow. Was she going to get attacked by them or something? And you saved her? Professor Whitaker shook her head. Far from it. She was communicating with these animals, making them do her bidding. What? Adam was astonished. Now, it wasn't a big deal for Magi to commune with animals. There were several spells for it, but the point here was that Autumn was immortal. He turned around to look at the little girl, but he was once again shocked. He saw her gently petting Valerian, who was now cozily lying on her lap. Only a moment ago, the young dragon was hissing at her, but now he seemed to have gotten very comfortable with her. Adam's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he thought, to be able to form a bond with animals as a mere mortal, could she really have the talent to become that type of magus? He then turned back around and asked the old woman, Professor, have you heard about the subdivision of Magi known as Druids? Professor Whitaker's lips curled up in a knowing smile. Now, where did you read about that, Magus Constantine? Adam's lips twitched. Shit, did I say something I shouldn't have? Damn it, it's so difficult to determine which arcane knowledge is esoteric in Tron and which isn't. He laughed awkwardly while scratching the back of his head. Haha, of course, I learned it from my mentor back in the Southern Federation. Professor Whitaker deeply looked at him and then nodded. All right, I believe you. I know you don't. Adam countered inwardly. The professor then continued, I had the same thought as you when I came across her. I believe if nurtured the right way, she can become a great magus from the School of Summoning. Adam thought for a few moments, thinking of the right words to say, or rather the right words to divulge. Not just the School of Summoning. Adam shook his head slightly. In the ancient texts that I've read, it is said that druids have great talent for the School of Alteration and the School of Invocation as well. The old professor was slightly taken aback. She then gestured for him to continue. What else did you read about this magus subclass? You see, druids are said to draw their magical power from nature itself, meaning they have a great affinity for the 5 fundamental elements that govern the world. Adam began. Their abilities are strongly tied with animals and plants. They can shapeshift into beasts and are often seen as protectors of the natural world. In the memories of the experts, Adam had seen a few druids who could command an endless army of magical beasts to fight for them. Not just that, he had also seen them nourish and bring to life an expansive rainforest with just a swing of their hands. Of course, all this was only possible when they advanced toward the latter ranks in their paths as magi. So summoning, alteration, and invocation is it? Asked the professor as she went into deep thought. She then looked at Adam and asked, can you tell me everything you know about the druids? Or rather, can you lend me those ancient texts that you read? Of course, that is if you still have them. Of course I have them. Adam nodded, but what he actually meant was of course I can write them. Good, Professor Whitaker nodded with a smile. So what do you want in return? I have some advanced texts on the School of Summoning. Oh, don't worry about it. Adam waved his hand. Are you sure? Asked the old woman. You can ask for anything you like. Yes, I'm sure. Adam nodded. If I ever need anything, I'll let you know. All right, now tell me, what did you want to see me for? She asked. Ah, right. I'll be away from the castle for 2 months. I just wanted to inform you before I left. 2 months, the professor's brows furrowed ever so slightly. What is it for? It's a mission from the Herbalists Guild. Adam blatantly lied through his teeth. Apparently they've found a new type of magical ingredient a little west of here and want me to go inspect it. All right, the professor nodded. However, deep down she had a guess that this was something related to the Raven inheritance, but she didn't call him out on this. She then thought of something and asked with a smile, in a few years, Autumn will go through the ritual of becoming a magus. At that time, would you mind teaching her a thing or two about the arcane arts? Adam was slightly taken aback. You want me to teach her? Why not? The old woman chuckled. Your 3 students have turned out to be quite the capable magi under your tutelage. I'd love for Autumn to study under you from time to time. Adam thought for a moment before nodding with a smile. Sure, I'd be happy to. He then got up from his seat, intending to leave. Suddenly, he recalled something and said to the professor, in the years leading to the ritual, I would suggest having Autumn spend the majority of her time in nature. For a future magus of her capabilities, it is imperative that she forms a connection with nature and live in harmony with it in her formative years. Anyway, the book I'll give you will explain more about this. No problem. Adam nodded with a smile. He then turned around and walked toward the door. He noticed that Autumn had already fallen asleep near the fireplace. Meanwhile, Valerian was cozily napping on her lap as well. Seeing such a scene, Adam couldn't help but chuckle. All right, little kitty, time to go. Valerian's ears twitched and he slowly opened his eyes. He first silently hopped off of Ottman's lap, making sure not to wake her up. Then he ran after Adam with a menacing look on his face. I am a mighty dragon. You will come to fear me. Mew. A week later, Adam stood before the doors to the 3rd chamber, a solemn look blanketing his face. In the past week, he had already got his things in order, informing everyone he needed to about his 2-month-long absence. His students had already left the city for their respective missions given by the Twilight Brotherhood. He had left Valerian in Rowan's care, knowing the latter would take good care of his familiar. Now that everything had been taken care of, he had finally entered the Raven inheritance. He took a deep breath and pushed open the stone doors. With a drawn-out creak, the doors opened, revealing the room's interiors. It was the same as the previous 2 rooms, nothing different in particular. From what he had surmised, Adam knew that he would have to go through another illusion, an illusion spanning 60 days. As soon as he reached the center of the room, the androgynous voice from before echoed. Congratulations on making it to the 3rd chamber. The trial of endurance will now commence. The voice paused for a moment before continuing. Your storage artifact will be rendered useless for the duration of this trial. What? Adam was taken aback. The next moment, his earring pulsed with a strange energy, causing him to once again be startled. He willed it in his mind to take out a random item from his earring, but he was unable to. This caused him to be astonished. This inheritance ground can directly bypass my control over my artifact. Incredible. This simply went on to show just how powerful and knowledgeable in the arcane arts the one who left behind this inheritance was. The following moment, the space around Adam distorted and his surroundings began to change. The dilapidated stone room gradually turned into an expansive desert. I see, the youth muttered softly. This place is going to test my patience and ability to endure. The reason my earring was disabled was so that I didn't consume any food and water. He was finally beginning to understand the true motive behind this test. If this is so, Adam stroked his chin as the rays of the brilliant sun bore down on his skin. Should I refrain from using the White Lotus? He wondered. Using this legendary artifact would be equivalent to cheating inside this inheritance. This was especially true when he had ended up using the Lotus in the last trial where he had to face his desire for wealth. Adam took accountability for the fact that if it weren't for the Lotus, he most certainly would not have been able to pass that test. He knew that he was a deeply avaricious man. His desire for wealth stemmed from the prolonged suffering he had to go through as a poverty-stricken child. Such a desire was very difficult to overcome overnight. If he used the Lotus once again in this test, then what was the point of this inheritance? The founder of Saratoga had built this inheritance in such a way that the participants would not be able to use any artifacts, but even he hadn't thought in his wildest dreams that one day a magus wielding the White Lotus would undertake the trials that he had left behind. After deliberating for a few moments, Adam ultimately decided to not use the Lotus for this trial, or any other trials henceforth. Right at that instant, the White Lotus that majestically floated in the center of his spirit sea suddenly began to rumble. The following moment, it slowly submerged into the bottomless depths. Adam exhaled a deep breath, slightly shocked at what had just transpired. He had never before deactivated this artifact in his life. Even when he was subconscious, the Lotus always remained ever present. But for the first time, he learned what would occur when he actually decided not to use it. He didn't have too much time to ponder about it, however, because the blazing rays of the sun had already drenched his clothes, making him extremely uncomfortable. Adam looked around and saw dunes upon dunes for miles on end. He was in the middle of a desert and there was nothing else in sight except sand. Lots and lots of sand. He involuntarily touched his throat as he struggled to get the words out of his mouth. Damn it, I'm already so thirsty. It hasn't even been a few minutes. Without the White Lotus, his experience inside an illusion was like the difference between night and day. He was finally beginning to understand what all those foes he had slain in the past felt like after being put inside his illusion. His lips slowly curled up into a faint smile. I truly pity the enemies I'll make in the future. The desert sun beat down relentlessly on him, draining his energy. The heat bounced off the sand, distorting the horizon and making it difficult for him to focus. He had been aimlessly walking in this desert for countless hours. Or was it countless days? He could not tell. Damn it, Adam had already removed his upper garments. Now, he had wrapped the cloak around his head, preventing it from burning under the sun. So this is the horror of an illusion, he thought to himself in distress. I feel like I've been walking for days. Every step I take becomes harder and harder. But something tells me I haven't taken a single step forward in reality. The power of illusions is truly mind-boggling. For the first time, he was experiencing the terror that he made his enemies go through. It was surely a novel experience. He was certain that only a couple of hours had passed in the chamber, yet inside the illusion he felt as if days had passed. Furthermore, even the illusion of temperature, thirst, and hunger felt very vivid to him. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Should I activate the White Lotus? I won't have to go through all this trouble then. He suddenly paused in his footsteps atop a small sandy mound. The weight of his exhaustion was settling in. His skin was burning and his body was crying out for water and rest. However, there was none in sight. Adam gritted his teeth and then continued to walk. Endure it. This is the damn purpose of this trial. Endure it. He continued to repeat the same words in his mind over and over again. Endure, endure, endure. The youth pushed through the intense physical discomfort, resisting the urge to collapse under the blazing sun's oppressive heat. Days turned to weeks and weeks turned to months. On several occasions, he was tempted to stop and use the lotus, but he chose not to. He continued to move. He continued to endure. By now, he had grown a thick beard. His physique was extremely emaciated, and his skin was covered in burns and blisters, especially his feet. His appearance was haggard, to say the least. Of course, this was all inside the illusion, but still, it was easy to give in to despair and weakness. Nonetheless, he continued to endure. This was a true test for his mind, and he knew that once he came out of this trial, he would benefit greatly from it. Heh, it's just the heat and the sand, he said to himself inwardly as he dragged his feet through the endless desert. This illusion, I will conquer it without the lotus. This much is nothing for me. Right at that moment, his thoughts came to an abrupt halt and he froze in his footsteps. Just when he thought that he had grown accustomed to this illusion, something appeared before him, causing his body to shudder and his eyes to tear up. A mirage had appeared. The harsh, golden dunes sloped gently toward a small pond of crystal-clear water. Tall, slender palm trees stood in clusters at the banks of this water body. A gust of cool wind blew by, causing the vibrant green leaves of the palm trees to sway gently. Surrounding the palm trees were verdant bushes dotted with brightly colored flowers and fruits. It was a striking contrast with the otherwise barren landscape. Adam, who was standing atop the dune, gazing at this little paradise, couldn't stop his body from trembling in joy. His eyes teared up involuntarily. Is this my reward for having endured for so many months? He thought to himself. His legs erupted with strength he didn't know he had as he shot down the dune, heading for the beautiful oasis in front of him. The air was tinged with the rejuvenating scent of fresh water and damp earth. The ground underneath the palm trees was soft, cool sand, mixed with patches of grass. Ha 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 ha. The youth burst into laughter. He knelt down at the banks of the pond, his mind raging with emotions. He caught a glimpse of himself on the surface of the pond, and for a moment he couldn't even recognize himself. But none of that mattered. Without waiting a moment longer, he put his hands inside the water, cupped his palms, and scooped out a large handful to drink. However, his happiness was short-lived. Instead of drinking water, he had actually consumed the hot sands of the grueling desert. At once, he started violently coughing. The feeling of sand touching, or rather grating against the dry insides of his mouth, was extremely torturous. Tears streamed down his face as he tried to reel in from this pit of desperation. He tightly clutched at the sands underneath him and spat through gritted teeth, of course. Of course, it's an illusion. This chamber weaved an intricate illusion where time felt distorted, and the feeling of hunger, thirst, and exhaustion was heightened. The only way forward was to remain steadfast, accepting the discomfort and hardship that the trial presented. But that was easier said than done. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He screamed at the top of his lungs while continuing to madly punch the ground. He screamed till his voice gave out and he limply fell face first. Through the slit in his eyes, he saw that the desert stretched on endlessly with no sign of landmarks or an end to the trial. The psychological weight of feeling lost and trapped in an infinite expanse of sand and time heavily weighed down on Adam's shoulders. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, his eyelids started feeling heavy and he gradually lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in the same place, except he didn't know how much time had passed. But what he did know was that the feeling of hunger and thirst had intensified. Should I use it? He thought to himself. He knew that once he willed the White Lotus to clear his mind, the illusion of space and time he found himself in would instantly be countered, and everything would return to normal. Furthermore, even the feeling of hunger, thirst, and exhaustion would subside significantly, for he knew that they too were an illusion. Adam's patience and mental fortitude had never been tested to such a degree. Moreover, he knew that if he didn't use the White Lotus, he would be tested even further. He was close to succumbing to despair and hopelessness. When no progress was visible, it was difficult to continue to persist. His eyes flashed with a ruthless glint, and he slowly got to his feet. Endure, endure, endure. One step at a time, he continued to move forward. He continued to persist. No matter what life threw his way, he would never yield. And even if he stumbled, he would carry the fight on upon his knees. For this was his way of magic. Adam continued to move through the boundless desert. Days turned to weeks, weeks turned to months, and now it had been more than a year. For more than a year, all Adam did was continue to walk. By now, he had already realized that the time dilation here was no joke. He was only supposed to be in the chamber for 60 days, but inside the illusion, the time had already crossed a year. During this time, he faced several other obstacles. The desert wind would carry faint voice whispers of doubt, fear, and self-criticism. These voices grew louder as Adam felt more fatigued, filling his mind with thoughts of inadequacy, regret, and failure. You are not enough, you will not succeed, this trial will never end. But Adam kept moving forward. By now, he had already lost track of time. He had grown numb to everything around him. Occasionally, powerful sandstorms whipped across the desert, blinding him and battering him with harsh winds. These storms came without warning and left him disoriented, but he kept moving forward, one step at a time. The concept of time became a blur in the desert. With no sense of how far he'd come or how much further he had to go, the passage of time became a torment in itself. Days and nights blended together, each more grueling than the last. He bore the marks of his taxing journey in every aspect of his appearance. His skin, once smooth, was now weathered and rough. It was deeply tanned and cracked from relentless exposure to the sun. His face was gaunt, hollowed by fatigue and hunger, with a thick beard that grew unevenly. His clothes, once whole, now hung in tattered shreds. He wore makeshift wraps around his feet and hands to shield himself from the scorching heat of the sand and sun. His body was coated in a layer of fine sand, clinging to his sweaty skin, while his hair was matted and tangled from months of wind-blown grit. Adam's body was merely a husk at this point. His muscles had long since degenerated, making him appear extremely emaciated. Despite all that, his dark pupils flashed with an uncanny light. It was the light of perseverance. He knew deep in his heart that even if his physical body broke down, he would continue to walk forward. After another few days of travel, a peculiar scenery unfolded before him. In front of him emerged a cave right in the middle of the desert. Inside the cave was a soft bed made from straw. Adam walked toward the entrance of the cave, however, unlike the time he had found the mirage. His face now was devoid of any emotions. He was now faced with the temptation to lie down and give in to rest and comfort after having walked for more than a year. Finally, he could escape the suffering. The final test of endurance. Adam's eyes were calm as a still lake, not a ripple of sentiment found in them. He took a step forward, but instead of entering the cave, he walked right past it. More than the seeker's physical strength, the trial of endurance tested their mental fortitude, patience, and the ability to withstand life's most overwhelming obstacles with calm persistence. The moment Adam walked past the cave, his surroundings distorted and the illusion dissipated. Once again, the androgynous voice sounded inside the chamber. You have passed the trial of endurance. As soon as the illusion shattered, Adam felt disoriented down to his core. He wobbled back and forth, unable to maintain his balance. A moment later, he fell down on his knees, gasping for breath. The circular stone chamber had replaced the expansive desert. He looked around in a slight daze. The scorching sun was no longer there, and neither was the sandstorm. His sense of hunger, thirst, and exhaustion had also been reduced drastically. However, it was still too much for him to bear. Although he was a mono-liquefaction magus, he was still significantly weakened after having had nothing to eat or drink in the past 60 days. He raised his trembling hands and found that they were much skinnier than before. He touched his face gently, feeling his overgrown beard and his haggard skin. Then he glanced at his dark robes. They were still there, however. They seemed slightly bigger for his physique. He had lost a lot of weight, and even the muscles that he had diligently trained for so many years to sculpt. Right at that moment, he felt his earring pulse ever so slightly. This caused his eyes to light up, and he immediately conjured a jug of water. He slowly drank one jug after another, only stopping when he had emptied half a dozen of those. Finally, a faint semblance of life returned to his eyes. The very next moment, the androgynous voice spoke up once again. Endurance through suffering and adversity without losing virtue is a core philosophical principle that all great individuals have in common. Patience, resilience, and the ability to endure are the marks of a wise and strong magus. Since the establishment of this castle, you are the first one to pass the trial of endurance. Congratulations. Adam was taken aback. I am the first, but in hindsight, he felt like it made sense. After all, how many people would be able to endure what he did? Not many. Adam would even go so far as to assume that this test was specifically harder for him. Unlike others who would take this test, he had an item that could be used to counter the illusion. This was a temptation even more difficult to resist. Even he did not know just how he was able to complete the test. However, he did have a hint. He limply laid down on the ground, gazing at the glowing stalactites on the ceiling. Could it be because of my way of magic? He muttered softly to himself. It must be my way of magic, deeply resonated with my mind and soul, bringing out the light of perseverance in my heart. Gradually, a faint smile bloomed on his weary face as he thought to himself, the benefits are already starting to show. No wonder the magi in the greater universe are taught the importance of cultivating their way of magic from a very early age. His thoughts were interrupted when the voice from before sounded once more. Seeker, you have passed the trial of endurance and have emerged stronger. You have proven your ability to face the hardest challenges with resolve. It paused for a moment before continuing in the same mechanical tone. Now, you may accept your rewards. The following moment, the space near the ceiling distorted, and a dozen objects suddenly appeared, hurling toward Adam. They stopped a meter before the youth, hovering in midair. It's those daggers again, said the young man as he sat up. He had received 4 of these feather-shaped daggers in the previous trial where he had to battle his desires. This time he received 12 of them. The androgynous voice introduced, Night Hello, a rank 4 artifact crafted in the likeness of a raven's feather. It is more than just a dagger, it is a symbol of death and silence. Each stroke sends its victim into an abyss of eternal night, their screams silenced before they ever escape their lips. Only he who has passed the trial of endurance has the right to wield these fine weapons of murder. The potential of this weapon will be fully unlocked once the wielder has advanced to rank 4 mana core rank. Until then, its strength will be limited to the strength of the wielder. Adam's eyeballs threatened to pop out of his sockets. Upon hearing the weapon's introduction, he was thunderstruck, to say the least. Rank 4 artifact, he blurted out in shock. The last time when he checked these weapons out when he got them in the second trial had confirmed that they were no stronger than rank 2 artifacts. But upon hearing the introduction, he finally understood why that was the case. So these daggers are only as powerful as their wielder, he muttered in a daze. In truth, they're actually rank 4 artifacts. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation on both his wrists. He lowered his head and looked at them and was immediately stunned. Small raven feather markings were being magically carved around his wrists. Before he could react further, the feather tattoos were completed. Then the 12 daggers hovering in the air shot toward his wrists, diving straight into the 2 feather tattoos. Adam was speechless. What the heck? Is this tattoo like a storage artifact? Incredible, can I put other items inside them? Out of curiosity and excitement, he took out random items from his earrings and tried to put them inside the tattoos on his wrists. However, he failed. But when he tried to put the 4 daggers that he already had in his possession, he succeeded. I see, he said to himself. So this tattoo is like the scabbard for Night Hello, huh? He then proceeded to experiment with the weapons. With just a simple thought, he was able to conjure 2 daggers in his hands, and with another thought, he was able to store them back inside the tattoos. Moreover, this weapon was quite convenient for him and complemented his hand-to-hand fighting style. He was more than satisfied after having received rank 4 artifacts, but he remembered the voice saying there were rewards. As expected, the space above him vibrated a moment later, and a dark cloak floated toward him. The voice introduced this reward in a timely manner. Cloak of Resilience, a rank 2 artifact designed to shield its wearer from both physical and mental harm, embodying the idea of inner strength and protection. It provides resistance against natural elements such as heat, cold, or extreme winds. It also offers protection against magical elements involving fire, ice, lightning, and more. The cloak offers protection against illusions, mind control, or psychological attacks. Any attempt to create doubt, fear, or panic in the wearer's mind is greatly diminished, allowing them to think clearly even in stressful situations. When wearing the cloak, the individual experiences enhanced endurance and stamina. It also provides additional resistance to physical harm. It doesn't act like heavy armor, but instead absorbs the impact from the enemy's blow. The voice paused for a moment before adding, the Cloak of Resilience represents the strength to endure life's hardships, whether they come from external forces like dangerous environments or internal struggles like fear and doubt. It symbolizes the importance of maintaining both physical and emotional balance in the face of adversity, embodying resilience and unwavering willpower. The dark, hooded cloak gently covered Adam's back almost as if it had a mind of its own. Not a bad artifact, Adam praised. Although this one paled in comparison to Night Hello, it was still a great item for a rank 2 artifact. Unlike the ones he had received before, he planned to keep this cloak for himself. Recalling the grueling experience he had to go through for over a year, Adam now felt that it was all worth it. Even though only 2 months had passed in reality, for him close to 14 months had actually passed. He slowly got to his feet, intending on going back to his manor in the Upton Quarter and having a grand feast. He had been famished for 2 months after all. Adam decided that he would come back later and participate in the final trial of this inheritance. But just as he got to his feet, the androgynous voice echoed inside the chamber, taking him by surprise. "Seeker, prepare yourself for the third and final reward." Adam's eyebrows rose slightly. "There's another one." The following moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble and slowly started to part from the center. From the gap, a large marble basin emerged. Inside the enormous basin was a clear, crystal-like liquid with a slight luminescent glow. Adam slowly walked forward and proceeded to dip his finger inside the basin. "What's this?" As soon as he touched the liquid, he found himself rooted on the spot with an expression full of sheer disbelief. Right at that moment, the voice echoed once again inside the room, giving a brief introduction of the reward. The sacred waters of lustrum, a rare and magical substance found only in the Great Cooch Desert in the Indus continent, revered as a legendary natural elixir capable of restoring vitality and curing ailments. The local inhabitants of Great Cooch believe it to be a gift from Mana, given only to those who understand its true value. Legend has it that these sacred waters have the miraculous ability to extend life. Hearing the introduction of the final reward for this trial, Adam was rendered absolutely speechless. "Rumored to extend one's life," he said with an expression full of disbelief. He looked at the crystal-like liquid he had dipped his finger in with shock. The water's surface shimmered with a faint light, reflecting the potent magical energy contained within. It felt cool, refreshing, and pure, as though it was untouched by time or corruption. Adam withdrew his hand, planning to taste the water coating his finger. However, he was stunned when he realized the water had magically disappeared. His eyes narrowed and he ventured a guess. Could it be that the founder didn't want anyone to take this liquid away? To confirm his guess, he repeated his action and found the same result. He stood there before the basin, deep in thought. "Damn it. Only if I could take this sacred water away from here, I would have been able to concoct that potion." In the memories of the experts from the greater universe, Adam had learned about the existence of a potion so rare and magical that powerful organizations would go to war over it. Moreover, herbalists who could concoct these potions were held in extremely high regard. They were treated no differently than deities. Of course, the recipe for this particular potion was rare, and the herbalists who cold brew it were rarer still. The potion of longevity. It was a mystical potion that reduced the drinker's age by several years, essentially extending their lifespan. Although several years may seem like a small quantity, they were actually very crucial. For example, suppose a powerful magus on his last breath who has been stuck at a bottleneck of a certain rank drank this potion. They will have received the blessing of gaining a few more years in order to advance to the next rank. Those few years could decide the fate of not only that particular magus, but everything and everyone they were connected to. Thus, this potion was highly sought after by the power players of the greater universe. However, repeated use of potions of longevity was highly dangerous. After each subsequent use, not only did the potion's utility decrease, but there was also a great risk that the potion would instead increase the drinker's age. Regardless, it was already miraculous to be able to come across such a potion. However, even if a herbalist did manage to get their hands on this recipe, it would still depend on whether they could find the main ingredient. The sacred waters of lustrum was this main ingredient. Although it went by different names in the greater universe, Adam could tell that this was the real deal. However, the liquid before him was far less potent than the ones in his memories. It couldn't be helped. After all, the quality and quantity of mana found in Tron paled in comparison to the ones found in the myriad planets of the greater universe. This liquid could only be formed by accumulating the concentrated essence of mana in a particular place for an extremely long period of time. But it's truly a miracle that I could come across this ingredient in a backward planet such as Tron, he thought. Liquids such as these were often found in secluded, mystical locations that were difficult to reach. The sacred waters of lustrum originated from a hidden oasis in the Great Cooch Desert, surrounded by ancient magical trees. It must have taken at least hundreds, if not thousands of years to accumulate the quantity that was currently inside the basin in front of Adam. If I could use this to create the potion of longevity, the effects would have been far more potent, he thought. But my mana and my rank are nearly not enough to even attempt to brew such a miraculous potion. His lips curled up into a wry smile, and he softly muttered, "Only if I could take some of this liquid out and give it to the old man." He soon shook his head, deciding to not worry about things that were not within his control. Right at that moment, the androgynous voice echoed in the chamber once again. "The sacred waters of lustrum can heal wounds, cure diseases, and reverse the effects of poisons and curses. Even injuries that would be fatal or illnesses that seem incurable can be restored by simply drinking this mystical water. It can also rejuvenate those who are exhausted or physically weakened, allowing them to regain their strength or recover their mana almost instantly. The voice paused for a brief moment before continuing. Beyond physical healing, the Successor waters of Lustrum has the power to slow or even reverse the aging process. Furthermore, this magical water is not only a remedy for the physical body, but also the soul body. Drinking from it or bathing in its waters can cleanse a person of inner turmoil, emotional scars, and spiritual darkness. The more Adam heard about these sacred waters, the more certain he became. It indeed is similar to the main ingredient for the potion of longevity, he thought. On other planets in the greater universe, these waters went by different names such as the elixir of eternity, the font of renewal, the draught of essence, the spring of rebirth, etc. However, their essence was the same. I can't believe that the castle's founder left behind such a precious reward in this raven inheritance, Adam muttered in awe. Moreover, there were several other raven inheritances scattered throughout Saratoga. The youth's dark pupils shone with excitement as he wondered, if this is the reward for the third trial, I wonder what awaits me in the final trial. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he thought, wait a minute. If these waters will bring about a physical transformation, then perhaps I can get the most out of it if I revolve the Astral Tyrant Manual. The Astral Tyrant Manual was a body enhancement technique that an expert of the greater universe had found at the ruins of an extremely ancient civilization. This technique had a method to constantly strengthen the body by extracting the mana in the surroundings, helping the user build the most perfect and optimal physique. Several methods in the Astral Tyrant Manual utilized rune magic and the naturally formed elemental ores to bring about this result. The sacred waters of Lustrum was the perfect thing for Adam to use to further adjust his body to perfection. He slowly removed his robes, revealing his emaciated and weakened body. He looked at it and sighed. This is way too much weight loss for a mere 60-day fast. Perhaps this has something to do with my mind thinking that I've been without food and water for more than a year, he added. The mind-body connection is truly something. His body was gaunt and skeletal, barely able to carry his weight. Then he slowly entered the basin, the cool water immediately enveloping his thin legs. The sensation of the water was both calming and rejuvenating, causing Adam to let out an involuntary moan. As the magical liquid rose to cover more of his naked body, his dry and cracked skin began to drink in the life-giving energy. Once fully submerged inside the basin, the sacred waters of Lustrum started to work its magic. Adam's breathing became steadier, and his hollow chest began to rise and fall with deeper breaths. Strangely enough, he was able to breathe underwater just fine. The water glowed more intensely, beginning to slowly swirl around his frail body as though responding to his need for nourishment. His tanned, sunken skin and that tightly stretched against his bones began to regain color. Muscles and flesh slowly began to knit themselves together beneath his skin. Finally, Adam began to revolve the Astral Tyrant Manual. The water swirled faster and faster, creating a subtle whirlpool around him. His brittle hair started falling out in clumps before they began to regrowling and flowing, shining with a healthy luster. It was the same for his beard. They fell out before regrowing with full vibrance. The deep lines of exhaustion on his face softened. The exhaustion and starvation smoothed out, restoring a youthful glow to his features. His limbs, once skeletal, now appeared more robust. His skeletal frame cracked and elongated, increasing his height. His muscles and tendons repaired themselves, altering his physique to near perfection. The weakness was slowly driven away from Adam's being, replaced by a growing power surging within him. After what felt like forever, the magical waters in the basin had finally depleted, all absorbed by the young man standing in the center. Adam's body, once emaciated and frail, was now fully restored. He stood at a little more than 2 meters now. He appeared not only healed, but transformed stronger, sharper, and younger. The aura of life and power surrounding him was palpable. He was no longer as muscular as he was before participating in this trial. He was much leaner now. However, the muscles in his body pulsed with strength that he never had before. The most drastic change about him, however, was his youthful appearance. Adam now looked no different than a youth who was in his late teenage years or early 20s. His very presence commanded the attention in the room, embodying the strength and vitality bestowed upon him by the sacred waters of Lustrum. He slowly raised his hands and tightly clenched his fists, feeling the raw power curling through his veins. Apart from the miraculous transformation, there was yet another surprise for him. I can feel it, he said confidently. The mana vortex rank is not far. Adam put on a new set of clothes-white robes and pants of matching color. Since he'd grown in height, the clothes didn't fit him now. Tusk, now I have to spend money buying new clothes, he grumbled in annoyance. He then put on the cloak of resilience and nodded in praise. Not bad. This is very comfortable. The youth walked past the marble basin, towards the other side of the chamber where a pair of stone doors had appeared at some point. As soon as he appeared before the towering doors, the androgynous voice introduced, "Beyond this door lies the final test that you must pass in order to complete this raven inheritance." Adam took a deep breath and asked in a solemn tone, "What is the name of the test?" Like before this trial, he could glean a lot of information from just the name. In doing so, he would be able to equip himself for the test better. The cold and mechanical voice echoed inside the chamber once again, the trial of death. Adam's pupils constricted and he couldn't help but feel his heart gripped by a foreboding feeling for some reason. "The trial of death," he asked. "Can you tell me more about this test? You must confront death." Adam was astonished. "Confront death? You want me to die?" The voice did not reply. "Can you tell me more?" he asked again. Still, the voice didn't reply. Seeing this, Adam couldn't help but helplessly sigh. If the trial of endurance was already so difficult, then the trial of death is sure to be even more so. But the next moment, his eyes twinkled with anticipation. But that also means the rewards will be that much greater. He cast one final glance at the stone doors before turning around. He would participate in this final trial at a later date. The youth had been walking across a desert for the last 14 months. Despite having undergone a miraculous transformation in the sacred waters of Lustrum, he couldn't wait to go back to his manor and have a feast. Moreover, he also needed to catch up on the important events that might have transpired in the time he was away. White lotus patterns surfaced in Adam's black pupils, glowing with an otherworldly light. The following moment, he teleported away. Constantine Manor, Upton Quarter. "Make sure to do your jobs properly," Rowan sternly instructed the servants of the house as they took care of the vibrant garden. "Master is going to return any day now. Everything should be perfect." He spoke in a tone that left no room for disobedience. The middle-aged man crossed his arms and looked at the work progress with a flat expression on his face. Suddenly, a plump gray cat approached him from the direction of the gazebo. Rowan said Valerian in a lethargic tone, "I think I've eaten too much. Help me, I can't walk any longer." The middle-aged man turned around and gazed at the plump cat with a helpless look on his face. He couldn't believe how the little cat had turned out in the span of only 2 months. He crouched low and gently lifted the young dragon. "Young Master Valerian, I don't know how I'm going to explain this to my lord." Valerian rolled his eyes while stroking his round tummy. "What do you mean this? Don't judge me, Rowan. I'm still growing and I need my vitamins and minerals." Rowan's eyes twitched. "But young master, all you've had in the last 2 months is meat and more meat. Perhaps you should have had some green vegetables as well if you were so worried about vitamins and minerals." "HMPH, Valerian snorted in disdain. "A mighty dragon such as I eating green vegetables. You must be out of your mind." Rowan couldn't help but ruffle Valerian's furry head in amusement. He always found it funny when the little guy addressed himself as a mighty dragon. It reminded him of the times his kids would call themselves magi and play around. "All right, let me take you back inside." Rowan turned around and started walking toward the manor. Suddenly, Valerian's ears twitched and he abruptly turned his head in the direction of the manor's gates. A moment later, a servant of the house came running toward the pair, screaming in fluster. Sir Rowan, Rowan turned around and glanced at the young man. "What's wrong, master?" The servant pointed in the direction of the gates. "Some hobo is pretending to be our master, pretending to be Lord Constantine." Rowan was furious. "Who dares? I don't know." The servant hurriedly shook his head. "He looks like a beggar, but he's wearing fine clothes. I don't know what's going on." Rowan was about to storm toward the manor gates when suddenly the space beside him distorted ever so slightly and a tall youth with long, lustrous raven hair and a thick beard appeared out of nowhere. "Wah." The middle-aged man was shocked out of his mind and fell on his bum. Instantly, he realized that a magus had appeared inside the manor compounds. He looked at this newcomer and couldn't recognize him. He nervously gulped and asked, "My lord, who are you?" But before he could even finish, he saw Valerian leaving his arms and diving straight at this newcomer. "Mayu, brother, you are back. Ha ha ha." Adam gave the little guy a warm hug. "Little Val, did you miss me?" "Yes, yes." Valerian fondly licked the youth's cheeks. "I missed you very much." After sharing a tender moment with his dear familiar, Adam's face darkened. He grabbed the little guy by the fur on his neck and held him at eye level. "You little brat, what the hell have you done to yourself while I was away?" he reprimanded. Instantly, Valerian began to sweat profusely. Brother, you can't blame me. It was Rowan. Yes, it was him who fed me." Adam glared at the little guy. "You think I would believe that? You need some disciplining." He tossed Valerian in the air and then laid him down on his knee. Then he began viciously spanking him like there was no tomorrow. Bam, 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 Mayu. Valerian began flailing his limbs around in terror. "Brother, please." "Bam, bam, bam, you fat little bastard." Adam roared. "I told you to train while I was away, but you've been indulging in gluttony. I will beat all the fat out of you today. Just you wait, brother." "Wait," Valerian desperately begged for mercy. "I'm going through my growth spurt. I couldn't help myself." Bam, bam, bam. While Adam was teaching his dear familiar a lesson, Rowan was looking at him with a face filled with disbelief. He saw a young man with fair and unblemished skin who looked to be in his late teenage years. The person in front of him looked completely different from the Adam he knew. "My lord," he asked hesitantly, "is that really you?" Adam chucked Valerian toward the little pond by the gazebo before dusting his hands. He looked at the middle-aged man and smiled brightly. Long time no see, Rowan. He extended his hand out toward the man. Rowan clasped the youth's hand in a daze and got to his feet. What has happened to you? He asked incredulously. You've become younger. He, Adam chuckled smugly. I had a very fortuitous encounter. Rowan was speechless, thinking to himself just what kind of encounter reverses one's age. This is impossible. He quickly shook his head, saying to himself in his heart, well, nothing is impossible in the world of magi. I better mind my own business. Then he placed his hand over his chest and respectfully bowed. Welcome home, my lord. Ah, it's good to be back. He looked at his two-story manor with approval. You all have taken good care of the house. Good job. The maids and servants who had gathered around couldn't help but feel delighted at being praised by their master. They continued to bow down repeatedly, thanking him. All right then. He started walking toward the manor. Prepare a feast for me. I haven't had food in forever. Rowan thought for a moment and spoke, my lord. Might I suggest inviting Lord Ambermind and Lady Flynn for dinner? Adam asked with a raised eyebrow. Danley and Elisand. Did they come looking for me while I was away? That is correct, said Rowan respectfully. They sent their servants here several times to see if you had returned. Adam thought for a moment before nodding. Sure, have someone send them an invite. At once, my lord. Rowan bowed. Adam looked toward the small man-made pond where Valerian was floating with a tearful expression on his furry face. Come, Val, let's go upstairs. Valerian turned his head away. I'm not talking to you. Go away, I hate you. Fine, whatever. Adam shook his head and went inside the manor, leaving behind his departing words. I thought I'd share some treasures that I found recently with you, but it's okay, I suppose. I'll just go away. Valerian's body trembled involuntarily, displaying an extremely conflicted expression. Now, he didn't know whether to stay mad at Adam or not. Finally, he couldn't resist the temptation. He then hurriedly swam toward the banks of the pond. Brother, wait for me. Within the spacious dining room on the first floor, a grand feast was being served by the maids and servants of the house. The walls were adorned with vivid portraits that Adam had painted himself. Some depicted scenes of arcane mythologies, while others displayed beautiful landscapes found across Acadia. On one end of the room, a large wooden fireplace was positioned. Meanwhile, the entrance was at the dining room's other end. The centerpiece of the room was an expansive oak dining table where a wide variety of food items were displayed. Furthermore, more were being brought in by the servants. It was set with fine porcelain, silver cutlery, and crystal goblets, each arranged with meticulous precision. This simply went on to show just how diligent the workers of the manor were. Above the table hung a grand chandelier, seemingly made out of bronze or brass. It had dozens of candles placed within, casting a warm glow over the room. The air was filled with the scent of roasted meat, fresh bread, and rich wines personally brewed by Adam. Of course, Suhail, a nearby musician playing the harpsichord, completed the simple yet luxurious atmosphere. Servants, dressed in neat attire, stood at attention along the walls, ready to attend to the needs of the guests present in the room. Two figures, an elven man and a human woman, were sitting directly on either side of the head of the table, gracefully eating the appetizers on their plates. Didn't expect to see you here, Lady Flynn, said Danley as he took a small sip of wine from the goblet. He was wearing a light green robe, and his blonde hair was tied into a ponytail, with a few strands braided together. I wanted to discuss with Adam about dealing with the Red Fists and the Cult of Bones, thought the elf. Tim inviting her here could only mean one thing. Elisand smiled politely. Likewise, Lord Ambermind. She paused for a moment before asking curiously, if you don't mind my asking, how did you and Adam meet? The woman had always been curious about how Adam and this elf, who hailed from one of the 4 great clans of the Baja High Forest, got acquainted with one another. Danley, after all, was one of the more prominent aristocrats in the upper echelons of Ravenfell. Furthermore, his family held great influence in the Baja High Forest. Danley had a reminiscent look in his eyes as he said, our mentors are good friends. We met when me, my sister, and my mentor visited the Southern Federation. Back then, we were still children. So childhood friends. Elisand nodded with a faint smile. She then asked with a raised eyebrow, I didn't know you had a sister, Lord Ambermind. Danley took another sip from the goblet before replying, we're twins. She prefers to stay in the woods. Although she did visit Ravenfell when I'd first moved in here. Elves favored woodlands over other terrains, though exceptions existed. Most elven communities were relatively small in size and blended easily with the natural landscapes. They preferred secluded places of nature to the towns and cities of the civilized world, living in harmony with their natural surroundings. Danley raised his goblet, gesturing for the maid behind him to refill it. At the same time, he asked Elisand with a smirk, I've heard about your exploits with Adam. I must say, you both have dealt a very severe blow to the Umbra thieves. Elisand deeply looked into the elf's eyes while maintaining a polite smile. It's only fair, don't you think? They should pay for their crimes. Danley nodded ever so slightly. I can understand the motive of the Flynn family in all this, but why is Adam involved? He paused for a brief moment, a sneer forming on his lips. Could it be that you offered him a lot of gold in exchange for his help? The elf knew very well about Adam's deep love for money, so he couldn't help but take a jab. Hearing him, Elisan lightly chuckled. That is not the case at all. He wants retribution as well. Retribution. Danley's golden brows knitted together ever so slightly. Elisan nodded. After Adam was able to cure my father, the Umbra thieves sent assassins after him. That's how we were able to learn who the real culprit was in the first place. Oh, Danley was slightly taken aback. Adam had never mentioned this to him, so he wasn't aware, but he felt like this was in line with Adam's personality. Although most of the time the youth preferred to remain discreet, he would definitely turn everything upside down if it was for payback. That makes sense, I suppose, muttered the elf under his breath. The next moment, he looked in the direction of the dining room's entrance and grumbled, but why is he not here yet? How rude of him to make his guests wait. While Danley was complaining about Adam, Elisan was thinking to herself about why she had been called here, along with the elf sitting in front of her. I wanted to speak to him about the prisoners that I'd brought from Silverhorde, she thought, but I didn't expect to meet the young master of the Ambermind clan here. There's no other choice, I suppose it'll have to wait. A few moments later, the pair heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside the room. Before this person had even entered, his voice drifted inside. Sorry for making you two wait. It took me longer than I expected to tidy up. Danley gazed in the direction of the door with an annoyed look. Where are your manners? How can you make us wait for so long? It's already been more than 30. But the words got stuck in his throat. Next, his eyes widened. Then his jaw dropped to the floor, along with the goblet in his hand. A tall young man walked into the dining room. He was wearing loose silk robes that highlighted his lean yet muscular physique. His face was cleanly shaved and he had a head full of short and wavy raven hair. His facial features were plain at first sight: an ordinary nose, unremarkable cheekbones, and a square jawline that wasn't too sharp. Yet despite their simplicity, there was something undeniably handsome about him. His skin had a fair and healthy tone. His deep black eyes, dark and calm, drew attention with their quiet intensity. The youth's expression was relaxed, carrying a quiet confidence that enhanced his natural allure. After the physical transformation Adam had undergone in the sacred waters of Lustrum, the overall balance of his appearance had become quite captivating. He took his seat at the head of the table. Then he glanced at Danley and Elisan with a faint smile. It's been a while, you two. Who? Danley shot from his chair, pointing his trembling finger at Adam. Who the hell are you? At the same time, Elisan had covered her mouth with her hand as she gazed at Adam with incredulous eyes. She was speechless. It couldn't be helped after all. Adam's transformation was just that drastic. Although Adam put on a relaxed expression on his face, the flash of smugness couldn't be hidden in his eyes. He looked at Danley and smirked. What's gotten into you, you pointy-eared bastard? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Danley's expression contorted and he seemed like he was about to vomit blood. You have the audacity to call yourself handsome, you ugly swine. I'm asking you, how do you look so young? Adam's lips twitched and he couldn't help but curse inwardly, this pretty bastard. No matter how many transformations I go through, there's no beating the natural beauty of elves. The next moment, however, he smirked. HMPH, but I'm stronger than him. That's all that matters. I had a fortuitous encounter, he said casually. Stop lying, Danley harumphed. There's no encounter that can reverse one's age so drastically. Well, not any that I've heard of. Elisan nodded from the side. Truth be told, she was also extremely curious as to how Adam was able to change his appearance to such a degree. Every woman dreamed of looking young after all. Seeing them react this way, Adam couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Looks like I'll have to come up with a more believable lie, he thought. Even he hadn't expected the sacred waters of Lustrum to have such a significant impact on his looks and physique. Usually a potion of longevity reduced the drinker's age by anywhere around 10 to 15 years. Moreover, the number decreased as the potion's consumption increased. Adam had guessed that even if he did bathe in the miraculous waters, his age would only be reversed by a couple of years, since it wasn't the complete potion, but only an ingredient. But contrary to what he believed, his age had actually reversed by a few more years instead. He assumed it was somewhere around 5 to 7 years. The youth could only attribute this result to the fact that he had absorbed an enormous quantity of the sacred waters of Lustrum. When quantity exceeded a certain threshold, it resulted in a qualitative change. He then began weaving a false excuse, mixing in some truth here and there. Before either of his friends could follow up with a question, he asked them, "Aren't you guys curious as to why I called you here together?" Danley sat back down in his seat, promising himself that he would get to the bottom of Adam's miraculous transformation at a later time. He nodded with his arms crossed. I have a vague idea. Meanwhile, Elisan shook her head. Why? Before Adam answered, he clapped his hands twice. At once, all the servants and maids left the dining room. Rowan, make sure no one enters, he said. By your command, my lord, came a voice from outside the room, followed by the sound of doors shutting. Adam then weaved a simple hand gesture, erecting a formless mana barrier in the dining room, making sure nothing spoken inside leaks out. He looked at Elisand and spoke in a solemn tone. Dainly and I believe that the Umbra Thieves is being backed by a secret society. Backed by a secret society. Elisand's eyes narrowed. This time it was Dainly who answered, yes. It is an organization that we've been trying to trace for several years now. This organization, Elisand began with a grim tone. What are they called? Adam looked at Dainly first. He saw the latter nodding at him. Then he looked at Elisand and spoke gravely. The Cult of Bones. A forbidding silence descended upon the room. For some reason, Elisand felt a cold chill run down her spine when she heard the name of the secret society. She couldn't quite put a finger on it. The Cult of Bones, she began. I don't think I've ever heard of them. They wouldn't have been a secret society if you did, Dainly said with a slight scoff. Elisand was silent for a long time, thinking of the right words to say. She looked at Adam and asked, this cult you speak of, why do you think it's backing the Umbra Thieves? Adam answered after some thought, to be honest, we don't know for sure if the Cult of Bones is really backing the Umbra Thieves. At this point, it's just mere speculation. But this speculation must have a basis, yes, she asked. We believe that the cult is secretly backing the Red Fists, Dainly said. The Red Fists, Elisand's eyes narrowed. Isn't that the organization that now lords over the Corvid Quarter? It was widely known that the Corvid Quarter had now fallen under the hands of this criminal organization. But strangely enough, there hadn't been any reactions by the city's management. Most believed it was due to the fact that there was a strange disease pervading the Corvid Quarter. Moreover, people from the other quarters never really cared about this district to begin with. However, few believed that there was more than met the eye. No matter how discriminated the people of Corvid Quarter were, Ravenfell's management should have lent a helping hand and prevented the Red Fists from gaining control. The fact that they didn't meant that either the city management secretly wanted this outcome, or the Red Fists had someone very powerful that they didn't wish to go up against. Or both. Yes, Dainly nodded. Around 8 years ago, the Red Fists was just a motley crew of thugs and thieves, but they've risen up the ranks very quickly. And we believe this is because of the involvement of the Cult of Bones, Adam chimed in. How did you reach that conclusion? Elisand asked with furrowed eyebrows. She needed to understand everything first, and only then could she come to a decision. Adam and Dainly also didn't mind patiently explaining everything to her. The Cult of Bones consists of members who are necromancers or other practitioners of dark magic, said Dainly in a solemn tone. There has been a steady increase of such magi practicing the dark arts within the Red Fists. What does that tell you? What if it is just a coincidence? Elisand countered. The Cult of Bones is also infamous for spreading diseases, Adam added. Elisand's pupils constricted. Disease, she muttered, just like the one in Corvid Quarter. If the Cult of Bones can manage to increase the force of the Red Fists in just a few years, don't you think they can do so with the other criminal enterprises already existing within Ravenfell? Adam asked. What's more, the Umbra Thieves was already a powerful organization to begin with, said Dainly. So it's safe to assume that they have some form of connection with the Cult of Bones. And even if they don't, Adam added, it doesn't hurt to be cautious. Elisand remained silent for a long time, a deeply thoughtful expression enveloping her face. She then looked at the two young men before her and asked, but this is only possible if the Cult of Bones is a criminal organization far more powerful than anything in Ravenfell. Adam deeply looked at the lady and stated, the Cult of Bones is a very powerful organization, its influence likely rivaling the 4 pillars of Acadia. What? Elisand was stunned. If there was really such an organization in these lands, no matter how clandestine they were, I'm sure I would have heard of them. You're right, said Dainly, but that would only be the case for an organization that had their roots in Acadia. You mean to say Elisand's pupils constricted in shock? The Cult of Bones is a secret society originating from across the Galestein Ocean, said Adam. He paused for a moment before solemnly adding, from the Europa continent. Elisand gasped in astonishment. From Europa continent, but what do they want in Acadia? That's what we're trying to find out, said Dainly as he reached out for a new goblet and poured himself some drink. Right at that moment, Adam's voice echoed inside his mind through the spell-mind whisper. We should divulge a little more to her. Otherwise, she won't believe us. Dainly glanced at him with a questioning look. Surely, you don't want to tell her that we're from the Brotherhood. No, we don't need to disclose the name, but that we're from an organization that is on equal grounds with the Cult of Bones. Dainly was hesitant about it. He replied with a mental transmission, I'm not sure about this. However, Adam persuaded him. From what I've learned from Elric, the Brotherhood doesn't have a solid contact among the nobility in Ravenfell. If we play our cards right, the Brotherhood will have gained a valuable ally in the Flynn family. Dainly's eyes lit up. He felt that with the friendly relationship that Adam and Elisand shared, it wouldn't be so difficult to form an alliance with the latter's family, especially considering the Flynn family was one of the 7 families that made up Ravenfell's city council. Thus, he glanced at Adam and nodded ever so slightly. Elisande had, of course, already figured out that the two were conversing mentally, so she didn't disturb them. She simply glanced at Adam with a questioning look. Adam took a deep breath and began. The reason why we even know so much about the Cult of Bones is because Danley and I belong to a secret order that is comparable to this evil cult. What's it called? Elisande asked flatly, not all that surprised by this revelation. Adam shook his head. Forgive me, I cannot tell you that. Not yet, at least. He paused for a moment, thinking of the right words to say. Then he continued, the Cult of Bones and the organization that I'm part of have gone toe-to-toe against one another for several decades now. However, their battles have mostly been restricted to Europa and Indus continents. Only recently did the cult set its attention toward Uriel continent, specifically the Akkadian Empire. The local members of our organization have been tasked to root out the enemy and find their objective. Danley and I have been tasked with everything that happens within Ravenfell. In the past years, having had several dealings with the people from the Brotherhood, Adam had naturally got to know more about his mission. He didn't mind revealing this to Elisande if it meant getting the Flynn family as an ally. Elisande was visibly taken aback. You mean to say that this secret order that you're a part of spans several continents? Adam and Danley nodded in reply. Not for a moment did Elisande think that Adam was lying. She'd closely worked with him in the last 7 years, dealing with the Umbra thieves, so she had an idea about what type of person Adam really was. Furthermore, if what he said was true, then a lot of things would begin to make sense to her. For example, the skilled rank 1 magi he recruited while dealing with the Umbra thieves in their past missions. Then there was also the existence of his communication network that utilized spirit world creatures. Such things could only be possible for extremely large organizations that had vast resources. Keeping all these things in mind, Elisande thought for a few moments before asking, "So what are you suggesting?" "That you become our ally," said Danley. "With your family's help, we can take down the Umbra thieves as well as the Red Fists. But what's in it for my Flynn family?" Elisande asked, a calculative light flashing in her eyes. Danley chuckled. "Lady Flynn, if a person such as myself is a member of this secret order, you can surely imagine just how grand the organization's influence is." "No, that's right," Elisande thought to herself. "If the successor to one of the 4 great clans of Baja High Forest is a part of this organization, then..." She couldn't even begin to imagine. "Rest assured, this alliance will be mutually beneficial to both parties," Adam stated. "If you can arrange a meeting with your father, we can hammer out the rest of the details. What say you?" Elisande didn't have to think for a moment before agreeing. "Understood. The Twilight Brotherhood sent one person to do the job where an army couldn't go. They like to operate behind the scenes, acting as political manipulators or information brokers. One well-known method of their operations was they closely worked with commoners, merchants, and nobilties to aid their cause. Thus, having the Flynn family become a potential ally of the Twilight Brotherhood was certainly a great deal for Adam and Danley. "Now that that's out of the way," said Adam as he poured his friend some more wine. "How did your mission at Silverhorde go?" Elisande shook her head with slight disappointment. "Although we managed to bring back some live prisoners, nothing substantive was found." "Don't worry about it," said Adam with a smile. Elisande found this strange. "Why do you seem so happy about it?" Adam chuckled. "Before coming here, I cast a little divination spell. I believe it's time we make our move." Danley was slightly taken aback. "You're adept in the school of divination." The school of divination was different from the other schools of magic in that it required the magus to have a natural talent for it. One couldn't just simply study diligently and expect to get better at it. That is why Danley was surprised. Adam shrugged with a slight smirk. "A little. What did you divine?" Elisande asked curiously. "You know, divination results are more often than not very vague. It is up to the magus to decipher it," said the raven-haired youth. "So what did you see?" Elisande asked eagerly. Adam's lips curled up into a cold smile, a snake getting caught in a trap. Flynn Manor, Upton Quarter. At the same time that Adam, Danley, and Elisande were discussing the potential alliance between the Twilight Brotherhood and the Flynn family, an old magus with white hair and sky-blue eyes was making his way toward the underground dungeon. He had broad shoulders, and one could still see his muscles pulsing under his silk robes. Despite being an old man, this person radiated the vigor of someone much younger. Every maid, servant, guard, or magus that passed him by would stop and respectfully bow to him in greeting. This person was none other than the Flynn family's oldest retainer, ranked 2 mana liquefaction magus Alvertos. Upon approaching the entrance to the dungeon, the magi standing guard there respectfully greeted him. "Welcome, Lord Alvertos. Are the prisoners from Silverhorde still in there?" he asked flatly. One of the guards, a female, glanced at him and answered, "Yes, my lord." Neither young Lady Elisande nor Lord Constantine has interrogated them yet. When Alvertos heard Adam's name, his fist involuntarily clenched. That cocky little brat, he thought. He never had a good impression of Adam to begin with. Initially, he would always look down upon the youth. But after noticing his fighting prowess during all the missions they had gone together, he couldn't help but come to acknowledge him, albeit reluctantly. However, that still didn't stop him from disliking Adam. What caused his animosity toward him to grow even more was the fact that the youth's relationship with Elisande as well as her father, Brigham, had become very friendly. It couldn't be helped. After all, Adam had cured Brigham when others couldn't. Even the leader of the Herbalists Guild, the rank 3 Magus Halbert Dawson, claimed that he wouldn't have been able to do as good of a job as Adam had. Albertos ordered the 2 guards standing before him, open the door. I will interrogate this new batch of prisoners myself. Yes, my lord. The Magi opened the door and allowed the old man to enter. It hadn't even been a minute since the guards had closed the door that blood-curdling screams started to sound from inside the dungeon. The 2 guards looked at one another and could see the terror in each other's eyes. Lord Alberto seems to have great hatred against the members of the Umbra Thieves, whispered one of the guards. The other guard nodded. What else do you expect? They say he's the Patriarch's most trusted retainer. Did you hear about the rumors about the last group of Magi who worked for the Flynn family? The guard nodded in fear. I hear all of them were executed. She paused for a moment before adding, not even the mortal servants were spared. Lord Alberto's was the one to personally kill most of them, said the other guard. So whatever you do, make sure not to get on his bad side. You idiot, scolded the guard in a hushed tone. The reason the last batch of Magi were killed was because of that horrible incident with the Patriarch. As long as we do our work diligently and are loyal to the family, we should be all right. I hope so, said the other guard. The torture session inside the dungeon carried on for more than 30 minutes. Gradually, the screams inside died down and Alberto's could be heard instructing the Magi inside to get rid of the bodies. Creak, the door opened and the old man stepped out, his silk robe now smeared in blood. His hands were also covered in blood, making for an extremely ghastly scene. Seeing his devilish appearance, the 2 guards standing outside involuntarily straightened their backs. Alberto's ignored them and made his way upstairs. On his way, several people who happened to pass him by were scared out of their minds seeing his appearance. They couldn't help but make way for him out of sheer horror. Ever since the incident where the patriarch of the family, Brigham Flynn, was poisoned, Alberto's was not the same anymore. When he learned that the patriarch was suspected to have been poisoned by food, he was even more furious. He had taken it upon himself to viciously interrogate every worker in the manor. It was clear to all just how much of an upheaval that incident had caused in the Flynn manor. Despite having questioned, and subsequently killed, all those who worked in the manor at the time, it was still unknown as to who exactly had mixed poison in the patriarch's food. Because of this, Alberto's went absolutely ferocious during all their missions in capturing the members of the Umbra Thieves. He had taken it upon himself that he would slaughter every thief or assassin of this criminal enterprise that came his way. That's what he had been doing for the last 7 years. He finally arrived on the first floor and headed toward the restroom to clean himself up. If he left the Flynn manor drenched in blood, it would send a distasteful message to outsiders. Upon entering the restroom, he locked it from the inside. Then he walked toward the basin and started washing the blood from his hands. His savage expression gradually reverted back to normal. All that was left on his face was clear indifference. He looked up and gazed at his reflection in the mirror. He deeply looked at his own emotionless eyes. 7 years, he thought. For more than 7 years, I've hunted down the people of my own organization without remorse. I've tortured them, killed them, and buried them with these 2 hands. His gaze landed on his wet hands stained by the blood of his comrades. He involuntarily clenched them tightly. But the time has come. It was a good thing that they didn't immediately suspect me right after the patriarch recovered. After laying low for all these years, I'm sure all traces of suspicion have been removed. He thought to himself grimly as he continued to wash his hands. For the last 7 years, I haven't had any communication with the guild. I was sure the Flynns were keeping tabs on me, but now they don't anymore, I'm certain. Gradually, his lips curled up into a cold smile. What we failed to accomplish 7 years back will finally be attained before this month ends. It's finally time I contacted the Umbra Thieves. On the second floor of the Flynn manor, inside a guest room that faced the main street, Adam and Elisande stood by the window, glancing at Alberto's leaving the manor. Elisande's eyes flashed with complicated emotions as she asked, "Are you sure about this?" "We can never be completely certain," said Adam in a flat tone, gazing at Alberto's disappear amidst the crowd. The youth then looked at Elisande and solemnly said, however, "I am certain about one thing." He paused for a moment before continuing. "All those years back when I healed your father, Alberto's was the one who was showing the most hostility to me, although he did an excellent job to conceal it. But how do you know that?" Elisande tried to come up with a counter. "You both have never seen eye to eye to begin with. What if you're just biased against him?" Alberto's was the Flynn family's longest-serving retainer. The patriarch of the family, Brigham Flynn, had taken him in when the latter had only just advanced to a Mana Foundation Magus. Moreover, Alberto's had been working under the family since before Elisande was born. To the eldest daughter of the Flynn family, Alberto's was no different than a relative who had raised her. "If I was biased, I would have told you and the patriarch to deal with him all those years ago," said Adam as he took out a handful of rice from his earring and placed them on the windowsill. Then he waved his hand and covered it with a layer of his mana, enchanting it in the process. Besides, I'm very sensitive to other people's emotions and intent, he added. Elisande remained silent for a while. If she thought about the whole situation logically, then Alberto's was indeed the #1 suspect behind the poisoning of her father. After all, he was the closest to him. Despite that, her emotions clouded her judgment, and she couldn't bring herself to believe this theory. Her father was also the same, yet he had allowed Adam to keep his eyes on Alberto's for all these years to see if his speculations were true. No one wanted to find the motive behind the poisoning more than Brigham Flynn himself. Caw. Caw, suddenly, a raven perching on a nearby building came flying toward the Flynn manor. Its attention was drawn by the enchanted rice that Adam had just kept on the windowsill. The youth opened the window and allowed the bird to land on the sill and begin eating the rice. Good bird, Adam chuckled lightly. Then he waited for the raven to finish eating the rice before he weaved a series of complex hand signs. He then touched the raven's head with his index finger. Rank 2 spell, bird sense. The following moment, an invisible string emerged from Adam's forehead and gently burrowed inside the raven's. Then, the youth's eyes, including the sclera, became pitch black. Caw, caw. After the connection was formed, the raven flapped its wings and flew away in Alberto's direction. The spell that Adam had just cast belonged to the school of divination and allowed him to see through the raven's eyes and hear everything it heard. At the same time, he extended his sphere of resonance to the maximum output to ensure that both the raven and Alberto's were within his sight. The raven flew over the Gothic structures of the city, constantly maintaining an inconspicuous distance from Alberto's while keeping watch on him. With the presence of so many of these birds in Ravenfell, it would be very unlikely for Alberto's to think that one of them was spying on him. Despite that, Adam didn't want to take a chance. After all, for an undercover agent like Alberto's to live with the Flynns for decades, if not centuries, he had to be extremely cautious. On more than several occasions, the raven had lost sight of Alberto's because the latter had used illusion spells to cover his tracks and alteration spells to disguise himself constantly. However, it was for situations like these that Adam had activated his sphere of resonance. With the help of this innate ability granted to him by the White Lotus, he was able to easily locate Alberto's mana signature and then accordingly guide the raven through the bond they shared. After making numerous twists and turns and visiting almost every quarter of the city, Alberto's finally arrived at Corvid Quarter. He had disguised himself as a vagrant wearing tattered clothes. He had a different appearance altogether. He was no longer an old man with blue eyes, but a middle-aged woman with brown eyes. Back in Flynn Manor, Adam was looking in the direction of Corvid Quarter with a somber look on his face. I didn't expect him to go to that district. That's exactly where the Red Fists are. Elisande asked worriedly, could it really be that the Umbra thieves and the Red Fists are working together? Adam was silent for a few moments before replying, I'm not sure, but it is very likely. The next moment he canceled the spell and his eyes returned to normal. Why did you deactivate the spell? Asked the lady with a trace of surprise. He'd grow suspicious if he noticed that a raven has been following for the last few hours, he replied. Besides, because of that strange disease permeating the Corvid Quarter, there are far fewer ravens there than there are in the other 5 districts. Let's not be too conspicuous. It has taken us more than 7 years to lower his guard. We must remain cautious. How are you planning to find him in the slums then? Elisande asked. Adam's lips curled up into a confident smirk. Don't worry. Over the years, I've secretly left marks on several items he carries with him. Before Elisande could ask how he had managed to do so, Adam had already placed his hand on her shoulder. Then his eyes glowed with an otherworldly light before he and Elisande teleported away. Dundee Harbor, Corvid Quarter. In an unassuming alley where nothing but rats and cockroaches resided, the air suddenly contorted ever so slightly, and the following moment a raven-haired youth and a lady with dark brown hair appeared out of nowhere. She felt very nauseous, and when she looked at the dark and filthy place she had suddenly arrived at, she couldn't help but cover her mouth, trying to stop herself from vomiting. Actually, Adam had blinked several times in order to reach this place. The maximum distance he could blink with the help of the lotus was no more than 50 feet. That was why Elisande felt so muddled after arriving here. She glanced at Adam and spat through gritted teeth. Just where have you brought me? And couldn't you at least notify me before you decided to just teleport? Apologies, said Adam curtly as he looked in a certain direction. But we would have lost track of him if we didn't hurry. Elisande harumphed in annoyance, but she didn't press further. She looked around at the filthy and stench-filled alley and asked, are we in Corvid? Bosky neighborhood to be precise, Adam answered. Elisande was visibly taken aback. She couldn't help but think to herself in shock, we've arrived so far in just a few moments. Unbelievable. She then saw Adam conjure a forked twig from his earring and give it to her. Here, hold this for me, he said. Be careful. It's a special material component for a spell. Elisande did as told, placing the forked twig on her palm. What are you doing? divining the location of the object Alberto's is carrying, said Adam as he weaved a set of complex hand signs. Following that, a small magic circle lit up on top of Elisand's palm where the twig was placed. The twig hovered for a moment before falling back down on her palm. However, Adam wasn't discouraged. He had placed several markers on the items he had observed Alberto's carry in his day-to-day life. It was reasonable that he would leave most of these items behind if he was going to contact someone from the Umbra thieves. But how exactly was Adam sure that Alberto's was carrying an item that he had marked? What if the old man was carrying none of the marked items? Because Adam had already divined the results of this mission before leaving his house. The divination showed him that he would get good results from this mission. After failing to get a reaction from the spell for about half a dozen times, Adam finally succeeded. Rank 2 spell, Trace Object. The forked twig glowed with an ethereal light as it hovered above Elisand's palm. Then it rotated on the spot for a few times before finally pointing in a certain direction. Seeing this, Adam's lips curled up into a slight smirk. He glanced at Elisand and instructed, "Stay close. I'm going to cast a few spells on us. Then we'll go after the bastard." Elisand's expression turned extremely solemn, and she took a step closer to the youth, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. From the corner of her eyes, she saw brilliant white lotus patterns glowing on the surface of Adam's dark pupils. For a moment, she fell into a trance before she hurriedly looked away, being able to cast spells without any magical components so mysterious. She thought in fear and wonder. The following moment, Adam cast 3 spells back to back. Rank 2 spell, Silence. Rank 2 spell, Invisible. Rank 2 spell, Odorless. Then, the 2 magi gradually phased out of existence, as if being erased from reality itself. Alberto's, now in the guise of a homeless middle-aged woman, moved quietly through the slums, his footsteps muffled against the worn and uneven cobblestones. His eyes darted around under the shadow of his hood, constantly looking for anything even remotely suspicious. His nose wrinkled every now and then. Clearly, he was not used to the smell here. The air was thick with the stench of decay, a mixture of rotting food, and the sweat of people packed into this forsaken part of the city. As he made his way into the depths of the slums, making sure to take several detours, he noticed the buildings leaning precariously over the narrow alleyways, their wooden frames and stone bricks weathered from years of neglect. What's the point of even keeping this district? They should just get rid of everything and everyone here, he thought in disgust. Life in the slums clung to existence like mold on a damp surface. Hunched figures wearing ragged clothes huddled by the walls, their faces obscured in the darkness. In the dark of the night, the only sounds were the faint whispers and the occasional movements of beggars across the street. Alberto's kept his hood pulled low, wary of the many eyes that may be watching from behind broken shutters or the cracks in the doorways. He didn't want to draw any attention whatsoever. Suddenly, he came across a poor couple lying down at the entrance of a dirty alley. He stopped by them, gazing at them in contempt. The couple held each other's hand before finally breathing their last. Alberto saw the light in their eyes slowly dim as they embraced the cold touch of death together. Scenes like these were common in Corvid, and no one really batted an eye. But since the last few years, the arrival of the new disease had caused even more deaths on a daily basis. Witnessing this scene, Alberto's couldn't help but sneer. Good riddance. He continued to make his way toward his destination, certain that no one was following him. After all, he had taken numerous diversions, covered his tracks with illusion magic, and changed his appearance with alteration magic several times. It was worth it to remain discreet and not contact the guild for all these years, he thought gleefully. As a person who had been working undercover for so many years, patience was his strongest point. The alley narrowed further as he walked, the walls seeming to close in, and the smell grew fouler. Alberto's nose wrinkled even further and his face darkened as he thought to himself, I always did hate this rendezvous point. After walking for another 10 minutes, he saw a crooked archway that marked the entrance to the sewers in front of him. It was almost hidden beneath a mess of overgrown weeds and graffiti scribbled in strange symbols. A rusty iron gate blocked the path, its bars placed so closely together that it wouldn't even allow a rodent to pass through, let alone a person. Alberto stood before the iron gate and glanced around, ensuring no one was watching. Then he walked right through the gate as if a rock gently plunging through the surface of the water. The entrance was an illusion. Transitioning from the slums to the sewers was immediate and conflicting. The world above, as foul as it was, at least had a faint breath of life. However, down in the sewers, the air was thick with dampness and the unmistakable stench of stagnant water. As soon as Alberto's passed the iron gate, he immediately turned around and raised his hand, aiming to cast a spell. His eyes narrowed and his face was extremely solemn. There would be a faint ripple in the entrance whenever anyone passed through it. He was waiting to see if anyone was following him. 5 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. He patiently stood there for 2 hours before finally he lowered his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he turn back around and make his way deeper into the sewers. If he wasn't this cautious, he would have never made it this far as an undercover agent in the Flynn family. However, unbeknownst to him, two people had already followed him through the entrance of the sewers at some point. Elisande glanced at Alberto's departing back with utter nervousness. Her heart was pounding in her chest, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. For 2 hours, she had been standing right in front of the man, yet the latter wasn't able to sense her presence at all. She wasn't afraid of facing him once she was found out, but that she wouldn't be able to get to the bottom of everything after coming so far. I told you, he won't notice a thing. A calm and soothing voice echoed inside her mind, snapping her out of her shock. Elisande turned her head to the side and saw Adam calmly standing with his arms crossed, looking far ahead into the depths of the sewer. She saw the holy white light emanate from his eyes and couldn't help but mutter, "Those eyes of yours." Adam turned to look at her and faintly smiled. "Unless it's a mana vortex magus, there's no one that can break my illusion." He then began following Alberto's. "Stick close to me and be ready to fight at a moment's notice." Elisande's expression turned extremely solemn. She took a deep breath before catching up to Adam. The walls of the tunnel were covered in grime, and the ground beneath Alberto's feet squelched with every step he took. The muffled sounds of the bustling district gradually seemed to fade away. Only the sound of the distant dripping of water and the occasional echo of something moving remained. Only the top executives of the guild are aware of this secret meeting point, he thought. I'm certain that no more than a handful of guild members from Ravenfell have visited these parts of the sewers in the past. I can only hope that the proxy from the guild is also present tonight. After all, it's been more than 7 years since I've visited him. In the past, Alberto's would meet a frontman from the Umbra thieves in the sewer on the first of every month to deliver crucial intel that he would have gathered in that time. He feared that this person wouldn't be present today since they hadn't communicated in so many years. If that is so, then I'll leave a message for him and meet him on the first day of next month, he thought. The passageway he was walking through was claustrophobic, to say the least. His oil lantern cast a dim light ahead, revealing damp stones and vines that grew along the wall. Every few meters, the tunnel would fork off into side passages, some leading deeper into the maze-like sewers, while others leading seemingly nowhere, ending abruptly in collapsed walls and debris. Alberto's expertly navigated through the labyrinth, for he knew the way like the back of his hand. As he pressed on, a strange energy seemed to fill the air as though something very mysterious lurked within these depths. The walls seemed to breathe with him, and the light inside the lantern flickered constantly. Right at that moment, a cold gust of wind blew seemingly out of nowhere, instantly snuffing out the light in the lantern. Before Alberto's could react, he felt a sharp and cold object pressing against his throat. Then he felt a presence reveal itself right behind him. "The night is full of shadows," said the malevolent voice. Alberto's shoulders involuntarily relaxed and he replied with a faint smile. "The shadows hide the blood." A moment of silence ensued, and the person wielding the dagger loosened his grip ever so slightly. However, he hadn't withdrawn it yet. "State your name and division," he said. "Alberto's Viam, Caster Blood Division," said Alberto's. He paused for a moment before adding, "I serve directly under Lord Kissinger." "State your code," said the voice. 244 174 1111, Alberto's answered promptly, and while he did so, he cancelled his spell and reverted back to his appearance. Finally, the person wielding the dagger withdrew his hand. Then one by one, the flame torches hanging on the walls lit up magically, illuminating the tunnel as well as Alberto's and the mysterious person. Alberto's turned around, his gaze landing on an old man with a robust physique who was draped in a black cloak. He had long white hair that was tied into a ponytail and a set of dark brown eyes. The most striking features about him were the 3 long scars that ran diagonally across his face. "Rollins, it has been a while." Alberto's burst into jovial laughter before stepping forward and giving the man a hug. Rollins patted Alberto's back and grinned. "Thought those Flynn bastards would never let you see the light of day, old friend." "I've been with them since I was a teenager," replied Alberto's. "They trust me too much." "You can never be too sure," said Rollins as he stroked his chin. "But you coming here now would mean everything is in the clear, yes." "Yes," Alberto's nodded with certainty. "Initially, when it was found out that the patriarch had been poisoned, I had been alienated by everyone in the family. But when I started taking action, hunting down and killing the magi of our guild, their suspicions started to die down," he added. "They never blamed you at all?" asked Rollins. "Oh, they did." Alberto's lips curled up into a sneer, but it was only for failing to prevent the patriarch from getting poisoned and not for poisoning him. "Ha ha ha," Rollins laughed out loud. "I suppose that makes sense. You've been with them for what, 150 years? Almost 200 now," Alberto's grumbled. "All these years you've stayed by their side," Rollins began. "How is it that you haven't developed any familial sentiments toward them?" Alberto's eyes flashed with immense fury. "For what they did to my father, the only sentiment I have toward them is absolute hatred." Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he conjured his sword from his storage ring. He was about to slash it behind him when suddenly Rollins patted his shoulder, stopping him. "There with me." The next moment, two hazy silhouettes materialized from the darkness and made themselves visible under the light of the torches. Alberto sheathed his sword and thought to himself, "Mana liquefaction magi. Seems like they've only just recently advanced." The two magic in black knelt on one knee and respectfully said to Rollins, "My lord, the tunnels are clear." No one was following Lord Alberto's. "Good." Rollins nodded. He then looked at Alberto's and continued with a chuckle, "Now we can catch up." Meanwhile, Elisand and Adam were standing less than 10 meters away from the four magi, completely hidden from their senses. Elisand had clenched her fists so tightly that her nails had dug into her palms, allowing blood to trickle to the floor. Her eyes were bloodshot, spewing unbridled anger and shock. She couldn't believe the conversation that was taking place in front of her. A part of her wanted it to be nothing but a dream, but she knew it wasn't. Adam looked at her and whispered in her mind, "Elisand, don't." However, it fell on deaf ears. She thought back to the time when she was only a little child. Alberto's would take her out to play in the green farmlands west of Ravenfell. She recalled the time when she had become a Mana Foundation magus and how he would guide her through a session of mindfulness. She thought back to the time when Alberto's would take her to the jungles and teach her how to hunt. All the memories she cherished with this person, who was no different than a father figure to her, came crashing down in her mind. How could you do this to me? How could you betray me like this?" Adam clasped her shoulder and screamed through mind whisper, "Elisand, stand down," but she was unable to hear him at all. As all the memories she had with Alberto's shattered into nothingness, a wave of hatred and anger washed over her. Her hand involuntarily reached out for her sword, and as she grabbed the hilt, a torrent of boundless killing intent emanated from her. Then she madly charged forward, Alvertos. Witnessing the sudden turn of events, Adam couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Damn it, this idiot." Although he knew that Elisand would be greatly shocked when the truth finally came to light, at the very least he expected her to keep her composure. He never imagined that the woman would lash out in such a way. So the moment he noticed her reach for her sword and charge forward, he swiftly grabbed her sword-wielding hand. Then he grabbed her neck, swept her off of her feet, and slammed her to the ground as gently as he could. Goo! Elisand couldn't help but grimace as her face touched the dirty floor of the sewer tunnel. Despite that, she continued to stare daggers at Alberto's. Adam was furious at her. He crouched low and spat through gritted teeth, "What the hell is wrong with you, woman? Have you forgotten how long and hard we've worked to get this far?" "I don't care," Elisand growled. "Let me go. I must kill this traitor this instant." Adam had the sudden urge to cast a fireball at Elisand's face and bring her back to her senses. "You idiot," he scolded harshly. "If you kill them, we won't be able to find out much about the Umbra thieves." He paused for a moment and added coldly, "And retract your damned killing intent lest they notice something." While Adam had her pinned down on the ground within his sphere of obscurity, Alberto's and Rollins were continuing to discuss with each other about what had happened in the last few years. Now, other than the patriarch of the Flynn family, Alberto's began. "Who we have to be wary of is that magus named Adam Constantine." Rollins's eyes narrowed. "I've heard about him, yes. He's quite a ruthless individual. The reports have stated that he invaded many of our bases in the past and viciously murdered our members." Thinking back to Adam's torture methods that he had personally witnessed, Alberto's added with certainty, "You have no idea just how ruthless he can be. He's like a devil." He paused for a few moments before adding, "If we're going to land a blow to the Flynn family, we first have to get rid of Adam." Suddenly his words got stuck in his throat, and he could feel the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Not just him, even Rollins and the two other magi in black could sense a trace of bloodlust being aimed at them. Immediately, they retreated a few steps back and vigilantly gazed in the direction where Adam and Elisand were standing, yet they couldn't sense anybody there. What was that? Alberto's eyes narrowed as he wielded his sword. "I'm sure of it, I just sensed killing intent." Rollins looked at his underlings and asked flatly, "You said he wasn't followed?" "My lord, we had checked very thoroughly. We were sure there were traces of no one," said one of the magi. Rollins turned his head in the direction where he felt the bloodlust originate from and couldn't help but curse to himself, "Damn it." He then secretly glanced at Alberto's and wondered, has he been compromised? "Go check the tunnel once again," he ordered the two ranked 2 magi. "Yes." The two of them replied in unison before slowly making their way toward the other end of the tunnel with their weapons drawn. Seeing the 2 magi slowly approach them, Adam and Elisand gradually began to step backward. Adam had already let go of Elisand by now. However, he couldn't help but look at her in displeasure. "We have no other option but to engage now." Elisand felt extremely ashamed of how she had reacted just now. She just couldn't control her emotions after hearing all the things Alberto's had said to Rollins. With emotions filled with regret and a bit of hope, she replied, "No, we can still continue to surveil them. You said it yourself, they won't be able to see us inside your illusion." Adam shook his head with a sigh. Too late for that. Right at that moment, the 2 magi who were approaching them suddenly stopped in their tracks. One of them crouched on the ground and brushed his finger on the grimy surface. After examining his finger, he muttered in confusion, blood. This was the same blood that dripped from Elisand's palms when she clenched her fists tightly in a fit of rage. The magus turned around and said to Rollins, "My lord, there's blood here, and it seems to be fresh." Blood. Rollins's eyes narrowed, and a foreboding feeling gripped his heart. He was sure there were no rodents around, so he couldn't help but wonder just where this blood came from. But his thoughts came to an abrupt halt when he saw a shocking scene unfold. The space a few meters behind his two underlings suddenly rippled ever so slightly, and two figures gradually came into view. Rollins was thunderstruck, and he hurriedly screamed, "Watch out." The two magi immediately turned around when they sensed danger. They saw Adam and Elisand charging at them with blazing, killing intent. Adam flicked his hand, and two daggers that were shaped like raven feathers appeared in his palms. Then he exerted strength into his legs and shot forward like a shooting star, leaving a trail of dark energy. Seeing Adam charging toward him, the magus in black wasn't worried in the least. He was an experienced magus from the Umbra thieves who had fought countless battles. Besides, he had just recently advanced to rank 2, so his confidence was at an all-time high. He too brandished his poisonous daggers and shot forward, aiming to overpower Adam. But suddenly he saw something that sent a chill down his spine. He saw Adam's lips slowly curl up into a cold, cruel smile. Then the white lotus patterns in his pupils flashed momentarily before he completely disappeared. The magus in black was shocked, but his shock didn't last for long. The very next moment, he felt everything in his vision spin. The tunnel, the floor, the ceiling, everything spinned several times before finally stopping. Thud, his gaze then landed on a familiar body. Except it was a headless body with blood spurting out from the neck. With another thud, the headless body limply fell to the ground, and his gaze landed on Adam, who was walking away from him. The raven-haired youth's daggers were dripping with blood. His blood. He finally realized just what had transpired, but it was already too late. The light in his eyes dimmed, and one final thought emerged in his drifting consciousness. Monster. Seeing a rank 2 mana liquefaction magus murdered so effortlessly, Albertos and Rollins couldn't help but be shocked. Teleportation without the use of magical components. Rollins blurted out with an expression full of disbelief. Usually such a phenomenon was only possible when a high-ranked magus cast a low-ranked spell, but even then they would have to at least weave a simple hand gesture in most cases. What Adam had done was simply bizarre. In the mana liquefaction rank, there was only one spell that allowed a magus to teleport from one place to another, Foggy Steps. However, Adam was able to use a teleportation spell that was much more advanced than Foggy Steps, that too without the use of any magical components. This was simply unheard of. Rollins, Albertos screamed, snapping the man out of his shock. "We must work together and kill him. There's no hope of escape now." He had fought with Adam on many occasions, as such he knew just how formidable the youth's teleportation skills were. There was no one on the battlefield that could escape from him. Likewise, there was no one who could catch hold of him either. "Work together to kill me," Adam scoffed. "So naive, you cocky bastard." Albertos growled menacingly. "I'll finish you today." Despite saying that, his grip around his sword tightened, and he was constantly vigilant about the youth's attack. After all, through the mysterious use of teleportation, he could attack from anywhere. Furthermore, in closed-off spaces such as the tunnel, there weren't many spells that he could cast. He could only rely on magic combat, which wasn't really his strong point. Albertos couldn't help but curse his misfortune at the moment. He had laid low for more than 7 years, and he was certain that any suspicions about him were quelled. But he was wrong, terribly wrong. "For trash like you, I don't even need to use teleportation spells," said Adam, and the next moment, the white lotus patterns in his eyes gradually vanished. He had said so not because he was arrogant, but because using the lotus for so long was beginning to put great strain in his eyes. After all, he had been using it for more than 2 hours to hide his and Elisand's presence. If he used it anymore, he would be adversely affected in the fight to come. Regardless, he had to put up a strong front and also get under the skin of his enemies to lower their combat prowess. Rollins gnashed his teeth in fury upon being looked down upon by a magus who was probably a quarter of his age. "You sure are cocky to think you alone can take 2 of us down." Adam's lips curled up into a smirk. Alone. Right at that moment, a severed head flew past Adam from behind him and fell near Rollins and Albertos' feet. It belonged to Rollins's other underling. Elisand, drenched in blood, took one step after another before finally standing beside Adam. She had a maniacal expression on her face as she glared at Albertos, her eyes a mixture of fury and sorrow. Why, seeing Elisand's bloodied appearance and sensing the bloodthirsty aura she was emanating, Albertos was speechless for a second. But the next moment his eyes turned cold and he answered, "Words are useless now, young lady. You damned traitor, I will rip you limb from limb." Elisand augmented her sword with a layer of her mana as she prepared to attack. "Go easy, we need him alive." Adam used Mind Whisper and transmitted a message to her. Elisand faltered in her steps momentarily before charging toward Albertos with unmatched fury. whereas Adam casually walked toward Rollins with his new weapons in hand. Now was the perfect opportunity to get used to Night Hello. He got into a fighting stance of the Phantom Dance and coldly muttered, "Come, I'll let you attack first." HMPH, Rollins conjured his broadsword from his storage ring and coated it with mana. Then he charged toward the youth, viciously swinging the sword down on his head. Die, boy, bam. But instead of slicing through Adam's head and body, the sword ended up colliding against the ground. At the very last moment, the youth had effortlessly evaded the attack, leaving behind only his afterimage. It had to be known that even without the use of teleportation spells, Adam was still extremely quick on his feet. Stellar Steps, a mobility technique of the Astral Tyrant manual, allowed the user to inject bursts of mana into their feet and perform a series of footsteps during close combat, which made their moves fast and unpredictable. Rollins's pupils constricted when he saw his sword smashing the ground instead of cutting Adam. Did he just teleport? He thought. No. That was no teleportation spell. His thoughts came to an abrupt halt when he felt immense danger to his life. He quickly turned around and raised his broadsword in a defensive stance. Clang, ag, Rollins spat out a mouthful of blood as he was forced to kneel on the ground. A small crater had formed underneath him from the sheer force of Adam's attack. Such strength, Rollins thought in shock. More importantly, just what the hell are those daggers? The force from Adam's attack was tremendous, no doubt. Moreover, the raven-shaped daggers in his hands were so sharp that they chipped through Rollins's broadsword. If it wasn't for the old man constantly circulating his mana through his weapon, he feared that those strange daggers would have cut his sword in half. The veins in Rollins's forearms started bursting open as he desperately struggled against the might of Adam's attack. He could feel his skin tear and his bones crack. "Damn it, I'll die at this rate," he screamed inwardly. But right at that moment, Adam withdrew his strength and took a few steps back. He examined his daggers and praised him, "Not bad." He then looked at Rollins's miserable appearance and asked, seemingly out of concern, "Are you all right? Can you go another round with me? You won't die so soon, yes." Rollins's eyes turned bloodshot from rage. He couldn't believe that he, a top executive from the Umbra Thieves, was being so humiliated by a mere kid. He knew there was no hope of escaping this place, especially when his opponent was an expert at teleportation. It was either kill or get killed. He rose to his feet and charged at Adam once again. "Die." Adam smirked tauntingly. "Good boy, that's the spirit." Clang, clang, clang. Ellison hacked her sword at her opponent with unmatched hatred and fury. Every swing of hers carried the sorrow of betrayal and the pain of heartbreak. Under the wrath of her onslaught, Alberto's couldn't help but retreat one step after another as he continued to defend himself with his life on the line. "Why?" Ellison screamed at the top of her lungs. "Why did you do it? Answer me, you traitor." "Heh," Alberto sneered in ridicule. "You should ask your father that, young lady." But before she could even speak a word, the ground underneath her turned greasy. Unbeknownst to her, Alberto's had conspicuously cast a simple spell that caused her to lose balance and stop her momentum. The old man took the opportunity of this moment and dashed forward. His eyes flashed with a vicious glint as he dodged the incoming blade by sidestepping ever so slightly and then delivering a deep cut to Elisan's stomach. Ah! The female magus grimaced in pain as blood gushed out of the deep cut on the side of her stomach. She couldn't help but kneel down on one knee and gasp for air. Meanwhile, Alberto stood a few steps in front of her, glancing at her condescendingly. He was so confident in his abilities that he hadn't taken into account the fact that he'd be caught by someone from the Flynn family, that to Elisan Flynn out of all people. Now that she was here, he didn't know how to proceed. "I taught you better than to fight an opponent in such an emotional state," he said while thinking of ways to get out of this serious predicament. Elisan got to her feet slowly, all the while coldly staring at the old man. "Shut your mouth." Her grip around the sword hilt tightened and she asked once again, "Why did you do it?" Alberto's deeply looked into her eyes, involuntarily recalling all the time he had spent with her from her childhood up until now. For a brief moment there were ripples of complicated emotions in his blue pupils. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again they were cold as ice. "For revenge," he said. "Revenge." Ellison couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Revenge, you say?" Alberto's lips curled up into a mocking smirk. "I suppose your father, the patriarch, never mentioned this to you, eh?" He paused for a moment before bursting into devious laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, of course, of course. Why the hell would he divulge his shameful past to his cherished daughter? After all, what he did was too unbecoming of a righteous magus such as him, wasn't it?" What are you talking about?" Elisan's lips quivered. Alberto's eyes turned bloodshot from rage and he roared, "All the wealth and influence that your family has, it is built upon betrayal. So don't you dare call me a traitor when your father's the biggest one of them all." Elisan's body shuddered ever so slightly, but soon she returned to her cold demeanor. She took a deep breath and got into a fighting stance. "I see what you're trying to do," she said. "I won't fall for it again." The next moment she disappeared from her spot. Her speed was so phenomenal that even Alberto's wasn't able to predict her movements. At the last moment, all he managed to do was hastily raise his sword and defend himself. Clang, the old man was swept off of his feet. His body slammed through the tunnel wall and he landed inside another adjacent tunnel. Amidst the darkness, dust, and debris, Alberto struggled to get to his feet as he coughed a mouthful of blood. Damn it, I can't take her head on, he thought. I have to escape the sewers while Rollins is dealing with that monster. I can't outrun him, but I can definitely outrun her. He could hear the sound of footsteps slowly approaching him. His expression turned extremely solemn as he prepared to cast a rank 2 spell on Elisand and then promptly retreat. However, the moment he was about to begin weaving hand signs, a sword light flashed, briefly illuminating the place before everything returned to seemingly normal. Thud, the sound of an object hitting the ground was heard, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Alberto's cocked his head and screamed in agony. When his vision adjusted to the darkness in the tunnel, he looked to his side and saw his severed right hand. He screamed yet again, but it came to an abrupt halt when Elisand's sword plunged straight through his mouth and came out from his right cheekbone. Along with blood, several of his teeth also flung out from his mouth. Elisand had expertly controlled her sword to not cut the tongue, ensuring that the traitor would be able to speak later during his interrogation. What she was truly after was the first molar in his upper jaw, the tooth, where the members of the Umbra thieves hid poison in order to commit suicide. Elisand cast a minor lighting spell, illuminating the dark tunnel. Beneath her feet lay Alberto's in an extremely miserable state. He was lying down in a puddle of his own blood. Moreover, the blood continued to gush from the stump on his right shoulder. Then there was the sword that was still lodged into his mouth. Alberto's couldn't believe just how quickly things had taken a turn. Although he admitted that his magic combat techniques weren't as good as Elisand's, he still hadn't expected her to take care of him so quickly. Moreover, now that he was caught, he couldn't even do the one thing he relied on for this situation. He tried to speak, but was unable to. Fear flashed in his eyes as he gazed at Elisand looking down on him with bloodlust. All those things you just said, she began. I don't know if they're truth or lies. She paused for a few seconds as her heart went through severe emotional turmoil. Her eyes turned cold and she continued, but after we're done with you, I guess everything will come to light. Alberto's desperately tried to speak, but because of the blade in his mouth, he was unable to. Tears streamed down his eyes and blood trickled down his mouth, yet he didn't stop trying to communicate. Elisand found this strange, but she simply thought of it as Alberto's attempt at cries for mercy. She covered her index finger in mana and crouched low. Then she stabbed several points on the old man's body, blocking his mana channels and preventing him from using magic. Then she delivered a knife-hand strike to Alberto's neck, instantly putting him unconscious. Elisand stood there for a long time, gazing at the old man with extremely complicated emotions. She took a deep breath and wiped her tears away. A moment later, Adam emerged from the darkness like a phantom. He stood beside her and asked with a raised eyebrow, "Didn't think you'd notice my presence." "I didn't," she replied. She looked at him and added flatly, "I just knew you'd be here since you've got nothing better to do after taking care of the other Magus, and I didn't think you'd take that long to deal with him." Adam chuckled slightly. "Fair enough." He then turned his head and coldly gazed at Alberto's. "Let's take him back to your dungeon and interrogate him." The youth's eyes flashed with viciousness, and he added, "When he comes to, he'll wish he were dead." A few days later, inside the Flynn Manor's dungeon, Alberto slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he did, fear crept into his heart and thoroughly gripped it, for he knew just where he was. The dim lights, the damp and bloody ground, the stone walls, and the magi wearing the familiar clothes with the Flynn family's insignia on them, all caused him to shudder. MMPH. He tried to speak but was horrified to learn that his mouth had been tied shut by a thick rope. His eyes darted around to see the situation he was in. His hand and feet were tied tightly to the metal chair he was sitting on. Glancing at his bloodied right shoulder and his missing arm, tears began to well up in his eyes. Without his hand, he would never be able to execute the physical components of spells. But casting spells was the least of his worries at the moment. He was certain that he wasn't going to leave this place alive. He writhed intensely in his chair, desperately trying to gnaw at the rope around his mouth so that he could speak. His eyes turned bloodshot as he thought to himself in panic, "It can't go on like this. If I'm subjected to Adam's torture methods, it will be the end of me. I need to kill myself before he comes." MMPH. He struggled to speak but was still unable to. "Look at this traitor squirming like a pig," said one of the magi standing guard. He stepped forward and delivered a swift punch to Alberto's solar plexus. Then he spat right on his face. "I can't believe I took orders from a snake like you all this while." Alberto's could care less about the humiliation he faced at the hands of a mere rank 1 Magus. His first and foremost priority was to commit suicide. The Magus turned around and instructed one of the other guards, "Inform the Patriarch and the eldest young lady that the traitor has woken up." He paused for a moment before adding, "Oh, and send a letter to Lord Constantine as well." The Magus turned around and glanced at Alberto's, his lips curling up into a cold smile. I'm sure Lord Constantine would like to have a long chat with this scumbag here. Alberto's eyes widened in horror, and the intensity at which he tried to bite down on the rope increased significantly. MMPH, 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 but it was all for naught. Within the next minute, he could hear hurried footsteps coming from the other side of the door. Then the door slammed open, and in came several figures. The one leading them was a lanky old man with medium-length white hair and a well-trimmed beard. He was wearing a beige silk robe, and his very aura commanded respect and admiration from those around him. As soon as this old man entered, every mega standing guard inside the dungeon got on one knee and placed their right hand on their chest. We greet the patriarch. This man was none other than the rank 3 Monovortex Magus, the head of the Flynn family, Brigham Flynn. Brigham stood right before the tied-up Albertos, looking down at him with complicated emotions. All those years ago when Adam came to me and said that you might have poisoned me, did you know what I said to him? He asked in a somber tone. Albertos glared at Brigham, all the while continuing to nibble on the tight rope. I said to him exactly this: if you speak another ill word against Albertos, I will forget your grace of curing me and treat you no different than I would a stranger, Brigham continued. For a moment, Brigham's dark brown eyes rippled with sorrow before they turned indifferent. I took you in when you were but a teenager and treated you like my own. He bent over and tightly grabbed Albertos' hair, lifting his head. Tell me, what sort of hatred do you have against me that would allow you to endure close to 200 years of servitude to me? Elisan, who was standing behind her father, looked at all the guards present and commanded, everyone leave. Yes, my lady. All the magi saluted her and then promptly left, shutting the door behind them. Tell me, you damned snake. Brigham's words were filled with killing intent, causing Albertos to feel a severe chill crawl down his spine. He looked at the patriarch's menacing countenance with trembling eyes, but soon he resolved himself and continued to bite down on the rope. MMPH, 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 MMPH. Father Elisan stepped forward and said, "It looks like he wants to say something. Should I?" Brigham didn't respond to his daughter, instead continuing to coldly stare at Albertos' desperation. A few days ago, when Elisan had brought Albertos back to the Flynn manor, she had informed him of all that the old man had said to her during their fight. Ever since that day, he wasn't able to get a proper sleep at night. The betrayal that Albertos spoke of to Elisan, he couldn't be related to that person, could he? This was the thought that constantly echoed inside Brigham's mind for the last few days. His lips parted and he suddenly said, kissing her. Brigham deeply looked at Albertos and asked, "What does that name mean to you?" Upon hearing that name, Albertos' eyes first widened and then they turned maniacal. The speed at which he bit down on the rope turned even more ferocious. Kissing her, Elisan couldn't help but involuntarily gulp. She looked at her father and hesitated to speak, but in the end she couldn't help but ask, "Father, this man kissing her, how do you know him?" While tailing Albertos inside the tunnels, Elisan and Adam had naturally overheard the conversation that took place between him and the other member of the Umber Thieves, Rollins, who was now no more, courtesy of Adam. She knew that this man named Kissinger was the lord that Albertos directly served under. Wait a minute, Elisan thought to herself in alarm. If father knows the person Albertos works under, then could it be that all that he said was true? She looked at Brigham and called out in a hoarse voice, "Father." Brigham turned to look at her with complicated emotions. He placed his hand on her shoulder and forced a smile. "My daughter, I will tell you everything in due time." Suddenly his eyes narrowed and he looked toward a certain corner of the dungeon. A moment later, the space in that area rippled ever so slightly and Adam appeared. Seeing that it was Adam, Brigham heaved a faint sigh of relief. He had thought that an enemy had appeared deep inside his territory. "Your teleportation skills have increased by leaps and bounds," he praised sincerely. "I still have a lot to work on," said Adam as he turned around and looked at the thick stone walls. "I nearly teleported right in the middle of that wall." Brigham shook his head and sighed. "What's the point of having dozens of guards in my estate if a magus can simply teleport straight into my house?" Adam looked at him and smirked. "Well, it's a good thing that we're allies." The old man gave Adam a knowing smile before turning his attention back to Albertos, who was still desperately struggling to chew the rope. Looks like he really needs to get something off of his chest." Adam chuckled as he walked forward and stood right beside Brigham. "Father, let's hear what he has to say," Elisan urged. "Besides, we've got all the time in the world to get answers out of him later. He's not dying so easily under our watch." Adam too waited for Brigham's decision. Brigham thought for a long while before finally nodding. Elisan stepped forward and then began untying the rope around Albertos' mouth. By the time the rope was untied, Albertos' ghastly face was revealed to all present. Many of his front teeth had just fallen off, moreover. His gums were also deeply wounded from his attempt at gnawing at the rope. Seeing this, forget Elisan and Adam. Even Brigham's brows wrinkled into a frown, wondering just what could have caused Albertos to become this desperate to speak. Albertos took deep breaths of air before finally bursting into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." Brigham looked at the old man with narrowed eyes and coldly asked, "Tell me, what is your relation with Kissinger?" Albertos glanced at Brigham with eyes filled with hatred. "Patriarch, no. Brigham, do you believe in the saying you reap what you sow?" Immense fury bubbled up inside Brigham's heart, and he slapped Albertos, almost ripping his head off. "Answer me, who is Kissinger to you?" Few more teeth along with blood spurted out of Albertos's mouth, but he continued to laugh maniacally as if what was happening now was the funniest thing in the world to him. Seeing this bizarre situation as well as Brigham's unusual reaction, Adam and Elisan couldn't help but wonder just what was going on. Who was Kissinger? What was Albertos's relation to this person? More importantly, how were Brigham and Kissinger related? All these thoughts continued to swirl in Adam and Elisan's minds. "Brigham, oh Brigham." Albertos looked at the patriarch with a crazed expression. "He's coming for you." He then looked at Adam and grinned from ear to ear. "And you, the Umber thieves, won't stop until they kill you who has foiled their plans over and over again. As for me," he paused for a moment before continuing, "there is no chance in hell that I would subject myself to your torture methods. If I'm going to die, I will do so on my terms." He took a deep breath and then glared at Brigham with sheer animosity. "You wish to know who Kissinger is? Fine, I'll tell you everything." Right at that moment, Albertos's face twisted as a small bump suddenly emerged on his head. "Kissinger is he who you once called a dear friend." Albertos roared as the bump on his head enlarged. "Kissinger is he who you visited the inheritance of a rank 4 magus with all those centuries ago." The bump on Albertos's head got bigger and bigger, and his eyes turned bloodshot like a feral animal. By now, even Adam, Elisand, and Brigham were beginning to realize that something very terrible had gone wrong. "Kissinger is he who you betrayed to get your hands on that mana extraction technique." Albertos's head was now double the size it used to be, and the thick veins on his face now resembled large worms. "Kissinger is he who is one of the 3 leaders of the Umbra thieves." Albertos continued to divulge secret information, causing the tumor inside of his head to enlarge rapidly and his face to bleed from all orifices. A maniacal light flashed through his eyes as he steeled himself to face death head-on. "Kissinger is my father." Zblad. Blood, flesh, and brain matter splattered in all directions as Albertos's head exploded in a vile manner. An eerie silence hung in the air as Adam, Brigham, and Elisand looked at the dead man before them with varied expressions on their faces. Elisand looked horrified, not expecting this sudden turn of events. An expression of disbelief was plastered across her father, Brigham's face, his thoughts a mystery. Meanwhile, Adam's pupils had constricted in shock, his gaze lingering on the live entity that was squirming inside Albertos's destroyed head. It was a red worm the size of an adult human's forearm, with several sharp protrusions extending from the side of its body. The worm was frightening to look at, sending chills down anyone who laid eyes on it. "I've seen something similar in the memories," Adam thought to himself with unease. These organisms are like parasites that grow alongside a person's heart or brain, leeching off of them. They are programmed in such a way that when the host speaks certain keywords, the parasites drain the life force from the host, grow in size, and then subsequently explode, killing the host in the process. Such countermeasures are usually taken by organizations to prevent their members from divulging crucial intel. But from the looks of it, it would appear that Albertos took advantage of this and succeeded in killing himself. What a madman. Suddenly, Adam's eyes narrowed as he recalled the man's last words. He secretly glanced at Brigham, thinking to himself, it would appear that Albertos's father and Brigham have some history. A history involving the secret inheritance of a rank 4 mana core magus, and Brigham betrayed Albertos's father, Kissinger, to get his hands on a mana extraction technique that very likely allows a magus to reach rank 4. Damn it. Although this isn't confirmed yet, it is highly likely to be true. It's better if I don't get myself further involved in this. Who knows what this seemingly righteous man, Brigham, would do to keep things under control. It's better if I leave the father and daughter alone for the time being. Having made his decision, Adam took a step forward, weaving a series of intricate hand gestures. He purposely emphasized the sentence, "I wasn't able to get out anything worthwhile from Albertos," to send a clear message to Brigham, that he didn't want to be involved in the Flynn family's private matters. Of course, Brigham astutely noticed what the raven-haired youth was trying to do. He also didn't want to sour his relationship with Adam and thus appreciated this move. He glanced at the web of mana threads between the youth's hands and asked flatly, "What are you trying to do?" "Oh, don't mind me," said Adam nonchalantly as he covered the red worm with his mana threads, completely encasing it and ensuring that it remained alive. "I will form a connection between the worm and the Umbra thieves, and then try my best to interpret some clues through divination magic," he said as he put the spooky worm inside a glass container that was carved in runes. Putting away the container inside his earring, he turned to look at Brigham and stated, "I'll be on my way now. I just recalled I have something urgent to tend to back at Saratoga." Brigham deeply looked into Adam's eyes and then nodded. "I understand." Oh, and one more thing, my lord, Adam added. Those guys will arrive at Ravenfell by sunset tomorrow. I will bring them over to your house for dinner like we discussed. Brigham's eyes lit up ever so slightly. That's earlier than I expected. Adam simply shrugged in response. Very well, Brigham nodded. I will prepare everything from my end. Adam then glanced at Elisan, wanting to bid her farewell. But when he saw the state she was in, he swallowed his words. I hate unnecessary drama, he thought. Yeah, I should just leave. The space around him trembled ever so slightly, and the next moment he disappeared from the dungeon. Brigham turned to look at his daughter, the child he cherished most among all his offspring, with a complicated look on his face. Before he could even speak a word, Elisand asked while she continued to stare at Alverdos's corpse, is what he said true? Brigham's mouth opened several times, yet he found it difficult to speak the words in his mind. My child, I did everything I did for our family. Elisand cut him off, glancing at him with tear-filled, bloodshot eyes. Is it true? Brigham gazed at his daughter for a long time. Deep in his heart, he could feel what she was thinking. That the person she looked up to all her life, the person whom she thought to be the most upright man, wasn't so honorable and virtuous after all. He sighed deeply before softly muttering, let us take this conversation to my study. With that said, he turned around and exited the dungeon. Elisand glanced at her father's departing back with a complicated expression. She saw him instructing the guards outside to get rid of Alverdos's corpse before heading upstairs. Her lips quivered as she turned back around, looking at the cold corpse. The man whom she treated no less than family turned out to be a traitor. The man whom she thought to be righteous turned out to be dishonorable. For the first time in a very long time, Elisand felt lost and helpless. Nightfall, inside Brigham's study on the second floor, the atmosphere was silent and gloomy. The atmosphere throughout the Flynn Manor was the same for that matter. The other members of the family finally learned today that the one who had poisoned their patriarch was none other than their retainer, whom they thought was the most loyal out of everyone. Of course, that was all they knew. None of them except Brigham and Elisandic knew about the true reason for Alverdos's betrayal. At the moment, Elisand was sitting at the large oak table with a blank look on her face. Her eyes were slightly swollen, and it seemed that she hadn't had a good time recovering from the incidents that took place earlier today. A few steps away from her, Brigham was standing by the arched window, gazing at the raindrops falling against the glass pane with a complicated look on his face. Ask what you wish to, child, he said without turning back. Leave nothing buried in your heart. Ask what you have to, and I will be forthright with you. Elisand snapped out of her daze and looked in the direction of her father. The broad and towering back of his that she looked up to and always chased after was beginning to crumble in her eyes. Kissing her, she began. Who is he? Brigham breathed in slowly and deeply, and then exhaled a slightly shaky breath. He knew that if he wanted to fix things between him and his daughter, whom he had already decided in his heart would inherit his title, he had to be completely transparent with her. He resolved himself and replied, kissing her and we've known each other since we were mortals. We grew up in the same town and even went to the same magic academy. The old man's lips curled up into a sad smile. Of course, neither the town nor the academy exist anymore. He raised his hand and glanced at his old and wrinkled skin. Oh, the ravages of time. Elisand's body trembled as she thought to herself. Father and Kissinger were indeed friends then. Could it be that everything that Alverdos claimed is true? She gulped nervously and asked, what Alverdos said about you betraying Kissinger, is that true? Brigham turned around and looked into his daughter's eyes before replying, yes. Elisand involuntarily clenched her fists. She asked in a quaky tone, why? Why would you betray your friend? For greed, said the patriarch with a wry smile. Elisand was taken aback, not having expected her father to be so honest. She then heard him continue. A few years after we both had officially become Mana Foundation Magi, we stumbled upon a secret inheritance left by an ancient magus in the depths of the Grayskull mountain range. At the time, we didn't know that the inheritance was left behind by a Monocore magus, but as we continued to overcome the inheritance's trials, we began to slowly realize what we had truly come across. He paused for a few moments, recalling the events that had happened centuries ago with a heavy heart. He then continued, upon reaching the final trial, we learned that only one of us could get our hands on the final reward, the mana extraction technique of the rank 4 magus who left behind the inheritance. I was the first to strike Kissinger. The allure of the mana core rank trumped everything else. I dealt him a heavy blow but didn't have it in me to finish him. After taking the final reward, I abandoned him inside the inheritance ground, leaving him there to die. His lips curled up into a defeated smile and he added, but fate has a way of coming at you to even the scores when you least expect it. I believe this is the concept of karma. He gazed at Elisand with complicated emotions and continued, I never would have imagined that not only would Kissinger survive that ordeal, but he would even go on to become a powerful magus who would one day become one of the leaders of the Umbra Thieves. Throughout the entire time, Elisand remained silent as she patiently listened to her father's explanation without interrupting him. Brigham looked at his daughter and softly said, I hope you can understand why I kept such a secret from you, and I also hope you find it in your heart to forgive me for not being the man you thought I was. Elisande's eyes involuntarily teared up. She looked at her father for a long time without speaking a word. Finally, she turned around and left. Brigham reached out with his hand but stopped midway. He figured that he needed to give his daughter time to come to terms with what he had just disclosed. In the end, he lowered his hand and sighed. Right then, Elisande stopped in her steps. She turned around and looked at her father and asked, What you did to kissing her back in the inheritance ground, would you do it again? Brigham looked straight into his daughter's eyes and spoke without hesitation. Yes, those revered for their righteousness were once flawed, grappling with their own shortcomings. Similarly, no matter how low a person may have fallen into the path of villainy, the possibility of redemption was always within reach. Such was the complexity of human nature. Every virtuous person had a past. Every sinner had a future. Saratoga Castle. Inside his dormitory that had been assigned to him when he got admitted to this prestigious arcane institution, Adam sat on a rocking chair, facing the fireplace. The weather outside was transitioning from fall to winter, making it chilly. Despite having elevated his life essence by advancing to a mana liquefaction magus, the youth still enjoyed the warmth of the fire in cold weather. He gazed at the light flickering inside the fireplace and heard wood crackling as it turned to embers. The fire reflected in his black, abyss-like eyes as he pondered what had transpired in the Flynn Manor earlier today. Who would have thought that Brigham would have such a backstory? Not to mention, the person who he betrayed was one of the 3 leaders of the Umbra Thieves. He sighed repeatedly as he began massaging his temples, thinking to himself, I have a feeling that this Kissinger person is very likely to be a rank 3 Mana Vortex Magus. Before committing suicide, Alberto's claimed that there were 3 such people, including his father. That means 3 rank 3 Magi are at the helm of this criminal enterprise. Damn it, this increases their danger levels significantly. I didn't think they'd have more than 1 Mana Vortex Magus leading them. He leaned back in his chair and glanced at the ceiling that was made up of ancient black stones. Our combat power is far weaker than the Umbra Thieves, he softly muttered, and this is taking into account what Alberto said was true. For now, I must boldly assume that this organization has at least 3 Mana Vortex Magi leading them, he thought with a grave expression on his face. After thinking deeply for dozens of seconds, he finally got to his feet and walked to the section of the room that he had transformed into a lab to carry out his herbalism-related experiments. Now for what he was about to attempt, he could have gone to his manor in Uptown Quarter, where he had an entire underground basement that served as his laboratory. However, the security around his manor could never compare to the one at Saratoga Castle. For the ritual he was about to carry out, he didn't wish to be disturbed. He needed a safe and peaceful environment. Of course, the neighborhood in Uptown Quarter where his manor was could be considered to be the safest place in the entirety of Ravenfell, but Adam felt a little skeptical about it. Deep in his heart, the raven-haired youth felt that Brigham, the patriarch of the Flynn family, might do something undesirable after he became privy to a secret that involved the existence of a rank 4 Magus's inheritance. Even though he knew that it was very unlikely that Brigham would do such a thing, considering that he had cured the man and that the old man knew that he was backed by a powerful, mysterious organization, Adam was still as cautious as ever. Regardless, after the meeting that was to take place the following day, he believed that Brigham would not have any ill intentions no matter how unlikely they may be towards him. Phew, Adam exhaled a deep breath, clearing his mind. He stood before the wooden table and cleared all the books, alchemical apparatuses, and other miscellaneous items. Then he conjured a large slab of black adamantine marble from his earring and gently placed it on the table. This would serve as the altar for the ritual. Adam patted the marble twice, praising Riskin ore found deep within dwarven mountains perfect for inscribing runes. The Riskin marble had a strange property that allowed one to carve things onto it. The characters would burrow deeply onto its surface for some time, before vanishing and returning the marble surface to its previous unaltered state. This made it the perfect canvas for runesmiths to practice the art of runes on. I paid an exorbitant price to get you, so you better last me 100 lifetimes. Adam had a pained expression on his face when he recalled the time of his purchase. With a wave of his hand, he cast a minor cleaning spell, ensuring not even a speck of dust remained on the marble slab. He then purified the immediate surroundings by burning sage and lavender, known for their ability to sharpen the mind and spirit. The area around the table was circled with rich, magical materials that enhanced the divination ritual, such as moonstones, crystals, and silver dust. Then, he conjured an item resembling a mixture of a chisel and a quill. This was an item used by runesmiths to carve runes. Its importance to a runesmith was similar to how a cauldron was to a herbalist. Adam had paid an equally ridiculous amount to purchase this item as well. Although he was deeply stingy at heart, he knew that he had to invest in quality items if he wanted to produce quality products. The youth activated his sphere of resonance, ensuring that the runes he carved on the surface were accurate and precise. Then he began carving intricate runes and symbols on the marble. According to the rich history of the known universe that Adam had learned from the memories of the experts, he knew that the language of runes was invented by the mythical race the Giants. The Giants believed that the art of inscribing runes required not just physical precision, but also spiritual alignment. Adam needed years to master just the basics of it. The act of writing a rune was not simply a form of writing, but a ritualistic process that tapped into the magic imbued within the rune itself. The magic of runes lay in their form and how they were inscribed. Giants knew that the shape, direction, and complexity of each rune would interact with magical energy. When a rune was carved with the proper intent, it resonated with the abundant mana in the surroundings, pulling it into alignment with the rune's meaning. The more powerful the rune, the stronger the resonance, and the more energy it required to invoke. Some sages even believed that runic magic still remained one of the most potent forms of magic, directly tied to the primal forces of creation. Adam's eyes blazed with focus as his hand danced across the black marble slab. To an onlooker, his hand movements would make it appear like he was randomly scribbling on the surface. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize the magic that Adam was creating with each stroke of his hand. The ritual he was attempting now was closely related to the school of divination. The process of inscribing a runic formation to produce divination magic was a ritualistic act, drawing upon the mysterious power to pierce through space and time. Divination runes, unlike those used for elemental manipulation, protection, or destruction, were designed to connect with the unseen currents in the river of fate, guiding the runesmith to obtain glimpses of the past, present, or future. After more than an hour, the runic formation was close to completion. It was in the shape of an octagon that contained myriad intricate and mysterious symbols. Since this was going to be a ritual that helped him with divination, Adam had carved a specific combination of runes that were associated with time, sight, knowledge, and most importantly, fate. For example, one key rune represented the ability to see hidden truths. Another symbolized hidden knowledge, connecting to fate and destiny. After another 15 minutes or so, Adam had finally finished carving the entirety of the runic formation. His forehead was layered with a sheen of sweat, and his forearm was slightly aching from having carved nonstop for 90 minutes. He entered a brief period of mindfulness in order to focus his mind and recoup his energy. Finally, everything was ready. The following moment, with a solemn expression on his face, he conjured a crystal jar that contained the red worm from before. By now, the worm had already died, but that didn't matter. What really mattered was that the corpse was fresh. Adam took out the eerie-looking worm from the jar and placed it at the center of the runic formation. With the way the runes had been inscribed, he would be able to divine the location where this worm had originated from, which he believed was very likely to be the headquarters of the Umbra thieves. After all, it required a lot of care, time, and resources to even create such worms. Even if the worm wasn't created in the headquarters, Adam was sure that it had to be somewhere close. Either way, he hoped to get answers from this divination ritual. However, there was one thing that bothered him. His eyebrows creased a little and he muttered, "I hope not." The next moment, his expression turned solemn and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He weaved a complex series of hand gestures, following which the runes on the slab began to light up one after another. A visible swirl of wind materialized around the circle that Adam had earlier created. Then all the lights, including the one from the fireplace, inside the room dimmed significantly. The temperature dropped and everything turned ethereal. The runic formation had been activated and the divination had begun. Based on the complexity of the runes he had inscribed and the ritual that he had created, the result of the divination would manifest in his mind's eye. Adam would see flashes of the divination results directly inside his mind. However, even after having expended a considerable amount of his mana into the runic formation and activating the ritual for close to 10 minutes, he still hadn't received any revelations. His fears had come true, yet he continued to keep the formation activated for another 10 minutes, hoping to see a positive result. Alas, the ritual ended in failure. The youth's eyes dimmed slightly and he muttered in defeat, "As I thought, how could an organization as big as the Umbra Thieves not have set up methods to interfere with the enemy's divination magic?" A few moments later, however, his eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration, and his lips slowly curled up into a smirk. But what if I remove the interference? He added an additional layer of runes to the ritual formation and altered it slightly. Then he closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. When he opened them again, they were no longer the same. His black pupils now shone with the brilliant and mysterious light of the White Lotus. The additional layer of runes that he added allowed his soul body to enter the spirit world. He believed that if he were to use the powers of the lotus in that mystical plane, then not only would he be able to overcome the interference that his target had set in place, but he would also be able to augment his divination capabilities. After all, the school of divination belonged to the spiritual aspect of magic. Capitalizing on the abilities of the White Lotus, Adam shone the brightest when it came to magic, which belonged to this aspect of magic. The youth weaved a series of hand signs so complex that it would cause an onlooker's head to spin. After about 10 seconds or so, he weaved the final hand sign and activated the divination ritual. The runic formation lit up with a resplendent light, and so did the red worm at the center of it. Then Adam felt a tug, and before he knew it, his soul body was separated from his physical body. Due to the effects of the ritual, his physical body remained standing, however. His eyes seemed vacant. Adam cast a brief glance at his body before he noticed a tear in the void right above him. His eyes flashed with anticipation as he shot through the portal to the spirit world. The reason why Adam had even decided to visit this magical dimension was because, firstly, all the information that one could glean from divination magic came from this dimension. Anything and everything that happened in the material world left behind a trace in the spirit world. Magus who were skilled in divination magic were able to get glimpses of these traces. Secondly, and most importantly, legend had it that the mythical river of fate flowed through the spirit world. Magi of old believed that everything that has happened and will happen could be visible in the turbulent currents of this supernatural river. Simply by making a divination in the spirit world, the home of the river of fate, the success rate of the Magus increased significantly. However, none of that mattered if the person wasn't able to overcome the interference that most powerful organizations or magi had against scrying. But Adam didn't have to worry about that. His plan was to simply visit a nearby location in the spirit world corresponding to his location in the material world. Then, he could try to divine the origins of the red worm. That was his plan. But like most things in life, things seldom went according to one's plans. Adam, who had visited the spirit world countless times in the past 7 years, suddenly felt like something was amiss. As the scenery in his vision continued to flash by and change, he wondered to himself, why? Why is it taking so long? However, unlike the first few times when he was scared out of his wits while traveling through this realm, he was now very calm and composed. The ability that he received from Valerian upon forming a familiar bond with him, spirit world traversal, had improved by leaps and bounds. One could even argue that he was like a fish in water whenever he visited this place. However, until he arrived at the coordinates that he had set in the runic formation, he wouldn't be able to move. It was similar to how when a knife was thrown by a person, it couldn't change direction mid-air. Since he couldn't do anything now anyway, he decided to might as well enjoy the view. He didn't know what went wrong with the coordinates that he had carved in the formation, but if he felt like he had arrived at a dangerous location, he would immediately activate his ability and return to the material world. Adam looked to his sides and saw myriad wonderful yet anomalous things. One moment he was passing through an ocean of honey, where a war between funny-looking bees and winged bears was being waged. The following moment, he was flying through clouds made of cotton, where enormous rabbits were hopping around from one cloud to another. Every trip to the spirit world was filled with excitement and wonder. But at the same time, it was also dangerous and nerve-wracking. Adam suddenly saw a mountain of humanoid corpses. At the summit of this mountain lay an ancient chair, and a four-armed demon was sitting on it, feasting on one of the cold carcasses nearby. A few seconds later, the youth passed through a sea of blood and flesh ruled by a grotesque monster with countless tentacles. Just a casual glance at this creature caused him to feel a terrible headache. The scenes continued to change for an indefinite period of time. Although time had lost its meaning in this realm, Adam felt like he had been falling for several hours. Finally, he slammed against something solid, eliciting a low grunt out of his mouth. Crash. The mirror in front of him, or rather below him, broke into countless pieces as Adam's body smashed through it. These pieces of mirror swirled around him, completely enveloping him. For a moment, all he saw was nothing but darkness. And not just that, he had lost his sense of hearing, smell, and touch as well. If not for his sphere of resonance that affirmed his existence, he would have surely begun intensely panicking. This feeling of nothingness lasted for only a moment before being followed by intense brightness, and the sound of water splashing could be heard by him. It took a moment for Adam to adjust to the sudden brightness. He slowly opened his eyes, warily trying to survey his surroundings. For now, he didn't feel any danger from the place he had just arrived in. He figured he could look around a little out of curiosity and whatnot. He found himself standing on a verdant and flourishing patch of land. It was a mystical landscape where ancient trees rose to the sky, their leaves dyed with countless bright colors. Exotic flowers bloomed all around him. He could identify none of them, a fact that caught him by surprise. After all, he considered himself a very learned herbalist. These flowers released delicate fragrances and were surrounded by a blanket of soft moss. The entire atmosphere here filled him with life and vibrancy. Adam walked through this landscape, feeling full of hope. He had this strange feeling bubbling inside him, allowing him to understand the vast richness of life. It was a very novel experience for him, to say the least. After taking a few steps, he suddenly halted. The scene that greeted him caused his pupils to constrict and took his breath away. Whoosh, whoosh, an ethereal and shimmering body of water lay before him. Its surface seemed to ripple with bright silver liquid. But as he looked closer, he realized that this body of water wasn't made of water at all. Instead, it was made of silver threads. It was a river, but it didn't flow like an ordinary one. Its currents twisted in unpredictable patterns, sometimes speeding up, sometimes still as the surface of an old well. Erratic and ever-changing, one step after another, Adam found himself involuntarily walking toward this river. Soon he could hear the soft, whispering voices rise from the river, as though the spirits deep within the river were trying to speak to him. Adam felt a hypnotic pull the closer he got to the river. He was slowly beginning to lose his sense of agency, feeling as though he was becoming a puppet, unable to control his own future. Right at that moment, the white lotus patterns in his eyes shone brilliantly, waking him up from his reverie. His back was drenched in a cold sweat when he realized what had just happened. He was but a few steps away from jumping into the river. If he gave in to the call of the river, he was sure that he would never be able to return to the material world. The youth glanced at the river with an extremely solemn look on his face. Occasionally, he could see translucent threads connecting the river to far-off points on the horizon. "I'm sure of it," he muttered in disbelief. He was standing on the banks of the River of Fate. Adam's heartbeat quickened as he took a few steps back, averting his gaze from the currents of this mystical river. How did I get here?" he blurted out in shock. The coordinates that he had inscribed in the ritual formation were clearly aimed at a nearby location in the spirit world that corresponded to his location at Saratoga Castle in the material world. Yet he had undoubtedly arrived at this magical domain that most people in the universe dismissed as mere legends. "I'm sure I didn't make a mistake while I was inscribing the coordinates. This is too good to be a coincidence as well. There's no way I just happened to arrive by the River of Fate. Is someone behind this? Who could it be? No, I need to leave." Several thoughts went through his mind in the span of a split second. Despite his great eagerness to study the mystical river before him, Adam knew that something had terribly gone wrong. His eyes shone with resolve as the next moment he unhesitantly activated his spirit world traversal ability in order to return to the material world. But once again he was given the shock of his life. What?" he screamed in panic as he retreated a few more steps, almost falling to the patch of green moss beneath his feet. "Why isn't it working?" Amidst his fear and hysteria, he noticed a familiar being flying from the other side of the River of Fate. The strong and mystical pull of the river didn't affect this being one bit as it gracefully and effortlessly flew toward him. Adam was first unable to identify this being due to the state of panic he was in, but when he finally did, he was rendered speechless. It was the white butterfly. No matter how many trials Adam advanced through inside the Raven inheritance, nothing could have stopped him from losing composure after the series of shocks he had just experienced. First, he had mysteriously arrived at the legendary magical domain known as the River of Fate. Secondly, he found himself horrifyingly being drawn toward this mystical river, seemingly toward his death. If not for the lotus waking him up, he might have dipped inside the river and possibly perished. That brings us to the third point: spirit world traversal. Since he had acquired this ability from Valerian, this was the first time that it had not responded to his call. When he wanted to return to the material world a few moments ago, he found himself unable to. Finally, the last and greatest shock was the arrival of the white butterfly whom he hadn't met in several years. Adam couldn't help but retreat a few steps in panic. He stumbled on his feet and fell on the lush, green ground. Even then, he continued to shift away from the approaching butterfly. In his previous trips to the spirit world, the sight of this mystical creature always brought him joy and a sense of belonging. But now, he couldn't help but feel fear creep into his heart as he saw the butterfly gracefully fluttering its wings and flying across the turbulent waves of the River of Fate. Adam didn't consider himself to be the brightest of intellectuals, but he also didn't think he was a dense fool. Putting two and two together, he could guess what was going on. His coordinates in the divination ritual were mysteriously altered as he arrived in this dimension. Then his spirit world traversal ability, which was supposed to be an innate technique linked to his mind and soul, was rendered useless. It was almost as if someone wanted him to come to this place and prevented him from leaving. Right now he was looking at that someone. The butterfly crossed the river and arrived at the lush bank on this side. It lazily flew toward Adam and then gently landed on a flower growing on the ground a few meters away from him. Almost a minute of silence ensued as Adam stared at the butterfly with wary eyes. Unable to bear it any longer, he loudly gulped and asked in trepidation, "What do you want from me?" Then it dawned on him that perhaps this creature didn't know how to speak. After all, whenever he had met the butterfly, the latter had never spoken to him. Just when he was thinking of how to return to his dorm room in the material world, a feminine voice echoed directly inside his head. It was gentle, soothing, and very pleasant. "You have grown, young Magus." Adam's eyes widened. "You can speak," but on second thought he felt that it made sense. Conversing with another person shouldn't be difficult for being powerful enough to alter his ritual coordinates and prevent him from leaving the spirit world. Only now was he beginning to realize how naive he had been in his youth when he was frolicking with the butterfly every time they met in this dimension. The ignorant are truly unafraid of death, he thought to himself bitterly. He glanced at the butterfly for another few moments and then asked cautiously, "May I know why you've brought me here?" "No, actually, can you please allow me to leave?" With bated breaths, he waited for the butterfly's response. "Vigilance is a fine trait for a magus," said the butterfly, its voice once again transmitting directly into the youth's mind. "Does that mean I can leave?" said the raven-haired young man. "I mean you no harm." "That's exactly what a person who'd want to harm me would say," said Adam nervously. Another few moments of silence ensued, but Adam could almost be sure that he heard an amused chuckle inside his mind. Despite everything, he didn't let down his guard as he slowly got to his feet and retreated a few more steps. The River of Fate is an elusive domain that very few magi have the privilege of visiting. The butterfly began as it once again took flight. It fluttered its wing and flew in Adam's direction, much to the latter's horror, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. The butterfly gently landed on the youth's shoulder and continued, "A long time, Agwell. It's only been a long time for me, but only a little over a decade for you once called yourself a traveler, and me, your guide." Adam's lips twitched incessantly. Did I really say something like that? He knew he did, but he was feigning ignorance because he was scared out of his wits now. "Yes, you did," said the butterfly. It flapped its wings ever so slightly, causing a starry cloud of dust to envelop Adam's sole body. Before the youth could even scream out in fear and panic, he found himself being washed with a wave of tranquility. Any negative emotion brewing inside of him seemingly vanished. "As I said before, I mean you no harm," the butterfly repeated. Adam gazed at this ethereal creature resting on his shoulder. Now that he cleared his head, he found his thought process to be smoother. "I'd already be dead meat if it really wanted me dead," he thought, especially considering the situation he was in where he couldn't return to the material world. He was at the mercy of the butterfly no matter how he looked at it. He took a deep breath and asked, "Can I trust you?" "That is something only you can answer," it said. Before waiting for him to speak, the butterfly continued, "Since I am your, as you once put it, your guide, it is only right that I show you around this magical domain." It paused for a moment before adding, "Not many people get this rare opportunity. Of course, if you wish to return home, you can do so as well. I shall not hold you against your will. You will let me leave this place?" Adam asked with a hint of suspicion. "Yes," said the butterfly. Adam was quiet for a few seconds as it stared at the butterfly. Then he glanced at the lush bank of the River of Fate. He looked over to the magical river and the other bank of the river that was seemingly covered in darkness. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. He thought back to all the prior times he had met the butterfly in the spirit world. It had never harmed him before. If anything, it had helped him tremendously. Stuck between caution and curiosity, Adam finally heaved a long sigh and finally decided on the latter. "Fine, please show me around." "The bank you're standing on represents life, growth, and the potential of every soul traveling along the path of fate," said the butterfly. Adam looked around at the verdant and flourishing landscape and couldn't help but nod his head involuntarily. "No wonder I felt full of hope and optimism walking here," he said. This bank of the river instilled in him the rich vastness of life. It was the vitality of life within the flow of fate. It symbolizes the beginnings of journeys, growth, and the boundless possibilities that arise from the choices and actions of those touched by destiny, the butterfly added. In a way, this side also symbolizes opportunity, the moment when fate offers new paths, the chance to shape one's future, and the hope that life always carries with it. "The chance to shape one's future," Adam repeated the butterfly's words. He then looked at it and asked, "Is this why you brought me here? Is this the moment fate offers me a new path?" The butterfly remained silent for a moment. It completely ignored Adam's question and continued where it left off. "This place is the direct counterpart of the more somber and barren bank on the other side." Adam pursed his lips upon not having his questions answered. He turned his gaze toward the other side of the river, but right at that moment, his vision blurred as the butterfly flapped its wing and they teleported over to the other bank. Before his shock could find the time to settle inside his heart, he felt himself drown in overwhelming negativity. This bank of the river was a bleak terrain that was filled with black stones. The ground was cracked and the shadows seemed to linger longer here. He had to take a couple of deep breaths to settle the darkness bubbling inside of him. He was feeling the complete opposite of what he was feeling on the lush and green bank on the other side. "This place, what is it?" he asked in a grave tone. "This bank symbolizes the final destination of Fateth's inevitable approach of death, a conclusion to one's course of destiny," said the butterfly. Adam couldn't help but gulp involuntarily as he looked at the objects lying underneath his feet. What are the black stones? He asked, his voice merely a whisper. These stones represent endings and inevitability. They symbolize death, loss, and the unchangeable outcomes that every life eventually encounters. They embody the weight of unfulfilled fates, forgotten dreams, and choices that lead to irreversible consequences. In essence, they serve as a reminder of the void moments in one's life where fate appears to stand still, where time seems to stop, and no future can be seen ahead, the butterfly patiently explained. The finality of things was always a depressing topic to talk about, especially around someone as young as Adam. He glanced at the black stones and couldn't help but begin to feel sad. The void, he said, a reminder that we're all born to die. The butterfly flapped its wings and the pair returned to the other bank, one that was filled with lush vegetation and positivity. Instantly, Adam felt all the negative emotions inside of him wash away like the tides in the sea. He raised his hand and touched his cheek, only to realize that at some point he had begun to shed tears. Seeing this, the butterfly spoke up once again. They are markers of endings, but also of transitions. Adam gazed at it, waiting for it to continue. Such is the mystery of destiny, young Magus, said the butterfly. In a sense, the other bank is a place of potential yet to be realized. It is a realm of new chapters and second chances. I see, said Adam after a long while. He recalled the hypnotic pull from the river earlier. Just thinking about it caused a chill to crawl down his spine. If it wasn't for the lotus snapping him out of his daze, he would have surely drowned in the river and died. He inquired about it from the butterfly. What was that? I had no control over my actions at all. The river of fate is not merely a passive body of water, the butterfly answered. It is a living, mystical force that governs the destiny of all who come near it. You are quite fortunate to have overcome that danger. If not, you would have become a mere puppet of destiny. Adam couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If it wasn't for the white lotus, I might have really. Loss of free will is not the only danger in this realm, the butterfly added. Magi who stumble upon this place are overwhelmed by visions. The river of fate reflects the past, present, and future in its waters. Stare too long into its depths and one may lose themselves. There have also been instances where people have lost their free will and become one with the river, something that almost happened to you. If a person is swept away by the powerful current of this river, they are permanently erased from existence, their fates forgotten. Listening to the butterfly, Adam couldn't help but shudder. He promised himself that he would try his best to curb his curiosity in the future. Speaking of curiosity, he thought, can you now tell me why you called me here? The butterfly flapped its wings and took flight once again. It then hovered in front of Adam's face. You're at a crossroads, young Magus, said the butterfly. This is the moment fate offers you a new path. Adam involuntarily straightened his back. What path? The butterfly spoke in a deep and reproachful tone. How long are you going to abuse its power? What? Adam's eyebrows furrowed. What are you talking about? Permanent loss of vision is the least of your worries, said the butterfly. If you continue down your current path, you will die before you even step foot inside the greater universe. Adam's heart sank and his pupils constricted. He had a faint guess about what the butterfly was talking about, but he simply refused to believe it. His heart beat faster and faster as a foreboding feeling engulfed him. What are you talking about? The butterfly's voice echoed directly inside Adam's mind, sending thunderous shocks to his core. I am talking about the lotus, of course. Hearing the term lotus directly from the butterfly sent severe shocks through Adam's very core. His most closely guarded secret that no one in the world knew, except Valerian, was now being spoken by a mysterious creature of the spirit world that he'd only met a handful of times. The youth was thunderstruck, to say the least. For a long time, he didn't know how to react and simply kept quiet as he stared at the butterfly with a look filled with disbelief. A few moments later, he snapped out of his shock and involuntarily gulped in nervousness. I don't know what you're talking about, he said. The butterfly continued to hover before the youth, flapping its butterfly gracefully. The silence was deafening and Adam didn't know what else to say. His mind was somewhere else entirely and his heart was raging with tumultuous waves. How did it know? He thought to himself in extreme alarm. No, there's no way it should have known. Is it bluffing? No, that doesn't make sense either. It specifically mentioned lotus. Damn it, what do I do? What do I do? Even though his physical body was not present at the moment, he could feel his throat become parched and his forehead covered in a sheen of cold sweat. Just as he was on the cusp of having a nervous breakdown, the white butterfly's words echoed inside his mind once again. Like I said, young Magus, you're at a crossroads. Following that, a portion of the river of fate close to the bank on the other side thrummed ever so slightly. Countless silver threads rose from the currents and flew toward Adam and the butterfly. These currents then came together and coalesced into a small silver mirror that hovered mid-air. The butterfly flapped its wings and landed on top of the mirror. With speaking another word, it flapped its wing yet again, causing the surface of the mirror to ripple outward. Then, a scene played in the mirror that caused Adam's eyes to widen. In the scene, Adam, wearing his usual black robes and the black pointy hat, was standing amidst a sea of fresh corpses. He was kneeling on the ground and clutching at his face, which was covered in his blood. The scene changed, showing a different angle. Adam lowered his hands, which allowed his bloody face to be visible. His eyeballs had burst open, leaving behind nothing but dark hollow sockets. The scene then blurred and things started to pick up speed, almost as if it was playing in fast forward. The blurry scenes were not visible at all, and Adam couldn't make anything off of it no matter how much he tried. A few moments later, another scene appeared. In this scene, Adam's physical body was lying on the ground, his head blasted open, leaving behind nothing but blood, flesh, and brain matter. A transparent apparition floated above Adam's body. It was his spirit body. The following moment, his spirit body lit up with a blinding light and in a brilliant blaze of glory, destroyed everything in his surroundings. Then his spirit body dissipated into motes of light before forever being extinguished. From the depths of his explosion, a bright object appeared. It was blurred in the scene, but Adam could tell exactly what it was: the White Lotus. Sheer horror coursed through Adam's being as he saw the silver mirror break down into threads before they flew back to the river, merging with the currents. The butterfly flapped its wings, continuing to hover before the raven-haired youth. It didn't speak a word, allowing him to gather his thoughts. It flapped its wings a little while later, causing Adam's body to be enveloped in a starry cloud of dust again. He felt his mind calm down and his thought process turned smoother. He glanced at the butterfly and spoke with a tone that didn't hide his fear. Was that my future? The river of fate offers possibilities, shows glimpses of what it could be, but leaves the ultimate outcome in the hands of those who dare to shape their own destinies, said the butterfly. Hope surfaced in Adam's eyes as he hurriedly asked, his tone laced with desperation. So that means that the future isn't set in stone. A single brave choice, a moment of kindness, or even a fleeting mistake can have profound consequences, turning a life in an entirely new direction, the butterfly answered. The power to change the future lies in the present, it added after a brief pause. So, young Magus, let me ask you this again: how long are you going to abuse its power? A million thoughts spiraled inside Adam's mind, but in the end he asked the question that he wanted answered most. Who are you, your guide? The butterfly flapped its wings and the scene around them twisted into a spiral. The next moment, the youth was teleported out of the elusive magical domain known as the River of Fate. Amidst his shock and panic, Adam found himself falling through the spirit world yet again. However, his mind was in a state of complete turmoil. My guide, just who is that butterfly? How did it know that I possess the White Lotus? To be able to control a portion of the River of Fate, transforming it into a mirror and showing me my future. Just how powerful is that butterfly? He didn't know how long he was falling through the dimension. It felt like forever, yet it also felt like an instant. Throughout the entire time, his mind was occupied by the shocking events that had just taken place. Suddenly, he was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard the sound of something akin to a fabric tearing. He lowered his head and saw the tear in the void, and through that tear, he laid eyes on his physical body, which was still standing inside his dorm room in Saratoga. The next thing he knew, he dove into his physical body and then immediately opened his eyes. He raised his head and looked up to see the tear in the void mending itself back. His vision was blurry, but he focused it nonetheless. Then he glanced at the hourglass on the table through squinted eyes. Barely a minute has passed, he muttered to himself. He suddenly fell to his knees and clasped his face. More precisely, he was covering his eyes, which were now beginning to profusely bleed. He had overused the lotus far too much earlier today. First, he kept it activated for hours when he was following Alberto's into the sewers. Then he used it to perform the divination ritual, further increasing the strain in his eyes. Through the pangs of pain that radiated throughout his head, Adam recalled the butterfly's question once again. How long are you planning to abuse its power? He then recalled the future that the mysterious creature had shown him. He knew that if he continued to abuse the White Lotus as the magical focus and cast spells, he'd be walking toward his doom. The youth wiped the blood from his eyes as he gasped for air, thinking to himself, if I continue down my current path, I'll die before I even step foot inside the greater universe, was it? Adam took a deep breath and finally came to a decision. I see what I have to do now. As blood continued to streak from his eyes and down his face, his lips curled up into a bitter smile. I must change my future. Adam sat on a dark leather couch in front of the fireplace in his dorm room, blankly staring at the firewood burning. In one hand, he held a goblet of wine. On the other was a blood-stained white cloth that he used every now and then to wipe his bloody tears. The sound of the fire crackling was soothing, and the warmth it provided was peaceful. Despite the external comfort, however, the youth's mind was in a mess. Although barely a minute had passed in the material world, several hours had passed in the spirit world. Time dilation was something that he still found shocking no matter how many times he traversed between the two planes. In those several hours, a lot of things had happened that the youth still couldn't come to terms with. The number one question that plagued his mind was the identity of the butterfly. Adam absent-mindedly swirled the wine in his goblet, his eyes focusing in and out as he stared at the burning fire in a daze. Who is it? He thought. No, rather, who is she? Is she an ally or... Adam recalled the first time he had met the butterfly. It was right after he had saved Valerian, who was still inside the egg from the lair of the white serpent in the spirit world. He remembered how he was utterly powerless and was being chased by the snake until he jumped off of a cliff and plunged into the infinite darkness. There were countless shadowy tendrils in that darkness that threatened to swallow him whole. At that moment, he thought that he would really die. That's when he first saw the butterfly. This mysterious creature was like a brilliant lighthouse in that sea of dark tendrils. He remembered that the butterfly had caused all those corrupt tendrils to retreat in fear and saved him from his predicament. If it wasn't for the butterfly, he and the unborn Valerian would have met their demise in the spirit world. That was for certain. Thinking back to their first meeting, Adam couldn't help but sigh. He swirled the wine in his cup and took a sip. A moment later, he raised his other hand to wipe the blood trickling from his eyes. Every time Adam had met the butterfly in the spirit world, he could say for certain that he had benefited in some way. No matter how skeptical and cautious he was, deep down he believed that this recent meeting was also a blessing in disguise for him. What if the vision she showed me in that mirror was an illusion, he thought. But the next moment he shook his head. With the help of the white lotus, he could see through all illusions. Still, there was this nagging feeling in him that made him question certain things. What if the butterfly is a being that is more powerful than the white lotus? In the first place, how does she even know of the white lotus? What relation do they share? The more questions popped up inside his mind, the more his headache increased. He couldn't help but grunt in annoyance as a little more blood seeped out from between his eyelids. Well, she is right about one thing, he thought. If I continue using the white lotus as I am definitely going to go blind. His mind suddenly drifted toward the final scene in the mirror. In that future, his head had exploded, and his soul body had emerged from his physical body. Then what he could only describe as an intentional self-detonation, the explosion of his soul body destroyed everything in his surroundings. What could cause me to be so desperate that I would resort to such means? It was reminiscent of Magus Julian Stockholm. In his final moments, he had willed the white lotus to devour all the souls in his vicinity, including his own, causing the very space to fracture all around. Thinking of that, Adam involuntarily gritted his teeth. I don't want to die, he murmured. I haven't even achieved my dream yet. He didn't want to come to a situation where he would be desperate enough to take such drastic measures with the lotus. The last time he did that was during the war with the orcs in the Southern Federation. His back was against the wall, and he was pushed to the end of the proverbial cliff by the Gracie Patriarch and Professor Hemingway, who were both one rank more powerful than him. It was during that time that he had first truly activated the White Lotus, weaving a large-scale illusion that helped him overcome his foes and emerge victorious. However, as a result, he was bedridden for 2 years, recovering from the deep injuries inflicted on his spirit sea. Adam closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, he had arrived inside his spirit sea. He glanced at the majestic white lotus floating in this mystical sea like a vast island in the middle of an expansive ocean. He flew toward it and then landed on one of its 3 round leaves. He walked forward and placed his hand on one of the many white petals. Your weight is too much for me to bear as I am now, he whispered. If I continue to use your powers recklessly, I'm afraid I'll truly be walking toward that ominous future that I witnessed. He took a deep breath and then solemnly proclaimed, so I'll work harder from now on and become a magus truly strong and worthy of wielding you. Right at that moment, the white lotus pulsed ever so slightly, almost as if it was resonating with the youth's words. A calm ripple originated from the legendary artifact and rippled outward toward the elusive boundary of the spirit sea. A faint smile blossomed on Adam's face. He turned around and flew away, his departing words echoing inside his spirit sea. It's decided then. It was almost as if a heavy weight had been lifted off of his shoulders, knowing that he had firmly decided to walk on a path that would lead to a different future, a better future. Although he would refrain from using the white lotus as the magical focus to weave illusions, cast spells from the spiritual aspect of magic, or even attempt teleportation, it didn't mean that the artifact's passive abilities would cease to exist. Abilities such as the sphere of resonance, devouring souls in his vicinity, seeing through illusion, and most importantly, clearing the fog of intoxication after he was drunk would still be retained. Adam had only decided to not proactively use the lotus to cast spells that would put him in danger. This would also serve as a test of his discipline. After having finally made his decision, the youth decided to just fall asleep on the dark couch in front of the fireplace. He was too tired to walk to his bed. It had been a long day and a lot had transpired. Suddenly, he recalled something. Ah shit, I couldn't divine the whereabouts of that parasitic worm. Sigh, forget it. I'll let someone else handle that. With that, he drifted off into the realm of slumber. It was the deepest and most peaceful sleep that he'd had in a very long time. In an underground cavern illuminated only by the soft light of the candles hung on the walls, an old man wearing a black robe was sitting cross-legged in the center and practicing mindfulness. He had a calm expression on his face as his chest slowly heaved up and down. He breathed in and breathed out, the mana particles around him swirling in a mystical manner. The man was clean-shaven and had a head full of white hair tied into a top knot. A deep scar ran diagonally across his face, starting from the left side of his chin, crossing his nose bridge, and finally ending above his right eye. Despite the peaceful look on his face, the scar made him appear very daunting, to say the least. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched, and the following moment the visible vortex of mana around his body dissipated. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced in the direction of the cavern's entrance with his piercing sky-blue eyes. There was a hint of annoyance in them, as well as unconcealed anger. A few moments later, hurried footsteps could be heard coming from the other side of the entrance. Within the next minute, the stone doors slammed open, and a young magus barged inside, his expression full of panic and fear. "If you don't give me a valid reason for disturbing me, I will kill you right here, right now," said the old man indifferently before the young magus even had the chance to speak. The young man hurriedly bowed in alarm. "My lord, this message is extremely urgent." "Go ahead, boy," the old man began. "Choose your next words wisely." The young magus gulped and peeked at the old man sitting in the center of the cavern. He cursed his fortune for having been chosen to deliver the message to this man. After all, this man was none other than one of the 3 leaders of the Umbra Thieves, the rank 3 mana vortex magus, Lord Kissinger. After taking a deep breath, the young magus carefully mulled over his word and relayed the information he had just received from his superiors. "My lord, we've just received word from the brood hive." He paused for a moment as fear crept into his heart. He didn't know how the old man before him would react to his message. However, he had no other option but to relay it to him. The neural parasite inside Alberto's vium of the Castor blood division has been neutralized. A long moment of silence ensued, causing the young magus to be drenched in cold sweat. Just when he thought of speaking up again, Kissinger's cold voice drifted into his ears. "I see." The young magus let loose a breath of relief as he bowed once again and hastily left the room, afraid of staying even a moment longer. Before closing the door, he cast one final glance at the old man, curious about what his reaction upon finding the death of his own son would be. But the moment he cast his gaze in Kissinger's direction, he saw a magic missile dashing toward him with unmatched speed. Before he even had a moment to react, the spell bore a hole through his head, instantly killing him. In the center of the cavern, Kissinger slowly lowered his left hand, placing it back on his knee. His shoulders had slouched almost imperceptibly upon hearing the news. A deep sigh escaped his lips, yet his face remained expressionless. "Albertos, you did well." Out of all his children, he was the most unfamiliar with Albertos. After all, the latter had spent his entire life being a spy for his greatest enemy, Brigham. Yet it was this very child that had brought about the greatest merit in his journey for revenge against the person whom he once called a friend. Kissinger never understood why Albertos did so in the first place. He figured this was his son's way of getting recognition from him, or perhaps it was something else entirely. He didn't know. But none of it mattered now. He knew that one day Albertos would meet his end if he was ever caught by the Flynn family. However, he had been of great use, and that's all that mattered. His eyes turned cold as he slowly got to his feet, making his way out of the cavern. On the way out, he didn't even glance at the magus he had just killed in cold blood. "Since the neural parasite has been killed, Brigham has likely become aware of my existence," he said as his figure was slowly engulfed in darkness. "The time for patience is over. Now we quicken the tide of destruction." The sharp Gothic spires of Ravenfell clawed at the clouds seemingly in defiance of the early morning sun. Ravens could be seen everywhere, some perched atop gargoyle statues, while others nestled in the trees. These creatures added a mysterious charm to the city, although their constant cawings could become a source of annoyance for some, especially newcomers. Walking through the towering western gates of the city, a stout dwarf, wearing a black furred robe, glanced at the countless birds along the city skyline and couldn't help but snort in displeasure. "I never really did like this shithole," he said. He then turned to the human standing behind him in a respectful manner and grumbled impatiently, "What's taking him so long?" Standing behind him was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his early 40s. He had a sun-kissed tan physique and short locks of crimson hair. It was none other than the Brotherhood's handler for this region, the rank 2 mana liquefaction magus Elric Spence. He bowed slightly and respectfully answered, "My lord, the security at Ravenfell is very strict, especially considering the conflict against the Umbra Thieves came to light a few years ago. All those years ago, when it was found out that the one behind the assassination attempt on the patriarch of the Flynn family was the Umbra Thieves, Adam and Elisand had made this knowledge public so as to root out the criminal organization. A lot of their evil deeds had been brought to light, making it very difficult for this secret organization to operate from the shadows. Moreover, the city council, comprising 7 of the most powerful aristocratic families of Ravenfell, has also taken a stand and joined hands in completely eradicating the presence of Umbra thieves. After all, in their point of view, if this criminal enterprise was brazen enough to go after one of the patriarchs of the 7 families, what was stopping it from trying to go after the rest of them? The dwarf nodded ever so slightly, turning back around and glancing at the dark and gothic structures of the city. And where is Magus Constantine? Why has he not come to greet me yet? He suddenly asked. Hearing this question, Elric's lips twitched. My lord, he's still a student at Saratoga. He had informed me beforehand that he'd be busy with classes and that he'd only be able to meet later today. HMPH, the dwarf harumphed. How ill-mannered. He then turned around once again and asked with a raised eyebrow, what about the elven boy from the Ambermind clan? Elric replied politely, my lord, he too is busy with his classes at Saratoga. However, he has prepared a manor for your stay in the city. Everything is already taken care of. The dwarf hummed in acknowledgement. Right at that moment, another dwarf-sized one, much younger, hurriedly approached them from the direction of the city gates. He was holding on to a thick stack of parchment papers and had a relieved look on his face. My lord, the identification documents have finally been processed. He paused for a moment before adding, they'll have to inform of your arrival to the city council, however. Elric chimed in, but rest assured, my lord, that won't be an issue since Danley has already vouched for you. The stout dwarf nodded before instructing the man. All right, Elric, lead me to the manor, and there better be good quality meat and ale there. As you wish, my lord. Elric bowed once again before leading the 2 dwarves deep into the uptown quarter. Despite the increase in security, the city guards would never bring matters regarding the arrival of the new magi into the city to the esteemed members of the city council, who already had so much on their plate. Not unless the magus was someone influential or powerful. In this case, the dwarven magus was a mighty rank 3 mana vortex magus. Although officially he was visiting Ravenfell to meet the young master of the Ambermind clan of Baja High Forest, his true purpose of coming here was, in fact, to secretly meet with the patriarch of the Flynn family. After all, this dwarf was one of the wardens of the Twilight Brotherhood. Ambermind Manor, Uptown Quarter. Inside Danley's private library, a secret meeting was about to be held between the Flynn family and a representative of the Twilight Brotherhood. Brigham Flynn, who held one of the 7 positions in the city council, couldn't be openly seen having a formal discussion with another rank 3 magus who also happened to be an outsider. That would give rise to rumors that may very well threaten the power balance in Ravenfell. Furthermore, it had to be noted that the Brotherhood was a clandestine organization that preferred to be hidden, especially when forming an alliance with a third party. The representative of the Brotherhood, the dwarf who Elric had earlier escorted into the city, put down the long scroll he was reading on the table. He then glanced at Danley, who was respectfully standing before him, and smiled in acknowledgement. I'm impressed that you boys have managed to establish a healthy relationship with the Flynn family, he said. Considering the fact that they wield tremendous influence in Ravenfell, it is definitely not a bad idea for the Brotherhood to come into an alliance with them. The scroll he was reading contained the history of the Flynn family, as well as the vast network that they had accumulated in the city since their founding. Even the information that the Flynn family wanted to stay hidden was mentioned in this scroll gathered by the Magi of the Brotherhood. Of course, for an organization as powerful as the Twilight Brotherhood, it was an easy task to unearth such information. Before coming into an alliance with the Flynn family, it was only normal for such an ancient secret organization to do their due diligence. However, the information regarding the relationship between Brigham Flynn and Kissinger, one of the 3 leaders of the Umbra thieves, wasn't mentioned anywhere in the documents. Firstly, that was the Flynn family's most closely guarded secret. Secondly, Adam, who was the only outsider privy to this knowledge, hadn't disclosed it to anyone, but he respected the young elf's behavior nonetheless. Camaraderie was a trait highly valued in the Twilight Brotherhood. What are your thoughts on this? Crummer asked as he leaned back into the leather chair, gazing at the elf in scrutiny. Danley involuntarily straightened his back and answered, My lord, although the Flynn family isn't the wealthiest family in Ravenfell, they are undoubtedly one of the, if not the most prestigious family in the city. They were one of the first settlers in the city. Over the years, many noble families have risen and fallen, but they have remained. Perhaps this is because of the just and honorable standards that the family members have shown over the years. It is safe to say their influence runs very deep within the city, and they are greatly looked up to by the general populace. If we ally ourselves with them, I'm sure it will be of great help to us. Just and honorable, eh? Crummer scoffed. He knew very well that for a family to amass such influence in Ravenfell, they had to have had their hands bloody. Just because such details weren't mentioned in the intel report, Crummer didn't think that the Flynn family were a bunch of saints. He was sure that if the Brotherhood dug deeper, they were sure to find some dirt. After all, in this world ruled by magi, there was no glorified soul with exemplary virtue. However, from what he knew of the Flynn family's background, it was enough for the Brotherhood to come into a formal alliance with them. Moreover, the other wardens had also agreed to this alliance, deeming it mutually beneficial. Crummer's expression turned extremely solemn and he asked, "How's the progress on your mission?" Danley lowered his head ever so slightly. "Forgive me, my lord, there hasn't been much progress." He paused for a moment and added, "But we do believe the Cult of Bones to have a connection with a local gang known as Red Fists." "Anything else?" Crummer asked with narrowed eyes. Facing such pressure from a mana vortex magus, Danley couldn't help but involuntarily gulp. They might have a connection with the Umbra thieves as well, but at this point, it's just mere speculations. A few moments of silence ensued as Crummer continued to stare at Danley, trying to glean any information from the elf's face and body language. Just when Danley thought that the warden would admonish him for the lack of progress in his mission, he heard the dwarf speak nonchalantly. "That is understandable. If it were so easy to keep tabs on the Cult of Bones, we would have already rooted them out decades ago." Hearing his words, Danley's shoulders loosened. He looked at the warden sitting before him and assured, "My lord, we will have something conclusive soon enough." Crummer stroked his thick, brown beard as he muttered, "You boys better come up with something sooner rather than later. Those cultists are a ruthless bunch, I tell ya." He thought for a moment before adding, "I'll speak to the other wardens and see if I can dispatch a few more agents and acolytes to Ravenfell. The situation hasn't reached a point that it would require the involvement of a warden. Not yet, anyway." Danley was glad that they'd be getting some help from the Brotherhood in their mission. After all, for the past several years, it had only been him and Adam who were doing the brunt of the work. Considering that they were graduate students of Saratoga Castle, they couldn't divert all their attention to the mission at hand. After all, they had to study and further their knowledge in the arcane arts as well. The elf hoped that the Brotherhood would have sent more capable magi earlier, but he knew the reason behind this. His teacher Elrod mentioned this to him when he had arrived at Saratoga all those years ago. Apparently, the vast majority of the Brotherhood's forces are active in the Europa and Indus continents, he thought to himself. Looks like the ongoing secret war with the Cult of the Bones and other minor evil secret societies is more intense than I'd imagined. Now tell me about Magus Constantine, said Crummer. You've worked with him for the past 7 years in this city, and Elrod tells me that you both are childhood friends. Danley wasn't surprised that the dwarf knew his teacher, but he was surprised about his interest in Adam. Seeing his expression, Crummer guessed what he was thinking. He chuckled as he spoke. Your friend was quite the topic of discussion in the Brotherhood several years ago. I mean becoming a mana liquesfaction magus at the age of 20, then later on killing a mana vortex magus while being one complete rank below him are all things that are unheard of. So as someone who spends a lot of time with the young man, I'd like to directly hear from you about how he is as a person, as a magus. Hearing his words, Danley found it very strange why Crummer would like to know so much about Adam. However, he replied nonetheless. He answered everything truthfully. Of course, he didn't mention things that could be considered personal to his friend. Crummer listened with great interest. Meanwhile, the other dwarf who had arrived at Ravenfell with him was also listening with stars shining in his beady eyes. It would appear that the young dwarf greatly admired Adam just like the many young magi in the Brotherhood. Just as Danley had finished speaking, all 3 people in the library simultaneously looked in the direction of a certain bookshelf. A moment later, the bookshelf trembled very slightly, and following that, it slowly parted from the middle, revealing a secret tunnel that led somewhere underground. Looks like they're here, said Danley. Right at that moment, 4 shadowy figures wearing hooded black robes emerged from the secret door behind the bookshelf. The one leading them was none other than Elric. Upon entering the library, he first looked at Crummer and respectfully bowed. My lord, our guests have arrived. About time, Crummer replied flatly. Adam was walking right behind Elric as the group entered the building through a series of underground tunnels. My lord, our guests have arrived, said Elric to the stout dwarf sitting behind a table by the fireplace. Adam scanned the library and found 3 Pipletwo dwarves and an elf. He first looked at his friend Danley and gave him a slight nod. His gaze then shifted to the young dwarf standing beside the seated dwarf. Mana Foundation Magus, he thought, should be an acolyte. Finally, his gaze landed on the seated dwarf. It was a middle-aged man with long, spiky brown hair and a thick beard tied into twin, braided ponytails. The man's face was rough and haggard, and a small scar ran over his left eye, giving him a daunting appearance. The powerful aura radiating from him made Adam immediately realize that this was a mighty warden of the Brotherhood. Just as he was observing the rank 3 mana vortex magus, the latter was also doing the same. Realizing this, Adam hurriedly stepped forward and approached the man. He placed his right hand over his chest and deeply bowed. Greetings, Lord Crummer. It is an honor to meet you. Elric had already informed him about the identity of the warden who would visit Ravenfell and speak to the Flynn family about the possible alliance. Although Adam didn't personally know the dwarf, it didn't stop him from showing due respect. After all, not only was the man a warden of the Brotherhood, a position directly superior to his rank as an agent, but he was also a powerful mana vortex magus. Seeing the youth courteously standing before him, Crummer nodded ever so slightly, praising inwardly. Considering all the merits he's garnered at such a young age, I figured he would act slightly arrogant around me, but it seems that he's genuinely respectful. Magus Constantine, he began, your reputation precedes you. Before Adam had a chance to reply, Crummer continued, we shall talk later. He stepped down from the chair, walked around the table, and stood beside the youth. He clasped his hands behind his back and glanced at the two hooded figures who were standing behind Elric. He could figure out that one was a man and the other was a woman. So these are the Flynns, eh? He said, his tone neither arrogant nor servile. This was a meeting to talk about the prospective alliance between the two parties. Thus the dwarf had to be careful, diplomatic, and of course, subtly calculative. On cue, Adam stepped forward and introduced the two from the Flynn family. My lord, this gentleman is the patriarch of the illustrious Flynn family, Magus Brigham Flynn. He then politely pointed toward the cloaked figure standing at the back. This is the eldest daughter of the patriarch, Magus Elisand Flynn. Finally, Adam gazed at the Flynns and gestured to the dwarf standing beside him, and continued, this is my superior, Magus Crummer Grimriver. Upon their introduction, the father and daughter duo removed their hoods. Elisand placed her right hand over her chest and respectfully bowed, greetings, Lord Magus. Crummer hummed in acknowledgement, his gaze never leaving the old patriarch. Brigham walked forward and stood right before the dwarf. He then extended his hand with a polite smile. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Magus Grimriver. Ho ho, not at all. Brigham waved his hand. Although Adam had already informed me about this meeting, I was still very curious nonetheless. After all, it's not every day one attends a meeting so discreetly. As the two mana vortex magi spoke, they walked to the table and sat across from each other. Elisand stood behind her father. Meanwhile, Adam Danley and the other dwarf stood behind Crummer. As for Elric, he stood at the side adjacent to the two rank 3 magi, ready to provide aid at any given moment in the upcoming discussion. Gradually, a tense atmosphere descended in the private library as Brigham and Crummer began to subtly pressure the other with their mana. Of course, this wasn't in any way a means of displaying hostility towards one another. The pissing contest has begun, Adam mentally transmitted to Danley and Elisand through Mind Whisper. The two resisted the urge to roll their eyes at him as they began paying attention to the discussion. Crummer's face turned very solemn as he looked into the old patriarch's eyes and began, you honor me with your hospitality, Magus Flynn. I'll cut straight to the point. Brigham glanced at the dwarf with a plain look on his face. However, inwardly he was very curious as to the identity of this organization that was able to foster a magus such as Adam. He held the raven-haired youth in very high regard. After all, he had personally witnessed how powerful of a magus he was. Moreover, the youth was also an exceptional herbalist. Not just that, but the fact that Danley, the heir to one of the 4 clans of Bahajig Forest, was also a member of this organization spoke great volumes. If he played his cards right, he'd be able to gain a lot of benefits from this alliance. However, it all depended on just what kind of organization this was and what they wanted from him in return. As the patriarch of the Flynn family, one of the 7 families that made Ravenfell City Council, he had to prudently weigh all the pros and cons. I come as a representative of a group deeply invested in the welfare of this city, though our actions are often unseen, said the dwarf. We call ourselves the Twilight Brotherhood. Brigham leaned back into the chair, his eyebrows slowly knitting together. The Twilight Brotherhood, he murmured. After a few moments of pondering, he shook his head. I don't think I've heard of you. Hearing those last words, Crummer's lips curled up into a smirk. We wouldn't be doing a great job at cloaking ourselves if you did. The next moment, Crummer's eyes gleamed with a sharp glint as he added, but know that we are often present in the affairs of kings and commoners alike. Our name may be unknown to you, but the cause we represent touches us all. We are the Lord Guardians of the Realms, dedicated to the preservation of balance and the defense of the powerless. Brigham deeply looked at Crummer. He then glanced at Elric standing beside the table. Then his gaze shifted to the young dwarf standing behind Crummer. Then shifted to Danley and finally landed on Adam. For a moment, he felt as if all these magi were concealed in a layer of shadows. Crummer's words didn't sound like empty ideals. Instead, they seemed to carry tremendous weight. He could feel it, the dwarf truly meant every word that he said, and that scared him. For an organization whose goal was to maintain peace and balance in these lands, Brigham couldn't even begin to wonder just how powerful it had to be. Moreover, the fact that he hadn't been aware of the existence of such a group until now truly shocked him. For such an organization to have Danley Amberand in their ranks, and even train someone like Adam, Brigham's mind was whirling with thoughts. He then shifted his attention back to Crummer and thought, and this dwarf is far stronger than I am even though we're both mana vortex magi. I can tell he's seen his fair share of bloody battles far more than I have. If they're sending him as the representative, I wonder how many other powerful magi there are in this organization. I wonder if there is even a mana core magus in their midst. Old Patriarch didn't dare to think further. He was dealing with an unfamiliar and very powerful organization. The fact that they initiated contact with him helped in avoiding suspicion. However, Brigham still wanted to learn more. He glanced at the dwarf and said flatly, I shall get straight to the point as well. What do you want from the Flynn family and what can we get in return? Hearing him, Crummer smiled. Good, that makes things easier. We share your desire to see the Umbra thieves brought down. I believe collaboration could benefit us both while preserving the discretion befitting your position at the city council. He paused for a moment before adding, truth be told, the one we are truly after is someone else entirely, but we believe taking down the Umbra thieves will help us in our mission of apprehending them. The Cult of Bones, said Brigham in a grim tone. Adam had already mentioned to him and Elisan the true objective of the Brotherhood. Indeed, Crummer nodded. He then glanced at Elric and nodded again. Following that, Elric conjured a scroll from his ring and respectfully handed it to Brigham. The old patriarch accepted the scroll and began reading its contents. Crummer's words drifted into his ears as he read, that scroll will provide you a short description of the cult we're after. From that, you'll be able to understand the gravity of the situation. Brigham's eyebrows furrowed the more he read. About a minute later, he put the scroll down and looked at Crummer with a grave expression. A cult that practices necromancy. Such a foul organization has infiltrated Ravenfell. He was also shocked to learn that the cult originated from the Europa continent. This continent was far from Ulir, and rarely any magi decided to venture there. The ocean was fraught with dangers, and so were the skies. Thus, over the centuries, Ulir and Manhwaedit continent directly south of Ulir had become self-sufficient, in a manner of speaking. They only traded with one another as trade with the continents across the Gelstein Ocean was very risky. Once again, Brigham was reminded of the deep background of the Twilight Brotherhood. He couldn't help but think incredulously, to be able to conduct operations across the Gelstein Ocean. Indeed, Crummer nodded. We suspect that the pandemic afflicting the Corvid Quarter is their doing. In helping you take down the Umbra thieves, we believe we'll be able to track down the Cult of Bones as well. At this point, things had far exceeded the benefits that Brigham could get from this alliance. After all, Ravenfell's security was at great risk. As a resident of the city and a magus part of the city council, he could not turn a blind eye. His expression turned solemn as he stated, what can we do to help you? The scroll that he had just read had detailed enough evidence and intelligence to show the Twilight Brotherhood's commitment to the cause. Your influence and resources can prove to be pivotal to our mission in Ravenfell, Crummer began. But before that, I have something that would greatly interest you. The dwarf gazed at Elric and nodded once again. Following that, the latter conjured another scroll and respectfully handed it over to Brigham with both hands. Brigham unfurled the scroll and began reading. However, a few moments later, his hands began to tremble and his eyes widened in disbelief. He slammed the scroll on the table and gazed at the dwarf with a thunderstruck expression. How is this possible? Brigham's reaction satisfied Crummer, and he simply smiled in response. Like I said, our collaboration will be mutually beneficial. Being one of the oldest aristocratic families in Ravenfell, the Flynn family had their fingers dipped in all sectors that boosted the city's economy. The family's businesses helped the people of the city, but more importantly, they also greatly filled up their vaults. The second scroll contained crucial intel that was deeply related to the family's multiple businesses. It contained information about the Umbra thieves planning to disrupt the Flynn family's trade routes in the surrounding lands. If Brigham was unable to prevent this from happening, it would deal a crippling blow to the family. Crummer rested his elbows on the wooden table and interlocked his fingers. He glanced at the shocked patriarch and said matter-of-factly, with your standing in our network, we can prevent those bastard schemes and protect your house's interest. He paused for a moment, his lips curling up into a confident smirk. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, Magus Flynn. The Twilight Brotherhood can help you in ways that you cannot even imagine. Brigham's expression instantly darkened upon receiving this piece of intel. He glanced at the smirking dwarf and asked in a grave tone, when did you get your hands on this information? Just this morning, Crummer replied succinctly. A million thoughts swirled inside the old patriarch's mind. The amount of information he had received, as well as the value of it, far exceeded his expectations. He had learned of the machinations of an evil cult who planned to harm the city. Moreover, he also realized that the Umbra thieves had hastened up trying to destroy him and everything he held dear. The old man's fists involuntarily clenched as a name emerged in his mind. Kissinger. He knew this was retribution for what he did to him all those years ago. By all rights, he knew that he deserved it. However, it still pinched him that the man would go after the businesses that he had worked so hard for over the decades. What's more, this was just the beginning. Brigham couldn't even begin to imagine what lengths Kissinger would go to in order to exact revenge upon him. He had to be ready. He had to protect the people he held dear. Now that Crummer had presented him with a valuable piece of intel, it was his turn to reciprocate. Favor begets favors and whatnot. All right, what do you want from me? He asked after gathering his thoughts. The Twilight Brotherhood can operate where your name and station cannot concealed, swift, and surgical. However, we lack the resources and the influence you wield in these lands. Crummer had a solemn expression on his face as he explained. Together, we can root out the Umbra thieves and hopefully thwart the Cult of the Bones' plans, he concluded. But what if you're wrong? Brigham countered. What if this cult that you speak of has no connection to the Umbra thieves whatsoever? What then? Crummer chuckled coldly, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. The Umbra thieves are no pretty criminals. Their corruption runs deep, as you've already learned by now. Smugglers, slavers, extortionists, and murderers, all under the guise of their pursuit of power. So what if this guild of thieves isn't related to the cult we're after? Our organization's goal has always been to maintain peace. We strive to eliminate tyranny across Tron. Any magus who uses the gift of magic for evil deeds is our enemy. In helping you deal with the Umbra thieves, we would only be protecting the innocent. So even if they're not related to our mission here at Ravenfell, we would still help you nonetheless. After all, this is the right thing to do. Hearing such passionate words from the dwarf sitting across from him, Brigham couldn't deny that he was touched. However, deep down he knew that once he received their help in dealing with Kissinger and his guild, he would owe them a favor, a very big one at that. He didn't know for sure if Crummer meant the words he had just spoken, however. This was an offer he simply couldn't refuse. He knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with the Umbra thieves alone. He would need strong allies. But herein lay the problem. What if the Twilight Brotherhood asked him to offer something in return that he simply wouldn't be able to? What if the price for their help was too steep? Thinking of this, Brigham couldn't help but become concerned. Crummer had been in far too many situations where he had to negotiate on behalf of the Brotherhood with a third party. Over time, he had learned what to say and what not to say in order to pluck at the emotional strings of the other person. What he also learned was to read the other person's facial expressions, no matter how hard they tried to hide it. The dwarf's expression turned gentle and friendly as he spoke. Magus Flynn, the Twilight Brotherhood has allied with several prominent aristocratic households spanning dozens of kingdoms in the Europa and Indus continents. I can assure you that not once has the Brotherhood sought to impose their will on those nobles. No, that is not how we operate. What we value is independence above all. Our allies have greatly benefited from our network of spies, informants, and most importantly, magical resources. Of course, for said resources, they would have to provide help of equal value. Magical resources. Brigham's ears perked up. What kind? Crummer's lips curled up into a faint smile. I'm afraid I can't divulge that information to you. Not yet anyway. He paused for a moment before adding, but know that our vaults run deep, deeper than even the Akkadian Empire. Brigham couldn't help but involuntarily scoff upon hearing the dwarf's last remark. An organization that is wealthier than the Akkadian Empire. That was simply too much. Did this dwarf not have any shame to claim such bold things? He would have believed it if it was another empire across the Galestein Ocean. But a clandestine organization, he couldn't believe it at all. Crummer, on the other hand, didn't mind Brigham's reaction. He simply smiled in response. It was justifiable. After all, how would a frog in a well know anything about the vast sea? Brigham studied Crummer's expression. Seeing how calm the dwarf appeared to be, he couldn't help but wonder, they can't really be wealthier than the Empire, can they? Is he bluffing? What would our alliance entail? Please be as detailed as you can be, Magus Grimriver, he said after a few moments. Second, your voice among the city council would be invaluable in steering policy to weaken the cult's grip without drawing suspicion, of course. We also need to find out why no one has decided to investigate the slums despite the situation there having escalated so much. Brigham deeply looked at him and asked in a grim tone, and what about the final condition? Crummer spoke with a serious tone lastly, and most importantly, a safe house for our agents in the city. Nothing ostentatious though, just a discreet location where we can regroup and coordinate. Considering you've been in this city for far longer than Adam and Danley have, your suggestion on this matter would be very useful to us. Brigham thoroughly digested the conditions offered by the dwarf. The first and last conditions could be met with ease. However, it was the second condition that bothered him. He thought about it for a few more moments before stating, "Forgive me for being blunt, Magus Grimriver, but the second condition is very difficult for me. You must know that before a policy is passed in the council, it has to go through a vote. That is why you must convince the majority of the council. I'm sure a man of your caliber won't have much problems calling in a few favors," Crummer said with a smile, but there was something in his tone that left no room for refusal. Brigham frowned upon realizing the underlying meaning in the dwarf's words, but before he could reply, Crummer continued now, "Allow me to explain what you will gain from this. Seeing that he had Brigham's complete attention, he spoke after a brief pause. We will provide you intelligence on the Umbra Thieves' operations, including names of compromised magi and merchants. This will give you leverage to protect your interests and strengthen your position within the city council. Additionally, should you or your family ever come under direct threat, you would have the Twilight Brotherhood's full support. Our blades, our spells, and our network. Brigham's heart stirred upon hearing the dwarf's last statement. He could bear the losses done to his business, but what he was really afraid of was the bastards under Kissinger coming after his family. Just the Twilight Brotherhood's promise of helping his family if they were under attack was enough for him to agree to the alliance. Family, that's all that mattered. However, he still didn't agree. Not yet. He glanced at Crummer and asked in a solemn voice, what about the city? Should there be a time when Ravenfell is under attack, will the Twilight Brotherhood still offer their help? Crummer nodded with a smile. We admire your unwavering dedication to the well-being of the city. It is precisely that virtue that makes you the ideal partner for our cause. He then glanced at Elric and commanded, hand Magus Flynn the rest of the documents. Yes, my lord. Elric respectfully nodded before conjuring 3 more scrolls from his ring and presenting it to Brigham. This is, the old patriarch asked as he began unfurling the first scroll. The one you're holding contains the scope of cooperation, Crummer began. In cases such as these, I like to be as clear as possible in order to avoid misunderstandings. Rest assured, we hold confidentiality to the highest degree and also expect you to do the same. In such situations, secrecy protects both parties from the common enemy or any other rivals. Lastly, I have also detailed the exit plan in that scroll. On the off chance that our alliance might end, which I hope it doesn't, I would like it to end without animosity. Brigham shifted his gaze from the scroll and toward the dwarf who was looking at him with a genuine smile. A moment later, he nodded. After a moment of thought, Brigham wordlessly nodded once again. Good. Crummer then glanced at the second scroll that was tied with a red ribbon. That one contains detailed actionable intelligence against the Umbra Thieves. You can consider this a trial period, in a manner of speaking, after which you will be expected to fully commit to the alliance. Brigham took a deep breath and got to his feet. I will review this. If your claims prove accurate, you will have my full cooperation. Crummer too got down from his seat and laughed heartily. We would expect nothing less, Magus Flynn. He stepped toward Brigham and extended his hand. Let this arrangement serve as the foundation for a partnership that safeguards both our house and the ideals we hold dear. Together we will see our enemy undone. Brigham firmly shook the dwarf's hand and sincerely said, It was a pleasure to meet you, Magus Grimriver. Likewise, the dwarf replied. With that said, Brigham and Elisand nodded at Adam before they left the private library through the secret tunnel. After the bookshelves slid shut, completely sealing off the tunnel, the young dwarf who had arrived at Ravenfell with Crummer suddenly voiced out his thoughts. My lord, why did you give him information about the Umbra Thieves even though he hasn't formally allied with us? Crummer turned around and glanced at the young dwarf. He replied with a chuckle, a gesture of goodwill, Thaurin. Judging by the old man's reaction to that information, it feels like you've given away too much, Thaurin said with a pout. Won't such concessions diminish your power? Crummer took his seat by the fireplace and conjured a long wooden pipe and some tobacco leaves from his storage artifact. As he methodically filled the pipe with tobacco, he glanced at Danley, Adam, and Elric and asked, You lads think the same? Elric shook his head with a knowing smile. Whereas Danley and Adam nodded, clearly agreeing with what Thaurin had said. Crummer snapped his fingers and the tobacco lit up in soft flames. He took a deep puff from the pipe, savoring the taste of the fresh leaves. Tell me, do any of you play chess, or at the very least know how it's played? The 3 young magi nodded simultaneously. Then you understand that sometimes, to win, you must sacrifice a pawn, or even a knight. Crummer's lips curled up into a smirk. Does losing a piece means that you've lost the game? As Brigham and Elisand secretly left the elf's estate, Elisand asked in a hushed tone, what was in that scroll to have triggered such a reaction from you? For as long as she could remember, Brigham had always been a stoic person who barely gave in to his emotions even when the tides were against him. For him to have such a strong reaction meant that the information in the scroll was of paramount importance. Brigham first scanned the surroundings. It was close to midnight, and there were barely any people loitering around in the affluent Upton quarter, except for the people from the city watch on night patrol. The 2 were wearing cloaks that hid their identities. They had also cast concealment spells on themselves so as not to garner unwarranted attention. Despite that, Brigham chose to remain cautious as he transmitted his words through mind whisper. The Umbra Thieves are planning to disrupt our trade routes in the surrounding kingdoms. Some of their spies have already infiltrated our various businesses. Elisand gasped in shock, nearly faltering in her footsteps. She couldn't even begin to imagine just what kind of organization the Twilight Brotherhood was to have gathered such intel even before they could have. The next moment, a flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. She replied through the same spell, if the Brotherhood's claims are true, we may have just found the weapon to deeply strike the Umbra Thieves. Brigham nodded. He then looked toward his daughter and asked, "Do you think we should ally ourselves with them?" Elisande had never known her father to ask her opinion on matters relating to the family. It was always him teaching her about the reasoning behind his own decisions, but never asking for her input. This was a first. She believed it was him trying to make up for the earlier incident when the relationship between him and Kissinger had been brought to light by the dying Albertos. Putting such needless thoughts to the back of her mind, she nodded in response. They seem to be the real deal. If their claims about being even wealthier than the Empire are true, then we will have greatly benefited from this alliance. It will ensure the family's prosperous future in Ravenfell without a doubt. "That's not what I'm asking," said Brigham through mental transmission. "I'm asking if you trust them." Elisande couldn't help but scoff. "Trust them? I just met them. How can I trust them?" But a moment later, she added, "However, I do trust Adam." The pair had been in enough battles, raiding the Umbra Thieves' bases, that they had grown close enough to call each other comrades. Either one of them could trust the other person and know that they had their backs. This was a mutual understanding fostered on the battlefield amidst blood, sweat, and tears. Brigham deeply looked at his daughter and then nodded. His mind swirled with thoughts and emotions as the scrolls in his person felt heavier than they should have, for within them lay the decision to alter the future of the Flynn family forever. Inside the Ambermind Manor, Elric and Thaurin had already left after bidding farewell. The former had left to make arrangements for the alliance between the Brotherhood and the Flynns, while the latter had already departed to his quarters to sleep. Only Crummer, Adam, and Danley were present in the private library. They were sitting by the fireplace in silence. The dwarf was busy enjoying the taste of tobacco after a round of productive negotiation, while the young elf and the human patiently waited for him to finish. "Adam, you will be assigned to maintain contact with the Flynns," Crummer suddenly said. "Yes, my lord." Adam leaned forward in his chair, involuntarily straightening his back. Once again the library descended into silence with the only sound of the dwarf's inhalation and exhalation, along with the crackling of the firewood. Neither Danley nor Adam dared to speak up. They were asked to stay back by the dwarf, and they obediently did. "I heard you were interested in the journals left behind by the founder." Crummer spoke up once again. Although his eyes were closed shut, everyone in the room knew who he was talking to. Adam wasn't flustered in the least. In the past 7 years, he had taken up many missions by the Brotherhood and had always requested for the founder's journal to be the reward. Alas, the merits that he had accumulated weren't enough for such a reward. The only reason why he was even allowed to study the journal in the first place was because he had achieved the glorious feat of taking down a rank 3 mana vortex magus during the mission in Stratford. The Brotherhood treated the journals, or anything left behind by the founder, as divine relics. It was only natural for the higher-ups to refuse when an agent asked for them. One had to accumulate a lot of merit to get their hands on such items. Furthermore, Adam wasn't the only one vying for the journals. There were countless other magi in the organization who had tried to decode the strange characters written in the journals, hoping they could gain arcane enlightenment. Alas, all of them had failed. Deciphering the language wasn't easy, especially when the language was as complex as ether. Since several of the Brotherhood's scholars wanted to study the founder's journals, Adam wasn't worried about drawing any suspicion when he too asked for the journals as mission rewards. "Yes, my lord, I find them very fascinating," he said. Of course, he found them fascinating. He had already studied, and even memorized, the founder's journal he had received as a reward. Not only did it contain the founder's understanding of runes, but it also contained daily journal entries of his life in his home planet. However, what was truly interesting about the contents of that journal were something else entirely. Adam had found bits and pieces of information about how the founder had found his way to Tron. If he could get his hands on all the other journals left behind by the founder and piece together all the clues, he believed he could then find a way out of this planet. That is why he had been so active in pursuing those journals. It was his ticket to the greater universe. Fascinating, eh? Crummer looked at the raven-haired youth with an amused expression. "Let me tell you, boy, many magi in the Brotherhood have tried to decipher the texts in our founder's journal, but none have succeeded." His lips curled up into a taunting smirk. "What makes you think you can?" Adam shrugged. "If I never try, I'll never know." However, inwardly he was thinking in ridicule, "Heh, old dwarf, even if you put those journals upside down in front of me, I'd still be able to decipher them." Crummer took another long puff from his pipe. Exhaling the smoke to the side, he glanced at Adam and stated, "The things you seek require a lot of merit. It would take you years, decades even, to accumulate such contribution points before you can get your hands on those journals again. Either that or you do something as ridiculous as taking down another rank 3 magus and saving a town, which I believe is very unlikely if I'm being honest." Adam knew this was the truth, but what could he do? He was actually very self-aware of his battle prowess. The only reason he was able to beat the werewolf, Stratford, was because he had the extremely toxic wolfsbane. That and the fact that he could instantaneously teleport anywhere on the battlefield, taking his enemy by surprise and dealing critical blows. However, now his ability to blink, as he liked to call it, was rendered useless. To be more precise, he was refraining from using the White Lotus as the magical focus to cast teleportation spells or any other spells from the spiritual aspect of magic for that matter. Now that his edge had vanished, he didn't think he could beat another rank 3 magus. Best with his current battle prowess and his vast arsenal of spells, he was confident in fighting toe-to-toe with a mana vortex magus for a very short period of time before he chose to flee. But it didn't matter how long it took for him to accumulate enough merits to read all the journals left behind by the founder. He knew that if he wanted to leave this planet and pursue the higher arcane path, he had to get his hands on those journals no matter what. "It doesn't matter, my lord," he said. "I'll complete as many missions as I have to and get enough merits to acquire the things left behind by the founder. Who knows? If I'm lucky enough, I might just be able to glean a thing or two from his journals." Danley, who was sitting beside him, couldn't help but shake his head ever so slightly. He felt as if all the work that Adam was putting would ultimately go in vain. According to him, it would be better to use all those merits to invest in other magical resources, but little did he know. "Quite the stubborn little fellow, aren't you?" Crummer chuckled. The next moment his tone turned persuasive as he added, "But what if I told you I can make it easier for you to get your hands on those journals?" "You can." Adam leaned forward in his chair, his eyes flashing in amazement. "How, my lord?" "It's simple," Crummer smirked. "All you have to do is join the faction I belong to." This again, Adam thought bitterly, his body deflating like a balloon as he languidly leaned back. Over the years, several mana liquefaction magi of the Brotherhood had approached him in hopes of recruiting him to their faction. They all viewed him as a generational talent and offered him many rewards to join their ranks that would have swayed any other magus in his place. However, he had refused them all. However, Crummer was the first mana vortex magus to make this offer, so Adam couldn't be rude to him as he was to the others before him. "Forgive me, my lord, but I cannot accept your offer," he stated politely. "I would first need to get permission from my teacher." The last part was a lie. He would never ask Berger for permission to join one of the other factions in the Brotherhood. Why would he? He could just join the faction the gnome was a part of. The smile on Crummer's face widened as he said something that shocked Adam. "What if I told you Berger and I belong to the same faction?" Adam's eyes narrowed as he wondered whether the dwarf was lying to him. He didn't have any way to know the truth, and it would also be very rude of him to ask his superior if he was telling the truth. Crummer could figure out what the youth was thinking from his scrutinizing look. Instead of being offended, however, he found this very amusing. "Do you know about the major factions in the Brotherhood?" he asked. Adam deeply looked into the dwarf's eyes for a moment before nodding. "I have a general idea, my lord. Technically, there are several factions inside the organization, but there are only 8 major ones that truly matter." "Yes," said the dwarf. "Do you know why there are factions in the Brotherhood?" "Limited resources," Adam stated matter-of-factly. Crummer took yet another deep puff from his pipe before continuing. "There is one other key factor for the rise of factions in our organization: differing philosophies." Adam patiently waited for the dwarf to continue, and so did Danley. Although the elf had a more comprehensive understanding of the factions than Adam did, it didn't stop him from appreciating a different person's point of view, especially when that person was a rank 3 magus. There are the preservationists who focus on safeguarding ancient lore, artifacts, and magical ruins, Crummer began. This faction believes that the preservation of history, knowledge, and artifacts is critical to maintaining balance. Then there are the interventionists who directly clash with the previous faction. They focus on direct action against oppressive regimes, tyrants, and organizations such as the Cult of Bones. They believe in taking decisive militant actions to dismantle threats. The Shadowblades focus on espionage, infiltration, and assassinations. Some of the more idealistic members of our organization view this faction's willingness to traverse through the morally gray area as extremely unethical to the organization's values. Crummer paused for a moment to take another puff from his pipe before continuing. The diplomats focus on building alliances with nobles, merchants, and other influential groups. They believe in leveraging soft power to achieve the organization's goals. The Wild Watchers protect the natural world and combat threats to balance in the wilderness regions. Most elves are part of this faction. The Reformers believe in rebuilding and reforming corrupt governments or guilds from within. Then there are the free agents who prioritize their own moral compass and the needs of their immediate region over centralized directives. They're loners, really. Finally, there is the group of hermits known as the Seekers of Balance. No one really understands what those bunch of philosophers are up to. Crummer looked at Adam and asked with a raised eyebrow, "So which one do you think Berger and I belong to?" Adam vaguely knew about the 8 major factions of the Twilight Brotherhood. He involuntarily glanced at Danley and thought, Lord Elrod is a part of the Wild Watchers, so this bastard would most likely join that faction. Who knows, he probably already has. The 8 major factions, the preservationists and the interventionists, were the two most powerful ones. They were always at odds with each other. Moreover, they were both led by rank 4 monocore magi. There were rumors, however, that the leader of the preservationist was a very old man with one foot already in the grave. As for the leader of the interventionists, Adam didn't know much except for the fact that the magus was a battle maniac. The youth thought for a few moments, rubbing his chin. He then answered with a dubious look on his face, "I feel like you're part of the diplomats, whereas the old man is a free agent. But considering that you said you both belong to the same faction." He thought about it for a brief second before shrugging. "I don't know, my lord. My guess is as good as throwing darts in the dark." Crummer chuckled lightly. "Just because I've been sent here to negotiate on behalf of the Brotherhood doesn't mean I'm part of the diplomats." He paused for a moment before speaking with a faint smile. "I volunteered to be sent for this negotiation. The only reason I came to Ulir was because of you." "Me?" Adam asked in slight shock. "Yes," Crummer nodded. "I wanted to take a good look at Berger's only pupil." From the way the dwarf spoke about Berger, Adam couldn't help but ask, "My lord, are you and the old man perhaps friends?" Crummer flashed a reminiscent smile. "Yes, we are. To be more precise, he is my senior." "And what faction do the two of you belong to?" Adam asked with great interest. "The preservationists." "Wait, really?" Adam was having difficulty processing that information. He recalled all the times he had spent with Berger and couldn't believe that someone like him was part of this faction. "Ho ho, you don't believe me." Crummer chuckled in amusement. "My lord, can you tell me exactly what the preservationists do?" Adam asked. "And where should I begin?" The dwarf emptied the ashes in the fireplace. As he put fresh tobacco leaves in the pipe, he continued, "The members of our faction focus on safeguarding the cultural, historical, and magical heritage of Tron. We believe that preserving ancient lore, artifacts, and sacred sites is crucial for maintaining balance and protecting the lands from both ignorance and misuse. While we do share the Brotherhood's overreaching goals of promoting freedom and justice, our methods and priorities are often more scholarly than those of other factions." Adam fell into deep thought, habitually stroking his chin. The old man did seem to know a great deal about the arcane history of this world. "But I figured he'd be more of a free agent than a preservationist." As for Crummer, Adam didn't guess as to which faction he really was from. He barely knew the man after all, but he didn't think he was lying about being in the preservationist faction. His interest was greatly piqued as he looked at the dwarf and asked, "What did you mean by making it easier for me to get those journals? How exactly are you going to do that?" Crummer took a deep puff from his pipe and explained, "Well, you'd still have to accumulate contributions to get your hands on them. But if you were to officially join our faction, you wouldn't need as many merits." "How so?" Adam pressed. "You see, we collect, catalog, and safeguard ancient texts, spells, and historical records. This includes artifacts of significant cultural or magical value," the dwarf answered. "You mean to say the journals left behind by the founder are in the hands of the preservationists?" Adam asked, dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how something with such immense value could be in the possession of one single faction in the Brotherhood. However, upon second thought, he realized that the factions of this organization didn't know the true value of those journals. If they did, all of them would have probably started a war over it. It is our faction's responsibility to maintain the secret vaults, libraries, and sanctuaries where dangerous or valuable items are hidden away. Access to these repositories is strictly limited, and even other members may not know their locations," said Crummer. Suddenly, Danley chimed in, "My lord, aren't the other factions against letting the preservationists have so much power that they'd be left in charge of such valuable items?" Crummer turned to the elf and explained, "Compared to the other warmongering and power-hungry factions, we're simply scholars in pursuit of the arcane arts. We focus more on magical research." He paused for a moment before adding, "Although I must say, because of our responsibilities in safeguarding these precious artifacts and knowledge, some of the magi from the other factions have grown to distrust us over the years." Danley thought of the right words to say before asking, "So then what does your faction do to prevent suspicion?" "We have ethical guidelines for artifact handling and knowledge sharing," said the dwarf. "Our mission is one of guardianship, not control. Our work protects every owneth members of the Brotherhood, the people of Tron, and future generations from the consequences of lost or misused knowledge." That's not really a solid way to maintain trust, Danley thought to himself, but on the outside he displayed an enlightened look. "But more importantly, there is an oversight committee comprised of counselors," Crummer added. "Now that's more like it," Danley mused, nodding in response. Adam, on the other hand, couldn't help but ask, "My lord, if I join your faction and you, in your own words, make it easier for me to access the Founder's Journal, wouldn't that be a misuse of your powers?" "HMPH, how naive," Crummer snorted. "By making it easier, I never meant that you wouldn't have to work towards it. You'd have to work for the rewards as hard as any other member of the Brotherhood, but you being Berger's student would naturally have some leeway." Adam went into deep thought again. "If the old man really belongs to this faction, then I don't have to think twice before joining it. I'll also have access to more knowledge than before. Who knows, I might just be able to get my hands on the items other than the journals left behind by the founder. Speaking of, was the laboratory I used in the Grayscale Mountains run by the preservationists. From Lord Crummer's descriptions, that seems to be the case. He looked at the dwarf and asked something that had been bothering him for a little while now. If the old man belongs to the preservationist faction, then how come he was living out his days in the Southern Federation? This was the reason why he had thought that Berger was from the Free Agents faction. After all, the gnome was living a very carefree life in the capital of Nightingale Kingdom, Moon City, running a herbs and potion store. Crummer deeply looked at Adam, his facial expression gradually turning solemn. He didn't tell you the reason. No. Adam felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but ask, did something happen? Crummer remained silent for a few moments as he looked at the fireplace, not even bothering to smoke from his pipe. Finally, he looked at Adam and answered, it's not my place to tell you, but what? Adam's heart was gripped by apprehension. Did something happen to the old man before he came to the Southern Federation? Crummer's hand involuntarily touched the scar over his left eye. There was a great battle in the Europa continent. He paused for a moment, recalling the dreadful scenes of the past. He heaved a deep sigh and he continued, Berger lost a lot in that battle. He was never the same again. After that fateful night, he left everything behind and traveled to the Ulier continent. The dwarf then looked at Adam and smiled. I was sure that he would stay in retirement for the rest of his life. But that was until I heard that he was attacking the next great rank Monocore. Adam's mind was swirling with tempestuous waves as he wondered to himself, old man lost everything in that battle. What battle? Why did he never tell me? What happened to him in Europa? He wanted to ask Crummer about Berger's past, but he knew that the dwarf wouldn't divulge a thing. Moreover, he felt that this was something that he had to hear from Berger directly. Don't worry, lad, Crummer comforted Adam, seeing his troubled expression. If Berger has decided to advance to the next rank, it means that he's overcome the shackles that were tying him down. It means that he's ready to start a new chapter in his life. Adam nodded with a faint smile. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, My lord, you mentioned the old man being part of a great battle in the Europa continent. Did he perhaps suffer grievous injuries? Yes. Crummer nodded with a solemn look on his face. His injuries were life-threatening, to say the least. If it wasn't for the timely medical help he received from the herbalists of the Brotherhood, he might have died. Well, that explains why the old man is taking so long to break through to the Monocore rank. Severe injuries to the physical body can become great obstacles during advancements. Adam thought to himself in slight worry. So what do you say? Crummer's words snapped him out of his thoughts. Are you willing to join the preservationists? Adam looked at him and smiled apologetically. My lord, it's not that I don't trust your words, but I would really like to wait until the old man succeeded in his advancement. Crummer smiled approvingly. The advancement to the Monocore rank is fraught with dangers, yet you still think Berger can make it, eh? Heh. Adam smirked, his face displaying utmost faith and confidence in the gnome. That goes without saying. The wind brushed against Adam's face as he soared high above the sea of clouds. Sitting atop Valerian's back, he looked in a daze around the scenery. Valerian had transformed into an enormous black panther with feathered wings. He flapped his wings and flew in the direction of Saratoga Castle. Brother, are you okay? You've been awfully quiet ever since we left the city, he said. Adam snapped out of his daze, his hands involuntarily patting the young dragon's back. Yeah, I'm just thinking about the old man. Valerian flapped his wings again, traversing dozens of meters in the sky in a split second. Don't worry about old man Berger. He is strong. Adam's lips curled up into a smile. That he is. Adam had a lot to think about after his discussion with the Twilight Warden, rank 3 Mana Vortex Magus, Crummer Grimriver. Before leaving, the dwarf had promised Adam and Danley that he would send reinforcements when he returned to Europa. Upon asking why he was leaving so early, the dwarf simply stated that he had urgent business to tend to and did not explain further. However, Adam and Denley did hope that the rank 3 dwarf would help them with their situation in Ravenfell, but there was nothing they could do about it. The situation in the city hadn't escalated to such a degree. Crummer and the other dwarf, Thalrin, were going to leave for Europa at sunrise. Adam saw no point in staying behind in the city and thus chose to head to Saratoga. Before leaving, however, Thalrin did something that greatly amused Adam. The young dwarf had asked him for an autograph. It was only then that Adam realized how greatly the young magi of the Brotherhood looked up to him after his legendary feat of defeating a magus who was one entire rank above him. Thinking about how excited the young dwarf looked when Adam signed his name with mana on a small rectangular marble plate, he couldn't help but chuckle. He took a deep breath and looked ahead. In the near distance, he could already see the silhouette of the Grand Saratoga Castle. It was far late into the night, and the ethereal light of Selene and Luna had covered the lands in a silvery glow. Lights from a dozen or so windows in the castle could be seen through the sea of clouds. Gazing at the majestic building, its towers and turrets, Adam fell into deep thought once again. A lot had happened in the last couple of days, only now did he have time for a little introspection. So that bastard Alberto's turned out to be a spy for the Umbra thieves after all. Can't say I'm surprised, Adam wondered. That man always did give me a bad feeling. Whenever I met him, he would always display sinister and cruel intentions towards me no matter how hard he tried to hide it. But what truly surprised me was him being the son of one of the leaders of the Umbra thieves. Kissinger, was it? Heh, what kind of father would allow his child to infiltrate his enemy's home knowing the great dangers it involved? This just goes on to show how vicious Kissinger really is, and how deep his hatred for Brigham truly runs. Damn it, I hate being involved in all this life-threatening drama, yet I find myself involved in the middle of the shitstorm every damn time. Adam took a few deep breaths to calm down the frustration in his heart. He truly despised the situation he now found himself in. The alliance between the Flynn family and the Brotherhood is more or less confirmed. Once the Flynn family acts on the intel given by Lord Crummer, they'll realize just how beneficial this alliance will be for them. If Lord Brigham is smart enough and plays his cards right, he will leverage this opportunity and strengthen his family to never-before-seen heights. But that also comes with great risks. Adam's expression turned extremely solemn as he wondered. The conflict between the Flynns and the Umbra thieves has reached a tipping point with the death of Alberto's. It's only a matter of time before a full-scale war erupts, but still that should take about anywhere from a few months to at most a year. The Brotherhood's alliance with the Flynn family is secretive in nature. I bet Lord Brigham will ally with other families in the city council to get rid of the Umbra thieves. All of this will take time, and during that time, I must do whatever I can to increase my strength. The youth's mind quickly arrived at two options that would allow him to become stronger in a short time period. Firstly, he could choose to consume the expert's soul that he had been eyeing for all these years. Secondly, he could participate in the final trial of the Raven inheritance. Both options would provide him with great strength. For the soul, all he had to do was assimilate with the expert's memories and practice whatever he found in them. On the other hand, the Raven inheritance's final trial would prove to be slightly more difficult. Just as he was thinking about the final trial of the inheritance, a small round object inside his robes radiated a warm glow for a brief moment. Following that, Adam and Valerian felt as if they had passed through an invisible membrane. Valerian thought nothing of it. He was already used to it, and so was Adam. The youth reached for that round object from his inner robes. It was the medallion of Saratoga Castle given to all students and faculty members. Without it, they would not be able to pass through the protective barrier that surrounded not only the grand and ancient castle, but also the lands around it. The medallion could only be activated by a student or faculty member of Saratoga through their mana that had already been recorded. Meaning that if an outsider got their hands on such a medallion, they would still never be able to pass through the protective barrier, not unless they were a magus at the mana core rank. Even then, they would have to expend a great deal of strength to break through the barrier. The protective sphere surrounding Saratoga was laid down by its founder. Needless to say, it was very strong. "Brother, are we entering the castle?" Valerian's voice drifted into the youth's ears. "No, Val," Adam answered. "Let's go to the cottage." "Got it," Valerian flapped his wings, flying past the towering castle and towards the valley in the near distance. This vibrant valley also, within the protective barrier, housed several cottages that were given to the professors of Saratoga. The magi of this organization believed that only by living close to nature could they deepen their understanding of magic. That is why many of them chose to live in these countryside cottages near the Grand Castle, instead of the bustling city of Ravenfell. After a few minutes of flight, the pair descended toward a cottage that was nestled beside a small pond. Adam got off Valerian's back and said, "I'm planning to sleep outside for the night." "Okay, me too," Valerian hurriedly replied. Adam couldn't help but fondly rub his familiar's cheeks. Even though the young dragon was far weaker than Adam, his instinct to always be around him and protect him never diminished. They walked toward the edge of the pond, the cottage directly behind them. Valerian, still in his winged panther form, laid down in a comfortable position while also making sure to leave space for Adam. Adam sat down and laid against the young dragon's torso. Valerian adjusted his body in a protective manner around the youth before closing his eyes. The youth looked at the sky full of stars reflected on the surface of the pond. With a heart full of anticipation, he took a deep breath and finally closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived inside the mysterious space of the White Lotus, levitating before a multicolored orb of light. A mysterious figure draped in black armor that resembled scales silently walked through the lands. His entire body was covered in armor, and a black cape fluttered behind him. The man had a fair complexion, long black hair that cascaded over his shoulders, and a pair of amber eyes with black vertical slits. His very aura radiated dominance and power as he made his way toward the depths of the lands. The ground he was walking on was bizarre. At a cursory glance, it looked no different from normal ground, but if one were to pay close attention, they would find the peculiarities. Under the dirt and foliage, the ground seemed made of scales. Some scales were the size of small cities, while others were no bigger than nails. Layers of scales formed valleys, cliffs, and ridges. They radiated strange energies, displaying ancient and unreadable runes. The armored man was unfazed by the abnormalities around him, continuing to calmly traverse the strange lands. Throughout his journey, he passed by rivers that contained luminescent liquids in them. They glowed with eerie green or purple. They were magical. They were deadly. They were rivers of venom. Serpent-like water elementals or snake spirits swam through these rivers. When the armored man passed them by, they bowed their heads in respect. They were familiar with him, greatly so. The sky above the lands was also bizarre. It was dominated by swirling patterns of clouds, creating a kaleidoscope of colors as light reflected upon them. But upon closer inspection, one would find that they weren't clouds at all. They were fangs. The armored man entered a forest region. This area, like every other place on this plain, was far from normal. Serpentine tongues emerged from the ground like towering trees, forming this forest. These trees appeared sentient, pulsing and hissing softly, dripping with venomous dew. This forest was home to colossal snakes and other spirit snakes that guarded what lay in the depths of this region. Smaller snakes cast one glance at the man before fleeing in panic, whereas the bigger snakes looked at the man in fear and respect. They didn't attack him and simply let him pass. The man's expression was stoic as ever. He didn't see these titanic snakes as a threat, for he knew that with just a simple wave of his hand, these creatures would cease to exist. This entire plain was strange and mysterious. Judging from its characteristics, it was undoubtedly a place in the spirit world. As the man neared the center of this forest, his expression gradually turned solemn. After traveling for an unspecified period of time, he finally arrived at an ancient citadel. The citadel seemed to be made of stones as old as time itself. Surrounding this building was yet another gargantuan serpent bigger than any other snake on this planet's long onyx body, coiled around the structure as if guarding it. The man stopped before the entrance of the citadel. He lowered his head in a show of respect and spoke in a mysterious language that consisted of whispers and hisses. "I seek an audience with the great serpent," said the man. A few moments of silence ensued before the large serpent coiled around the citadel began to move. A few moments later, it revealed the towering main door to the building, allowing the man to enter. From the beginning till the end, the giant snake outside hadn't revealed its face. It sensed the man's aura and knew him to be someone who frequently visited the citadel. After the man entered the citadel, the snake moved its body once again, covering the building's entrance. The man arrived at a sprawling chamber in the depths of the citadel. At the center of this chamber stood a pedestal made from materials unknown. Atop the pedestal floated a small serpentine creature. It was a snake no bigger than the size of an adult human's arm. Its eyes glowed faintly with an ancient light, as though holding the wisdom of millennia. Its form was perpetually in motion, subtly twisting and tightening. The snake's tail rested gently in its mouth, but no wound or blood was visible. The act of devouring its tail was seamless, a perfect and eternal loop with no beginning or end, symbolizing the unbroken cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth. A gleam of yearning flashed past the man's amber eyes as he gazed at the floating snake. He took a step forward, and then another, until finally he stopped. He felt a mystical energy preventing him from taking another step toward the snake. The man's lips curled up into a bitter smile. "Thousands of years of studying the way of the serpent, and you think I'm still unworthy." There was no reply from the small snake. It remained silent and detached from everything that happened around it. It didn't even bother casting a glance at this man, who could be considered an influential powerhouse in the greater universe. Despite that, the man remained steadfast. He had discovered this plane by sheer luck in his youth. Since then, he had been diligently cultivating his arcane prowess with the resources available in this place. He had been unwavering in his pursuit for thousands of years, and if need be, he would be for thousands more. Over the years, he had proved himself worthy of countless trials on this pilgrimage site and finally reached the citadel. However, it seemed that he still wasn't worthy in the eyes of the powerful being that lay before him. The man's eyes brimmed with confidence as he proclaimed, "When I return the next time, I will have gained your approval at long last." With that said, he turned around and walked out of the chamber. This person, a magus of great strength, was among the thousands of magi who had attacked Magus Julian Stockholm in order to get his hands on the legendary relic, the White Lotus. Alas, despite the strength they wielded, they had all fallen to their deaths, and the White Lotus disappeared into the boundless universe, waiting to be inherited by the Destined One. So why was this powerhouse acting so humbly in front of a small snake? The answer was simple. This snake was an entity whose origins were shrouded in mystery. Perhaps only a few powerful beings in the universe truly knew about the secrets that it held and the laws it represented. It went by many names, but the following titles stood out the most: the Eternal Devourer, the Archive of Venom, The cosmic serpent. The great Ouroboros. Adam slowly opened his eyes, his vision unfocused as the rays of the early morning sun gently landed on his face. The tranquil pond lay before him and Valerian was behind him, peacefully snoozing. He had just finished going through the fragmented memories of the expert whose soul he'd devoured. For a brief moment, confusion gripped his mind before everything turned crystal clear. Recalling one of the memories where the Magus had visited a plane in the spirit world that was filled with snakes, Adam's body involuntarily shuddered in fear. What a sick and twisted joke. He cursed under his breath. Ever since he was a child, he had had a phobia of snakes. This was further reinforced when he had to run for his life after he'd saved Valerian, who was still inside his egg from the lair of a vicious serpent in the spirit world. He hated snakes. Yet now he was coming to learn that his path to gaining strength was related to these serpentine creatures. He wanted to curse his fate for playing such a prank on him. Adam thought about that scary serpentine plane that he had just witnessed in the expert's memories, another round of shudders running down his spine. The coil of eternity, he murmured. Thinking of the small snake swallowing its tail, Adam couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his skin. After all, that was an entity on par with cosmic beings such as Yggdrasil. He was gradually beginning to realize that all those magi who had gone after Magus Stockholm had come from unfathomable backgrounds, wielding great influence and possessing unparalleled legacies. Adam also realized another thing, one that made him nervous and excited at the same time. If he, as the possessor of the White Lotus, had access to the memories of all those powerful magi with great legacies, didn't that mean he had the greatest legacy of them all? Professor Whittaker stood before the lectern, gazing at the graduate students in the classroom before her. Behind her, the chalkboard was clean and clear, waiting to be used by the hovering pieces of chalk. The old professor commanded the room with an aura of authority, despite the gentle smile on her face. The students knew better than to disrupt her class, so they all paid rapt attention to her lecture, Adam included. The School of Summoning, as you all know, she began, specializes in calling forth creatures, objects, or energies from elsewhere in the world to serve the caster. This elsewhere is the spirit world. Summoning is an intricate discipline, requiring mastery of the energies of the various planes in the spirit world, deep knowledge of the summoned creatures, and a blend of arcane and contractual elements to ensure their cooperation or control. She stepped down from the podium and walked toward the end of the classroom with her hands clasped behind her back. Let us begin with the study of the planes within the spirit world. The old woman looked around the classroom, trying to test someone on this knowledge. Finally, her eyes landed on Adam, who was sitting at the back of the classroom, jotting something down on a notebook. Her lips twitched incessantly as she thought to herself in bewilderment, just what did this brat come across in the Raven inheritance for him to physically transform so drastically? It's like he's aged in reverse. Oh, how much I wish I could get my hands on whatever he did. Tusk. Adam, she called out, explain the major planes of the spirit world. The raven-haired youth was absent-mindedly drawing figures of funny-looking snakes in his notebook when Professor Whittaker called out to him. He snapped out of his daze and looked at her, answering, like the 5 elements that shape our world, the spirit world consists of 5 major planes. Professor Whittaker knew that he had a deep understanding of the spirit world, far more than his peers, so she didn't mind him continuing the lecture on her behalf. This was also one of the main reasons why she made Adam her research assistant. Adam thought for a few moments, combing through the memories of the experts from the greater universe, thinking about what to divulge and what not to. Finally, he began giving a detailed explanation. Let us start with the elemental plane of air. It is an infinite expanse of sky with no solid ground. Judging by the records of the elementals summoned from this plane, its terrain consists of floating islands, clouds, and constant winds. If a Magus were to travel to this plane, without the flight or levitation spells, they would be at a great risk of falling endlessly. The students were fascinated by Adam's descriptions. They continued to jot down the important points while at the same time listening to his explanation. Next, in the elemental plane of water, he continued. It is a boundless expanse of water with no surface or floor. Only aquatic ecosystems dominate this plane. Floating islands and coral reefs are the closest thing to stable ground. It is said that the pressure increases the deeper one ventures. The elemental plane of Earth is a vast, solid expanse of rock, gems, and precious metals. Caverns and tunnels form the main pathways through which its residents traverse. This plane is oppressive and claustrophobic for people not accustomed to its lack of open air. A scorching realm of endless flames, molten rocks, and rivers of lava make up the elemental plane of fire. The air is filled with intense heat, and even the ground is too hot for unprotected creatures to stand on. Ash clouds obscure the sky, and light is ever present due to the flames. He paused for a moment to gather his breath before continuing. Finally, the elemental plane of wood is a realm of vibrant life, untamed nature, and potent magic. Forests here are lush and infinite, mountains are impossibly tall, and rivers shimmer with sparkling mana. The wood spirits that all of us have signed a contract with thanks to Professor Whitaker reside in this plane. Moreover, it is known that the elven summoners almost always sign summoning contracts with spirits of this elemental plane. All the elven students in class nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Being creatures with a natural inclination to nature, they had deep ties to the elemental plane of wood. Professor Whitaker looked at Adam with approval in her eyes, gesturing for him to sit down. "Well done," she praised. She continued to walk around the classroom, her face gradually turning solemn. Remember, students, other than the 5 major planes of the spirit world, there are countless other planes in that mystical realm. However, not all of them are safe for magi. Therefore, under no circumstances are you to initiate contact with the spirits of these planes. There are reasons why such planes have been deemed forbidden by the magi that came before us. Planes such as Shadowmuir and the Underworld can corrupt magi to a great degree. The evil energies that permeate these planes can poison the magi and even kill them. So you must be cautious and not draw the attention of creatures residing in these planes. As Professor Whitaker warned the students about the dangers of these malicious planes, Adam's thoughts drifted to the time when he studied at Clover Academy back in the Southern Federation. Shadowmuir, the dark echo of the world, he mused. On our first mission as Magi, Edward, Lisa, and I had been dispatched to Hand City in Hoffman County. The entrance to the vampire's lair in the city seemed to have some connection with the Shadowmuir. I wonder how the local Magi are treating that place. Considering the danger that Shadowmuir possesses, I'm sure there have been strong countermeasures put in place by the Twilight Brotherhood. The Brotherhood had a very weak presence in the Southern Federation, but after Adam's visit to Hand City and the subsequent discovery of the underground vampire's lair, the Brotherhood's activity in that region had increased. After returning from his mission, Adam had described everything about the Shadowmuir's possible connection with the vampire's lair to Berger. At the time, the youth didn't know that the gnome was part of the Twilight Brotherhood. Adam's eyebrows gradually wrinkled as he thought of something peculiar. But how come a mystical plane in the spirit world, such as the Shadowmuir, would have a connection with Tron? Not to mention, it appeared in the Southern Federation of Ulier Continent, a place that can be considered backwater by the continent's arcane standards. I should contact the acolytes of the Brotherhood in the Southern Federation and ask them if they've found anything conclusive in the vampire's lair in Hand City. I'm sure that place doesn't contain any portal that leads to Shadowmuir. After all, at the time, everyone had thoroughly searched the vampire's lair and found nothing. So then what else could it be? To be able to summon the creatures of the 5 elemental planes, you must have a deep knowledge of the school of summoning and also have the ability to be able to manipulate the boundaries between the spirit world and the material world, said Professor Whitaker. The lecture continued as the old professor explained the intricacies of advanced summoning magic. Spells like Summon Elemental and Summon Beast, both of which are ranked 2 spells, act as bridges between the material world and the spirit world, she continued. It allows the creature to be summoned to our world for some time. Students, please note that the creature's strength, the number of creatures, and the duration of summoning are all related to the caster's mana reserves. In other words, Professor Whitaker added after a brief pause, the greater the mana reserves, the greater the effects of summoning magic. That is to say, only those magi with exceptional aptitude are fit to major in the school of summoning. Talent really is everything in this world, not to mention the amount of resources required. Other than spells catered to our school, there are summoning circles that can be used as anchors to focus this type of magic, Professor Whitaker continued as she walked back toward the podium, standing behind the lectern. Summoning circles are very similar to magic circles that we use to cast spells, except they are inscribed on a solid surface during the act of summoning. They can help us stabilize the connection between the spirit world and the material world and call forth the creature we have signed a contract with. The old professor looked around the classroom at all the students jotting down notes and asked, other than these 2 methods that allow us to summon creatures from the spirit world, there is one other way. Can someone tell me what that is? A beautiful blonde elf sitting in the front row of the classroom raised her hand. She was wearing a traditional dress that one would often see aristocratic women of Ravenfell wear. Over her dress, she wore Saratoga's gray cloak with the raven insignia. Professor Whitaker glanced at this elf and gestured with a smile. Go ahead, Kamara. Adam's gaze drifted toward the elven girl, thinking to himself, Kamara Fino. Her family, along with the Flynns, is one of the 7 aristocratic families of Ravenfell to be part of the city council. The elven lady was very good friends with Danley. The latter had introduced Adam to her a long time ago, leading to their friendship, if one could even call it that. At most, they were acquaintances, and Adam didn't really like her much. Kamara, after all, had an inborn pride that prevented her from mingling with people from other races. Like most elves, she believed her race to be the superior one. Cocky bitch, Adam snorted in annoyance before turning to draw funny-looking snakes in his notebook. Kamara answered in a polite manner, her voice sweet and crisp like a nightingale. Professor, the final method is ritual summoning. Some creatures of the spirit world, especially powerful beings, require time-intensive rituals. These rituals may require the caster to include specific incantation, rare magical materials, and in some cases, even astrological alignments. She paused for a moment before continuing. Apart from the drawback of the rituals taking up too much time, there is one other major drawback. The strength of the summoned creature in some cases would be greater than the summoner. Very good, the professor praised. The next moment her expression turned serious and she continued, that brings us to the challenges we magi face in summoning creatures from the spirit world. She raised her index finger and began explaining. Number 1, hostile entities. Even though the 5 elemental planes of the spirit world are safe for summoners to interact with, that doesn't mean every resident of those planes will be friendly to us. Second, planar barriers. Some planes, such as the elemental plane of Earth, have strong barriers that prevent easy summoning. Magi must use their advanced knowledge or have a strong bond with their summons to bypass the plane's defenses. Lastly, unintended consequences. In some cases, summoning magic might accidentally pull through creatures the magus did not intend to call. A ritual summoning gone awry could open the door to an uncontrolled evil creature or a very powerful, angry elemental. Professor Whittaker looked at all the students present and spoke in a heavy tone. Summoning magic always carries the risk of unintended consequences, making this type of magic both a potent and a perilous arcane art. The lecture continued as the students continued to ask Professor Whittaker questions from time to time. The old lady patiently answered them one by one. Such an opportunity to be diligently taught by a powerful mana vortex magus could perhaps only be found in the 4 pillars of the empire, thus the reason why kids from all over the continent try their best to get admitted into one of these prestigious institutions. While Adam was absent-mindedly drawing snakes in his notebook, his mind drifted toward the memories of the expert whose soul he'd recently devoured. More specifically, it was the man's memory of the plane filled with snakes known as the Coil of Eternity. Other magi specializing in the School of Summoning would have to form a contract with spirits or elementals from different elemental planes to have access to a wide variety of elemental magic they could freely use, he pondered. But from what I've seen in that magus's memories, the Coil of Eternity is home to snakes that specialize in a wide variety of magic. Not to mention the snakes specializing in the 5 elements, I'd also seen snakes wielding poison magic, shadow magic, ice magic, etc., meaning that unlike other summoners, I won't have to waste my time and risk traveling to the various planes in the spirit world and sign a contract with the plane's inhabitants. Instead, I could just go to the serpent plane. Adam's expression gradually darkened. He hated snakes, ignoring the fact that he and the unborn Valyrian were almost eaten by one in the spirit world. Even as a child, he had a fear of snakes. He took a deep breath and continued his train of thought. No, I must overcome my fear of those foul creatures. I should, at the very least, visit the Coil of Eternity and see what it's about. After all, the magical resources that plane contained allowed that yellow-eyed magus to advance to great heights and become a powerhouse in the greater universe. Yes, I have to overcome my fear of snakes. His hands involuntarily clenched as he thought of another thing. If by chance I'm still unable to get over my fear, I still have the coordinates of the 5 elemental planes and many other planes in the spirit world. Adam resolved himself and finally decided. I'll visit the serpent plane first. If things don't work out, then I'll head to the elemental planes. About an hour later, the lecture finally ended. During that time, Professor Whittaker summoned ranked 2 spirits from the 5 elemental planes that she had a contract with to demonstrate their prowess to the students. Furthermore, she also happily gifted everyone the coordinates to one elemental plane of their choosing. The old woman always was a very generous person, going to great lengths to help her students in any way she could. All the graduate students gradually exited the classroom. Professor Whittaker walked toward the last bench where Adam was sitting. She silently sat down beside him and asked with slight concern in her tone, "What is it, Adam? You've been very absent-minded throughout the class. Is something bothering you?" Adam snapped out of his daze and hurriedly shook his head. It's nothing. However, he felt the old woman's gaze boring into him and couldn't help but awkwardly add, "Actually, there is something." He looked at her and asked, "May I ask you something personal?" Professor Whittaker chuckled lightly, "Of course, as long as it is not my catastrophic attempts at herbalism during my early years." Adam smiled faintly. He then asked, "What would you do if you were scared of something? How would you face your fears?" "Fear," said the old professor, leaning back in her seat. "A constant companion, yet an excellent teacher. I would first name it," she continued. "Is it your past or your future? Naming it strips it of some of its power. What if it's something more tangible?" Adam asked. "Tangible or not, it already holds sway over you," Professor Whittaker answered. "A nameless fear festers in the dark. Shine a light on it, and you may find that it's not so invincible as it seemed. What then? Adam asked again, after naming it. Then confront it, said the old woman matter-of-factly. You don't have to confront it all at once. You see, sometimes a beast is too large to face head-on. Confront it piece by piece, step by step. Adam exhaled a deep sigh, slouching in his chair. What if I fail? What if I cannot overcome this fear? Failure is a lesson, my dear, said the old professor with a gentle smile. If you fail, you learn where your step faltered and you try again. Always remember, fear thrives on the thought of failure. Perseverance is its bane. I hope I can be brave enough, Adam softly muttered, thinking of the coil of eternity. Bravery doesn't have to be loud or bold, Professor Whitaker comforted the youth. Sometimes it is a quiet whisper that says, I'll try again tomorrow. Adam turned his head to look at the old woman. For a moment, he was reminded of his dear teacher, Berger. He thought that no matter how many years' worth of memories he absorbed from the souls, he would never be as wise as these two teachers. Yeah, he smiled. If I fail, I'll just try again tomorrow. On a bright sunny morning, at a small grove beside Marion Lake, Adam lazily sat atop a tree branch, perfecting a ritual runic formation in his grimoire. The sound of laughter could be heard coming from nearby. A little girl with a head full of black hair with orange streaks was chasing Valerian, who was in his cat form. The sound of the girl's giggles was like melodies to Adam's ears. He raised his head, shifting his attention toward Autumn, who was happily playing with Valerian. Seeing such a scene, a warm smile gradually blossomed on his face. Valerian seemed to be in a cheerful mood as well as he played with the little girl. Adam looked around the grove and saw animals such as deer, rabbits, squirrels, and several types of birds slowly gathering together, drawn by Autumn's presence. She naturally radiated an aura of familiarity that drew animals to her. Not to mention, even Valerian, who was a proud dragon, felt very comfortable around her. The only other people he felt comfortable around were Adam and his friends. Druids are such fascinating magi, thought Adam as he rested his chin on his palm. I wonder what it is about them that draws wildlife and magical beasts. I wonder how Autumn will grow up after she becomes a magus and embodies the way of the druid. They're also intrinsically talented with herbs and plants, making them great herbalists. Unlike regular magi, druids saw themselves less as masters of the elements of nature and more as an extension of its will. Autumn, back away. Suddenly, Valerian's scream snapped Adam out of his thoughts. He saw that the young dragon was standing in front of the little girl, guarding her from a small green snake that had appeared from the bushes. But it's just a little snake. Autumn pouted with her head lowered, startled by Valerian's sudden change in demeanor. Valerian ignored the girl instead. He stared menacingly at the little snake. Killing such a harmless creature that didn't wield mana was beneath him, so he simply chose to scare him away. Like Adam, the young dragon too had an instinctive fear and hatred for serpentine creatures. After all, it was because of an evil snake from the spirit world that he was separated from his family. To date, he didn't know who his parents were. His only family in this world was Adam. The young dragon had mentioned to Adam on several occasions that when he was powerful enough, he would visit that floating island in the spirit world that the snake who kidnapped him called its home. He would then beat the whereabouts of his origin out of that snake and then kill it. Seeing Valerian's menacing face, the little green snake shuddered. It was a regular creature with no mana. How could it bear the might of a dragon? The snake struggled to breathe as it slowly turned around and slithered away. It revealed its forked tongue and hissed softly before finally disappearing into the bushes. I just wanted to play. A soft sigh escaped the raven-haired youth's lips as he gazed at the bush through which the green snake had disappeared. He could still sense this little creature. It was slithering away at great speeds like its life depended on it. Meanwhile, Valerian and Autumn had resumed playing in the grove with the other birds and animals that had gathered. Adam leaned his back against the trunk of the tree, shifting his gaze to the sparse canopy of the grove. Sunlight filtered through and bathed his face as he thought to himself, if I look at it objectively, although snakes are greatly feared by the general populace, they're also more often than not misunderstood. Snakes possess lethal venom and great strength, making them natural predators. In a world of magic, this fear was further amplified by their ability to grow to colossal sizes and wield dangerous types of magic. There were many cultures throughout the universe that associated snakes with lies, trickery, or forbidden knowledge. These creatures were even linked to dark magic, leading to fear of their influence. But how are these creatures any different from us magi? Some use our gifts for good, others use them for personal gain and commit evil deeds, Adam mused, shaking his head. In some cases, however, snakes served as guardians and not predators. They guarded sacred places and ancient artifacts. They were perceived as threats but attacked only when provoked. Some magical serpents served as protectors of balance, keeping dark forces in check. Unfortunately, they were misunderstood by their intimidating nature. In some ancient cultures, snakes were revered as symbols of wisdom and transformation, but fear distorted their image. Their cryptic and intimidating speech alienated those unwilling to engage with their intelligence. Snakes shedding their skin might symbolize renewal, leaving behind the shackles of the past and embracing the endless possibilities of a new future. However, the process of shedding skin was often seen as unsettling by the masses. This very process could possibly have a connection with the cycle of life and death. It may inspire reverence in some and fear in many. Fear is the language of those who do not understand, Adam thought. Snakes, for all their fangs and venom, are no more evil than the rivers they coiled beside. Perhaps I should really start seeing things from a different perspective. Adam looked at the diagram of the runic formation that he'd just drawn in his grimoire. It was the gateway to the coil of eternity. Yeah, I should make a trip to the spirit world tonight. Adam made up his mind. He put away the grimoire in his earring and jumped off the branch. With a soft thud, he landed on the ground, startling the nearby animals that had huddled around Autumn. All right, you two, let's head back to the castle, he said. Already, Autumn made a long face, unwilling to leave. She loved playing with animals, after all. Adam rolled his eyes at her. If we don't leave now, Professor Whittaker is going to get mad. Do you want her to get mad? Fine. Autumn got to her feet and bade farewell to all the birds and animals. She then ran toward Adam and grabbed his hand, walking beside him. Adam's heart warmed. He looked at the little girl and noticed she was a little unhappy about not being able to play more. We can take a quick detour to Linland's patisserie if you want, he said. Really? Autumn's eyes shone like the brightest stars. She clearly recalled the wonderful desserts the elderly elf baked. She had gone to this patisserie with Adam and Professor Whittaker a few times and loved the place. Yeah, sure, why not? Adam shrugged nonchalantly. Okay. Autumn started running, pulling Adam's hand. Let's hurry, we don't want the professor getting mad. Valerian, you too hurry. I'm feeling hungry all of a sudden. Let's go.